Yusu, standing at a height of 1.7 meters, wore a cold expression as she faced them. The three little ones stood in a line, gazing up with their tear-filled, adorable Casilon eyes, hoping to receive some heartfelt comfort from their mother. Noticing her indifference, they turned to their father, who was quietly breathing beside them, seeking his intercession to persuade their mother to quell her anger. The three little ones, Kong hand gesture, Daddy. Chia, don't look at me. I dare not intervene. Yusu, stand still. You cannot move until dinner is ready. The three little ones pouted in unison and turned their backs silently. Chapter 1, Dreaming. Chia and Yusu were bound by a marriage of convenience, arranged by their families shortly after they graduated. The four prominent families of the capital, Chia, Yusu, Lu, and Lin, were all formidable forces with influence in various sectors. Fresh out of university, Yusu found herself wed to Chia, who had just assumed control of his family's business. Their union, devoid of affection, settled into a mundane existence over 4 years, during which they welcomed 3 heirs. Yusu approached marriage and motherhood as if fulfilling a task, living the life of a wealthy matron, remaining aloof towards Chia and indifferent towards the 3 children. She scarcely involved herself in their lives, as her every need was catered to by everyone from the matriarch of the Chia family to the servants. It wasn't until the afternoon 2 days prior, after a visit to a luxury boutique, that Yusu returned to the Yuan estate and stumbled upon a scene of exquisite beauty. She saw her 3 sons, with the eldest being cradled by a woman, the youngest clinging to the woman's leg, while the middle child looked on longingly. Nearby, servants observed, creating a tableau of a mistress playfully engaging with her children. Within 5 minutes, Chia's car arrived, prompting Qixing to call out for his father before releasing the woman's leg and launching himself into Chia's arms. The couple, each holding a child while entwined with another, presented a picture of familial bliss, Chia's demeanor cold and indifferent, while the woman radiated warmth and charm. This idyllic scene was a glaring affront to Yusu. With a detached gaze, Yusu watched for a moment before turning away, only to be haunted by a dream that night, one that replayed the afternoon's tableau. It felt as though she had fast-forwarded through her life. In the dream, Yusu appeared as a malicious supporting character, spoiled, rude, and ill-tempered. She interacted with Chia in a sarcastic manner and treated the 3 children with indifference, at times even resorting to cruelty. Indulging in extravagant spending on Chia's credit card, she found herself ensnared by unscrupulous individuals, descending into addiction, and ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of thugs. The woman from the afternoon was destined to become Chia's wife, melting his icy demeanor and nurturing his children, leading a life filled with joy and companionship. Yusu scoffed in disbelief. How could I, a distinguished daughter of the Yusu family, fall to such depths? Hello, master, a voice chimed. Yusu? I am your assistant, Siri. Yusu instinctively glanced at her phone, which was dark and seemingly inactive. Siri, hi, master. I dwell within your heart. I am an ultra-intelligent happiness system, a first-generation product, and you are my inaugural master. Yusu fell silent, lost in thought, pondering the concept of a dream within a dream. Siri, master, what you dreamt was not mere fantasy. It exists in reality. To me, it is simply a chapter in our intelligence system. You play the role of the villainous supporting character, with Chia as the male lead and the woman you saw today, Zhong Qianli, as the female lead. She will replace you in every aspect, and after you, they will have a daughter. As the Chia family comprises primarily sons, this girl will receive all the affection, leaving you and your sons as mere footnotes in their lives. Your only blood-related connection is the 3 little ones, who are mere side characters. MY System's task is to help you experience love before your passing. Once you reach a full 100 in love value, I will upgrade, and you shall depart peacefully. Yusu, bewildered, was left with a plethora of questions. What do you mean by depart peacefully after your upgrade? Siri. Master, while we cannot alter the story's conclusion, we can change the journey. The ending sees you perish at the hands of thugs, but by accumulating love value, you can alter your fate. She took a deep breath, attempting to regain her composure. Yet, she found herself unable to suppress her curiosity. So, the process can change but not the outcome? Siri. Indeed, master. Yusu, very well then. Regardless, death is inevitable. I will not contribute a single shred of love value. The outcome matters little to me, and your upgrade is of no concern. I have wealth, and will spend it as I please. No matter my age, I can choose to end my life at any time. Thus, it shall be. Yusu lay back on her bed, a serene expression adorning her face. Siri, blushing rendered speechless. Siri, Mastered, while you alone cannot change the ending, if the male lead and your sons generate 100% love value for you, it could negate your demise, and perhaps you could even replace the female lead. Yusu opened her eyes. Replace, Siri. Although I mentioned the conclusion cannot be changed, if you manage to garner the love value from the male lead and your sons during the journey, it is possible. However, acquiring this love will be quite challenging. If the female lead unlocks the love value from the male lead and the three little ones first, your chances diminish significantly, but it is not entirely impossible. Yusu contemplated the idea of not wanting their love value, yet she could not bear the thought of it being bestowed upon another. The image from earlier replayed in her mind. How dare they? Yusu. How do I see the love value, Siri? Currently, Chihan and Qixing's love values are displayed in gray, indicating they're locked. The male lead's love value is also gray and locked, while the female lead's is at 38%. Once she reaches full capacity, you'll be offline. Your love value with Chi-Chi has yet to appear. Yusu, how has the female lead accumulated so much love value? Has she received that much already, Siri? The female lead's love value stems from her affection towards the male lead and the three little ones, not from their contributions to her. You are similar. When you fall in love with someone, love value is generated. The only way to alter your ending is to cultivate love value from the male lead and the three little ones. Yusu, what do you mean by gray and locked? Why is there nothing for me and Chi-Chi, Siri? There is a bond between the male lead and the three little ones, albeit a tenuous one, hence their love values are displayed but remain locked. You, however, have been solely self-serving and have never fostered feelings for anyone. Chi-Chi is emotionally withdrawn and resistant to connection, which is why his love value has not manifested. Yusu. Chia is cold and unyielding, but do the little ones not care for him? Qixing seems to adore him. I've seen numerous times where Qixing seeks Chia's attention, asking for hugs, money, anything he desires. How is that not love? Siri. Paternal affection is often subtle. Material love does not count, Master. What truly matters is emotional connection. Yusu. By what right? Isn't material love the foundation? How can it not be considered love? Without material support, how does one survive? Siri fell silent. Master, life is truly splendid, and there are countless endeavors awaiting your pursuit. Please take a moment to ponder, while I recharge myself. Until tomorrow. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to summon me. There must be an abundance of delightful experiences awaiting my enjoyment, is there not? Chapter 2. Seeking Qi at the Qi Corporation. After 2 days of contemplation and profound discussions with Siri, Yusu came to terms with everything. She resolved to elevate the affection levels of Qi Yi and his 2 sons, vowing that the substitute would never be allowed to cultivate any affection for her. The mere thought was utterly distasteful. After completing her morning routine, she descended the stairs, her visage refreshingly bright. Upon noticing Yusu's presence, Butler Wen promptly inquired, Madam, what would you like for breakfast? Yusu glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, noting it was nearly 10 o'clock, marking a rare early rise for her. As she typically slept until noon. Just a glass of milk will suffice, she replied. Of course, madam, Butler Wen responded. 2 minutes later, Aunt Lu emerged with a warm glass of milk. Thank you, Yusu said. The servants had limited interaction with the madam, often delegating tasks to Butler Wen and Aunt Lu. Thus, they possessed a deeper understanding of Yusu's temperament than anyone else in the Qi household. She was beautiful and spoke eloquently, though she occasionally exhibited a temper towards her husband when in a foul mood and was not particularly nurturing towards the young master. As long as the servants made no mistakes, they generally faced no issues with her. Overall, she was regarded as quite gentle. As Yusu sipped her milk, a few bursts of laughter drifted up from the second floor, causing her to furrow her brows. After finishing her drink, she pursed her lips and glanced towards the upper floor. Don't they need to go to kindergarten? She inquired. Indeed, madam. The 3 young masters have completed their kindergarten curriculum and believe they can pursue new subjects and extracurricular arts at home. They informed the sir that they would no longer attend kindergarten and have already engaged a tutor for their education. They have not gone since last month, Butler Wen explained. Who proposed this? Qixing? Yusu surmised, suspecting Qixing, the most mischievous of the 3, who often had the most demands. Butler Wen hesitated briefly, yes. The eldest young master also felt they could learn new material, and the second young master prefers a quieter environment. Did Qi agree? Who sourced the tutor? Yusu pressed. The tutor was found through an online application, screened for qualifications. The 3 young masters are quite fond of her. It was evident that the tutor was none other than the so-called female lead, Zhong Qianli, whom Yusu had seen just days prior. Zhong Qianli had grown up in a destitute household, excelling academically despite her unfortunate upbringing. Her mother, a suffering woman, often faced abuse from her alcoholic father for not bearing a son. After their divorce, her mother remarried a nouveau riche who dealt in building materials, also divorced with a son. The lives of the mother and daughter improved significantly post-remarriage. Her stepfather treated her well, investing in Zhong Qianli and his son Li Kai's education. While Li Kai was mediocre, Zhong Qianli was anything but. She possessed sharp intelligence, remarkable talent, and a youthful, sweet appearance, managing to maintain amicable relations with her peers. With financial support from her stepfather, she thrived in etiquette and the arts, presenting herself as a true socialite. Yu Su contemplated that while Zhong Qianli might be impressive, there were countless others who were even more so. Her presence in their lives was merely a consequence of the unfolding narrative. Is she already living here? Is the tutor residing with you? Yu Su asked.
No.
She did not live here before, but she began last week, Butler Wen replied. No wonder Yu Su hadn't noticed before. She had felt as if Zhong Qianli was already part of the household. Nodding in acknowledgement, she disregarded the commotion from the second floor, ascending to the third floor to ready herself. After applying a delicate touch of makeup, she donned a peach-colored shirt dress cinched at the waist with a brown belt. Her fair legs accentuated by matching brown knee-high boots, exuding an aura of an ethereal beauty. Grabbing an LV handbag that perfectly complemented her outfit, she set out for the Qi building. Upon her arrival, the reception desk and security recognized Yu Su, as she had previously visited multiple times during her disputes with Qi Yi, and the receptionists dared not impede her. One of them assisted her in swiping her card and calling the elevator, while the other informed Qi's assistant, Xiao Mo private message. Receptionist 1. Assistant Xiao. The madam has arrived, and is on her way up. In a small group for the company's upper management, absent from the main office. Company Intelligence Bureau Group. Receptionist 1. Madam has arrived, just went up. Planning Department 1. Oh, this is Materials Department. A meme of a deity worshipper. Design Department. Is there another big scoop today? Planning Department 2. This is the fourth time the madam has come to argue with the president. I must admit I ship the president and his wife. Smirks Marketing Department. Just passed by the madam. She looked formidable. Facepalm Xiao Mo replied with an okay. Indeed, Yu Su approached Qi Yi with a hint of indignation. Upon reaching the top floor, she immediately spotted Xiao Mo standing there. Concerned that Yu Su might enter and disrupt the meeting, he guided her to the reception room. Madam, the president is in a video conference that is nearing its conclusion. Would you please wait here while I prepare a cup of tea for you? Yu Su nodded in agreement. Approximately 10 minutes later, as the meeting concluded, Xiao Mo leaned over to Qi Yi and said, Madam is here, in the reception room. Qi Yi paused, his hand with the pen momentarily halting, his brow furrowing slightly. He raised a hand to his forehead. Allow her in. Certainly, Xiao Mo replied. With a smile, he approached Yu Su. Madam, the president has finished his meeting. You may enter now. Yu Su nodded, pushing the door open. Qi lifted his gaze upon hearing the sound, their eyes locking momentarily as if they were both waiting for the other to speak first. Are you busy? Yu Su asked. You can continue after I speak. I have something to discuss with you. She settled herself on the black leather sofa under Qi's watchful gaze, crossing her legs as if anticipating him to come over and engage her. After a brief silence, Qi rose and moved to the single sofa opposite her. As he walked over, Yu Su caught a whiff of a faint, pleasant fragrance. Yu Su regarded her husband, whose complexion was smooth and fair, his features sharply defined yet carrying an air of aloofness. His deep, dark eyes bore a subtle intensity, and his lips were pressed together, embodying the archetype of a cold,
handsome man.
Though his demeanor was somewhat brusque, lacking warmth or friendliness, he was undeniably striking. Noticing Yu Su's unwavering gaze upon him, Qi inquired, What is it? One might say he appeared coldly detached, but Yu Su's beauty, accentuated by her expertly applied makeup and mesmerizing fox-like eyes, commanded attention as she fixed her gaze on him. Do you think your son is exceptional? Or do you consider the tutor you found to be impressive?
GF net in confusion.
What do you mean? Yu Su's expression grew icy as she replied, I do not agree with them studying at home. Children should embody the essence of childhood. If they are indeed as exceptional as you believe and have mastered their learning, they should be in first, second, or third grade. There are ample opportunities and resources outside for their education. Of course, for a child who excels in all aspects, morality, intelligence, physicality, and aesthetics, a tutor is indispensable. As for the tutor you have chosen in the past, a few extracurricular lessons per week sufficed, but now, this tutor must possess remarkable capabilities. Living in the Chi household while the young masters no longer attend school. It's a 1-to-3 teaching arrangement, covering all aspects, Yu Su concluded, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Chi regarded Yu Su's fervent outburst in silence for a moment. The tutor was not selected by me. It was arranged by Butler 1 and the others. The 3 young masters are genuinely talented, having completed their learning requirements. They are still young and can delve into supplementary knowledge at home. And it is perfectly normal for them to attend school when they reach the appropriate age. Yu Su remained silent, her arms crossed defiantly, her expression radiating anger. What's wrong with the tutor? Chi asked, perplexed. Yu Su, ever the enigmatic beauty, with her stunning fox-like eyes enhanced by makeup, fixed her gaze upon him, stating firmly, I reiterate, I do not agree. Let this matter rest for today, but you must discuss it with your sons tonight. Even if they have learned everything, they must still attend until they graduate from kindergarten. Regarding the tutor, I do not wish for her to reside in our home. It suffices that she continues to visit weekly to teach the children, much like before. Otherwise, I shall seek a replacement. Originally, Chi Yi had intended to express more. Yet upon meeting Yu Su's gaze, he instinctively nodded in acquiescence. Although he was uncertain as to why Yu Su had suddenly taken an interest in this matter, he deemed it prudent to comply with her wishes to avoid any potential conflict, as it was, after all, not a significant issue. Previously, he too had reservations, unable to withstand Qi Xing's coaxing of him and his brothers throughout the afternoon. Concluding that since the learning was complete, studying at home was also acceptable, with someone to supervise, the one-on-one tutoring would likely prove beneficial, he consented. Qi Yi, is this the matter for which you summoned me? Yu Su was about to inquire if there was any alternative when she was interrupted by Siri's voice. Siri, master, seizing this opportunity. You can unlock the male lead's affection points. How does one unlock them? Yu Su asked. That depends on you. You must cultivate a fondness in the male lead, allowing him to gradually develop feelings for you, thus unlocking and generating affection points, Siri elucidated. Yu Su fell silent for a moment, feeling the midday meal approaching. She inquired, shall we dine together? She paused momentarily, replying, please have a seat. Wait for me for 10 minutes. He then settled into the executive chair to address unfinished business. Yu Su took a seat on the sofa, engaging with her phone, primarily conversing with Siri. Master, it seems the male lead is rather amicable towards you, Siri observed. It's tolerable, Yu Su replied, reflecting on the tempestuous nature of her interactions with Qi Yi, often leading to arguments, though these were typically one-sided on her part. She primarily attributed the discord to Qi Yi, who, despite being in a relationship, would remain silent for an entire day, leaving them with no communication, and often wore a disgruntled expression that irked her. Not only did she feel this way, but Qi appeared appeared indifferent to family matters, preoccupied solely with financial pursuits. With that thought, Yu Su unconsciously pouted, which did not go unnoticed by Qi Yi, who found it rather endearing. She mused that perhaps she was becoming impatient. Grabbing a piece of clothing nearby, she prepared to leave. Realizing this, Yu Su followed him out, the two of them, a handsome couple, exiting the corporate building together. A rare sight indeed. The company chat exploded with activity. Chapter 3. I am about to discipline the children. Company Intelligence Bureau Group, Design Flower. It's a rarity to see the president and the first lady together. The planning department's lady is in a surprisingly good mood today. Oh my. I truly adore the destined pairing of the president and the first lady. The secretary department is quiet today, no commotion, no quarrels. At the front desk, the first lady is ahead, with the president behind her holding clothing. It genuinely resembles a wealthy young lady with her bodyguard. The marketing department can dream up a new theme tonight. In the parking lot, at the president's reserved space, Qi opened the passenger door, gesturing for Yu Su to enter first. Materials department just returned from procurement and witnessed the president opening the door for his wife. Their relationship seems quite affectionate. The materials department began to express envy through images. Front desk 1 shared an embarrassed emoji. The secretary department is clocking out. Time for dinner. Design Flower is weeping. Once finished, it's time to clock out and eat. Strive on. Qi took Yu Su to a private restaurant that Xiao Mo frequently ordered from, deeming it quite satisfactory. Yu Su observed the establishment's traditional Chinese decor, unfamiliar with this particular eatery, which seemed to be privately owned. Upon recognizing Qi, the service manager approached with a beaming smile. Mr. Qi, a table for 2? Yes, Chi replied, and the manager led them to a private room. Do you frequent this place?
Yusu inquired.
Xiao Mo usually orders takeout from here during lunch, Chi responded.
Yusu nodded.
It seems this place must be quite delicious. Yes, it's acceptable, Chi replied. The two dined in comfortable silence. After their meal, Chi returned to work while Yusu decided to explore. By around 4 or 5 o'clock, feeling fatigued, she packed up and returned home. Upon entering her residence, she encountered Zhong Qianli, who was elegantly holding the hands of two children, laughing and preparing to descend the stairs. At the sight of Yu Su entering, the trio fell silent, the scene suggesting that the true mistress of the house was the other party, while she appeared akin to a guest making a visit. Contemplating this, Yu Su maintained an expressionless demeanor, her chin slightly raised, gracefully striding towards the sofa, casually placing her bag aside, and crossing her legs in a manner befitting a lady of stature. Zhong Qianli's smile faltered momentarily before she regained her composure, descending with the two children. Cheerfully greeting Yu Su, Miss Yu. I'm taking Chi Han and Xing Xing to the back garden for a bit of rest. With that, she attempted to lead them away. Wait, Yu Su interjected. The training for the servants at a Yuan seems quite commendable. Just as I sat down, the servant had already prepared tea. I happen to have something to discuss, Yu Su remarked, lifting her cup for a sip. She cast a glance at Zhong Qianli still holding Chi Han and Qi Xing's hands, the corners of her mouth curling up with a hint of sarcasm. Truly, this housekeeper one has recruited quite the talent. She found a piano teacher who is performing the duties of a nanny. What a multifaceted role. I wonder what her monthly salary is for working so diligently. Just as housekeeper one was about to speak, she was preempted by Zhong Qianli. No, Miss Yu. Teaching Chi Han and Xing Xing is my primary responsibility, and they enjoy my company. The additional time I spend with them is voluntary. Yu Su shot a cold glance at Zhong Qianli, signaling housekeeper when to speak. Housekeeper when hurriedly stepped forward to clarify, Ms. Zhong was recruited online as a piano teacher, primarily to tutor the eldest and youngest masters, while the second master prefers solitude, often engaging in drawing. She conducts lessons on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 5 to 7 p.m. with a monthly salary of 20,000 and has no other obligations. Yu Su nodded. That seems quite reasonable. However, why have I observed Ms. Zhong consistently present in my home these past few days? Her delicate chin lifted, brow arched, she regarded Zhong Qianli. Zhong Qianli's eyelashes fluttered, her expression innocent, her eyes sparkling. The three children are very well behaved and intelligent. They have mastered the knowledge from kindergarten, and they are diligent in their piano lessons. Perhaps Xing Xing expressed a desire to learn more, prompting Mr. Qi to allow me to stay to assist them, she said, affectionately tousling Qi Xing's hair. Qi Xing and Qi Han, at that moment, remained silent, bewildered and motionless. Yu Su scoffed internally at the tactfulness of Zhong Qianli's words, implying that Qi Xing had requested her stay, with Qi's approval. Is such a sacrifice truly necessary? How much of a raise did Qi provide? Zhong Qianli replied, I genuinely enjoy being with Qi Han, Qi Ji, and Xing Xing. I voluntarily chose to remain, and Mr. Qi's salary is already quite generous, apart from tutoring. I willingly spend my time with them. Yu Su clapped her hands. Well said, but it seems our household does not require a free nanny, does it? Housekeeper 1. What do you think? A faint smile adorned Yu Su's face. Housekeeper 1, witnessing the unfolding scene, realized that the lady of the house did not favor Ms. Zhong. Sensing that a confrontation was imminent, regaining her composure, Housekeeper 1 replied, Indeed, madam, Ms. Zhong still has more to say, but Yu Su swiftly interrupted. You two come here. The children, perceptive to the nuances of their mother's demeanor, could tell her mood was not particularly favorable. The two stood, exchanging uncertain glances. Typically, they seldom saw their mother, and when they sought her out, they were often dismissed. Their relationship was hardly affectionate, and she could be quite stern with them. Observing their expressions, Yu Su felt as if she were bullying the three of them. Observing their reluctance to come, I decided to disregard the matter. It seems I have indeed given birth to 3 exceptionally intelligent sons. However, children cannot remain at home indefinitely. They must attend kindergarten, and even after completing their studies, attendance is still required. At this juncture, Qi Xing could not help but interject, his lips pursed in defiance. Daddy said we don't have to go. Yu Su paid him no heed. Starting tomorrow, all 3 of you will be attending school. As for teacher Zhong, she can continue with her duties as usual. I do not require a free nanny at home, nor will I provide accommodations, she stated with a smile. Zhong Qianli's expression darkened slightly. Miss you, mister. Chi has arranged this. Oh, how obstinate. Why is she still clinging to our household? Yusu interrupted Zhong Qianli, her voice rising an octave. Butler Wen hastily contacted Qi Yi, puzzled by the continued presence of Zhong Qianli. Is she still refusing to leave? This won't turn into an extortion attempt, will it? You should inquire about the people she has found, he said, still taken aback by the situation. Yusu sighed. Never mind, I will call him myself. She promptly dialed Qi Ye's number, placing the call on speaker as she reclined comfortably on the sofa, an air of satisfaction enveloping her. She thought to herself that if Qi Yi did not answer, he would be in serious trouble. Just as she considered hanging up, the call connected. Hello? His voice came through, low and enticing. Darling, I've informed Teacher Zhong that we don't need a free nanny at home, yet she persists in remaining here. Insisting that only you can dismiss her, Yusu said, for the first time addressing him as darling and deliberately adopting a sweet tone. There was silence on the other end. Yusu glanced at her phone, realizing the call was still active. After a moment, Qi Yi's frown was audible in his reply, just have Butler Wen handle it directly. If not, we will find someone else. At this, Zhong Qianli turned pale, her grip on the little ones tightening. Qi Han and Qi Xing both scrunched up their little faces, with Qi Xing unable to contain himself. Teacher Zhong, you're hurting me. Realizing her mistake, Zhong Qianli quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Xing. That will do. Just come back early, Qi said, voicing the very sentiment Yusu wished to hear. She coldly responded, come back early, before ending the call. With a smile, Yusu turned to Zhong Qianli. Don't be anxious, Teacher Zhong. Just teach as you normally would. After all, the children adore you. With that, Zhong Qianli felt it was time to leave. She crouched down to stroke Qi Xing's hair. While Qi Han disliked such attention, Qi Xing was particularly fond of this teacher, which tugged at her heartstrings. Xing, I cannot stay here to accompany you for now, but I will come weekly to teach you. You must continue to study diligently. The children's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, making one wonder if they were being forced apart from their mother. Qi Xing felt an inexplicable urge to cry, wishing to protest, yet upon glancing at his mother's impassive face, he merely pouted and acquiesced. Zhong Qianli stood up and declared, very well, miss you. I shall take my leave now. I will come regularly for lessons. Silence ensued as Zhong Qianli prepared to gather her belongings, hoping to delay her departure until she encountered Qi Yi, only to find that Butler Wen had already arranged for her things to be packed. Having heard Yusu's call to Qi Yi, he had instructed the servants accordingly. Once Zhong Qianli departed, the two little ones stared up at Yusu with wide, innocent eyes. Meanwhile, another child with autism was upstairs drawing. Yusu approached them, causing the two to flinch. I'm going to insist on school tomorrow. If anyone refuses to go, I will have to discipline you, she threatened. Upon hearing this, the children opened their mouths, ready to cry. Yusu quickly added, if you cry, I will start the punishment immediately, and you won't be allowed to have dinner. The two ceased their protests, pressing their lips together. Seeing their obedient demeanor, Yusu nodded in approval. Indeed, they were still manageable. I will head upstairs for a brief rest. Call me when dinner is ready, Lu Ma. Certainly, madam. After Yusu left, Qi Xing rushed to Butler Wen. Grandpa Butler, can we not go? Daddy said we could stay home. Butler Wen replied, that is not permissible, young master. Mr. Qi has just stated that you must attend. You must listen to your mother. Qi Xing huffed, Daddy is deceiving us. He must listen to mommy too. Turning to Qi Han for solace, he clung to him, seeking comfort. Brother, Qi Han, the little leader, sighed in agreement. Chapter 4. Filing complaints. After Yusu ascended the stairs, she lay on the tatami mat, swaying comfortably. Siri, master, you just threatened the children. How will that foster affection towards you? Hitting children is wrong. Yusu retorted, what do you know? Today's children cannot be left undisciplined. Besides, I have not struck them yet. If they do not attend school today, they will be out in society by tomorrow. Siri, master. I observed that Qi Han's affection value remained unchanged, while Qi Xing's has shifted. Yusu responded, we are all in the same space. If one is moved, whose is it? Siri, master, the heroine's affection value is pink. If she unlocks the hero's or the three children's affection values, they will also be pink. Your affection value is red. If you unlock it, it will also display red. Yusu acknowledged this. When Qi Yi returned home, he found the two little ones embracing each other, both wearing forlorn expressions, while Butler Wen stood nearby. What's going on?
Jie inhuited.
Upon seeing his father return, Qi Xing released his brother and ran to hug Qi Ye's leg. Butler, when interjected, Madam instructed the young masters to attend school. Observing Qi Xing's habitual antics of clinging and acting cute, Qi Yi remained still until the child approached. With wide, innocent eyes, Qi Xing looked up at his father. We don't want to go to kindergarten. You said we could stay home. She said if we don't go, she will punish us. Qi Xing pouted at the mention of she.
She? Jie frowned.
She is your mother. You must show her respect. Qi Xing attempted to charm his father into compliance. However, Qi firmly pulled him away, removing his suit jacket as he walked. He had been at a social event and had only just settled down when he received Yu Su's call. Although he had not eaten or drunk anything, his clothes carried the scent of smoke and alcohol. Qi Xing, feeling his father's distance, pouted and kicked his small feet in frustration, following closely behind. Qi Han approached as well, starting to call out Daddy, when he noticed Yu Su descending the stairs. Immediately silenced Yu Su, who was about to head downstairs, caught sight of the two little ones reporting to Qi. 3 pairs of eyes turned in unison towards her. Before Qi Yi could speak, Yu Su frowned. What is this? She furrowed her brow, leaning back as if his presence was unbearable. You should shower first. For heaven's sake, you smell of smoke and alcohol. Without her prompting, he had already intended to wash up, but seeing her disdainful expression made him wonder just how unpleasant he truly appeared. Once Qi Yi ascended the stairs, Yu Su turned to face the two little ones, hands on her hips, squinting dangerously. Complaining to your father is futile. He must heed my words.
Jie.
Hearing this from the staircase corner, paused momentarily before expressionlessly heading to the shower. Yu Su continued, You little rascals, how dare you skip school before even graduating kindergarten? Do you understand how to write the words disobedient? Without waiting for their response, she added, If you dare complain to your father again, I will punish him too. Shaking her fist as she spoke. Meanwhile, Qi Yi in the shower felt a sudden chill. Once during a quarrel with Qi Yi, the 3 little ones were nearby. In a fit of anger, Yu Su raised her hand and slapped, having witnessed their father being struck before. Hearing Yu Su's words, the children were momentarily paralyzed with fright. Observing their stunned expressions, Yu Su nodded and said, All right, let us eat. She had timed her meal perfectly, as Lu Ma was just setting the table. Yu Su seldom dined at home, or if she did, she rarely shared meals with them. This was, indeed, the first time they had eaten together. Yu Su noted that Lu Ma had prepared a separate portion, presumably for Chi Chi. Occasionally, when Chi Chi was in a good mood, he would come down to eat. Other times, he would stubbornly refuse to listen to anyone, remaining confined to his room. Lu Ma, noticing the lady's unwavering gaze on the extra portion, commented, Madam, this is for the second young master. He is busy painting and won't he come down to eat? Fearing that Yu Su might object, she hesitated to summon him. Generally, it was manageable, but there were times when insisting on his presence led to dramatic outbursts, almost as if he were losing his mind. Yu Su raised her hand dismissively. Go ahead. She pondered that their second son was the most difficult to reach emotionally, sensitive and elusive. Sighing, she reflected on this challenge. The two little ones exchanged glances at their mother's ever-changing expressions. It was their first meal at the same table with her, and recalling her earlier words, they sat down obediently to eat. After their meal, Yu Su returned to her room, fatigued from the day. After a brief respite on her phone and a refreshing shower, she lay down, continuing to play until her eyes grew tired and sleep overcame her. By the time Qi finished a shower and answered a phone call, he emerged to find the house deserted. The children had already been taken to bed by Lu Ma. Upon seeing Qi, Butler inquired, Sir, would you like the kitchen to prepare another meal for you? To which Qi replied, Just a bowl of noodles, please. Understood, Butler responded. 5 minutes later, as Qi savored the steaming bowl of noodles, his thoughts drifted back to Yu Su's peculiar behavior that day, strange yet somewhat normal. Her temperament remained unchanged. Yet there was an unnameable feeling in the air. Shaking his head, the domineering CEO finished his meal and retreated to his study. Yes, the study. Ever since Yu Su moved in after their marriage, he had taken up residence there, his room having been redecorated and claimed by her. The following morning, Qi left for work punctually while Yu Su remained asleep. Qi, via Butler and amidst the grumbling of his brothers, learned that they were to attend school today. The 3 little ones sat listlessly at the dining table, consuming their breakfast. Afterward, Butler organized their transportation to school. As Qi Xing attempted to converse with the Butler preempted him, saying, Young master, we must head to school now. If Madam sees you, she will be displeased. Upon hearing this, Qi Xing immediately deflated, slowly making his way to school alongside his two brothers. When Yu Su informed them that they would be returning to school, Butler Wen had already communicated with the institution, ensuring they would resume their kindergarten curriculum. They were welcomed at the entrance, and the trio stepped back into the classroom, where their classmates flocked around them, chattering excitedly. Are you going to continue classes? Star, I missed you. Me too. Chi Han, why are you back for classes again? How wonderful that we can play together. The three little ones were quite popular at school, their looks transcending age. Chi Han and Qi Xing were particularly well received, while Qi Qi, who remained silent, was less engaged. Although Qi Qi was also handsome, his reticence led the other children to prefer playing with the two brothers. They included him in their games, but Qi Qi typically observed quietly from the sidelines. By the time Yu Su awoke, it was nearly noon. Noticing the tranquil villa, she realized the children had gone to school. Chapter 5. Best friend Lin Shuangshuang after finishing lunch. Yu Su intended to stroll through the garden and bask in the sun to aid digestion when she received a call from her best friend, Lin Shuangshuang. Tomorrow is my birthday, and we're celebrating at Mai's Club, room 808, at 7 p.m. Lin Shuangshuang was Yu Su's sole intimate friend, despite having many acquaintances. Only Yu Su held a special place in her heart. The Lin family thrived in the entertainment industry, being a powerhouse in film and television. Lin Shuangshuang's mother was a renowned manager who had nurtured numerous film emperors and empresses, while the family's looks were above average. From kindergarten through university, they had been classmates. In their youth, Yu Su was strikingly beautiful, resembling a doll, and Lin Shuangshuang adored her, wanting to spend every moment together. While Yu Su mingled with other children, Lin Shuangshuang insisted on playing solely with her, establishing a profound friendship and turning Yu Su into her devoted follower, always echoing Yu Su's words. As they grew older, many suitors pursued Yu Su, some even asking Lin Shuangshuang to relay messages. Rumor circulated that Lin Shuangshuang's looks paled in comparison to Yu Su's, as if Yu Su's friendship with her was merely a means to highlight her own beauty. Yu Su, despite maintaining a cool facade, couldn't he help but subtly monitor Lin Shuangshuang's expressions and actions, curious about her reactions. Not long after, Lin Shuangshuang stopped coming to school without informing Yu Su. The latter, feeling passive, attempted to call her but received no answer. 2 months later, when they reunited, Lin Shuangshuang had undergone cosmetic surgery. Though she was never unattractive, the subtle enhancements rendered her a true beauty. Upon seeing Yu Su, Lin Shuangshuang remarked, "Look at who's saying I'm unworthy of walking beside you now."
Yu Su,
Taken aback by the transformation that was both striking and yet not entirely different, gently touched her face and smiled. "How have you become even more beautiful?" The two remained the closest of friends, often going out together for food and leisure. Reflecting on the recent phone call, Yu Su remembered that the night would be filled with wealthy young heirs and prominent socialites. However, she had overlooked a crucial detail. Behind every story lies an inconspicuous character, the female lead, Zhong Qianli. Yu Su had previously failed to notice that Zhong Qianli had been quietly navigating her own challenges, upgrading her status with each encounter. If that were true, then Zhong Qianli would indeed be present tonight, having met her first admirer, Lin Xiao, Lin Shuangshuang's brother. Lin Xiao, known as a playboy, initially sought to recruit Zhong Qianli into the entertainment industry. Yet, as she mingled among the affluent, she grew disillusioned with the superficiality of stardom, realizing that, in the eyes of these capitalists, a mere actor's fame was fleeting. With her broadened perspective, Zhong Qianli aspired to ascend to her own heights. She rejected Lin Zhao's advances, who, embodying his playboy nature, became enamored with her over time, offering considerable assistance. Although they never ended up together, Lin Xiao ultimately settled down, transformed by Zhong Qianli's influence. Contemplating this, Yu Su couldn't help but muse. "Siri, are you suggesting I should prevent their meeting?" A sudden, clear voice interrupted her thoughts, pulling her back to the present. "Why would I stop her? If she wishes to rise, let her do so." Yu Su ascended the stairs to her dressing room, greeted by the captivating backdrop that surrounded her. One side adorned with bags, another displaying shoes, yet another draped with garments, and the last showcasing accessories. She leisurely strolled around the expansive cloakroom and selected a limited-edition custom-made handbag for Lin Shuangshuang, summoning someone to package it exquisitely. "This shall do," she concluded. Observing the servant meticulously wrapping the handbag, Yu Su suddenly inquired, "When do the young masters finish school?" The nearby servant promptly replied, "The young master normally finishes at 4 o'clock." Yu Su glanced at the time, noting it was 2:58. Well then, let us tidy up. I'll go pick them up for dinner shortly. Please ask Xiao Qi to do my makeup, she instructed, planning to collect them after school and dine out. Certainly, madam, replied the servant. Yu Su had a dedicated makeup artist at home named Xiao Qi. She requested a casual daytime look, donning a loose white t-shirt, black baggy shorts, and a pair of white sneakers, her long black hair cascading down, portraying an innocent university student. Lu Ma, observing the smile on Yu Su's face, chuckled warmly, madam. You look quite youthful, reminiscent of a girl just in her early 20s. Yu Su beamed, revealing a perfect set of 8 pearly whites, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Her smile even sweeter. The servants were momentarily taken aback. Madam is truly beautiful. As she settled into the car driven by the Qi family chauffeur en route to the kindergarten, Yu Su was perusing nearby culinary delights, contemplating indulging in hot pot or barbecue, planning to consult them about their preferences. Madam has arrived, the driver announced as he pulled over. So soon?
Jusuk Wirith. Indeed.
It's not far, and there's little traffic quite quick. There are still over 10 minutes until class ends. She decided to amuse herself with her phone until they emerged,
Jafufa Gao Hestita.
contemplating whether to inform her that teacher Zhong occasionally came to pick up the young masters after class. Just then, he spotted Zhong Qianli descending from the car. Chao glanced at the rearview mirror, eyeing Yu Su, who was engrossed in her phone in the back seat, hesitating to speak. Yu Su sensed his gaze and looked up, meeting his eyes.
What is it? She asked.
After a moment of stammering, Chao finally relayed, Madam, teacher Zhong has arrived, pointing towards Zhong Qianli, who was waiting at the entrance, where parents had begun to gather. Yu Su quickly spotted Zhong Qianli, clad in white with her long black hair, hands clasping a Chanel handbag. The waiting parents appeared to be of considerable wealth. Does she come here every day to pick them up?
Jusu inquired.
She used to come occasionally, claiming she was here to teach them while also picking them up, Chao replied. But isn't there no class today?
Jusu remarked.
Her expression turning cold, eliciting confusion from the driver regarding teacher Zhong's numerous peculiarities. Ding dong. The school bell rang. Siri chimed in, Madam, you should go down to collect your son before her, lest she seizes the opportunity. A melodic voice echoed in Yu Su's mind. By the time she processed this and looked out, the children were emerging, and upon seeing the 3 brothers, Zhong Qianli waved. Qi Xing dashed over, hugging Zhong Qianli's leg. Teacher, what brings you here? There's no class today. Just as Zhong Qianli bent down to speak with Qi Xing, Yu Su interrupted. Oh, what a coincidence, Teacher Zhong. Zhong Qianli looked up, her pupils slightly dilating, taking a subtle step back. Miss Yu, you're here? Yu Su retorted, are you alright? I'm here to pick up my son. But what about you? We certainly did not summon you to collect the children. Is the tutoring now so extensive? The kindergarten entrance was bustling with parents, and Yu Su spoke with volume, catching everyone's attention. Zhong Qianli, feeling the scrutiny, blushed slightly as she explained. It's not what you think, Miss Yu. Today is the first day for Xingxing and the others, and I wanted to check on them. There's no other intention. Yu Su replied. I see. They aren't new to kindergarten. Perhaps you should spare yourself the worry, otherwise. It seems your tutoring is becoming akin to a live-in nanny, constantly reporting to my husband about my 3 sons. I wouldn't want anyone to mistake you for their mother. Before Zhong could respond, a voice interjected, laced with sarcasm. This tutor is aiming high, hoping to transcend her status. A wealthy mother, who had previously dealt with a similar situation, hissed, You must be cautious, lady. These days, many seek to entangle themselves with established families. The affluent mother's child, Fan Jieshi, suddenly spat towards Zhong Qianli. Both Yu Su and Zhong were taken aback. Fan Jieshi had witnessed his mother confront his father and the scheming woman, and it seemed this teacher was also attempting to encroach upon Qi Xing's father. Such audacity, he thought, unable to suppress his disdain. Zhong Qianli gasped, gripping her Chanel handbag tightly, unable to restrain herself any longer. Madam, please discipline your son. Is there no decorum? The furious fan mother erupted. What business is it of yours, you shameless little harlot? My son spat. What does it concern you? Do you even have a child? Here to snatch someone else's? The scene at the kindergarten entrance unfolded dramatically, capturing the attention of onlookers, who were reluctant to depart. Yu Su had positioned herself among the parents, watching the spectacle unfold with intrigue, appreciating the talent for discerning character on display. Zhong Qianli's face fluctuated between shades of green and white as she prepared to speak, but the trio of children dashed out, especially Qi Xing. Don't insult Teacher Zhong. She's been so good to us. She teaches us piano, buys us toys, cooks for us, and takes us out to play. You mustn't speak ill of her. Qi Xing argued, his head held high against Fan Jeshi's mother, with Qi Han holding Zhong Qianli's hand and Qi Ji standing silently beside Yu Su, expressionless. Zhong Qianli knelt to gently touch Qi Han's hand and Qi Xing's head, her eyes reddening, reflecting the torment she had endured. Some onlookers, unable to bear the sight, murmured, "This teacher likely means well." She's concerned for the children, while others whispered about Yu Su's perceived stinginess, suggesting they would welcome someone to oversee their unruly offspring. At that moment, Zhong Qianli wore a fragile expression as she looked at Yu Su. "I apologize, Miss Yu. I overstepped. I just wanted to ensure they were all right. I'll leave shortly." Most parents could discern Zhong Qianli's true essence. She was familiar with the high society, and they understood the dynamics at play. Observing her son engaging warmly with another woman, more intimately than with his own mother, they speculated about her own tribulations. Yu Su replied, "Oh, I see. It seems we've misunderstood you. It appears you genuinely care for them, and they have affection for you as well. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for picking them up." She then knelt down to gently rub Qi Ji's cheek. She muttered to herself, "Ah, my 3 sons, born after 10 months of labor. And yet 2 of them have the audacity to turn against me. Alas, it matters not." Turning to Qi Han and Qi Xing, she continued, "From now on, Teacher Zhong will be responsible for picking you up from school. I shall take Qi." With that, she took Qi by the hand and made her way to the car. "Oh, by the way, if Teacher Zhong wishes to stay at her home, that is out of the question. However, Qi Han and Qi Xing are welcome to go to your house. I'm practically giving these 2 sons away," she declared, lifting Qi into the car without looking back. Driver Chow, who had been listening intently, felt his mind boiling under the pressure of Madame's glare as he got into the car and drove away, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers. Some parents turned to their own children, saying, "If you act so mischievously, I might just not want you either." To which one child replied, "Mom, you are my favorite." Fan Jeshi approached Qi Han and Qi Xing, saying, "Your mother doesn't want you anymore." The 2 brothers stood there, bewildered. Fan Jeshi's mother swiftly pulled him aside, admonishing, "What are you saying? Hurry home and finish your homework." Zhong Qianli was taken aback by Yu Su's decision to leave the 2 children with her. She hesitated before asking Qi Han and Qi Xing, "Little Han, Xing, would you like to go to Teacher Zhong's house to play?" Meanwhile, in the car, driver Chow hesitated before speaking up, "Madam, what about the 2 young masters?" Yu Su replied, "What is there to fear? Don't they adore Teacher Zhong? Let them have a good time together." She then turned to Qi, who had remained silent since leaving kindergarten, quietly observing everything. Yu Su pinched his chubby cheek, and Qi looked up at her with his big, dark eyes, confused by her actions. It seemed he understood the question behind her gesture. Yu Su smiled at him, saying, "Good boy, let us go get some food." She relayed the chosen restaurant to the driver, opting for McDonald's, leaving hot pot and barbecue for another day when they could gather more friends. She ordered a children's meal for Qi and a family bucket of chicken wings for herself. After satisfying their appetites, she took Qi to a large shopping mall. Delighted by the various items, she led Qi to purchase numerous toys, clothes, and snacks, all packaged and sent home. They also took plenty of photos together, with Yu Su holding Qi and exclaiming, "Thank goodness you are still small. Soon, you'll be too heavy to carry," while affectionately ruffling his hair. Chapter 7. The emergence of Qi-Chi's affection points.
Ding.
Siri announced, "Master, Qi-Chi's affection points have appeared." Siri's excited voice echoed in her ears. Yu Su turned to Qi with sparkling eyes and planted a kiss on his cheek.
Wow.
"My good son," she exclaimed. Siri continued, "Master, both the male lead and your son have affection points, but they are not yet unlocked. Keep up the good work." Yu Su was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected rewards from simply taking her son out for a meal and shopping. She returned home in high spirits with Qi. Upon their arrival, they found Qi Han, and Qi Xing in the living room. The 2 younger ones pitifully reporting to Qi that their mother had taken their brother away and disregarded them. The 2 little ones panicked when they heard their mother had handed them over to Teacher Zhong and had even refused to go home with her when she offered. Teacher Zhong had taken them out for a meal, but they found it tasteless and hastily concluded it, asking her to return them home. As they exited the restaurant, they spotted Qi engaged in a business discussion, having just finished his own meal. Qi Han and Qi Xing rushed over, calling out, "Daddy," and clinging to his legs. Qi looked down at them, puzzled. "What are you doing here?" He glanced around and, upon seeing Zhong Qianli, asked in confusion. Zhong Qianli, realizing the situation, explained, Mr. Qi, I happened to pass by, and thought I'd check on them. Miss Yu is here too, but she entrusted little Han and Xing Xing to me. Her expression was gentle as she looked at them, and then at Qi. A client remarked, This must be Mrs. Qi and your young master. Mr. Qi is quite fortunate, smiling broadly. Qi lowered his gaze to the pitiful little ones, saying, This is my son's tutor. Zhong Qianli bowed her head, concealing her emotions, while the client awkwardly chuckled, Haha, this tutor seems quite responsible. Mr. Qi replied, I will take my leave now, and nodded as Assistant Xiao escorted him out. Qi turned to Zhong Qianli, saying, Thank you, before ushering the two little ones into their car. Once inside, the brothers began chattering excitedly about their day, each one clamoring to speak over the other, with one of the main points being that Mommy doesn't want us anymore. Upon returning home, they continued their tirade towards Qi. Yusu walked in to find the scene, raising an eyebrow at the trio in the living room. So,
What are you all complaining about now?
the three of them fell silent, pouting as they saw Yusu holding Chi-Chi's hand. Qi already knew she had taken Chi-Chi out for a meal. He stood up, asking, Why didn't you take them with you? They didn't want to come. They wanted to be with Teacher Zhong, so I let them. Yusu shrugged, feigning helplessness. What else with those pouty faces? Aren't you happy to have gone out with your beloved Teacher Zhong? Didn't he have enough fun? With pitiful eyes, Qi Han and Qi Xing looked up at Qi Yi, tugging at his pant leg. Caught between his indifferent wife and his sorrowful sons, the domineering figure in the workplace found himself at a loss. Driver Chao seized the opportunity to recount the events of the day to Qi Yi, who responded with a cold expression, I understand. Yusu scoffed as she carried Qi upstairs. Qi Yi, looking sternly at the two little ones, commanded, No more whining. Reflect on your actions today and spend 10 minutes facing the wall. Qi Xing felt envious. He had just seen his mother holding his brother, who had gone out to eat. Qi Han also felt unsettled. Yusu, in high spirits, asked Qi, How about I give you a bath? Qi remained silent. Fine, I'll help you with your bath today, she continued to herself. Under the guidance of the maid, Yusu bathed her son for the first time. Although Qi didn't speak, she sensed a shyness. At first, he resisted a bit, but she managed to handle it. Eventually, Qi became bashful as the bath concluded. Yusu, having finished, handed Qi over to the maid before taking her own bath. Upon exiting, she found Qi in her room. His delicate face glistened with a hint of moisture from the bath, accentuating his striking features, which seemed almost flawless. His piercing gaze held an icy demeanor that felt distant, yet captivating. Yusu noticed Qi as Adam's apple moved slightly as she approached him, playfully thrusting a towel into his hands before sitting on the fabric sofa with her long, fair legs curled up, waiting for him to come over and dry her hair. Silently, Qi walked over to assist her. Yusu sighed contentedly, this feels quite nice. I used to be too lenient with them. Had I known, I would have made them work more often to prevent doing all the labor for others. Siri merely expressed, Does your aloof demeanor truly qualify as kindness towards them? Yusu tilted her head slightly and replied, Why wouldn't it? In Qi's gaze, she resembled a languid little cat, innocently enticing, effortlessly relaxed. Her slender, fair hands caressed the phone screen, adorned with beautifully elongated nails in the trending pink hue, rendering them akin to those of a hand model. Furthermore, as Qi observed Yusu's forehead, lips, nose, ears, and collarbone, he meticulously traced each feature with his eyes until her hair was nearly dry. As shadows danced across Yusu's screen, she lifted her gaze just as Qi's lips brushed against the corner of her mouth. He tenderly grasped her chin, turning her head toward him, marveling at her rosy cheeks. He placed soft kisses upon her forehead, eyes, and the tip of her nose, ultimately landing on her sweet lips, leading to a more profound exchange. Initially startled by a sudden movement, Yusu furrowed her brow and leaned back slightly, but was gradually drawn into Qi's embrace. The room was illuminated by warm lighting, casting shadows of the male lead bending down to cradle the female lead's face in a kiss, while she reclined on the sofa, her back to him, tilting her head in cooperation. The silhouettes swayed with their movements. Unable to resist, Qi swept Yusu into a princess carry. Captivated by her crystalline eyes that sparkled like water, the corners slightly upturned, embodying a bewitching purity. The enchanting fusion of her charming gaze and alluring features created an exquisite allure. Qi swallowed hard as Yusu smiled, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing his throat gently, her soft tongue teasingly licking and leaving a crimson mark. With a muffled groan, Chi tightened his embrace, hastily making his way to the bed, pressing her down, and Yusu's mind echoed with the word rude. The room was filled with the sounds of the man's heavy breaths and the woman's delicate moans. Chapter 8. Lin Shuangshuang's Birthday Party. As expected, Yusu arose from her slumber at noon, glancing at her reflection in the mirror and muttering to herself in frustration. She recalled that she had forgotten to use protection the previous night and resolved to scold Qi Yi upon his return. Irritated, she contemplated ordering contraceptive pills. As managing 3 mischievous pets at home was already enough of a headache, she had no desire to add to her troubles. After freshening up, she headed downstairs for a meal, took her medication, and then lounged for a while, knowing she would be attending Lin Shuangshuang's birthday party that evening. As the time approached, she began to prepare, opting to do her own light makeup instead of relying on Xiaoqi. After capturing a photo to send to Qi, she followed up with a playful gif of a little girl tugging on a boy's hair, using her foundation to conceal any visible blemishes. Qi was engrossed in reviewing a proposal brought by Xiao Zhu, his brow furrowed as he prepared to speak when his phone buzzed, illuminating the screen with an unlabeled notification, solely featuring a fart emoji, his only identifier for Yusu. Picking up the phone to unlock it, he noticed a photo, instantly recognizing it as hers without even enlarging the image. He then flipped the phone face down on the table and handed the proposal back to Xiao Emo, instructing, "Take it back and redo it." Once Xiao Emo departed, he opened the image, recalling its content from that morning. Indeed, he had succumbed to temptation the previous night. Typing out an apology, "Sorry, I'll be gentler next time," he awaited a response, which arrived 5 minutes later in the form of another image, this time a picture of Yusu, all dolled up, with a note highlighting her collarbone, used half a bottle of foundation. The girl in the photo posed for a selfie, her luxurious waves cascading behind her ears, revealing a smooth, fair face adorned with subtle makeup. She wore a light blue-gray long shirt, cinched at the waist with a black belt, paired with black shorts and short marten boots, her long legs elegantly exposed. Qi promptly transferred 10 million to her account, then typed a message in their chat. "Where are you going?" When Yusu saw the notification, she was already on her way out with a gift in hand. In the car, she checked her phone, discovering messages from Qi Yi and a text confirming the transfer of 10 million. A smile spread across her face as she hit the road. Upon opening WeChat, she noticed Qi Yi's messages, which included several question marks after her lack of response. Yusu replied, celebrating Lin Shuangshuang's birthday. Qi pondered briefly before responding, "What time does it end?" "I'll come pick you up," but received no reply from Yusu. This was because she had just exited the vehicle, encountering Lin Shuangshuang's brother, Lin Xiao, whose car had accidentally brushed against hers. Lin Xiao, spotting Yusu, said, "Oh, it's you, my little sister. My apologies, it was an accident." Yusu squinted at the cheeky Lin Xiao, whom she had seen a few times but was not particularly familiar with. He, however, acted as if they were old friends, having flirted with her during their first meeting. He favored the cool, beautiful type, but regrettably, Yusu had no interest in him, especially under Lin Shuangshuang's threat. Their interactions were limited to brief greetings. Noticing that the damage was minimal, Yusu merely brushed it off. Lin Xiao grinned. "I'll cover the expenses." Yusu replied, "It's no big deal, just a minor issue. Let's head to the party, it's Shuangshuang's birthday." The two made their way to room 808, as indicated by Lin Shuangshuang. As they approached, the door swung open, and before they could fully enter, Lin Xiao whistled and opened his arms wide, exclaiming, "Woohoo! Happy birthday to my beloved sister." Inside, over a dozen people had already gathered, all from their social circle, with 2 male models performing a dance for Lin Shuangshuang. Dressed in a pink short dress and adorned with a crown, Lin Shuangshuang looked every bit the princess, her makeup exquisitely done. She glanced at Lin Xiao before her gaze fell on Yusu. "Su, I've been waiting for you." She pouted, affectionately linking her arm with Yusu's in a playful manner. Yusu smiled softly, handing over her gift to Lin Shuangshuang. "Happy birthday." Lin Shuangshuang accepted it with a big hug, exclaiming, "Thank you, darling." Lin Xiao chimed in, Hey, I was the first to arrive."
Did you forget about me?
Or, "Do you not want my gift?" Lin Shuangshuang snatched the present from Lin Zhao's hands, saying, "Oh, thank you, big brother." Mwah. Zhu Yifan, setting drinks on the table, called out, "You're late. 3 cups as punishment." Lin Xiao laughed, "Right. My sister's birthday, and I arrived late. Definitely should drink 3 cups." He downed the drinks in quick succession, after which everyone's attention turned to Yusu. Although they had gathered before, it had been rare. Zhu Yifan, a longtime acquaintance of Lin Shuangshuang from her school, was often present at such gatherings and had seen Yusu drink before, noting her inability to handle alcohol well. Zhu Yifan glanced at Yusu and said, you just need to drink 3 sips, alright? He poured a small amount, enough for a guy to gulp down in one go. Yusu raised an eyebrow, offering a faint, enchanting smile. She possessed a striking beauty, yet exuded a cool demeanor. Extending her pristine hand, she took the glass and tilted her head back, downing its contents in one go. Thankfully, it wasn't too strong and was manageable. After placing the glass back on the table, she smiled at Zhu Yifan, causing the men present to stare in awe, though the vibrant atmosphere concealed the slight blush on Zhu Yifan's ears. Come on, those who drink should drink, and those who sing should sing,
Someone remarked.
Who is that girl? She's quite pretty, murmured those unfamiliar with Yusu. Zhu Yifan, this is Yusu, a friend of our classmate Lin Shuangshuang, came the reply.
Jusu?
That you? One asked. Zhu Yifan nodded, indeed. In the realm of affluent families, there existed distinctions between minor, major, and supreme wealthy clans. With the 4 illustrious families of the capital, Yu, Lin, Qi, and Lu, belonging to the latter category, 2 of which were present today. Isn't Yusu supposed to be in a grand villa this year? Someone inquired, recalling that Lin Shuangshuang's previous birthdays had been celebrated in lavish villas, inviting numerous handsome men and women alongside business tycoons. I contemplated a change of pace, as the annual routine felt rather monotonous. Moreover, my parents insisted I accompany them to socialize with others, turning birthday celebrations into mere commercial gatherings, which lacked any form of enjoyment. Thus, I managed to persuade my mother to allow me to celebrate alone. Yesterday, I had already indulged in a sumptuous feast with them at home, and Lin Shuangshuang was grinning with delight. By the way, Su, let me introduce you to my new friend. Lin Shuangshuang cheerfully waved towards a certain direction. Yusu followed her gaze and spotted Zhong Qianli approaching slowly. Su, this is my newly acquainted friend Zhong Qianli. Lili, this is my good friend Su. Lin Shuangshuang introduced the two. I know Miss Yu, what a coincidence. Zhong Qianli beamed at Yusu. Yusu lowered her gaze, her languid voice softly responding, indeed. Quite the coincidence. Lin Shuangshuang exclaimed, so you two are acquainted. How delightful. Yusu settled in a corner while Zhong Qianli joined Lin Shuangshuang and others in playful merriment, their laughter filling the air. Puzzled, Yusu thought. Isn't she acquainted with Lin Xiao? Why is it Lin Shuangshuang? She mentally greeted her thoughts. Hey, Siri. Master, I'm not quite sure, Siri replied.
Yusu, Lin Shuangshuang, Susu, come già in Stati Uniti.
Sitting here is rather dull. Come on, it's time to cut the cake. The background resonated with a birthday celebration song. Lin Xiao and others raised their phones, capturing Lin Shuangshuang as they sang the birthday tune. Afterward, Lin Shuangshuang's friends took turns posing with her. And Yusu also snagged a solo photo with her. Finally, everyone gathered for a group picture before cutting the cake. Oh, I'm so sorry. Zhong Qianli's voice was filled with regret as she addressed Yusu. I didn't mean to, the lighting was a bit dim, and I lost my balance. A small piece of cake had smeared onto Yusu's elbow and even tangled in her hair. Yusu gazed at her in silence, the atmosphere suddenly growing tense as everyone held their small cakes. Yusu then pulled out her phone. It's alright, but my clothing is custom-made. If you've stained it, I'll need compensation, she said, presenting her payment code. Zhong Qianli, dressed in a white gown, exuded an ethereal aura. Some men, internally wishing to dismiss the incident as unintentional, refrained from speaking out, while a few keen observers merely watched the unfolding drama. Very well, Miss Yu. Zhong Qianli scanned the code and noticed Yusu had set the amount to 5 million. Her expression stiffened as she hesitantly proceeded. This prompted Yusu to wonder. Could she truly not afford it? I apologize, Miss Yu, but I don't have that much on me. May I pay you half for now? She stated candidly. Before Yusu could respond, Lin Xiao interjected, allow me to take care of it, and promptly paid the amount. Come on, let's continue having fun. Lin Shuangshuang chimed in, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Zhong Qianli then requested Lin Xiao for his account details, to which he suggested adding each other on WeChat. Those around him exchanged knowing glances. Sensing mischief, and Zhong Qianli blushingly added Lin Xiao on WeChat. Su, are you alright? I have some spare clothes. Would you like to change? Lin Shuangshuang offered. Yusu accepted the clothing and said, alright, I'll go change. She proceeded to a nearby private room and donned a red spaghetti strap dress. which fit her similarly to Lin Shuangshuang, though her figure was slightly more alluring. The low-cut neckline accentuated Yusu's curves, and she was currently using water to clean the cake remnants from her hair. After tidying up, instead of immediately exiting, she sat on a small sofa, engrossed in her phone, where she found a message from Qi. "What time will you finish?" "I'll come pick you up," he inquired, followed by several question marks. Yusu replied, "You can come. I'm at Mai's." The response was prompt. "Okay." Qi turned to Xiao Zhu, saying, "Let us head to Mai's." As Yusu prepared to inform Lin Shuangshuang of her departure, she instantly captivated everyone's attention upon re-entering the room, with some even gasping, "How beautiful." Yusu stated, "Shuangshuang, my husband has come to pick me up, I must leave." Lin Shuangshuang gazed at Yusu, nearly drooling in admiration, astonished that the dress looked so stunning on her. "Oh, so soon? All right then, let us arrange to meet another day." "Okay," Yusu affirmed. Once she departed, gasps of disbelief echoed. Such a stunning beauty is already married? Who is so fortunate? Indeed, Lin Xiao interjected casually, "Qi Yi from the Qi group." A hushed silence enveloped the crowd. Zhong Qianli, sipping her drink, remained oblivious to the conversation while Yusu awaited Qi Yi at the entrance. In a nearby corner, a few individuals exchanged glances, signaling one another to approach Yusu. When Qi Yi arrived, he spotted Yusu standing at the roadside, arms crossed. Dressed in a red spaghetti-strap dress, her fair complexion illuminated by the lights. She exuded an inviting warmth, her beauty accentuated by the vibrant color. A few people approached her, prompting Yusu to frown and take a step back. Noticing this, Qi Yi and Xiao Zhu quickly unbuckled their seatbelts and exited the vehicle, just as someone reached out to touch Yusu's shoulder. Qi strode forward and forcefully kicked the individual away, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. "Who the hell are you?" The young man on the ground cursed. Qi shot Xiao Imo a glance, leaving the matter to Xiao Zhu as he took Yusu by the arm and led her to the car. He hesitated, glancing at Yusu. "Why are you dressed like this? What's wrong?" "I look great," Yusu replied.
Jie frowned deeply, visibly displeased.
As he had seen a different outfit in her photos. Although that outfit had also been revealing, this one was even more so, showcasing her arms, chest, and thighs. Qi felt a surge of irritation as he drove away in silence. After resolving the situation with Xiao Imo, who had yet to reach for the car handle, Qi sped off. Xiao Imo muttered, "What does this mean?" He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opted to take a taxi home instead.
Yusu observed Jie frustrate de manor, perplexed.
Why is he angry? I haven't even expressed my annoyance yet. The two remained silent during the drive home. Once they reached the garage, Qi draped a suit jacket over her shoulders. Yusu paused and gazed at Qi Yi, suddenly stating, "I don't want to leave. Carry me." Without a word, Qi bent down and lifted her effortlessly. Yusu wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against him as they approached the elevator. Yusu pressed the button and began playing with her hair, murmuring about the day's events. "I-waisted a dress," she pouted adorably. Upon hearing her mention Zhong Laosher, Qi felt a headache coming on. It seemed every time he heard that name, trouble followed. "Stay away from her," Qi cautioned, implying that the woman bore a streak of bad luck that might be contagious. Yusu, however, interpreted it differently and playfully punched his chest. "Her misfortune has tainted you too," Qi added. Yusu found some truth in his statement, nodding in agreement. "So, who looks better, her or me?" "You," he replied. "Men's words are often deceptive," Yusu scoffed. Qi, first speaking the truth, dared not claim she was unattractive, for she was indeed the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Looking at her delicate face, he felt a surge of affection as he appreciated how she had been treating him lately. Upon entering the hall, the three little ones were scribbling and drawing when they spotted their father embracing their mother. The trio, all sporting identical round faces, gazed on curiously. Qi Xing muttered, "Mommy's still a child, needing daddy to carry her." Yusu leaned forward, retorting, "Mind your own business, that's childish."
Jie chimed in.
Adults' matters are not for children to meddle in, before whisking Yusu back to their room. The three youngsters' eyes followed their parents' retreating figures until they vanished around a corner. Just then, Steward Wen appeared. "Young masters, it's time to prepare for bath and bedtime," leading the trio back to their chamber. Inside the room, Qi kissed Yusu passionately. As she gasped for breath, he attempted to initiate a second wave, only to be thwarted by her gentle hands cupping his face, preventing him from kissing her further. Amused by her squished expression, Yusu playfully pinched her cheeks several times. Qi Yi, gazing at his petite wife's flushed visage, seized her mischievous hands. "It's all your fault. I barely slept last night, and you weren't wearing that," he murmured, his voice slightly hoarse. "I don't care. I want to sleep alone tonight," she declared, heading straight to the bathroom, disregarding Chi's reaction.
Watching Jusu flee.
Chi chuckled and retreated to the study for his own shower. When Yusu emerged, Chi had already vacated the room. Lying in bed, she sighed, relishing the comfort of sleeping alone on such a spacious bed. She picked up her phone, sent a message to Lin Shuangshuang, and transferred a red envelope before setting it down. Reflecting on the events of the day, she soon drifted off to sleep. When Chi returned, he found Yusu peacefully slumbering. Initially intending to converse with her, he found her serene expression delightful, thinking that this was just as well. He slipped under the covers beside her and inhaled her unique fragrance, succumbing to sleep. The next morning, Chi awoke punctually, planting a kiss on Yusu's forehead before rising to wash up. Descending the stairs, he found the 3 little ones at breakfast.
"Dad," they chirped. "Yes."
"After you finish eating, I'll take you to school," he replied. The 2 younger siblings beamed with joy. Their father seldom had time to spend with them, making this occasion particularly special. "Let us go." Chi led the way, the 2 younger ones bouncing along behind him with their tiny backpacks, while the third trailed slowly. Mama Lu and Steward observed this heartwarming scene with benevolent smiles. Today, Yusu had enjoyed a restful night's sleep and rose early.
"Good morning, madam."
"Breakfast will be ready shortly," Mama Lu announced, rushing to the kitchen. "Have they all left?" Yusu inquired of Steward 1. "Yes, madam," he confirmed. "How early they are." "Poor early risers," she mused, embracing the beauty of the day. "Lin, we still need a second female lead for the youth. Here are some options. What do you think?" An art director handed Lin Xiao a booklet. Lin Xiao sighed. "Let us set it aside for now. I'll review it later." "Understood." After skimming through the selections, Lin Xiao felt dissatisfied. Their faces seemed too modern, lacking the essence of first love. Suddenly struck by an idea, he picked up his phone and sent a message. Ding Zhong Qianli received the notification. Opening it revealed a direct message from Lin Xiao. "Miss Zhong, you possess remarkable beauty. We have a role for a second female lead in a film that would suit you perfectly. Would you consider auditioning?" Zhong Qianli was aware they were preparing a film to youth, which depicted childhood friends and unrequited love, culminating in a complex love triangle. If executed well, it should avoid failure. However, Zhong Qianli had no interest in acting and politely declined. "I'm sorry, Lin Xiao, but acting doesn't appeal to me, and I lack experience. Please seek someone else."
"Thank you."
She then transferred a sum of money. "This month's allowance is limited, so I'll send you half now, with the remainder to follow in a few days," sending 2 million to Lin Xiao. Chapter 10. The Children's Quarrel. "Lin, let us have a meal together another day. We can discuss it in person." Zhong Qianli hesitated. "All right." Seeing her reply, Lin Xiao beamed broadly. Little Baikai was indeed to his liking. At Kyoto kindergarten, Fan Jieshi approached Qi Xing with a watermelon head. Qi Han appeared somewhat aloof. Qi remained silent, while only Qi Xing was chatty. Thus, he asked, "Qi Xing, did you change your mom?" Qi Xing looked bewildered, pondering for a moment before responding, "No, I just like Teacher Zhong, and don't want to change my mom." Fan Jieshi continued, "Does your dad like Teacher Zhong too?" "Yes, we all like her." For Qi Xing, as long as no one dislikes Teacher Zhong, that means everyone likes her, he added, "except mom. You might soon change your mom. That's how it was in my house before, but we ended up changing dads." Fan Jieshi stated bluntly. Nearby, a little girl named Yao Yao chimed in, "If you change your mom, can you give her to me? Your mom is so pretty. I want her to be my mom." Qi Han interjected, "You can't. You already have a mom." "Yes, why do you want my mom?" Qi Xing echoed. "My mom isn't as pretty as yours, can we swap?" Yao Yao proposed. The 2 brothers shook their heads, no. Chi, in a corner, remained engrossed in his drawing, indifferent to the conversation. "Your mom doesn't love you. She likes Chi," Fan Jieshi remarked, which caused Chi to pause mid-stroke. Qi Han remained silent while Qi Xing's temper flared. "You're talking nonsense." Although he knew their mother didn't favor them, he didn't want others to know or speak of it. Remembering how their mother had taken their second brother out for dinner and brought back many gifts yesterday, he felt a pang of jealousy. "Your mom doesn't even come to pick you up. Yesterday was the first time she came to get Chi, and she said she would give you away to someone else." Fan Jieshi continued to provoke. He leaned in closer, clearly inviting trouble. As expected, Qi Xing hurled the robot he was holding at Fan Jieshi's forehead. The impact left Fan Jeshi's forehead red and brought him to tears, wailing loudly. When relayed this to Yusu, she was taken aback. Such young children fighting and causing tears was quite alarming. When she arrived, she found the teacher comforting Fan Jeshi, while the two little ones stood by, followed by Chi and a little girl. It appeared that these 4 children had ganged up on one. The teacher, noticing a parent had arrived, stood up. "You must be Chi Xing's mother." "Let me explain what happened," she said. Yusu nodded, glancing at the 4 children on her left and then at the sobbing watermelon-headed boy on her right. She crouched down to wipe Fan Jeshi's tears, recognizing him from their previous encounter. He had a posh mother, and didn't he seem like a bad child? "Why did you say Chi Xing was going to change his mom, and that you didn't like them?" Yusu spoke gently, her tone soft. Fan Jeshi, his cheeks flushed and still slightly choked up, replied, "Because you said you were going to give them away." Yusu quickly clarified, and he was joking. "They're just mischievous and don't listen, that's why I said that." Hearing his name, Chi turned to Fan Jeshi. Chi is very well behaved. Good babies get rewards, she praised, as Chi stared intently at Yusu. The aunt first conveys her apologies on their behalf. But it must be noted that your words toward Xingxing were also misplaced. An exchange of apologies is warranted among all parties involved. Observing the Chi brothers. Although little Fan Jeshi may have spoken incorrectly, it is not permissible for you to strike a child. You too should extend an apology. Chi Han remained indifferent, whereas Chi Xing, with glistening eyes, pouted and uttered a heartfelt apology. Fan Jeshi responded, "It's all right, I apologize to you as well. Auntie, you are so beautiful. I shall refrain from speaking further." Yusu, with a smile, remarked that it was permissible to compliment the aunt's beauty, but other comments were best left unsaid. Gently tousling his hair before presenting him with 2 small cookies. "These are gifts from Annie for you. If you're feeling unwell, you may indulge in both," she added. Fan Jeshi's tear-brimmed eyes sparkled as he gratefully accepted the cookies, exclaiming, "Thank you, beautiful aunt." The affluent mother arrived, initially storming in with an imposing demeanor. But her anger dissipated upon witnessing Yusu crouch down, tenderly caressing her son's face and speaking sweetly to him. She felt a wave of satisfaction at the way the situation was being handled. "Mom," cried Fan Jeshi, dashing towards her. Fan Mama's heart softened at the sight of her son rushing to her. "Look at your incessant chatter. Will you dare to speak out of turn again?" Yusu interjected. "My apologies, Fan Mama. It's quite all right. I owe you an apology as well. This child has always been quite the talker," she replied, noticing how much her son enjoyed Yusu's 3 little ones. Regrettably, she had only 1 child, but perhaps it was for the best. "I am Fan Ingna, the mother of this little rascal. You may call me Nana." The two exchanged WeChat contacts. The mediation teacher, relieved, recognized that both mothers were reasonable. Had it been a belligerent parent like the last time, she would have been thrown into turmoil. Yusu produced 4 more small cookies from her bag, saying, "Here, 1 for each of you." The children eagerly accepted them, though Chi Xing protested. "Fan Jeshi is too.
Yo sutist.
If you let me give you a couple of taps, you too could have 2. Upon hearing this, Chi Xing stepped back. "I only want 1. Yao Yao." Without uttering a word, stretched out her arms in a gesture seeking a hug. Yusu mused that so many children adored her, yet her own son seemed indifferent. Bending down, Yusu embraced the little girl, but as she attempted to release her, Yao Yao clung tightly around her neck. It seemed she would have to hold her a little longer, though Yusu's legs began to tire from squatting. Suddenly, she noticed Chi Ji approaching, pulling Yao Yao from her grasp. Surprised, yet concerned for Yao Yao's safety, Yusu gently distanced the little girl from her. "Children, Annie must take them back now. Please wait here with your teacher for your mothers to pick you up," she instructed, handing Yao Yao to the teacher. Fan Jeshi and the other 3 little ones were taken home early. Yao Yao watched Yusu's departing figure, her gaze fixated solely on her. "Let's return to the classroom and draw," the teacher said, leading Yao Yao inside, at which point Yao Yao finally shifted her attention away. The 3 of them sat in the car. Chi Han contemplated that she was gentle with other children, yet not with them. Chi Xing recalled how she called him Xingxing, which sounded delightful, and that she had made cookies for him, though Luma had actually done so. Chi Ji, planning to finish eating outside before heading back, was interrupted when Yusu spoke. They turned to Chi Ji, asking, "Would you like to join me?" Without consulting the other 2. Yusu caught a glimpse of Chi Han's hopeful expression, prompting her to ask Chi Ji again, extending her hand invitingly. "Would you like to come with me? I'll take you to play." She had witnessed Chi Ji pulling Yao Yao away earlier and aimed to win him over first. After a minute of waiting without him taking her hand, she sighed. I suppose I must go on my own. Just as she was retracting her hand, Chi-ji grasped her pinky. When Yusu looked at him, his dark pupils focused momentarily before he lowered his gaze. Chi-han and Chi-shing grew anxious at the thought of their outing without them, pretending not to see the situation, feeling it was quite unfair. Chi-han maintained a facade of indifference, but tears began to well in Chi-shing's eyes. Yusu then addressed them, stating, Today, you have your beloved teacher Zhong's class. Don't you think you should return for it? Alas, it seems it will just be the two of us. Hearing this, Chi-shing, who had been on the verge of tears, suddenly paused and softly asked, Can we skip class today? Yusu feigned surprise. What? Don't you want to see your most beloved teacher Zhong? Chi-shing leaned slightly towards Yusu, his fingers twirling, clearly hoping she would take him along for the outing, wishing for another chance to see her. Yusu pretended to deliberate for a few seconds. All right then. What about your brother? She inquired of Chi-han. Realizing she was referring to him, Chi-han shyly stammered, I want to go too. He looked at Yusu with a hint of a blush. These two little cuties, how delightful it would be to devour them whole. Then please inform Butler Wen that you will be taking a break today. She took out her phone and dialed Butler Wen's number. After connecting, she put it on speaker and handed the phone to Chi-han, allowing them to speak for themselves. The phone appeared quite large in Chi-han's small hands, which he cradled carefully. Hello, Butler Grandpa. We want to be attending piano class today. Butler Wen replied, What's the matter, young master? We are going out to eat. Chi-shing chimed in beside his brother, and also to have some fun. Butler Wen, recognizing the call was from the young mistress's phone, and understanding they were together, anticipated they were planning to dine out to strengthen their bond. Very well, young masters. I will inform Teacher Zhong that you will be absent. Please hand the phone to the young mistress. Chi-han passed the phone to Yusu. Yusu took the phone. Butler, we will be dining out today, so there's no need to prepare dinner. Understood, madam. Enjoy yourselves, he replied before hanging up. Uncle Chow, please drop us off at the nearby Global Mall. Chapter 11. A heartfelt gesture unfolds. Children, do not wander off, otherwise, you may be taken by bad people, Yusu cautioned as they exited the car. It was still early, so she decided to take them for a stroll. She had previously discovered a large parent-child amusement park called Baby Bus. Inside, there were numerous attractions, trampolines, ball pits, slides, basketball hoops, claw machines, little racing cars, pools, and mini runways, essentially a compact version of a gaming city, with staff monitoring each play area for safety. Yusu approached the front desk to obtain a card, stored her bag, and received 4 wristbands, placing them on the children. These serve as both your tickets and trackers. It was their first visit, and they appeared somewhat shy, sticking close to Yusu while observing their surroundings. Having previously focused solely on their studies, their outings had been limited to home play and kindergarten. No one had taken them out for fun before. Yusu affectionately tousled their hair, encouraging, You may play with whatever you desire. Chi-shing's eyes lit up as he watched a little girl slide down the slide and tumble into the ball pit. He was eager to join in the fun on the trampoline as well. Yusu guided Chi-shing to the slide, where the staff welcomed him to play freely, while she led Chi-han to the shooting game he had been eyeing. As for Chi-ji, she took him to the fishing game. Yusu also purchased a box of coins to play the claw machine, periodically checking in on how each child was enjoying their activities. The venue was bustling, yet the safety measures were stringent, with parents accompanying their 3 to 12-year-olds, ensuring no unsavory individuals were present and staff on hand to prevent injuries and manage emergencies. Today was the most enjoyable day for Chi-shing. He flitted from one attraction to another, quickly making friends with other children to play alongside. Although Chi-han did not exhibit his emotions overtly, the relaxation and joy in his eyes were impossible to overlook. Yusu spent 100 yuan to fish out 5 dolls, perfectly enough for each of them. Chi-chi's gaze remained fixated on Yusu, occasionally glancing up to catch sight of her. If she was within view, he would continue fishing, but if not, he would search for her silhouette until he found her. Upon hearing an announcement about a trivia game with small prizes, Yusu rallied the 3 brothers, who were thoroughly engrossed in play, to join her. Chi-shing was already sweating from excitement. There was a performer dressed in a giant panda costume, alongside a charming young lady adorned with butterfly wings, who was currently holding a microphone and posing questions. Wow, how impressive! The lovely butterfly lady will continue to ask questions. Now, may I ask, what color light allows you to cross the pedestrian crossing? She inquired sweetly. Children who raised their hands to answer would receive a reward.
Soon,
A child raised their hand and shouted green light.
Avi.
You answered correctly. Here's a lovely panda for you. The child received a small gift.
Yusu.
Lagging a bit behind the trio, remarked, "Oh, that child is so impressive. I want a gift too." They all turned to gaze at Yusu, their eyes fixed on the child who had just received a prize. Next question, which side of the road should we walk on? The right side. The right side. Qixing, positioned ahead of Yusu, eagerly raised his hand and shouted, advancing a few steps to ensure he was seen.
Yusu fertilated.
Her smile reflecting her joy. Wow, this little one is so clever. Correct answer. Here, a small gift for you. The butterfly lady, noticing the adorable children, also caught sight of two equally charming children behind, alongside a stunning mother or sister. The high levels of attractiveness in this family were striking. Throughout the trivia, Qixing energetically vied for answers, while Qihan, unable to answer, quickly chimed in. The two brothers participated in a relay of sorts. However, other children, displeased with their consistent winning, began to shout out to compete for answers as well, resulting in a chaotic scene. The butterfly lady and the panda performer struggled to maintain control over the situation. Yusu, covering one of her little mouths, led them away from this paradise.
All right.
We've played long enough. It's time for dinner. Yusu returned the wristbands to the front desk and retrieved their bags, preparing to head out for a meal. Chi had not answered any questions. Yusu noticed that the little gifts they had won were being distributed, with Chi receiving one, while each of the others held two. Qihan, slightly nervous, hesitated before offering one of his small prizes to Yusu, shyly saying, "This is for you." Yusu affectionately patted his head as she accepted it. Qixing also handed her one, followed by Chi. "How wonderful, my darlings! While other mothers have just one, I have three." The three little ones stood shyly, their cheeks flushed as they watched Yusu collect the gifts, which she then carefully placed into their respective backpacks. Yusu also hung the dolls they had caught, one on each of their little bags, making them look irresistibly adorable. The trio delightedly stroked the plush keychains with their small hands. "All right, let us go eat. I'm starving." Even though we've been playing, it's still exhausting. They headed to the hot pot restaurant they had wanted to try, a place called Heideleo, which boasted decor reminiscent of a blue ocean aquarium. They ordered a inyong pot, with Yusu favoring the spicy side while the children opted for the clear broth. Each child excitedly crafted their favorite dipping sauces. Qixing watched Yusu's pot with longing, his eyes reflecting his desire for a taste. Yusu served each of them a small piece of meat, which they all enjoyed. Qihan, wary of spice, took a large gulp of water, while Qixing was unafraid. And Chi showed a hint of hesitation, but still looked to Yusu for more. "Not too much. Little ones can only have a taste. Too much will upset your stomach," she instructed, and the three obediently savored the vegetables from the clear broth she had selected. After filling their bellies, they called Uncle Chow to come pick them up. They sat in the restaurant, waiting for the driver's call before stepping outside. Yusu observed a waitress carrying a pot of freshly boiled broth, and as she passed the table in front of them, she suddenly slipped, splashing scalding water towards two girls seated there. Yusu gasped. Coincidentally, Qihan was not far from her, with his back turned. Instinctively, Yusu sprang up, nearly leaping to embrace Qihan and pull him aside. The two girls shrieked, jumping onto their chairs in surprise. Everyone reacted swiftly, but the girls could not entirely avoid the burn on their arms, prompting the waitress to rush them to rinse off the scald.
Yusu, still holding Ian,
looked around and sighed in relief, having escaped serious injury, though her hand bore splatters of the spicy broth. Qihan, still in shock, gazed at Yusu, who was cradling him, visibly unharmed. Qixing and Chi were momentarily stunned, but upon noticing Yusu's burned hand, they gasped in unison. Qixing hurriedly leaned in to blow on her hand, with Chi following suit. Qihan, seeing this, immediately wriggled free from Yusu's embrace and grabbed a glass of cold water from the table, pouring it over Yusu's hand. The waitress, noticing the commotion, quickly approached with a cool towel, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry, ma'am. Please, use this to wipe it off." Yusu's once fair hands were now marked with redness, and a few spots were left irritated. The waitress provided a burn ointment, which Qihan swiftly took. As the three little ones surrounded Yusu, two blowing on her hand while one applied the medicine. Onlookers were taken aback by the scene, though they gradually resumed their meals, some even recording the heartwarming sight of a beautiful lady with three little brothers. When Chi arrived at the address Yusu had given, he was greeted by the sight of chaos as the waitress was busy cleaning up. The three little ones held Yusu's hand, gently blowing on it, while the waitress continued to apologize. He rushed over, noticing Yu Su's hand was pink. What happened? His expression darkened. The waitress, overwhelmed by the arrival of the strikingly handsome gentleman, quickly explained, "We sincerely apologize, sir and madam. This was our mistake that caused the pot to scald this lady. May we offer you a complimentary dinner and a month card? We will cover the burn treatment." The manager was attending to the two girls who had been burned and had come to Yusu's side, just about to speak when Yusu interrupted. "Let us leave it at that. Just be more careful in the future." She watched as Chi, with a stern face, took the burn ointment from Chi Han and meticulously applied it to Yusu's hand. The restaurant staff were startled, relieved that the lady hadn't pursued any complaints. But noting that her boyfriend or husband bore a striking resemblance to the children, his expression was grave, as though he were ready to confront someone. In the car, Yusu found herself under the watchful gaze of 4 identical faces, with Chi still holding her hand, which felt a bit ticklish.
Ding.
Siri, master. A heart value has been unlocked. Yusu's heart soared with joy. Who? Siri is your eldest son, Chi Han. Yusu joyfully conversed with Siri in her mind, as they assumed she was in pain. Chi stroked her hand while the 3 little ones continued to blow on it. Yusu, I had even fantasized about who would unlock it first, but I couldn't come up with an answer after several attempts. Chi appeared cold and robotic. Chi was less perceptive, while Chi Xing adored Zhong Qianli. And Chi Han exhibited a hint of pride. To her surprise, the first to unlock it was Chi Han. Previously, she thought Chi would be the one. Siri, master. It's almost time. Chi-Chi's heart value is pulsating. I can sense it is about to be unlocked.
Keep it up.
Yusu smiled joyfully in her heart as she observed their actions, withdrawing her hand. It's nothing, she reassured. It doesn't hurt. It was just a bit itchy before, but that has subsided now. Upon returning home, she found the butler, servants, and doctor waiting at the door.
Jusuri marked.
Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Chi quickly urged, Madam, let me check on you. I believe the burn ointment from outside was not effective. Reluctantly, Yusu allowed the family doctor to tend to her once more. All done, madam. Please avoid water for the time being. It will heal in a couple of days. The doctor instructed. What about bathing? Yusu inquired. That's fine, she replied. Just as she entered her room, preparing for a bath, Chi followed closely behind. What are you doing? She asked. He was aware of her intention to bathe, and he insisted. It might be inconvenient for you. Let me assist. Assist me with what? Yusu retorted. With your bath, he replied. Yusu shot him a look that conveyed her disbelief. You can dream on. I can manage on my own. Just be careful. If the medicine runs out, I'll reapply. Chi stood in the doorway of the bathroom like a guardian, conveying an unyielding need to help her.
Hey, you,
she exclaimed. Fine, I can't resist, so I might as well enjoy it. After all, we have 3 children together. So, we've shared quite a few intimate moments. Yusu reclined on the tatami, directing Chi, now go fetch me some clothes and fill the bathtub. Thus, the entire process unfolded with one giving orders and the other dutifully complying, and they lingered in the bathroom for a considerable time. Ultimately, it was Yusu who playfully slapped Chi before she was finally carried out, freshly bathed. Something felt amiss. The dynamic between her and Chi seemed to have changed. Previously, when Yusu threw minor tantrums, Chi would remain indifferent, but now their interactions felt increasingly harmonious. Reflecting on the past few days, she wondered if her change in attitude had prompted his transformation as well. Squinting at Chi, she asked, Don't you think you've been a bit different with me these past few days? Chi, his face slightly flushed, looked at her with a blank expression. What's different? Have I been less of a nuisance? Yusu couldn't help but laugh at the stark contrast between the redness on his right cheek and the paleness on the left. Your voice has softened.
I told you I could manage, she teased.
Chi, for the next few days, avoid water and rest at home, she added. It's such a trivial matter. It's infuriating, she muttered, ignoring him. Chi sighed softly as he observed his little wife turning away, deliberately ignoring him. Meanwhile, a series of knocks resounded at the door, followed by a slight creak that revealed 3 small heads peering in. The 3 little ones from the Chi family spotted their parents, one standing and the other seated on the bed. Yusu tilted her head, puzzled as she gazed at them. Chi's expression softened as he watched this peculiar mother-son interaction. What is it? He inquired. The 3 little ones entered, their eyes subtly glancing at Yusu. She blinked back at them. Finally, Chi Han, the eldest, leisurely approached Yusu, presenting her with the small gifts they had won that day. I already have some, she replied.
These are for you, madam.
The other three wanted to give you theirs, he explained. You're injured, so these are for you, Qi Xing chimed in, his large, watery eyes and sweet voice conveying their affection. Yusu felt delighted as she gazed into their innocent eyes. Thus far, she believed she had successfully won their hearts. Thank you, she said, gently caressing their little faces. Would anyone like to join me for a sleepover? She invited. Patting the bed. The brothers' eyes lit up with excitement, but before they could respond, Qi interrupted. You've received your comforting gifts. Now hurry back to bed. And he ushered them out. Yusu watched Qi's smooth handling of the situation in awe. By the way, I'll be going on a business trip to Country soon. A new collection has been released, and I'll bring back a set from the latest gemstone line. He informed her. Yusu eagerly nodded, her attention diverted. The three little ones, now feeling a hint of grievance towards their father for being shooed away, particularly Qi Xing, who muttered, I'm not tired. I can sleep alone. Qi Han obediently went to bed, while Qi lingered at the door until Lu Ma discovered him and took him back to his room. Yusu couldn't shake the feeling that with Qi around, her sleep had improved, provided he didn't engage in any reckless behavior. She slept soundly. Then, she received a call from Lin Shuangshuang, inviting her out for a shopping trip. Hesitant, she mentioned that Zhong Qianli would also be there, to which Yusu replied, That's fine. Unbeknownst to Lin Shuangshuang, there was a bit of tension between Zhong Qianli and Yusu, and she felt a brief moment of panic, worried that Yusu might decline to join due to any lingering animosity. Thankfully, it seemed all would be well. They found themselves at a cafe, enjoying afternoon tea while waiting for Yusu. When Yusu arrived, exuding the aura of a vivacious heiress, she spotted Lin Shuangshuang and Zhong Qianli laughing together through the glass door. Truth be told, Yusu felt a twinge of irritation at the sight. With her 7 centimeters red high heels and the latest Chanel bag in hand, she gracefully entered the cafe. Lin Shuangshuang, like everyone else, immediately noticed Yusu's entrance and excitedly waved at her. Zhong Qianli also smiled upon seeing her. Yusu approached, placing her bag down and elegantly crossing her legs. Su, you look stunning. Come, let us take some photos, Lin Shuangshuang exclaimed, leading to a social gathering filled with cheerful chatter and snapshots. Although Yusu had previously enjoyed such moments, today she felt somewhat unsettled. Zhong Qianli observed Yusu and Lin Shuangshuang taking close-up photos together, and the trio posed for a group shot, but Yusu appeared less intimate than usual. Su and Lin Shuangshuang seemed to have a close relationship. Have they known each other for long? Zhong Qianli inquired sincerely. Lin Shuangshuang responded without hesitation, Of course. We grew up together. Zhong Qianli gazed at them with envious eyes. I'm so envious, she exclaimed. Don't worry, you can also come out and play with us more often, Lin Shuangshuang encouraged. That sounds great. Zhong Qianli replied with a gentle smile. Yusu, however, remained silent, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips. Miss Zhong, how did you come to know Shuangshuang? From what I understand, you hail from a family of newly affluent individuals with only moderate assets, so I wonder how you fit into the circle of socialites. Her languid voice carried an air of coldness. Zhong Qianli's expression remained unchanged as she calmly replied, I happened to meet Shuangshuang at the gym. I accidentally saw her nearly being hit by a malfunctioning machine, and I quickly helped her out. That's how we got acquainted. As for what Miss you mentioned about my family background, I believe that does not define a person's worth. Perhaps you think my friendship with Shuangshuang has ulterior motives, but I trust that time will reveal the truth, don't you? Yusu clapped her hands, exclaiming, Well said. Congratulations on finding the key to elevate your status. She raised her glass, and Zhong Qianli smiled back in response. The two women found themselves in a subtle clash, the tension palpable. Lin Shuangshuang sensed something was amiss between them and momentarily struggled to find the right words. Su might have misunderstood, thinking that Zhong Qianli's friendship with her has ulterior motives. I'll explain later, she thought. How about we go out for dinner? My brother just opened a romantic restaurant. Let us give it a try. Lin Shuangshuang suggested. Sounds good. Zhong Qianli agreed, and Yusu nodded as well. Just then, Lin Xiao emerged from around the corner. What a coincidence. Are these three beauties on a date? He remarked, accompanying a tall, handsome gentleman whose imposing presence commanded attention. With piercing eyes and elegantly arched eyebrows, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage. Lin Xiao, what are you doing here? Lin Shuangshuang asked, surprised to see her brother, who was accompanied not by a woman, but by a man. Have you changed your taste? Perhaps the meaning in Lin Shuangshuang's eyes was too overt, prompting Lin Xiao to give her a gentle tap on the head. Ouch, Lin Shuangshuang raised her hand to rub her head, still not quite believing he was her biological brother. Allow me to introduce, she began, this is my friend and also a shareholder of this establishment, Kei Yenyuan. Greetings, beautiful ladies. Are you here for meal? Since you are the sister of President Lin, your dining experience here is complimentary. The man's smile was as refreshing as a gentle breeze, his eyes curving into crescents, an unexpected charm from such a robust figure. His smile was undeniably pleasant. Lin Xiao, you clever lad, remarked Lin Shuangshuang, just as well, we haven't eaten yet. Let us join forces, shall we? I'll introduce you to the specialties of this place. Lin Shuangshuang glanced at her companions, and Zhong Qianli nodded in agreement, while Yusu remarked that she had already been bored for half the day, and it wouldn't matter if it took a bit longer. Thus, the five of them entered a private room. Chapter 13 saw Chi-Chi's affection value also being unlocked. The majority of the conversation flowed between Lin Shuangshuang and the two men, with Zhong Qianli seamlessly interjecting, while Yusu remained focused on her meal. Kei Yenyuan observed Yusu as she devoured her food with abandon, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of others, exuding a casual yet elegant demeanor that was appetizing to behold. Miss Yusu, your appetite is truly commendable, he remarked. Yusu glanced around, noticing that everyone was watching her eat. With her cheeks full of food, she instinctively raised a hand to shield her mouth and delicately pressed her lips together. Once she swallowed, she affirmed, the signature dish is quite impressive, giving a thumbs up before resuming her meal. Yusu's stance towards Zhong Qianli was evident. Whenever Zhong spoke, Yusu remained silent, responding only with brief remarks when addressed by others, then returning to her meal. The others at the table noticed this clear distinction, while Lin Xiao engaged in lighthearted banter to liven the atmosphere. Overall, Yusu expressed her contentment with the situation, as she intended to leave right after the meal, caring little for anything else. At the dining table, it appeared that Zhong Qianli and Kei Yenyuan shared numerous common interests. Yusu was unaware of this individual, having no knowledge from her dreams or from Siri. It was revealed that he bore a striking resemblance to Zhong Qianli during their childhood, both having achieved their current status through hard work and the guidance of mentors, leading to a congenial conversation between them. It seems we are both diligently striving for our future lives, Zhong Qianli noted, raising his glass for a toast, which Kei Yenyuan reciprocated with a cup of tea in place of wine. Lin Xiao then suggested a toast to acknowledge their acquaintance. Yusu lifted her teacup as well, and as she took a sip, her gaze met Kei Yenyuan's across the table, their eyes sparkling with mutual understanding. After dinner, Yusu received a message from Lin Shuangshuang in the car. Susu darling, you don't look very happy today. If you don't like her, how about we go out just the two of us next time, dear? Yusu chose not to reply. Once home, she lay down and finally responded. There's a lovely resort hotel. Let us go together next time. She intended to clarify to Lin Shuangshuang that she preferred not to mix with others. If that was not feasible, Yusu would rather withdraw entirely. Why subject herself to something so distasteful? In the midst of her musings, Yusu heard a rustling noise accompanied by the sound of something crashing.
Huh?
Unsure, she listened intently. A loud thud followed. Yusu swiftly flipped over and got up. Upon opening her door, she saw Lu Ma hastily approaching, seemingly to call for her. What's the matter? Yusu inquired. Lu Ma replied with urgency, Madam. The second young master is exhibiting unstable emotions. He hasn't eaten since this evening and has remained in his room, refusing to come out. Just now, when a servant went to persuade him, he started throwing things. Yusu wore a concerned expression, contemplating what to do. She noticed the doorway was crowded with the butler and servants who were unable to enter, and two little ones had also emerged upon hearing the commotion. Yusu instructed them to take the children back to their rooms, leaving her standing at Chi-Chi's door, making no move until the noise from inside subsided. Only then did she gently knock on the door and, using the spare key provided by the servants, opened it just a crack, peeking in to reveal only her eyes. Hi Chi-Chi, may I come in? Seeing Chi-Chi sitting on the floor with his back to her unmoving, Yusu's heart ached. Upon hearing her voice, Chi-Chi's eyes flickered, yet his body remained still. If you don't speak, I shall enter, she said softly, then gently pushed the door open. As she beheld the disarray of the room, she cautiously tiptoed over to Chi-Chi, who sat there with a vacant gaze. Yusu felt a swirl of emotions, unsure of what to say, wary of upsetting him. She chose instead to take a seat on a small chair nearby, silently observing him. Chi-Chi's peripheral vision remained fixated on Yusu's movements. She sat there in silence, her presence a comfort. After what felt like an eternity, Chi-Chi could no longer resist and turned to face her. Yusu, aware of her lightness, leaned back against the chair to avoid damaging it, maintaining a casual posture as she gazed at her son. Upon noticing Chi-Chi's sudden attention, she straightened up. "Are you hungry, son? You haven't had anything to eat all evening." After a moment's thought, Yusu crouched down in front of him, tilting her head to meet his gaze. "Shall I cook you some noodles? This will be my first time cooking for you." As she spoke, she saw a glimmer of life returning to Chi-Chi's eyes. Tentatively, she reached out to embrace him, and to her delight, he offered no resistance. "Hooray!" she exclaimed, lifting him into her arms and resting him against her shoulder, supporting him beneath. "The room is too messy. Let us go downstairs so they can clean it up. You can watch while I prepare the meal, all right?" Yusu was apprehensive about triggering any sensitive nerves in the child, conscious of the complexities of his inner world. She sought his consent for everything. Any hint of resistance from him would halt her actions. Chi-Chi nodded, and Yusu smiled brightly. Lu-Ma and the others had been waiting downstairs, having watched the three brothers grow up. They were deeply invested in their well-being and felt relieved to see the madam carry the second young master down.
"Lu-Ma,
"Could you please summon someone to tidy up upstairs? I'll go prepare some noodles for him," Yusu requested. "Oh, madam, let me take care of that," Lu-Ma replied. Yusu headed towards the kitchen. "Please supervise me. I shall do the cooking," she insisted. Lu-Ma, observing the well-behaved child in Yusu's embrace, felt assured that the boy relied on Yusu, and thus, it was acceptable for her to cook while Lu-Ma kept watch. Very well. Yusu placed Chi-Chi on a chair at the dining table, where he could see the kitchen. "Sit tight. I'll get started," she instructed, glancing at Lu-Ma with eyes that pleaded for assistance. In the kitchen, Yusu directed Lu-Ma to refrain from helping, simply relaying instructions, which Yusu dutifully followed, obediently compliant. Occasionally, Lu-Ma would witness Yusu's face contort with concentration, her expressions varying as she navigated the kitchen, creating a delightful scene of chaos. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi patiently awaited his meal. After an array of clattering pots and pans, Yusu finally presented the dish before him. "Here, wait a moment." Yusu dashed back to the kitchen and retrieved a smaller bowl, as the initial one was too large, and she ladled some into the smaller bowl to cool it down quickly. "Here, eat up." Chi-Chi gazed at the small bowl placed before him. Steam rising from the noodles topped with what appeared to be a poached egg and a sprinkling of vibrant green scallions. The presentation was satisfactory. He beamed up at his mother, cradling his face in his hands. As he picked up his child-sized chopsticks, he was ready to eat, but Yusu stopped him, saying, "Blow on it first." She then held his hand, helping him blow on the noodles he had picked up. "All right, go ahead and eat," she encouraged, watching as Chi-Chi took his first bite. Eagerly, she inquired whether it was tasty, and a familiar chime echoed in her mind.
Ding.
"Siri congratulates you, master. Chi-Chi's affection value has been unlocked." Yusu's eyes sparkled, her smile widening as her joy illuminated her face. For the first time, she laughed aloud. "Hee. Is it delicious?" Chi-Chi, in a soft and hoarse voice, replied with a faint nodding his head to emphasize his approval, careful to ensure she heard him. Yusa momentarily found herself at a loss for words, unable to believe her ears for several seconds. She turned her head, her eyes sparkling with surprise and inquiry, seeking confirmation from Lu-Ma and Butler One, who stood nearby. Their expressions mirrored her own, creating a tableau of astonishment as the three exchanged glances. Finally, Yusu inquired, "Son, what did you just say? Was it delicious?" Chi-Ji, gazing at Yusu's expectant face, remained silent, but gently nodded, as if to suggest that perhaps they had merely imagined his words. Although Yusu initially failed to register his response, she was resolute in her belief that Chi-Ji had indeed spoken. "Siri, dear master, engage in heartfelt conversations with the child to foster emotional bonds. Shower him with praise to help him emerge from the shadows. The little one will surely speak again. I too heard it. He is not inherently mute. Perhaps he simply harbors a reluctance or some other reason for his silence." Yusu recalled that Chi-Ji had not always been particularly loquacious in her memories. Their interactions had been sparse, and gradually, the servants noticed his sudden withdrawal into silence, becoming increasingly reclusive. Regardless of the cause, Yusu yearned to spend more time with Chi-Ji to nurture a more cheerful disposition. Children must grow up joyfully. Observing Yusu's sudden melancholy, Chi-Ji set down his chopsticks, mistakenly believing that his silence had caused her distress. In truth, he wished to speak, yet it felt as though his throat were constricted, rendering him voiceless. They exchanged glances. And Yisu asked, "What's the matter? Are you full?" She glanced into the large bowl, noting a small remainder, and after some contemplation, decided that it would be best for the child not to overeat at night. She gently patted his tummy, which had turned a faint shade of red. "Then let us not eat anymore. Overeating at night can cause discomfort," she said, and took a few bites of the leftover food herself. The flavor was unremarkable, akin to plain noodles and broth, not particularly appetizing, yet not distasteful either. Yisu mused that perhaps next time, she should ask the chef or Lu Ma to prepare the meal. In Chapter 14, a staggering sum of 50 million had been accrued. Far away, having just completed his workload, Chi received a video from Butler One, dated half an hour earlier, consisting of 3 segments along with a voice message. The content revealed that Chi had had an episode, throwing things in his room and refusing to eat. The latter part indicated that Yisu had come to his aid. Upon clicking the first video, he saw Lu Ma directing in the kitchen, while Yisu floundered amidst her astonishment, evoking a smile from Chi. The second segment showcased Yisu gently blowing on noodles for Chi, her tender words filling the quiet evening air, her voice melodious. At the moment she asked Chi if it was delicious, he replied with a faint barely audible, yet discernible in the video. Chi watched this warm interaction between his wife and son, yearning to return home at once. Suppressing his joy, he opened the third video, which depicted Yisu guiding his second son in the living room, encouraging him to walk to aid digestion. The voice message from Butler One was imbued with excitement, declaring, "The young master finally spoke. Madam," she truly, her voice catching with emotion. The brief message lasted over 30 seconds. Chi responded with a simple then opened Yisu's chat window, pausing in silence before adding a note that read wife, and initiating a video call. Unbeknownst to Yisu, her phone lay in the room, silent. She was currently nestled in Chi-ji's room, lying on his bed as she narrated a story to him. Initially seated at the edge of the bed, she found the angle uncomfortable, so she reclined beside the obediently snuggled Chi-ji, who listened intently. As she spoke, she gradually shifted from sitting to lying down completely, placing the storybook aside while gently patting Chi-ji's back, believing him to be on the brink of slumber, when in fact, it was she who had dozed off. Chi-ji gazed at his mother's sleeping face, cradled in her embrace, inhaling the familiar scent that belonged solely to her. He clutched her clothing with his small hand, his eyelids growing heavy. Despite being accustomed to rising early, Chi-ji lingered in bed, quietly observing his mother. It was not until his 2 younger siblings entered and beheld the scene, their mother asleep on their brother's bed, that they stood bewildered at the doorway, exchanging glances with Chi-ji, who met their gaze with an expressionless face that nevertheless hinted at a hint of joy, perhaps even a touch of pride. Chi-shing rubbed his eyes and approached, saying, "Brother, it's time for school," his gaze flitting between Yisu and Chi-ji. Chi-ji considered Chi-shing, pondering for a moment before rising. He knew that if he skipped school, Yisu would likely be upset, as had been the case before. He dutifully adjusted the covers for Yisu, who needed no additional warmth. "Completely unnecessary," Chi-han remarked. When Yisu awoke, she felt momentarily disoriented, realizing she was in her son's room, having inadvertently lulled herself to sleep with her storytelling. Today, she planned to remain at home, not venturing outside. In her small garden, she basked in the sun, soaking up some vitamin D. As she typed a response to Chi's messages, she noticed a young maid watering the flowers nearby. Waving her over, Yisu requested a few photographs. Standing beneath the blossoms, her fair, unadorned face glowed in the sunlight, her hair cascading loosely behind her. She appeared more beautiful than the flowers. A few snapshots captured her reclining on a swaying bench, head tilted back, cradling a jasmine flower in her hands, pure and embodying the essence of a pristine white jasmine blossom. "Thank you. You may return to your tasks," Yisu said, as the shy maid handed her the phone, awestruck by the unblemished beauty of the lady illuminated by the sun. Her features so clear that even the fine hairs on her face were distinctly visible. Yisu, donning sunglasses, edited the photos, primarily focusing on her work for the week. On Monday, she had picked up her son from school, capturing a single moment. She added captions to the collaged photos, noting, Tuesday, a birthday celebration with Lin Shuang, featuring a lovely birthday photo. Wednesday showcased a skirmish among children on the way to kindergarten, while Thursday depicted a meal with Lin Shuang and a dinner with Lin Xiao, accompanied by a snapshot of the feast. Friday featured the newly taken photos, with captions like taking it easy and replenishing calcium, followed by the posts summarizing her week's endeavors, shared on her social media. Within moments, likes began to pour in. Lin Shuangshuang commented, "Beautiful lady," accompanied by a kiss emoji. The second was from the long-absent second brother of the Liu family, Liu Bingfeng, who wrote, "Long time no see, Su Mei," with a cheeky smiley. She replied, "It's been a while." Lin Xiao chimed in, "Next time, let my nephew know if there's a fight." Yisu replied. And it appeared that Xiao Mo also liked the post, suggesting he was not busy. Yisu responded to each one. Furthermore, she received a message from Chi Mu, suggesting that they bring the children to the old residence for a visit, adding, "You should come too if you have time." Yisu replied affirmatively. Their exchange was brief, concluding with just 2 sentences. Meanwhile, Chi Yi observed Xiao Mo, who was engrossed in his phone, with a cold glare. Sensing the chill in the air, Xiao Mo glanced up to find Chi Yi's piercing gaze fixed upon him. Stammering, he said, "Chi Yi," hesitantly offering his phone. Chi Yi glanced down, catching sight of Yusu's picture, and immediately shot a sharp look at Xiao Mo, as if to say, "You dare to privately follow my wife?" Realizing the implication, Xiao Mo hurriedly withdrew from Yusu's social media, just as he stumbled upon the last photo of her.
"No, Chi."
"It's just that Madam posted on her social media, and I accidentally saw it," he muttered, his voice dwindling. Chi snatched the phone from him. Perusing Yusu's posts and opening their chat window, which contained nothing significant, mostly inquiries about Chi's meetings and whether there was anything that needed addressing. After reviewing, he returned the phone, stating, "Please be mindful during work hours." Xiao Mo nodded, acknowledging the reprimand. Then Chi Yi returned to his temporary office, first noticing a message from Yisu. She had fallen asleep in Chi Ji's room yesterday, leaving her phone in the bedroom and missing calls. He replied, "I bought you the latest set from the gemstone collection. I will bring it back for you tomorrow." He then browsed through Yisu's photos, enlarging them one by one. In the earlier pictures, he noticed her son had been in a fight. Why were there 5 sets of chopsticks when she went out to dinner with Lin Shuangshuang? Upon seeing her later pristine photos, he hesitated, saved them after a few glances. Yisu, Chi wanted to ask her something but refrained. He knew Yisu lacked patience. The dialogue box repeatedly displayed that the other party was typing. "Yisu, what's up?" This time, he responded swiftly, "Is there anything else you desire?" Yisu sent a sticker, depicting a scruffy cartoon character holding a sign with her payment code. She had crafted it herself, practical yet not awkward, accompanied by the text, "If you love me, please transfer money." Within a minute, her phone chimed with a notification of 50 million being deposited. She then sent another sticker, this time a flying kiss. Chi smiled at his phone, both feeling quite cheerful. Chapter 15, Piano Class. Yisu stretched, basking in the splendid weather. At the Li residence, Zhong Qianli was preparing snacks, which she always brought for the 3 little ones at a yuan. Qi Xing often claimed that her treats were delicious. Although the maid offered to assist, Zhong Qianli declined, insisting on making them herself. As she laid out the delicate pastries, a gentle smile graced her lips as she meticulously packaged each one. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind, snatching one and bringing it to the mouth, accompanied by the remark, "Just the right amount of sweetness. Whoever marries you is truly fortunate." Li Kai, munching as he spoke, expressed his admiration for Zhong Qianli's culinary skills. "Pack an extra one," he added with a grin, knowing it was for his new girlfriend. Essentially, all of his past girlfriends had savored Zhong Qianli's sweet treats, with none failing to praise them. Li Kai took the packaged box, saying, "Thanks," before sauntering off. A flicker of softness crossed Zhong Qianli's eyes as she thought of that stern man. Having missed the last piano lesson, Zhong Qianli returned to the kindergarten that evening to wait for the 3 little ones. She only saw Uncle Chao, the driver, and Teacher Zhong, but not Yisu. The trio felt a twinge of disappointment. Zhong Qianli waved, and Qi Xing hurried towards her. "Teacher Zhong, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Did you forget that we have class today? You didn't learn anything last time, and I won't let you skip again," she exclaimed, playfully pinching Qi Xing's cheek. Apologizing to the driver, she explained, "I'm sorry, Uncle Chao. They missed class last time, so since their essay lesson today and I happened to pass by, I thought I'd bring them back together." Uncle Chao awkwardly chuckled, relieved that Madam hadn't come today. "Understood." Zhong Qianli helped each of them into the car. Qi Han wanted to assert his independence, but, considering Teacher Zhong's good intentions, refrained. Qi Ji, however, rejected her offer to carry him, sidestepping to stand beside Uncle Chao. Zhong Qianli, unperturbed, asked, "Does Qi Ji want to get in the car by himself?" "Well done." He showed little reaction as he climbed in. "What did you do on Wednesday instead of class?" Were you unwell? She inquired, though Butler Wen had only mentioned their absence without elaborating on the reason. She asked if there was anything amiss, but Butler Wen simply replied, rest. Qi Xing, who was Zhong Qianli's #1 fan, eagerly chimed in. Mom took us out to play and eat, and we received so many gifts. The little one recounted their adventures in bits and pieces. Zhong Qianli understood that Yusu had taken them out, allowing them to skip class. We must balance work and play, but the school gives us 2 days off on weekends for rest. We shouldn't use class time for leisure, she advised. Qi Han couldn't help but retort. Mom said it's fine to relax occasionally, and it was our first time going out, and we had so much fun. Sweetheart, while occasional relaxation is important, attending class is essential. We can play during our breaks, she replied. Qi Han remained silent, for the first time feeling that teacher Zhong was incorrect. Observing the quiet children, Zhong Qianli recognized they were listening and chose not to press further, instead announcing who played well today and would receive a prize. Yusu had spent the entire day lounging at home, just finishing a beauty treatment. Zhong Qianli entered to find Yusu in a bathrobe, her skin glowing with delicate radiance. Hello, Miss Yu, she greeted. Yusu didn't even glance at her or the 3 little ones, striding past directly to savor the bird's nest soup that Luma had prepared earlier. Zhong Qianli mused internally, how rare it is that she isn't scolding me today. She softly urged the children, let us go upstairs and review today's lesson, and Qi Xing and Qi Han followed her upstairs. Meanwhile, Qi Ji remained behind, watching Yusu enjoy her soup, quietly approaching to stand beside her. Noticing Qi Ji beside her, still shorter than the table, Yusu pinched his cheek playfully. Do you want some? She asked. Qi Ji was lifted and seated beside her. I'll have Lu Ma prepare another for you shortly.
Liu Ma, no teaching.
Returned from the kitchen with another serving, stating, Madam usually has 2 bowls. Shall I make another? No need, Yusu replied, addressing Qi Ji. Go ahead, little rascal. Qi Ji gazed at Yusu's face, recalling how she had once blown on his noodles, and took a spoonful of the bird's nest. Yusu observed him, her eyes seemingly saying, Look, I blew on it for you. So clever, she remarked. On the second floor, Qi Han and Qi Ji observed, with Qi Han's cheeks puffed in annoyance, making his displeasure clear. Qi Xing, led by Zhong Qianli, mumbled about not having eaten. Zhong Qianli, watching the mother-son interaction below, whispered to Qi Han and Qi Xing, Teacher Zhong has something for you shortly. Qi Xing, eager, pulled Zhong Qianli towards the piano room, while Qi Han glanced back before following, his footsteps notably heavier.
Ding.
Siri. Master, Qi Ji's affection value is 1. Siri beamed at Qi Ji's bright red affection value, thrilled that it had finally appeared. Yusu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile subtly. The affection values of Qi Han and Qi Ji had lightened her mood considerably. Qi Xing seemed to hold great trust and fondness for Zhong Qianli. Yusu couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration towards Qi Yi, the scoundrel who had shared her bed so many times, yet never unlocked any affection value. By the way, is the affection value on a 100-point scale? She asked. Siri. Yes, Master, it is on a 100-point scale. Yusu, oh, alright. 100th of a point. This task is somewhat daunting. On the second floor, Zhong Qianli observed Qi Han, who seemed less engaged than usual. What's wrong, Xiao Han? You seem a bit down today, she noted. Qi Xing eagerly turned to Zhong Qianli. Teacher, did I play well? His face radiated anticipation for a reward. Alright, she replied, retrieving a beautifully wrapped gift, the enticing aroma wafting through the bag. Qi Xing sniffed the bag. It smells so good. Can I open it now? You can only open it after playing this song, she instructed, then produced another gift for Qi Han. Xiao Han, this is for you. Observing Qi Han set it aside, she asked, What's the matter? Don't you like it? Teacher Zhong, I'm not hungry right now. I'll eat it when I feel like it, he replied. Zhong Qianli, let us continue our practice, she instructed them, for they had missed a lesson last time, and today they would play an additional 2 pieces. The 2 children found it somewhat taxing, yet they refrained from voicing any objections. Noticing the time, Zhong Qianli realized she could not wait for Qi Ye's return and announced, Let us conclude for today. The children exhaled in relief. All right. As the 3 descended the stairs, Qi Xing spotted the 2 already dining and, feeling irate, stormed over. We haven't eaten yet. Yusu glanced at him and continued to eat. Have you finished your studies? Qi Han replied softly, We have. We have established a mealtime at home. Once you finish your studies, you are free to join us for dinner. We waited for quite some time for you both. Should we starve while waiting for you? Qi Xing was taken aback, and Qi Han remained silent. Yu Su turned her gaze to Qi Xing, moreover. It appears you had quite the feast upstairs, did you not? I detected a sweet aroma just now, indicating you were indulged by someone. Her gaze then shifted to Qi Han, who had not eaten initially, but, with the clock ticking and Zhong Laoshe requesting extra practice for today, had succumbed to hunger and partaken of a small dessert. Now, under Yu Su's scrutinizing eyes, he regretted his choice. The two children remained mute. Zhong Qianli could not help but speak on their behalf. I apologize, Miss Yu. They missed a lesson previously, and I extended their practice today. These desserts are my own creation. I thought to offer them a little something. As she spoke, she produced 3 portions and placed them on the table. They're quite delightful. Please do sample them. Yu Su smiled at the 3 portions on the table. Zhong Laoshe. Qi is on a business trip, and it is uncertain when he will return. Did Qi Xing not inform you? Qi Xing, upon hearing his name, was momentarily startled.
What?
A flicker of embarrassment crossed Zhong Qianli's face. Yu Su continued, thank you, but please take the extra portion back with you. When Qi Yi returns, let Xing inform you, and you may present it to him then. Afterward, she instructed butler when to assist, noticing she did not take Qi's portion. She asked a servant to deliver it to her. Yu Su then picked up 1 portion and offered it to Qi Ji, inquiring if he would partake. Qi Ji declined. Continuing his meal, Mama Lu added 2 sets of chopsticks and Yu Su spoke up, no need. The 2 of them will not be having dinner tonight. She handed both of Zhong Qianli's remaining desserts to them. Since you have already eaten upstairs, you may enjoy these 2 as well. Once consumed, you need not have dinner. With that, Yu Su led the finished Qi Ji away from the table, instructing them to clear the remaining dishes. Chapter 16. Qi Ji's affection value is 5%. A distant whistling sound echoed, and Zhong Qianli turned around. Where are you headed, Miss Zhong? Allow me to escort you, came Lin Zhao's cheerful voice from the convertible car. Are you saying you are teaching Qi Ye's children piano at E-Garden? She replied softly. He had briefly researched Zhong Qianli's background and was surprised to learn she was teaching piano to the children of Qi Yi. I hadn't expected you to possess such diverse talents. So, that means you and Yu Su were already acquainted during Shuang's birthday? Indeed. Lin Xiao chuckled. Then there shouldn't be any lingering issues from the last incident. Zhong Qianli, feeling somewhat downcast, murmured, actually, Miss Yu, it was likely my fault. Lin Xiao interjected, now. About that play I mentioned, have you considered auditioning? This is the latest work of renowned director Zhang Chen. And I have a strong premonition it will be a tremendous success, surely filling your coffers. Zhong Qianli had contemplated a career in stardom before encountering these affluent young gentlemen and ladies, but her thoughts had since shifted. After a moment of silence, she replied, I believe the entertainment industry is not suited for me, and I lack genuine interest in it. Turning to Lin Xiao with a sweet smile, she added, thank you for your faith in me. You and Shuang are truly kind-hearted individuals I have encountered. Lin Xiao gazed at her, enchanted by her melodious voice. His heart racing as he averted his gaze, feeling slightly awkward. Such beauty is always privileged, Zhong Qianli noted, observing Lin Zhao's slightly flushed ears. And she offered him a small treat she had been holding. This is something I made myself. I intended for Miss Yu to try it. But it seems she doesn't fancy it. Would you like to give it a taste? Recalling that Yu Su adored sweets, Lin Xiao surmised she had feigned disinterest in Zhong Qianli's offering and accepted it. I can smell the delightful aroma even through the packaging. I shall have a taste. Lin Xiao accompanied Zhong Qianli home. Well, I shall take my leave now. Thank you, Lin Zong, I will be going. Lin Xiao replied, call me Lin Xiao. There is no need for formality. Zhong Qianli smiled, turning to leave, but then looked back. By the way, the remaining 300,000 has been transferred to your account.
Please check for it.
With a playful skip, she departed. Lin Xiao watched her retreating figure, a smile gracing his face. How delightful. He waited until she had entered before driving away. Yu Su heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she found Butler when standing with Qi Ji. What is it? She inquired. Madam, I just checked the second young master's room, but did not find him. After searching, I found him standing at your door, seemingly wanting to sleep with you. Yu Su noticed Qi Ji holding a small pillow, his little face brimming with anticipation. Do you wish to sleep with me? Yu Su asked. Qi Ji nodded eagerly. He cherished his mother's scent and the story she told, and after their first shared night, he had developed a fondness for the experience. Yu Su hesitated for a moment without speaking, and Qi Ji interpreted her silence as reluctance, his bright eyes dimming. Shall we go to your room or mine? Qi Ji looked up, confused. Let us stay here with me, she suggested, making space for him to enter. Yusu thanked Butler Wen. Thank you for your efforts. Please rest early.
Of course, madam.
Have you bathed yet, Chi-Ji?
She asked.
Chi-Ji softly nodded. Yusu lifted him onto the bed. Then you lie down first while I take a moment. She sat at her vanity, applying various creams and potions to her face. Chi-Ji watched her intently, tilting his small head in wonder at her myriad of products. As she finally finished, she pinched his cheek playfully. Next time, remember to knock. What if the butler hadn't found you? Would you have stood at the door all night? He nodded earnestly.
All right.
Let me see what story I can tell you today. Yusu, lacking storybooks in her room and too lazy to fetch them from theirs, searched for a bedtime story for 7-year-old on her phone. How about this? From now on, when you come to sleep here, I will tell you stories. But when your father returns from his business trip, you must not come over. However, I can sleep in your room, but you must tell me a story then,
she explained.
Yusu wrapped her arms around Chi-Ji tightly, drawing him closer. If you promise to speak, I will read you a story.
Ding.
Siri, Chi-Ji's affection value is 5%. Chi-Ji gazed at Yusu, his face flushed. In a hoarse, childlike voice, he stammered, okay. Yusu seemed to have discovered the key to unlocking Chi-Ji's affection, laughing gaily as she narrated the tale of a tadpole searching for its mother, eventually drifting off to sleep herself. It was Saturday and the kindergarten was closed. Chi-Han and Chi-Xing were promptly downstairs for breakfast. But Chi-Ji was nowhere to be seen. Where is our brother? Chi-Han asked. Chi-Xing, as usual, opened Chi-Ji's door but found it empty. Brother is not in his room. Butler Wen, the second young master, is in the madam's room. Chi-Han wore a sullen expression. She is so kind to her brother. Chi-Xing pouted, lamenting how annoying it was that he wasn't allowed to dine with his older brother yesterday. It was unfair to them. He recalled what Fan Jieshi had said, that their mother only favored Chi-Chi. When Yusu descended with Chi-Chi, she noticed the two brothers wearing looks of deep sorrow. Yusu inquired, isn't today Saturday? Everyone else is flying high with joy on their day off. Why aren't you happy? Following Siri's suggestion, Yusu planned to take them to an amusement park, a museum, or a zoo over the weekend to strengthen their bond. A splendid idea indeed. She resolved to take them out on Saturday and return to the ancestral home on Sunday. Holding her pad, she perused artistic images, having made a reservation for an art gallery where she wished to take photographs. She would invite them to assist her in capturing images. Yusu waved at the three little ones who were engaged in drawing and playing with Lego and Ultraman. Shall we go out to play this afternoon? The three youngsters, still thinking it would be like last time, nodded eagerly. Yes. Chi-Han is good. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. Yusu replied, then we shall go out this afternoon. And they resumed lounging on the living room sofa, watching laughing bugs. Initially engrossed in their own activities, the three brothers were drawn in, gradually inching closer to Yusu. Their eyes fixed on the television, clearly enamored. When the servants emerged, they beheld the sight of the four of them neatly arranged on the sofa. Three little ones mimicking Yusu's relaxed posture as they watched TV, occasionally sharing hearty laughter. Mama Lu thoughtfully offered a platter of fruits, and Yusu exchanged a knowing glance with her, relishing the moment. Occasionally, she would feed the little ones nearby, thus passing a tranquil morning. Chapter 17. The three little ones take photos for their mother. The three little ones were already dressed, attired in matching outfits selected by Butler Wen. White t-shirts, black shorts, and black and white athletic shoes, emphasizing a monochromatic theme. Each carried a small backpack adorned with the plush keychains Yusu had gifted them previously. They also brought along a small, lightweight water bottle, as instructed by the butler. They had been waiting for Yusu for nearly an hour. Chi-Xing lamented, the flowers are wilting. Mama is so slow. Chi-Han grumbled, girls are truly troublesome. Chi-Chi kept gazing upstairs. They're coming. I'm sorry, my darlings, Yusu said as she appeared. Her hair styled in a half ponytail, having tidied it a bit, her makeup understated yet charming. Dressed in a pink tank top and light denim jeans paired with white sneakers, exuding youthful vibrance. Let us go. Mama Lu had also prepared some snacks and fruits for Yusu. She divided them into 3 portions for the little ones to carry, while she herself donned a small backpack, leading the way. Hurry up, or we'll miss out on the crowd, Yusu urged, walking ahead while the 3 little ones trailed behind, laden with their bags. Yusu had brought along a small camera to teach them how to take pictures in the car, and they managed to snap a group photo together just like this. Do you understand? The 3 brothers nodded in unison. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Although it was crowded, the place was vast, with every corner bustling with people taking photos. Yusu instructed them to stay close and began to stroll around, taking turns allowing them to photograph her, stopping at picturesque spots where others were queuing for photos. As Yusu posed, Chi-han expertly captured her on camera, while Chi-chi used his phone, reminding him where to shoot video and where to take photos, his small hands grappling with the oversized device. After allowing Chi-shing to take a shot, Yusu nearly feigned a dramatic faint upon reviewing the result, prompting her to have him squat down to observe the others instead. After completing a series of photos, Yusu reviewed the shots taken by Chi-han. This one is good, this one too, but here I look a bit short, and this one, my expression isn't flattering. My hair is blown into my mouth. When you're taking my picture, you need to tell me if anything is off, alright? She then examined Chi-chi's shots, guiding him hand in hand on how to angle for height, suggesting he could shoot video before snapping photos. Chi-shing, feeling slightly left out, rested his chin on his hands, watching them. Nearby, a young lady observed the scene and secretly recorded them, exclaiming, "How adorable." Yusu caught a glimpse but paid no mind, continuing to explore and photograph alongside her little ones. At the airport, Xiao Mo, is Mr. Chi returning to the company? Chi responded, "I'll head back to Yuan. You may take the documents back to the company." Understood. When Chi returned home, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. The butler had returned. Chi glanced upstairs. The butler instantly understood. The madam and the young master have gone out, with both Yusu and the little one absent. The butler informed him that they had gone to visit an art gallery. Chi placed the gifts he had brought back on Yusu's vanity in her bedroom, then proceeded to his study to continue working. An hour passed without their return. Chi contemplated calling Yusu when Chi was busy holding the phone, capturing images of his beautiful mother. Suddenly, a WeChat video call popped up. Chi was unaware that he had pressed for a video call. Chi, seeing the display, casually tapped the screen, resulting in a face-to-face video call between father and son. Chi spoke first. "Where's Mama?" Before Chi could respond, Yusu's voice echoed from afar. "Are you done taking pictures?" "Not yet. Wait a moment," Chi-han replied, as Yusu obediently posed. Chi continued to fumble, inadvertently enlarging his own face before switching to the rear camera, which fortuitously pointed at Yusu. Seeing this, Chi resumed recording, holding the camera aloft, while Chi observed clearly from the other end as Yusu posed in every conceivable angle, her playful expressions captivating. Where's the other one?" Chi asked. "Chi-shing, where is he?" Upon hearing his father's voice through the phone, Chi instinctively directed the camera towards Chi-shing, who was squatting and engrossed in examining something. Silence enveloped the moment. Yusu arrived to check and, seeing Chi-chi's innocent expression, inquired, "Didn't he get a good shot?" She took the phone to review, only to find Chi's face on the screen. "How did this become a video call?" Yusu muttered, noting the home background. "Are you back?" "Yes," Chi replied. "Turn the camera around. What are you filming the ground for?" Yusu exclaimed.
Oh.
Upon seeing Chi's flawless visage again, he inquired, "When will you return?" Soon. We still have 2 places left to explore. We'll return right after we finish."
Bye.
With that, she disconnected. Glancing at the 3 little ones, Yusu said, "All right, let me help you take photos. Hurry and line up." After tiring from the photo session, they found a spot to rest, replenishing their hydration as Yusu snacked on fruits while editing photos online. "Hello," a young lady called out, noticing Yusu's vigilant demeanor and promptly shielding the little ones. "I apologize for startling you. I'm with a street photography exhibition, primarily focused on self-media photography. I noticed you, and the little ones looked wonderful together, and wanted to ask if you'd be interested in a photo shoot." The speaker was a young man in his 20s, accompanied by another who was filming. Yusu assessed, recognizing this as the type of spontaneous street interview seen online, sometimes scripted, but this sudden approach seemed genuinely random. Yusu politely declined, "No, we've taken enough photos. We're tired now, and wish to rest."
Thank you.
The young man confidently replied, "Let me show you our work." With a considerable following of over 500,000, he had collaborated with prominent influencers, showcasing various attractive individuals, all garnering high view counts for their videos and photos, each with their unique flair. Yusu found the attire to be quite appealing. Yet after a long day of wandering, fatigue had settled in, leaving her devoid of the energy to take any photographs. Apologetically, she suggested he seek out others, as there were indeed several other lovely young ladies present. The young man, having searched around, lamented that she was the only true beauty amidst a sea of faces he had grown weary of photographing. Undeterred, he attempted to engage her further. Yet Yusu's frosty demeanor made it apparent that any further inquiries would be impolite. Sensing her chill, he wisely chose to withdraw, offering instead the name of their street photography exhibition, which could easily be found online, and extended an invitation for her to contact him for future shoots. Before respectfully taking his leave, Yusu sent a message to Chi-yi, requesting to be picked up, along with a location pin. Observing the three little ones seated in a row, sipping water and nibbling on biscuits, she joined them in their modest feast before leading them outside, where vehicles could not venture. Upon receiving her message, Chi set off, arriving just as they finished their snacks. In the car, Yusu was engaged in the final stages of creating a video. It included clips of Chi-han capturing her on camera, Chi-shing crouching on the ground, and moments of her directing Chi-han, all enhanced with photographs and a musical backdrop. This was a meticulously crafted piece, showcasing the most beautiful moments, which garnered a wave of praise and admiration in the comments section. Chapter 18. The family of 5 returns to the ancestral home. Yusu had already informed Chi-mother of their visit to the ancestral home on Sunday. After being the first to like her post, Chi-mother sent her a private message. As it unfolds, Chi-mother, what time tomorrow? Yusu inquired among the 4 in the car about their plans for visiting grandma, asking when they would be departing. They had previously visited, always arranged by Butler Wen, and since Chi-yi and Yusu seldom returned together, the 3 little ones assumed that it would be the butler escorting them once more. Chi-shing chimed in after breakfast. Yet, breakfast would conclude at 7:30, a time when Yusu had yet to rise, and she questioned the necessity of arriving so early. Yusu responded, "That's too early." Chi-shing retorted, "It used to be like that." Chi-han inquired, "Are you going too?" Yusu replied, "Yes," then turned to Chi, "What about you? Do you have to work tomorrow?" Her tone hinted at displeasure. After contemplating his work commitments, Chi hesitantly replied, "I can go in the afternoon." Thus, they agreed to complete their work in the morning, as he hadn't visited in quite some time and thought it would be nice to accompany them. Yusu brought her phone to Chi-han's mouth, instructing him, Han, tell Grandma that you will return with Mom and Dad tomorrow." Dad said he would take us after lunch. After pressing send on the voice message, Chi-han, somewhat bewildered, complied under Yusu's encouragement. "Chi-yi, my trusty assistant," he mused. Upon hearing the voice message from her daughter-in-law, noted in her contacts, Chi-mother was delighted to recognize her eldest grandson's voice. Upon hearing the message, she beamed, "The whole family is coming," and promptly began instructing the household to prepare for their arrival. Yusu received a cheerful response. "Sounds good." One could easily imagine Chi-mother's elation. The 3 brothers were equally thrilled to learn that their parents would accompany them, as they had never all gone together before. Typically, it was just the 3 of them, with their father occasionally taking time off to collect them, and their mother had never taken them herself. It had been a long time since their last visit to their grandparents, and the prospect of a family outing made their little feet dance with joy. Upon returning home, Yusu headed straight for the dining table, famished. This meal marked a rare occasion for the family of 5 to gather together, with the 3 little ones seated across from her while Chi occupied the head of the table. During the meal, Chi-yi would occasionally serve her dishes, and when she rejected something she disliked, her playful pout seemed to invoke a gentle charm in Chi's ears. "I don't want that." He had begun to remember her preferences for certain foods. The 3 little ones watched in wide-eyed fascination as their father attended to their mother, while Yusu relished the comforting flavors of home-cooked meals. After a bath, Yusu noticed a gift box placed on the vanity, presumably the latest gem collection Chi had mentioned. She carefully opened the packaging to reveal a sapphire necklace, its color reminiscent of the deep blue of a cornflower, exhibiting a slight teal hue. It was indeed deserving of its reputation as a premium sapphire. The set included a necklace, earrings, and a bracelet. As she lifted the central necklace, the sapphires sparkled beautifully against her pale hands in the light. Chi remarked, "I'm glad I made the right choice." This piece was sought after by an artist from Country A, who bid up to several billion to acquire it. Yusu suddenly recalled the need to bring a gift for the elders tomorrow. She dashed to the study, lightly knocking on the door, and without waiting for a response, entered calling for Chi. The chair was empty. He must have been in the bath. Yusu took a seat at his desk, idly glancing at the documents, which held little interest for her. Her curiosity piqued by a notebook, she instinctively reached to open it, hoping to uncover some of Chi's secrets. When he emerged, he found Yusu furrowing her brow at his desk, attempting to unlock his notebook. "What are you doing?" he asked suddenly, startling her from her concentration on the password. She reproached him lightly. "How can you walk so silently?" "This is my study," he replied, "and you're snooping on my computer." Feigning innocence, Yu-Su countered. I wasn't snooping, just having a casual look. Why are you so anxious? Is there something in there I'm not allowed to see? She raised her voice. Tell me the password. I want to have a look. 1026, he answered, his calm demeanor making Yu-Su feel somewhat guilty. I came to ask what we should bring back to the ancestral home tomorrow. I've already asked Xiao and Mo to prepare it. It will be delivered tomorrow. Yu-Su sighed in relief, grateful for his reliability. She approached Qi, gesturing for him to lean down, and whispered close to his ear, I really love that gift. Her warm breath tickled his ear, prompting her to rise slightly on her toes and place a gentle kiss on his cheek before attempting to exit. However, Qi grasped her wrist, their eyes locking. Perhaps due to the intensity in his gaze, Yu-Su felt a sudden rush of shyness, her eyes darting away as she weakly tried to pull away, feeling the warmth of his hand. What are you doing? He asked without breaking the silence, pulling her closer. Just as they were lost in a tender kiss, Yu-Su, with her soft strength, turned her head away, cheeks flushed and breathless. No. We have to meet the elders tomorrow. I can't. Qi leaned in closer, his voice low and enticing. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Just tonight. In the study. At the break of dawn, Qi hastened to complete his work for the day, while Yu-Su remained in the small room of the study. Once Qi finished, he entered to call her. It's 10 o'clock. Thinking of their return to the ancestral home, her mind cleared, and as she stood up, she stumbled slightly. Qi scooped her up to help her wash up, and while the mirror showed no obvious marks on her neck, her collarbone bore clear evidence. Yu-Su shot Qi a reproachful look. He feigned ignorance. The children are waiting for you downstairs. Upon hearing this, Yu-Su quickened her pace, realizing she still needed to prepare. Are you all ready already? Just waiting on me? Take your time. There's no rush. I have a few things to finish up, and once you're ready, I'll be good to go, Qi assured her. Yu-Su nudged him, then hurry along. Whoever is ready first should call the others. Understood, he replied. Meanwhile, Yu-Su was upstairs having Xiao-Qi do her makeup, while the 4 boys had already gathered downstairs, awaiting her arrival. Qi-Xing, Dad. Mom always takes so long when going out. Qi-Han. Girls take time to adorn themselves beautifully. The 4 of them stood at the staircase, eagerly awaiting her descent. At last, they beheld the graceful figure of Yu-Su emerging, clad in a flowing white gown, her hair elegantly pinned behind her ears. Complemented by the pure makeup skillfully applied by Xiao-Qi, rendering her ethereal today. Qi-Xing gazed at Yu-Su, utterly captivated by her beauty. His mother truly was stunning. None of the mothers of his kindergarten peers could compare to her. Yu-Su, noticing Qi-Xing's starry-eyed admiration, teased, Darling, you're about to drool. Qi-Xing, with his bright, sparkling eyes, looked at Yu-Su and smacked his lips. Why do you always wear this outfit? Qi's wardrobe consisted solely of shirts and suits, and apart from their varying colors, Yu-Su saw no distinction. Qi glanced down at his attire, accustomed to it. Yu-Su remarked, Next time, perhaps you should change your style. Wearing the same outfit year-round, what's the difference? Qi replied, All right, let us go. She grasped the little one's hands as they headed out, while Qi pondered Yu-Su's words. Chapter 19. The warmth of elders' love inside the car. They spotted a group of uniformly dressed individuals lined up from the entrance to the interior, a grand sight indeed. The manner was quite vintage, exuding both romance and solemnity. Appearing immaculate and imposing, the 3 little ones shared a close bond with their grandparents, who lavished affection upon them, particularly Qi-Ye's grandmother, whom they affectionately called Tai Nai Nai. Here, they were spoiled beyond measure, with the Qi family eager to grant their every wish, as if plucking the moon from the sky for them. Upon alighting, they dashed towards their Tai Nai Nai, calling out for her, their grandmother and grandfather, each vying for a hug and a kiss. Qi held a gift box in one hand and took Yu-Su's hand with the other, instantly easing her tension. She had only met these relatives during her first marriage and childbirth, and seldom visited thereafter, apprehensive of the potential awkwardness. Grandmother, Dad, Mom. Yu-Su joined in the cheerful greetings. The elderly lady beamed. Come on in. Chimu added, You too. You can't earn money endlessly. Spend more time with your wife and children. If you come earlier, I can take them to Yongjai for tea. The ambience there is delightful, especially in the morning. Chimu and Tai Nai Nai often spent their mornings there, relishing the tranquil environment, promoting relaxation and well-being. Yu-Su innocently interjected, Yes. I told him to set aside work today, but he wouldn't listen, insisting he could finish it by morning. The 3 little ones glanced up at their mother, then at their father, recognizing that adults must have their reasons. Chimu tugged at Yusu's other hand, disregarding Chi. Next time. Come with Xing Xing and the others. I'll take you all to experience it. Yusu obediently blinked, releasing her hand from Chi's grasp.
Oh, dear.
Chi exclaimed as Chi Fu held him, playfully tugging at one of Chi Fu's newly sprouted whiskers. Chi Xing, observing, expressed, I want to touch Grandpa's beard too. Chi Yao chuckled, allowing him to do so. Lin Wanqing, look at you. I asked you to handle a few matters, and you're still reluctant. Don't poke my grandson. It's prickly at night when he sleeps. Yusu regarded the scene, feeling the warmth of the harmonious atmosphere. The three little ones were quite close with their elders. Chi Mu stated, Today, Grandma is waiting for you to take photos. How lovely you look, dear. You must help Grandma capture some beautiful moments. Chi Han whispered, as taught by his mother. Chi Xing shouted, Let me take pictures for Grandma. Yesterday, Mom wouldn't let me because she thought my pictures were unappealing, but I saw how beautiful she looked in my shots. Chi Mu couldn't help but chuckle, all right. Tai Nai, I'll help you take photos too. The elderly lady, showering affection, hugged and kissed her beloved grandson. Chi Xing could hardly contain himself, eager to assist in capturing their memories. As they awaited mealtime, Chi Mu summoned the photographer to the small courtyard, leading to an afternoon of playful antics. Yusu stood by, guiding their poses. Su, go call them out so we can take a family portrait together.
Yusu kemplait cheerfully.
In that moment, Tai Nai sat in the center, with Chi Mu on her left and Chi Fu on her right, embracing the three brothers, while Yusu and Chi stood behind them. As the camera clicked, Chi leaned closer to Yusu, holding her hand. Laughter filled the air. Everyone appeared joyous. They also captured a family photo of the five of them, Yusu holding one child, Chi cradling the other two. So beautiful. Let us hang these in my room. Tai Nai exclaimed, her admiration growing. Chi Mu instructed to have all the day as photos developed. Time to eat. Zhao Ma, the housekeeper, called out with a smile as they finished their photo session. Let us eat, and we'll play in the afternoon. At the dining table, Chi served Yusu some dishes, and seeing Chi Fu doing the same for Chi Mu eased her embarrassment. She mumbled, You should serve Grandma too. I can manage on my own. Chi did serve as grandmother as well, but Tai Nai's heart was solely occupied by her three great-grandsons. Tai Nai even prepared a bowl of soup for Yusu, which she gratefully accepted, saying, Thank you, Grandma. This is a nourishing tonic brewed with premium herbs, specifically for women. Upon tasting, she found it pleasantly fragrant, with a subtle sweetness that lingered. It's delicious. Thank you, Grandma, Yusu replied sweetly. The Chi family held Yusu in high regard. Her beauty, talents, and respect for her elders, alongside the birth of three precious children, rendered her a perfect match in their eyes. They did not demand further offspring from their son and daughter-in-law, recognizing the challenge of giving birth to triplets. In the Chi family, the tradition was to have only one child. Tai Nai had given birth to Chi Fu, Chi Yao. And Chi Mu, Lin Wanqing, had only Chi Yi. Childbirth posed significant challenges for women. Once was sufficient. Although they were busy with family matters, they seldom visited. Yet they felt sympathy for Yusu, understanding that her husband was occupied with work and managing three grandsons. While Chi Mu refrained from voicing her support, she consistently transferred money into Yusu's account each month, while Chi Fu would occasionally inquire about her well-being and send funds as well. Yusu found herself with ample funds, rendering hard work unnecessary. Her life seemed destined for enjoyment. After the meal, Chi Fu invited Chi Han to play chess with him. But Chi Mu intervened, leaving Chi Yi to engage in the game with his father. Meanwhile, Chi Mu entertained the little ones in a playroom filled with games prepared for them. Yusu relaxed in the small courtyard, enjoying tea and engaging in light conversation with Tai Nai. Grandma, Mom wouldn't let me eat with the big brother last time, Chi Xing confided. Chi Mu, puzzled, asked, What do you mean? Mom said I couldn't eat with the big brother, Chi Xing clarified. Chi Mu considered this unreasonable. It was unthinkable to deny the children food, especially since Chi had already eaten. Why couldn't you eat with the big brother? She inquired.
Kihan explained it.
My brother and I had snacks before lunch. Chi Mu sighed in relief, realizing that their mother had likely restricted their meal due to concern they might spoil their appetites. Chi Xing countered, No, I'm still hungry. Mom doesn't like Teacher Zhong, so she wouldn't let us eat. Chi Mu was baffled. Who is Teacher Zhong? Chi Han elaborated. Teacher Zhong is our piano instructor. She brought us snacks and made us practice for a long time that day. We were hungry, so we ate. Mom said since we didn't come down for lunch, we couldn't eat afterward. Shimu pondered. How could she have made you practice for so long? Because we didn't learn in the last class. We went out with Mom. Teacher Zhong said we had to make up for lost practice time. So we studied for quite a while during the last class. Mother seemed to have no faults at all. In the 20th chapter, Qixing reported to Yusu, who ended up in tears. Does Teacher Zhong bring you little snacks during class? Qixing eagerly replied, yes, they're delicious. I really like Teacher Zhong. She's so kind to us. She even picks us up after school and takes us to play, unlike Mom, who only takes Chi-Chi-Gij. Does your mother know about this? Qixing replied, yes. Mom said we should let Teacher Zhong take care of us instead of keeping us. Mother. The two children exchanged words, leaving her utterly bewildered. She called Yu-Su to inquire about the situation. Upon seeing the child, Yu-Su realized that this was yet another report against her. A surge of frustration welled up within her. This child was complaining to both Chia and Mother, incessantly mentioning Teacher Zhong. When Mother asked what was happening, a tear fell from Yu-Su's eye. Mother froze for a moment, only to panic upon realizing that she had neither scolded nor struck her, and had yet to ascertain the issue at hand. Regaining her composure, Mother comforted her. My dear daughter-in-law, what's wrong? What happened? This only made Yu-Su's eyes well up even more, her face a portrait of grievance, and she let out a small whimper that was truly heart-wrenching. Woo-woo. The three children were taken aback, witnessing their mother cry for the first time. Qixing, feeling utterly helpless, thought he had caused trouble. It was he who had mentioned it to Grandma, leading her to call Mother, who then began to cry. For reasons unknown, he felt a twinge of fear and called out to his older brother in a small, pitiful voice. However, Jihan ignored him, fixated on their mother's tears. He wished to comfort her but found himself frozen, as he too had just left class with Teacher Zhong, enjoying her snacks without having had dinner. Seeing their mother in tears, Chi-Chi rushed over but, being too short, grabbed onto Yu-Su's skirt. The adults were too preoccupied with comforting Yu-Su to notice the small child. As Qixing watched his mother cry harder, he unconsciously felt tears welling up in his own eyes. Noticing that his older brother was ignoring him, he dashed outside, where he found his grandfather playing chess with his father. After a moment of contemplation, he ran into his grandfather's embrace, his voice choked with grievance. Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Qiao inquired, What's wrong, Qixing? Who bullied you? Qixing burst into loud sobs. Qia and his father exchanged a glance, both puzzled, wondering who could possibly be bullying him at home. Before they could ask, Mother hurried downstairs, unable to quell Yu-Su's crying, and called for Qia. At the corner of the staircase, she saw the frantic Mother. Mom? Mother, her hands trembling slightly, urged Qia, come quickly. Your wife is crying. She added. We don't even know why she's crying. She's not the wicked mother-in-law behind your back. The elderly lady followed Qia upstairs, where Mother stepped aside and took hold of the children. Qia approached without speaking, gently wiping away Yu-Su's tears and enveloping her in his arms, softly patting her back until she calmed down. Exhausted from crying, Yu-Su gradually settled. With Qia holding her, she leaned into his embrace, sniffling quietly, her eyes red and glistening with unshed tears, evoking sympathy. Qia gazed at her tenderly and softly asked, What's wrong? Yu-Su did not respond immediately. Unexpectedly, it was Chi-Chi who spoke up, calling out the bad person. Both the elderly lady and Mother were taken aback and delighted. Clearly, this bad person was not referring to anyone present. Before anyone could inquire further, Chi-Chi continued, Teacher Zhong is a bad person. Hearing this, Yu-Su emerged from Qia's embrace, her expression bewildered as she looked at Chi-Chi. What a good child. Mother then explained the earlier events, stating she merely wished to ask Yu-Su what had happened. But before she could ask, Yu-Su had already burst into tears, taking a step back to indicate her innocence in the matter. The elderly lady gently patted Lin Wanqing's hand. Qia, unaware of Qixing not having eaten, recalled that Yu-Su had picked up Chi-Chi after school last time, and Qixing and Qihan had complained to him about it. He cast a glance at the girl beside him and explained why Yu-Su had reacted as she did, giving a disapproving look at Qihan and Qixing. Mother and the elderly lady sensed something was amiss. Qia turned to Qihan and asked, What wrong have you done that you didn't eat? Qihan looked up at Qia innocently and replied, We didn't go down for dinner. We had little desserts instead. Qia questioned, Why didn't you eat when it was time for dinner? Who gave you those little desserts? Qihan answered, Teacher Zhong gave them to us. She said we shouldn't play during study time, that what Mom did was wrong, and we needed to catch up on what we hadn't learned. So, we didn't go down for dinner. I only ate that little dessert because I was hungry. The mention of teacher Zhong made Chia's temples throb. A change was necessary. Once Yusu had calmed down, she spoke as if she were a crushed marshmallow. She even gave me 3 portions. I didn't eat mine. But I let Chihan and Qixing have theirs, and I didn't let them eat dinner. She then turned to Chia and added, I gave back your portion to her, telling her to wait until you return from your business trip to give it to you. With that, she turned away, refusing to look at him. Yusu continued, they always praise teacher Zhong, never listen to me, and she tells them that I'm wrong, saying she doesn't have to take responsibility for them since you arranged for her. As she spoke, her emotions flared up again. While there might have been some theatrics earlier, now, with so many people around discussing this and that, the thought of teacher Zhong's demure facade brought tears to her eyes as she exclaimed, if I weren't your mother, I wouldn't care about you. With that, she covered her face with her hands, and this time, she truly cried. Even while maintaining her image as a refined lady, she suppressed her sobs. But tears streamed through her fingers. Chia ushered everyone outside. Unsure how to console her, he held Yusu as they sat on the sofa, then transferred funds to her while whispering the amount in her ear. He repeated it until she finally stopped crying. The first thing Yusu did upon stopping was to grab Chia's phone to check if the transfer had gone through. Chia felt a chuckle rising within him, but managed to suppress it. When we return, we will change that piano teacher, Chia said, kissing the tear-streaked corner of Yusu's eye. You rest here for a bit, I'll go talk to them outside. He then scolded Chihan and Qixing, while the elders watched quietly, unsure of when it was appropriate to interject. After he finished, Mother admonished Chia, saying that teacher Zhong was not to be underestimated and that he needed to resolve this matter promptly to avoid disrupting their family. It seemed Chihan and Qixing were particularly fond of that teacher. Even Qiqi had spoken today. It had truly been a day of surprises. Once Yusu had calmed down, she left the room, having not lingered too long. She happened to see Chia bringing the 2 brothers over to apologize. Yusu graciously replied, it's all right.
I'm used to it.
Initially, she intended to stay for dinner, but now she informed Chia that she would be heading home and wouldn't stay for dinner that night. After they left, the elderly lady urged Mother and Father to investigate teacher Zhong. Understood, Mom. She'll investigate on her own, without you saying a word. Where did this opportunistic figure come from to intrude upon our family? In the 21st chapter, Qiqi was called to speak to his mother. Due to the events of the day, Chia had intended to change the piano teacher, but Yusu had differing thoughts. After evaluating Zhong Qianli's coaching, she found no remarkable talent in the 2 children regarding their piano skills. It remained uncertain whether they were truly suited for this pursuit or if they genuinely loved playing the piano. Thus, Yusu decided, in the name of Qi Yi, that the 2 brothers would temporarily cease their studies. They would await the arrival of an educational expert for guidance, or until they discovered a more suitable artistic direction for themselves before resuming their learning. The authority to make this decision lay with Yusu, while the responsibility to inform rested with Qi Yi. After observing their current state of learning, Qi Yi announced that they would not attend piano classes for the time being. The adorable little Qixing, tilting his head and pouting playfully, asked why. Qi Yi replied, in due course, I will find a mentor to teach you. And at that time, you will have the freedom to choose what you wish to learn, just as Qiqi will. Qixing lamented. Does this mean we won't see teacher Zhong anymore? As he began to voice his thoughts, he subconsciously glanced at Yusu, who was listening quietly. Qi Yi, with an expressionless demeanor, admonished, from now on, after school, apart from family members, you are not allowed to leave with anyone else, understood? If I catch you going off with someone again, you will lose your toys, snacks, and pocket money. Is that clear? The 3 little ones nodded in understanding, gazing at their father's stern visage. Yusu, standing nearby, wore a look of indifference. After they finished their discussion, she retreated to her room, lightly humming as she left. The 4 men silently watched her ascend the stairs. Qi added, and do not provoke your mother unnecessarily. With that, he too made his way upstairs. In her room, Yusu perused a message from Qi Mu. Today, Qi spoke. It seems his condition is improving. I will arrange for a doctor to examine him. Yusu responded affirmatively. Thoughts of Qi occupied her mind. Initially, she believed him to be the most difficult to approach emotionally, yet from the beginning until this afternoon, she felt a certain closeness with him. Children with autism often experience profound loneliness and lack emotional connection, remaining indifferent to their parents' presence, treating them much like strangers. Parents, in turn, often fail to sense their children's reliance on them, as their responses to familiar and unfamiliar faces are largely identical. However, Yusu sensed that Chi-Chi's varied expressions towards her were indeed laden with affection. She resolved to spend more time with him, striving to help him engage in life like any other child. The thought of the other two brothers, particularly Qi-Shing, was quite troublesome.
Sigh.
Siri, dear master. Do not sigh. This is a good thing. When you endeavor to approach him with love and patience, he will sense it too. Allow me to report on the current situation. The male lead's affection value remains unopened. The female lead's affection value stands at 40. Chi-Han's affection value is unlocked. Chi-Chi's affection value is at 5, and Qi-Shing's remains unopened. Your own affection value has yet to manifest. It was evident that Siri's voice grew slightly louder toward the end. His primary task was to gather Yusu's affection values, yet thus far, none had appeared. What are you so flustered about? Collecting affection values from 4 individuals is far more challenging than your task. Siri hesitated, words unspoken. A gentle knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, Yusu found Lu Ma standing there. What is it, Lu Ma? Madam. The sir mentioned you haven't eaten yet and asked me to inquire what you would like. You must eat, or you will feel hungry. Until that moment, she had not felt it, but now she did. And the others? The sir has yet to eat, and the 3 young masters had kanji before returning to their rooms. Yusu nodded. Then please prepare some noodles for us.
Certainly.
Oh, and wait. I would like some rice noodles. It has been ages since I last had them. Lu Ma smiled. Of course, madam. After taking a shower, Yusu called for Chi-Yi as she descended to eat her noodles. They sat face to face, one slurping noodles while the other enjoyed his meal. Chi-Chi? Yusu noticed Chi-Chi coming downstairs and looking at her. Do you wish to eat too? He shook his head. Is there something on your mind, Chi? Yusu observed Chi-Chi standing silently beside her, sensing a hint of his thoughts. Chi-Chi, seeing that Yusu remained quiet, blushed, tugged at her sleeve, and whispered, sleep. Chi was taken aback. Yusu glanced at him and then said to Chi-Chi, we will sleep after we finish eating. Though she understood Chi-Chi's intent, she wished for him to express it fully. Chi-Chi, realizing his mother had not mentioned sleeping together, began to feel anxious together. Yusu encouraged him, say, Mommy and I will sleep together. Chi-Chi's little face flushed as he stammered, Mommy and I sleep. Hearing this, Yusu's heart swelled with joy as she affectionately stroked his face. Good boy. This was the first time she had heard him call her mommy. Chi-Chi remained silent. Neither Chi-Han nor Qi-Shing had ever been close enough to address her in such a manner. Observing Chi-Yi, who had been watching the mother-son interaction closely,
Yusu kilirit her.
Both she and Chi-Chi turned to him. He did not shy away, and the 3 of them shared a moment of mutual gaze. Yusu gently nudged Chi-Chi towards Chi-Yi, encouraging him, tell Daddy that today Mommy will sleep with you. Chi-Chi, small and delicate, gazed up for a long moment before finally saying, Daddy, I sleep with Mommy. This marked the first time Chi-Chi had spoken to Chi-Yi, as well as the first time he had called him Daddy. The sensation was unlike anything Chi-Yi had experienced with Chi-Han or Qi-Shing, making it impossible for him to refuse. So, Daddy, will Mommy and I sleep together? Yusu also looked at him, but Chi-Chi hesitated for a moment. Shaking his head, yet an odd feeling washed over him as he slowly said, next time. Chi-Yi and Yusu exchanged bewildered glances. Next time. We can all sleep together, Chi-Chi added, his expression suggesting he understood. It was a rare moment for their son to speak. And Chi smiled as he affectionately ruffled Chi-Chi's hair. All right, next time, add Daddy to the mix. With that, they could see Chi-Chi shyly smiling. After Yusu finished eating and tidied up, she headed to the children's room. She handed Chi-Chi a copy of 1001 Nights. Do you remember what I told you last time? Yes, he replied. In his room, he wanted to read to her and help her sleep. Chi-Chi's small hands took the large, thick book, his big eyes sparkling with understanding. Yusu lay on the bed, patting the space beside her. Come here. As the little one wiggled into position, he placed the book on the blanket covering her legs. Yusu nestled beside him, awaiting his storytelling. Chi-Chi nervously swallowed, beginning to read with a stammer, pointing at the words one by one. When he encountered difficulties, he would express them in other ways. Once upon a time, there was a king who had a young and beautiful queen. The intermittent, tender sounds filled the quiet room, becoming the most enchanting melody of the night. From time to time, Chi-Chi glanced to see if Yusu had fallen asleep, each time catching her smiling gaze. Blushing, he continued his tale, and after several glances, he noticed she had drifted off. Chi-Chi carefully folded a corner of the page he was reading and placed it on the bedside before gently lying down.
gradually inching closer to Ixue's embrace.
As he watched his mother with her eyes closed, his little head leaned in ever so slightly. And Yusu felt a soft touch on her chin. Chi-Chi was stealing a kiss. After doing so, he shyly hid under the covers. Unable to contain herself, Yusu smiled with her eyes closed. Pretending to be asleep, she unconsciously wrapped her arms around him. Realizing his mother was asleep, Chi-Chi let out a sigh of relief and sweetly fell asleep, clutching her hand.
Ding.
Congratulations, master. Chi-Chi's affection value has risen to 8. Yusu felt a surge of happiness. For now, Chi-Chi was the easiest to please, and she reveled in the joy. Chapter 22. Complaining with Lin Shuangshuang. The following morning, Lin Shuangshuang inquired if Yusu had any free time, suggesting a trip to a resort hotel they had previously discussed. It seemed that Su was not fond of Zhong Qianli, as she had not invited her this time. It would just be the two of them. Sure. Yusu replied. Lin Shuangshuang quickly responded, let us depart this afternoon and return tomorrow. I'll come to pick you up. All right, Yusu confirmed. She packed a set of clothes and then left. She presumed Lin Shuangshuang would handle everything else. Indeed, for just one night stay, Lin Shuangshuang had packed a small suitcase. Yusu informed Butler Wen and Lu Ma that she would be going out in the afternoon and would return the following day. The resort hotel is situated in Area a 2-hour drive from the capital city. Lin Shuangshuang announced, I've arrived. Yusu exited with a bag in hand. Lin Shuangshuang observed her light baggage and teased, doesn't this make me seem rather extravagant? Yusu laughed. It's just for a day of fun. You know, my parents have been nearly driving me to despair at home lately, insisting that I accompany my brother to learn about managing the company as artists and such. You know I lack the acumen for that, but I wouldn't mind feasting my eyes on handsome men and beautiful women, she giggled, displaying a lovesick expression. Lin Shuangshuang's parents indulged her greatly, having raised her in a cocoon of affection. They didn't truly expect her to manage the company. With her brother around, she could merely pretend to study. Both she and Yusu were akin to freeloaders. Although Su had married, Lin Shuangshuang felt she still hadn't had her fill of fun. Well, even though Su is married, she can still enjoy herself. I envy her. Everything about her seems perfect. The 2-hour journey passed swiftly as the sisters chatted about fashion and the veracity of various gossip. Upon their arrival, Lin Shuangshuang exclaimed in awe at the resplendent 4 characters, Jiugong Mountain Villa. This resort had only opened in March of this year. Lin Shuangshuang had visited once before. It exuded an air of grandeur and sophistication, with rooms featuring minibars, a private beach, scenic cruises, and even a racetrack, making it an excellent retreat for relaxation. At the kindergarten, a drill to prevent child trafficking was underway. Prior to the exercise, the teacher had warned the children against following strangers or accepting gifts from them, and the chattering youngsters assured her they understood. As the drill commenced, a trafficker stealthily infiltrated the children's play area, employing various tactics to lure them with food, toys, and enchanting dresses, attempting to coax them into compliance. Older children, recalling the teachers' and parents' advice, remained impervious to the temptations, while a few younger girls, captivated by the beautiful dresses, were pulled back by nearby boys. The 3 Chi brothers sat together, their expressions vigilant, offering no words in response to inquiries. Chi Han, like the older kids, warned the trafficker, our teacher will be here soon, and informed everyone that the individual was a bad person not to be trusted. In the video, only 2 children fell victim to the trafficker, a chubby boy with a penchant for food and a girl enamored with pretty dresses, both of whom left with the stranger. The entire drill was recorded and shared in a group chat, summarizing the exercise's outcomes. While private messages commended the children who resisted and gently reminded the parents about the ones who had been deceived. Yusu also received praise, and the 3 brothers replied with a grateful message to the teacher. Noticing that Yusu had been engrossed in her phone for some time, Lin Shuangshuang inquired about what she was watching. Yusu showed her the video. What an adorable little one. My godson has been exceptionally bright since childhood. And he is quite handsome. I can't wait to take him out for some fun next time. If it were someone else, things might not be the same. Had the female lead, Zhong Qianli, been present, especially Qi Xing, they would have been easily duped. Yusu casually forwarded the video to Qi Yi without a word, then turned off her phone to enjoy a drink and chat with Lin Shuangshuang. Shuangshuang, what do you think of Zhong Qianli? Lin Shuangshuang glanced at Yusu, her right hand brushing her forehead while her left gently swayed the wine glass, embodying a casual, languid demeanor as if she were merely asking a routine question. After some contemplation, Lin Shuangshuang replied, I find her quite pleasant. She's gentle and rather humble. Yusu chuckled softly and finished her drink, candidly stating, I do prefer you not to have too much interaction with her. I'm not particularly fond of her. Lin Shuang stared blankly at Yusu, pondering if her disdain stemmed from the incident on her birthday when Zhong Qianli accidentally ruined her dress. Yusu, gazing out from the balcony at the view, continued, She's been tutoring your godson at home, coming over intermittently to teach him piano. As for her skill, that's another matter. But soon 2 of your 3 godsons might as well take her surname. At this rate, I fear I will soon be replaced. After just a few months as a tutor, she has practically moved in with us. I've witnessed her becoming increasingly intimate with them. It feels as though I've become the outsider. As a tutor, she claims she only follows Chi's instructions and has nothing to do with me. She frequently picks up your godsons from kindergarten, and Qi Han and Qi Xing are almost ready to adopt the Zhong surname.
You supposed.
Slowly approaching Lin Shuang and whispering in her ear about last birthday, you might think it was a trivial matter if it had been your dress that got dirty. You wouldn't have held it against her since it was unintentional, and you have other dresses, right? Lin Shuang blinked, a hint of panic crossing her face as she gazed into Yusu's clear, fox-like eyes, unable to articulate a response. Yusu continued, everyone thinks the same way, don't they? In a gym, if you accidentally get injured and she inadvertently saves you, you become friends, attending gatherings together, and then she accidentally ruins my dress. Only to be rescued by your brother, successfully establishing a connection between you. Children have fresh minds that can't comprehend, but as elite heirs, surely your intellect shouldn't be stuck at the level of a 6-year-old, right? I don't like her. I detest her, Yusu declared bluntly. Observing Lin Shuang's bewilderment, she fell silent. After a considerable pause, Lin Shuang approached her and quietly asked, is this woman hiding something profound? Reflecting on Yusu's earlier misunderstanding, Lin Shuang felt a twinge of injustice. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. How long have we known each other? Initially, I truly didn't recognize her talent in performance. It was you who pointed it out to me, she said, shaking Yusu's arm playfully. Perhaps I was just speaking out of turn, Yusu replied. Lin Shuang retorted, you wouldn't do that. And you were quite serious earlier. I thought you were going to end our friendship. Yusu responded. Lin Shuang immediately raised her hand, declaring, I will cease all contact with her. At first, I didn't quite understand why I found her appealing. I thought she might make a good friend. I truly didn't expect this.
I'm sorry, Susu.
Yusu shook her head. Lin Shuang, fuming, pondered if she was truly attempting to steal away her godson. Yusu recounted numerous details, including how Qi Xing frequently complained to her about Yusu, even shedding tears. Now, Qi Mu was aware of it. Qi Yi and the others decided to temporarily suspend piano lessons, hoping she would not stir up trouble. Do you think her intentions are to replace you? And now she's ingratiating herself with my brother? Initially, I hadn't considered it so deeply, but after what you just said, I find it plausible. A nouveau riche gradually transforming from a crow to a phoenix, slowly encroaching upon your space and steadily appropriating your possessions. Lin Shuang's conviction grew stronger, causing her to slam her glass down. I can't believe I took this seriously. Don't worry, Su, I'm on your side. If this person schemes against me, I want to let her off easily.
Yusunari dernistly.
The 2 sisters continued their animated chatter for a while longer. Chapter 23. Coming Home. Qi received a video from Yusu, noting, good progress, acknowledging Yusu's recent attentiveness towards the children with a thumbs up. However, subsequent messages went unanswered. Inquiring with Butler when, he learned that she had gone out with the Lin family and would not return tonight. When the 3 little ones returned that evening, they noticed Yusu was absent. She had been home for several days, and they instinctively sought her familiar presence in vain. Butler, when observed, young master, madam will not be returning tonight. Qi Xing simply responded with a no. The other 2 remained unresponsive. Could it be that she is ignoring us again? That night, Qi Yi returned late, and the 3 Qi brothers had dinner together, just like before. However, today felt notably quiet and lonely. Perhaps it was because, in recent days, their mother had frequently been by their side, and their father had spent more time at home. This stark contrast was immediately apparent. The 3 brothers ate their dinner in silence, each retreating to their respective rooms afterward. After a long day at work, Qi received a brief message from Yusu, simply an and then nothing more. Lin Shuang and Yusu took a brief respite of 2 days, preparing to return home, contemplating whether to pick up the children along the way. They called for a car to first drop Lin Shuang off at the kindergarten in Kyoto. Yu-Su made a phone call to Butler Wen, informing him that she would be picking up the children en route, thereby relieving him of the need to come. However, when Yu-Su arrived, she found that a considerable number of children had already been picked up. The three little ones stood at the entrance, anxiously wondering why their grandfather, the butler, had not yet arrived. Typically, he would be waiting for them early. They perched on the small stools provided by the kindergarten teachers, propping their little faces with their hands, gazing forlornly at the entrance. Upon Yu-Su's arrival, she could not help but chuckle at this sight and wave to them. The three brothers, realizing her presence, straightened up in surprise and hurried towards her, breaking into a light jog as they neared the school gate. Having missed her over the past 2 days, they rushed to her side, their little faces flushed with excitement, eyes sparkling, and smiles barely contained. Qi Xing exclaimed that their grandfather had not come. Yu-Su laughed. "Did you think I was here to pick you up?
Well,
I guess I'll leave and call him to come get you." At this, the three of them panicked and clung to the hem of Yu-Su's clothing and her legs. They quickly blurted out that they wanted to go with Qi Ji as well. Yu-Su affectionately ruffled their heads and said, "All right, let's go home." Qi Xing asked, "Are we going out to play today?" Their mother had taken them out several times, and they had assumed she would do the same this time. "You can't play every day. You always think about having fun," she replied. They yearned for their mother to take them out for meals, as she tended to them with greater care when dining out, serving them food and wiping their mouths. Unlike at home where they were attended to by servants and their mother was less involved. Having experienced the joy of being with their mother, they longed for her undivided attention during outings and meals. Qi Xing responded with a simple, "Oh." Yu-Su noticed Qi Han gazing at her intently. "Where did you go yesterday?" Qi Han inquired. "I went out to have some fun," Yu-Su replied, observing Qi Han's pouty face. "You all need to go to school. Once you have a break, I'll take you out to play." Upon hearing this, the three of them cheered up. As they returned home, they still bounced with energy, with Qi Xing calling out, "Grandpa Butler, we're back." "Why is Teacher Zhong at my house?" Qi Xing exclaimed upon seeing her. Butler Wen explained, "Young master has returned, and Teacher Zhong wishes to discuss something with madam. Since it pertains to young master, I couldn't refuse her request to wait." Teacher Zhong looked at the lively and adorable Qi Xing and asked, "Have you been practicing well in the days I haven't seen you?" Qi Xing turned to Yu-Su at this question. "Is Teacher Zhong here to deliver desserts for Qi Yi?" Yu-Su observed the box in Teacher Zhong's hands. Understanding why she always made such remarks, she sensed that this woman had an interest in Qi Yi. "I initially intended for them to inform you, but Qi Yi mentioned that they do not require a tutor for the time being. I appreciate your effort in personally delivering it, but Qi hasn't finished work yet," Yu-Su stated. Teacher Zhong replied, "That's not it, Miss Yu. I merely wanted to speak with you briefly and coincidentally brought some treats for you to try." Yu-Su raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it you wish to say?" Little Han and Xingxing show considerable talent in piano. I hope, Miss, you will not prevent them from learning for other reasons. Yu-Su laughed. "What other reasons do you imply?" Teacher Zhong met Yu-Su's gaze directly, stating, "I know you harbor misunderstandings about me." Before she could continue, Yu-Su raised a finger to shake her head, unable to tolerate a single word of insincerity. "Miss Zhong, first and foremost, you should address me as Mrs. Qi. Since our first meeting, you've consistently referred to me as Miss Yu. Your repeated attempts to distinguish me from my husband suggest ulterior motives. Are you perhaps aiming to become the third party?" Teacher Zhong's body stiffened at this accusation. Yu-Su continued, "Secondly, I have yet to perceive any talent in them for learning piano, unless you possess unwavering confidence in your nascent skills. Believing you can cultivate a passion for piano in a child who has no love for it. It's truly remarkable to find someone so self-assured. Mistaking a few years of piano for innate genius. Do not mislead these children." Teacher Zhong's hands were clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. She had faced hardships in her youth and only began learning piano in university, encouraged by her mother to join the affluent family where she discovered her talent. Being belittled by Yu-Su was a bitter pill to swallow. "Miss Yu, there is no need for such humiliation. I merely wanted to remind you that you could seek other instructors for them." Yu-Su nodded. "Of course. They will find a professional teacher to guide their studies in due time. As for Mr. Qi, my acquaintance with him is not something you need to concern yourself with." Teacher Zhong's expression faltered, caught in a mix of emotions as she choked on her words. Yu-Su, unfazed, stated, "Regarding Qi Yi, any matters can be directly communicated to him. I am not interested. I am allergic to insincerity. Thank you very much." Teacher Zhong forced a smile, her demeanor stiff as she thought, This woman is truly unpredictable. The atmosphere fell silent for a minute. I shall not intrude any longer, she finally said, handing a small box of treats to Chi Han and Chi Xing. Little Han, Xing, these are cookies made by Teacher Zhong. This is the last batch. The two instinctively looked at Yusu. After a moment of hesitation, Chi Han said, thank you, Teacher Zhong, but we are about to eat dinner. We can't have snacks before meals. This reminder caused Chi Xing to recall the last time they had eaten Teacher Zhong's treats, which resulted in their mother not allowing them to have dinner. However, Teacher Zhong had claimed this was the last opportunity, and Chi Xing glanced between Yusu and Teacher Zhong, finally cautiously observing Yusu's expression before accepting the cookies from Teacher Zhong, who received no reaction from Yusu. With a sigh of relief, Chi Xing said, I'll eat it after dinner. Teacher Zhong smiled. That's fine. You can have it tomorrow too. It can last for 3 days, so take your time. Chi Xing nodded gently, okay. I shall not disturb you any longer, miss you. The three brothers silently watched Yusu, hesitant to speak. After exchanging a few words with the butler, Yusu instructed that no stranger should be allowed in and headed upstairs. The three little ones followed her with their eyes, sensing an unsettling tension in her cool demeanor. They exchanged glances, with Chi Han feeling somewhat reproachful towards his younger brother for accepting the treats, fearing that their mother might be upset again. On the other hand, fixated on the bag in Chi Xing's hands, his eyes darkening, and suddenly snatched the bag from Chi Xing, forcefully throwing it to the ground. Chapter 24. Chi Han caught a fever. The speed of his actions left everyone speechless. He then turned to Chi Xing and said, I hate you. Chi Xing was taken aback. It was the first time his brother had spoken to him only to throw his belongings and express disdain, leaving him in a state of shock. Moments later, a wail erupted, escalating from silence to soft sobs and then into a full-blown cry as he stood there, helpless and open-mouthed, weeping uncontrollably. Butler Wen, surprised by the sudden outburst from the second young master, rushed to call for Madame. Yusu, hearing Chi Xing's cries, was utterly bewildered. What on earth? She thought. She hadn't said anything to warrant such a reaction. She hadn't forbidden him from accepting anything or from eating. What was there to cry about? Upon hearing the butler's description, Yusu turned her attention to the protective Chi Ji, pulling him aside. Startled at his mother's arrival, panicked, realizing he hadn't intended to bully his younger brother and was worried he had upset her. Why did you throw your brother's things? She asked. He lowered his head, guilt written all over his face. Yusu gently patted his back. Chi whispered softly. Mommy is unhappy. If mommy is unhappy, then you should throw your brother's things, he added. Those belong to a bad woman. Yusu interjected. Indeed. But we shouldn't teach children that way, right? After pondering for quite some time, she found herself at a loss for a proper rationale for educating children. Perhaps it was best to let it go? Turning her head, she noticed Chi Xing, tear-streaked and sniffling. With a gentle whisper, Yusu leaned in close to Chi and said, Your brother doesn't know that person is bad. When you throw his things, it makes him sad, and he cries. You should apologize to him, and mommy will tell you a story tonight. Chi, delighted by his mother's soft words tickling his ear, replied eagerly, okay. He approached Chi Xing and declared, From now on, you are not allowed to take things from bad women. Otherwise, you won't be my brother. Yusu raised an eyebrow. That's not what I taught you. Chi Xing, still sniffling and hiccuping, remained silent. Then Chi dashed off to his room and returned with a box filled with an assortment of beautifully wrapped candies and cookies, which he handed to Chi Xing. Seeing the colorful packaging, Chi Xing, with his tiny hands, eagerly rummaged through to take a look, his little voice breaking the silence as he said, Thank you, brother. At last, the atmosphere settled. Chi looked at Yusu with an expression brimming with anticipation, yearning to rush forward and plant a big kiss on her cheek. Chi Han observed their interaction, feeling a twinge of sadness as he realized he was unnoticed, with his mother's attention seemingly fixed on Chi. However, as the eldest brother, he felt he could not cry, retreating into a corner, feeling somewhat forlorn. Yusu, having sensed the dynamics among the three children, thought to herself that it was time to eat. As they approached the dining table, she lifted each child onto their chairs, giving Chi Han a gentle pat on the head. Chi Han, feeling the warmth of his mother's touch, found his earlier discontent dissipating. During dinner, Yusu paid extra attention to them, serving them dishes and wiping their mouths. The sense of happiness enveloped the room. Moments ago, there were tears, but now each child wore a face of pure satisfaction. Later that evening, when Chi returned from work, he discovered his wife had fallen asleep in their son's room. Given that their son had just begun to speak and show improvement, he felt it inappropriate to disturb them. Thus, yet another night was spent in the study. The following day, Chi took the children to school, and the trio waved goodbye to their father as they entered the kindergarten. After watching them go inside, he drove away. Shortly after, Yusu, who had just settled down for a late lunch, received a call from the kindergarten teacher. Chi-han has a fever. Immediately, Yusu rushed over, explaining the situation to the teacher before taking her flushed-faced son into her arms, while the other two were taken home by the housekeeper. Holding the feverish Chi-han in her arms, she instructed Uncle Chow, hurry to the nearest children's hospital. Chi-han felt somewhat dazed. He could see his mother cradling him, gently stroking his face, softly asking if he felt hot and if he was very tired. He wished to respond but found himself unable to articulate his thoughts, leaning comfortably yet uncomfortably against his mother. How could he suddenly have a fever? Could it be from the air conditioning without a blanket? But the servants had checked on him before bed. Yusu's expression grew anxious as she intermittently touched his forehead. Upon arriving at the hospital, they immediately registered for emergency care. Alone with her son, she was grateful for Uncle Chow's support as he handled the payment while Yusu held Chi-han for the doctor's examination. After receiving an 4 drip, her little boy had already drifted off to sleep. Frustrated, Yusu dialed Chi-yi's number, but he didn't answer, which only heightened her irritation. How can he be unreachable all day while our son is ill? It's infuriating. The nurse advised her to keep an eye on the 4. Once it was finished, everything would be fine. Yusu sat on the chair beside the bed, waiting. When Chi-han awoke, he found Yusu nearly dozing off, occasionally rousing herself to check if the 4 was finished. Yusu yawned. Oh, you're awake. She instinctively reached out to check his forehead and playfully ruffled his little face, noticing his hair sticking up adorably. Just a little longer, and you'll be fine. Chi-han nodded his small, flushed head in agreement. After a little over 10 minutes, the 4 was complete. The doctor informed her that the fever was caused by a chill. Chi-han had felt hot at night, turned on the air conditioning, and neglected to cover himself with a blanket, a situation that had persisted for 2 days without anyone noticing. Yusu gently patted his little backside. See? You caught a chill, didn't you? Chi-han nestled his small head against her collarbone, wrapping his arms around her neck, his face still flushed. Next time, you must be more careful, Yusu admonished gently. Chi-han obediently nodded. Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? How about some porridge? When sick, you should have something light. Yusu mused to herself, feeling that no matter what illness afflicted anyone, their first meal always seemed to be porridge. Agreeing to her suggestion, Chi-han allowed Yusu to cradle him while she sat down to feed him. Although he wished to eat by himself, he remained silent, ultimately savoring this hard-earned affection. She scooped a spoonful, blowing on it to cool it before offering it to her sick little Han-han. Chi-han opened his mouth, slowly finishing a bowl.
Ding.
Siri announced, Congratulations, Master. Chi-han's affection value is at 6%. Yusu realized that during this illness, she had few opportunities to bond with each child individually. And Chi-han, the most easily overlooked among the 3 brothers, was often overshadowed by his younger siblings, one with autism and the other, the youngest, being lively and adorable. He had never been the first choice. Today, however, he was burning with fever, and her heart felt equally aflame. Yusu found herself troubled, previously indifferent towards her children. Her recent experiences had altered her maternal instincts. Each child was unique, and interacting with them brought different emotions. Chi-han's obedient demeanor made her feel her love for them was still insufficient. Siri exclaimed, Master, your affection value has appeared. Confetti, confetti, spin around and scatter flowers. In the 25th chapter, Yusu's affection value finally manifested.
Ah.
Siri's excited voice chimed, Master, you finally thought about loving them. Just now, you were thinking of how to love them well, and here it is. My task has finally appeared. I'm so moved.
Yusu said inwardly.
I'm still too soft-hearted.
Fan jiexi exclaimat, Kihan, mummi Islandia Kihan's mummi.
Fan Ingna looked bewildered, unsure whether her son was calling her or someone else. Fan Jeshi pointed in a direction, and she followed his gaze to see several beautiful mothers of high-profile children. Approaching to greet them, Yusu said, na. We chatted a bit after adding each other on WeChat last time. Yusu glanced at the children, noticing one of them had their arm in a sling. What happened? Is this a patient? Just being playful and accidentally fell. He has been resting at home for several days, Fan Ingna replied, observing Chi-han with a fever patch on his forehead. Did your child catch a fever? Yes, he caught a chill. He just finished in 4 drip and was about to have some porridge before heading home. Fan Jieshi pointed at Chihan's forehead. Chihan, you're hurt.
Just like me.
Not the same at all. You got hurt from playing too much, while little Han is sick. Yusu smiled at the mother and son duo. I'll take Han home to rest now. I won't disturb you any longer. Fan Ingna replied energetically. Alright, let us plan to hang out next time. Sure. Han, say goodbye to your classmates.
Kihan bavet, goodbye, auntie.
Fan Jieshi waved back with her unbound left hand. Goodbye, auntie.
Goodbye, Kihan.
Yusu called a ride to head back home. She told Chihan, you should rest at home for the next few days. Wait until you're completely well before going back to school. Chihan readily agreed, eager to spend time with his mother. I know precisely what I must do. As Yusu's phone chimed, she picked it up to see it was Chi. Rolling her eyes, she answered and handed it to Han. Hello? The voice of their father resonated in Han's ear. He gazed at Yusu, timidly uttering hello, Dad.
Han.
Perhaps accustomed to hearing Yusu call him that, Chi unconsciously echoed the diminutive. Why do you have a fever? Where are you now?
Gotta chill.
His eyes darted towards Yusu, his voice dropping. Mom took me to get a shot. His small voice was a first for Yusu to hear him refer to her as Mom, even though he had yet to address her directly. Where's Mom? Hand the phone to her. Han passed the phone to Yusu. Yusu took it. What is it? I was just in a meeting. My phone was away from me. She nonchalantly replied with a soft before hanging up. The conversation was bothersome. Chi maintained his phone-holding posture, feeling a headache loom over him. Another ancestral spirit was enraged. He hastened to complete urgent matters and summoned Xiao Mo. I have something to attend to, you handle the rest. Xiao Mo, bewildered, exclaimed, You're leaving work in the middle of the afternoon? Suppressing his ire, he wore a smile. All right, boss. Upon returning home, the two brothers cast worried glances at Han, and Yusu seized the moment to advise them to be cautious. All right, you may play for a bit, but if you feel tired, you mustn't disturb your brother, understood? Okay. When Chi returned, he found only Chi and Chi Xing stacking blocks. Where's Mom and your brother? Chi Xing replied, sleeping in the brother's room. Being sick is nice. You can sleep with Mom and snuggle. Dad is back too. Chi Xing wished to be ill as well. Chi entered Han's room to find the two of them, one big and one small, nestled together. Yusu had not yet fully succumbed to slumber. Upon hearing a sound, she stirred, and their gazes met. Chi approached gently, casting a glance at the slumbering Han before reaching out to caress Yusu's face.
Yusu?
She remarked, You must have mistaken the person, swatting his hand away. Chi half squatted by her bedside, turning her towards him. Yusu anticipated he would speak, but instead, he leaned in and kissed her. Yusu's eyes widened in surprise, but he released her, his voice deep and resonant, subdued in volume. Shall we go to our room? His unexpected advance left Yusu bewildered. Noting her silence, Chi attempted to embrace her. But Yusu instinctively retaliated with a sharp slap, the sound echoing. She glanced back at Han to ensure he remained asleep. With a reproachful glare at Chi, she questioned, What are you doing? Just as he was about to respond, Yusu rose, placing a finger to her lips, urging him to speak outside. Why are you back? Didn't you ask me to return? Yusu rolled her eyes. When did I ever say that? Chi had not received Yusu's call, and upon dialing back, she had hung up, clearly irked. Yusu crossed her arms, averting her gaze. Why did you even come back? Our son is fine. There are plenty of others around. Your absence wouldn't matter. She explained that recent projects were numerous, and sometimes during meetings his phone remained muted, leaving him unaware of messages. Yusu coldly replied, Oh, work is more important. Chi was perplexed by Yusu's newfound sensitivity. They had previously maintained a respectful distance. He could not fathom why he now felt the need to explain himself to her. The atmosphere thickened with silence. Finally, Yusu broke the stillness. Han merely caught a chill. He received a fever-reducing injection and is much better now. With that, she turned to leave. Chi pondered in his study for the afternoon, realizing he might be overthinking matters. He decided to transfer more funds to Yusu, voicing in the past. We didn't interfere with each other much and things were fine. But now it seems there are increasing concerns. The company is busy, and I can't always check my phone. His statement left Yusu momentarily stunned. You think our previous interactions were satisfactory? Yes, Chi affirmed.
Yusu nodded.
Understanding, he believed she had become bothersome. Their prior respectful coexistence had been pleasant, each leading their own lives. He deemed it preferable this way. Fine, so be it, she replied, her smile masking her thoughts. In that fleeting moment, the notion of divorce flashed through her mind. Truly, who was she in love with? She was done. This person's heart was harder than diamond. She no longer desired it. This love could be cast aside. Siri expressed concern. Master is giving up. Thus, she will not generate love points. What will happen then? Such a dilemma. Yet, she was currently enraged, and Siri dared not utter a word. Knowing a single misstep could cost her dearly. It had taken much to accumulate love points. For the past few days, Yusu stayed home with Han Han. Do you enjoy playing the piano, Han Han? He hesitated before nodding yes. Then shall I find you a teacher to continue your lessons? Or, do you prefer your previous teacher, Mr. Zhong?
Yusu unwittingly broached a sensitive topic.
Young as he was, Han Han could read the atmosphere and shook his head. Yusu smiled, so, do you like Mr. Zhong? Children must speak the truth, she urged. Han Han hesitated, but under Yusu's intense gaze, he whispered, I suppose I like him a bit.
And what about me? Do you like me?
Embarrassed, he shyly affirmed, yes. Yusu pressed further, if only one of us, Mr. Zhong or I, could stay with you, who would you choose? His voice dwindled to a whisper.
What? Yusu leaned in closer.
In the 26th chapter, the business banquet unfolded.
Mom.
Yusu heard the soft, baby-like voice and pretended not to have heard. She quickly scooped up the head down, hand clutching Han Han. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Under Yusu's close scrutiny, he met her gaze and said, I want Mom. His ears flushed a bright red. Yusu puckered her lips and kissed Han Han's cheek, chuckling, what a silly, sweet son. Tomorrow, I'll find you the best piano teacher.
Ding.
Siri announced. Han Han's love points, 10 woohoo. After a few days of resting and playing at home, Han Han felt a bit gloomy as he accompanied his younger brothers to school. The younger siblings were delighted to see their brother finally attending school. Until one day, a servant informed Yusu that Qi Xing had sneaked away to stand in front of the air conditioner after the servant had left. Due to Han Han's previous illness, the housekeeper had tightened surveillance and Qi Xing was caught. Yusu felt utterly drained, staring at the mischievous child before her. Just as she contemplated how to discipline him, Qi Yi returned. Yusu intended to inform Qi Yi so he could handle the situation. However, the result was that Qi Yi sternly reprimanded the child, forcing him to face the wall in reflection. Qi Xing looked up at Qi Yi with teary eyes, feeling wronged. Qi Yi remained impassive. Stand straight. Qi Xing, struggling to hold back his tears, leaned against the wall, his eyes glistening as he stubbornly wiped them away with his small hands. He huffed, I hate Dad. I don't like Mom anymore. If it were Mr. Zhong, he would comfort me. While Yusu rummaged for clothes, Qi Yi entered silently.
Yusu turned, startled,
and exclaimed, You're like a ghost. How do you walk without making a sound? Don't you know you can scare people to death? She pushed him away. Qi Yi responded, Where is this sudden fury coming from? Seeing her displeased expression only deepened his confusion. Yusu rebuffed Qi Yi's invitation, which puzzled him even more. Stupid Qi Yi. If you want to sleep with me, just come and find me, and after you're done, you'll pretend you don't know me. Didn't we agree to avoid interfering in each other's lives? From today onward, just as you wish, let us live as polite strangers. Don't even think about touching me. While Yusu laid in bed fiddling with her phone, Qi Yi returned.
What do you want? Jie observet her defensive posture.
Who are you guarding against? There's a banquet this Wednesday. I need a companion. Yusu turned her head, firmly refusing. I'm not going. The evening banquet was hosted by YK, a luxury brand, and all the gentlemen in attendance were expected to bring a female companion, which implied that she too must attend. Yusu furrowed her brows. Siri reminded her, Master, at gatherings of affluent business magnates, the female lead is typically present. Yusu raised an eyebrow. Understanding the implication, it was time for the female lead to step up. Very well, I shall go. Qi observed Yusu's expressionless face, hesitating in his actions. What are you still doing here? She asked, rising abruptly with her phone in hand, heading out with a huff. Qi was left bewildered. As Yusu opened the door to retire to her son's room, she found Qi standing at the entrance. Lowering her gaze, she met his eyes as he looked up, wanting to sleep alongside her. She had been tending to Qi Han, who was ill these past few days, and had momentarily forgotten about Qi. Realizing that Qi would occupy the bedroom, she decided to let him sleep alone and opted for Qi's room instead. All right, let us go to your room, Yusu said, pulling Qi with her, while he glanced back at Qi. As Yusu listened to Qi recounting a story, Qi entered once more. Yusu's eyes nearly rolled to the heavens. There she was, lying on her son's bed, covered by a blanket with only her eyes visible, listening to her son read. She shot an unapologetic eye roll in his direction. Chi-Chi paused, looking at Chi-Yi with a puzzled expression. Chi lightly coughed, raising a clenched fist to his mouth. Didn't you say last time that you wanted to sleep with Daddy and Mommy? Chi-Chi glanced at the unresponsive Yusu, then winked at Chi-Yi, who then indeed lay down on the bed. The moment he did, Yusu got up, placing Chi-Chi in the middle. The two exchanged a silent glance, wary of breaking the quiet. Chi-Chi, continue reading. I am still awake, Yusu instructed. Chi-Chi replied, and then his innocent voice filled the room, stumbling through the pages of the storybook. Yet, the clarity and purity of his voice were enchanting, gradually lulling Yusu into a state of sleep. Chi-Chi and Chi-Yi watched as Yusu's breathing softened with slumber. Chi took the storybook from Chi-Chi's hands and gently tousled his hair. Sleep well. Chi-Chi lay nestled between his parents, glancing from his father to his slumbering mother. This sensation felt peculiar, akin to resting upon a grand bed of cotton candy, sweet and soft. Meanwhile, Chi-Han lay on his bed, staring vacantly at a spot, forlornly glancing towards the door. Ultimately burying himself under the covers, forcing himself to sleep, reminding himself that she wouldn't come. Chi observed his sleeping wife and child, pondering how Yusu had reverted to her previous demeanor, yet she was still gentle with the children. Was it because of his last words? He fell into contemplation. The following day, Chi-Han stealthily opened the door to Chi-Chi's room, witnessing his parents asleep there, which filled him with sorrow. Quietly, he closed the door. As Chi-Chi descended the stairs with his parents, Chi-Han looked on in dismay. Yusu, are you going to take them to school today? He asked, surprised. I could take you, Chi offered. That would be wonderful. Mom and Dad have never sent us together before. However, Yusu replied, why don't you take them? Dear? All eyes turned to Yusu, who felt the weight of their discontent. After a moment's thought, she acquiesced. Very well, let us go together. I have no plans today. How do you find it, Miss Zhong? Are you satisfied? Linda, the makeup artist, inquired while admiring her handiwork in the mirror. Zhong Qianli also gazed at her reflection, her long black hair flowing with the breeze, styled into a casual princess updo with a butterfly hairpin adorning it. Her eyes, accentuated by dark contact lenses under long lashes, sparkled with life, while her lips were tinted a soft peach. Dressed in a pink pleated skirt, she appeared utterly pure. Pleased with her reflection, she nodded. Tonight's event was of great significance, and she was determined to make a strong impression, her gaze growing resolute as she regarded herself in the mirror. Lin Xiao will come to pick you up later, Zhong Qianli replied. All right, she confirmed. After dropping off the children, Chi told Yusu, I will come to pick you up after work.
Yusu coldly replied, yes.
After a moment of silence, Chi-Yi quietly exited the car to head to work. Recently, his wife had returned to her previous elusive demeanor. Women's emotions are often unpredictable. Are you heading back, madam? Uncle Chow glanced at Yusu through the rearview mirror. Of course, I was only dropping off the children. There's no need to take a grown man to work. Madam, is this all you're having for lunch? Luma asked, observing the barely touched meal. I have to attend a banquet with Chi tonight, and I fear eating too much will leave me with a little belly, Yusu replied, winking playfully. I forgot to tell you not to prepare so much. I hardly touched any of it, so you all can enjoy. Yusu instructed the housekeeper. Please call Xiao Qi and have her prepare my attire for this evening. Certainly, madam, the housekeeper smiled. As time passed, the three little ones returned from school in the afternoon and were taken aback by Yusu's glamorous appearance. So beautiful, they exclaimed, frozen in admiration as they gazed at her seated on the sofa. Seeing their reactions, Yusu chuckled and stood to twirl. Do you think I look lovely? The fishtail gown, with its elegant curve and off-shoulder design, accentuated her slender waist, creating a perfect silhouette. The delicate ruffles at the hem swayed gently with her movements, while her cascading long curls framed her face, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Her eyes sparkled with allure. Her delicate nose and slightly flushed cheeks complemented her luscious lips, which were even more vibrant than the most exquisite rose petals, radiating a beauty that surpassed the clearest crystal. She embodied a cold yet enchanting princess. The three little ones couldn't tear their eyes away from Yusu, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Qi Xing exclaimed, so beautiful, like Snow White. Yusu smiled, her eyes crinkling. I am not Snow White. I am the stepmother, the kind that eats children, she teased. her slender fingers playfully cupping Qi Xing's face. Qi Xing, taken aback, blushed, his eyes sparkling wide, utterly mesmerized by his beautiful mother. Chapter 27. Brother Qi, do you still remember me? When Qi arrived to pick up Yusu, he found his 3 sons surrounding her. Their expressions as if they had never seen a beautiful woman before. It was a rather pathetic sight. As he focused on Yusu, his gaze transformed, mirroring that of the 3 little ones, fixated upon her. It was the housekeeper, Lin, who broke the silence, reminding him that the master had returned. Qi snapped back to reality, approaching Yusu to compliment her. You look stunning. Yusu did not take his hand, rising to her feet instead. The 3 little ones followed her movements, and Shihan finally asked, Where are you going? Yusu glanced at Qi, who replied, Mommy and I are off to a banquet. We will be back late. You all must listen to the housekeeper. I want to go too. Qi Xing chimed in, his face alight with hope. Qi responded, That's not possible. The 3 boys pouted. Next time, Qi added, while Yusu affectionately ruffled their hair before following him out. The 3 little ones watched longingly as their elegantly dressed parents departed. In the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Yusu played with her phone, her glimmering manicure gliding across the screen, showing no desire to converse with Qi. He, with a furrowed brow, contemplated initiating a conversation, but found himself at a loss for words. Observing her exposed shoulder, he awkwardly remarked, Aren't you cold? To which she retorted, Aren't you hot? Noting his tailored suit that seemed ill-suited for the season. Silence enveloped the air once more as Yusu continued to immerse herself in her own world. Qi pondered whether the issue lay with his previous remarks, feeling the need to clarify, yet he struggled to find the right words. Why have you suddenly changed towards me? That wasn't my intention last time. He lamented internally, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. During this period, he has grown quite fond of Yusu's transformation. However, following his previous misstep, Yusu has chosen to ignore him once more. Please do not take my last words to heart, he implored. Yusu, her gaze fixed on the screen of her phone, raised her eyes to meet Qi's, her expression imbued with a chilling indifference that caused his throat to tighten involuntarily. They arrived at the entrance of the banquet in silence. The opulent decorations of the banquet hall dazzled with exquisite lighting, and magnificent crystal chandeliers illuminated the entire venue. The soft, enchanting music flowed through the air, and numerous guests engaged in animated conversations, their glasses clinking in merriment. The entrance of the 2 attracted considerable attention, as both were strikingly handsome and graceful, a perfect match in stature and poise. Those familiar with Qi Yi approached him for greetings, while Yusu, in a show of charm, linked her arm with his, presenting a facade of gentle elegance. Is this the esteemed Mrs. Qi? I am Huang Wei from Fengwei Technology. It is an honor to finally meet you, one guest remarked. Yusu nodded politely, hello. Truly, you are as beautiful as a celestial being. Mr. Qi is indeed fortunate. The guest continued, to which Qi nodded in agreement. At precisely 8 o'clock, the banquet commenced. Apologies, Zhong Qianli said, engaging with others. As she noticed the spotlight on Qi Yi and Yusu, excusing herself from the supplier they were conversing with. It's been a long time, Brother Qi. She had known Qi since childhood. A memory surfaced of a time when she had been bullied and wept bitterly outside, only to be rescued by him when she fell into the water. The strikingly handsome youth had seemed out of place in their rural surroundings, and since that day, she had sought him out daily, secretly observing him. They had developed a close friendship, but he left after 2 months. Now, upon reuniting in the capital, her life was also transforming, slowly improving. He was married with children, yet happiness eluded him, and her intent to tutor his child was tinged with selfish motives. Reflecting on the image of them both cradling a child, she felt an aching beauty in the thought, as if it were destined to be. However, upon seeing Yusu, she felt increasingly overshadowed, each encounter resembling a contest wherein Yusu seemed to usurp her position, a sensation growing ever more potent. Lin Xiao approached with a glass raised. What are you looking at? Zhong Qianli suppressed her emotions and smiled. Following her gaze, Lin Xiao noted Yusu and Qi. Shall we greet them? He suggested. But Zhong Qianli hesitated, appearing somewhat intimidated by Yusu. It's all right. Yusu is quite amiable, he reassured her, adding, as long as I'm here, you need not worry. Finally, Zhong Qianli nodded, all right. Hello, Sister Su, Lin Xiao called out to Yusu. Upon hearing this address, Qi Ye's gaze deepened, sharp and penetrating as if to discern Lin Xiao's intentions. Unfazed, Lin Xiao greeted Qi, good evening, Mr. Qi. Dressed in a refined white suit, he exuded elegance, complimenting Zhong Qianli's pink attire splendidly. Yu Su, seemingly indifferent, inquired, "Did you not bring Shuang Shuang along?" "That little girl prefers not to join in such festivities," she replied, to which Yu Su nodded in agreement. "You two make quite the pair. If they are the prince and princess, then you and Qi Yi resemble a king and queen." Zhong Qianli approached with a smile. "Long time no see, Mr. Qi, miss you." "It hasn't been long, has it? We met just a few days ago," Yu Su replied. "Oh, it has been ages since I last saw Qi Yi," she added, subtly twisting her hand around his arm. Qi frowned slightly. Although he initially struggled to remember Zhong Qianli, he sensed that encounters with her seldom boded well. Any mention of her displeased Yu Su. He maintained a stoic expression, uttering not a word, while Zhong Qianli felt a bit embarrassed but continued to gaze at him, yet he did not return her glance. Yu Su rolled her eyes inwardly, recognizing the overtly displayed emotions. "Esteemed guests, thank you for attending this grand event," the host announced, initiating the proceedings. With a soft sigh, Yu Su caught Qi's attention. "What is it?" he asked, noticing her slight weight leaning against him. "I'm a tad hungry. I hardly ate at lunch," she replied in a delicate tone. "Let us go over there to grab a bite," Qi suggested, attempting to lead her toward the refreshments. "I can go on my own. You should mingle," Yu Su asserted, gesturing toward the crowd, indicating she would eat alone. "Just don't wander off. Come find me once you're done, all right?" Qi cautioned. "I'm not a child, you know." Yu Su pouted playfully, and Qi, charmed by her cuteness, pinched her cheek gently. "Off you go then." Soon, Qi was surrounded by people, men engaged in business discussions while women navigated their social circles. Yu Su observed quietly, eating while listening intently. Zhong Qianli, having scrutinized the scene for some time, decided to approach Qi Yi when he was momentarily alone. "Wait," she called out. Noticing his lack of reaction, she adopted a pitiful demeanor. "Brother Qi Yi, you don't remember me? Qi Yi? Do you recall the little fish from Gossip Village? You saved me, and we played together, but then you left," she reminisced. Observing Qi's contemplative expression, she knew he hadn't forgotten. She continued with a soft voice. "I wanted to find you, but didn't he know where to look? Serendipitously, I ended up here and unexpectedly found you while tutoring at Xiao Han's house. Surely this is fate." Qi Yi, lost in memories of his past, recalled his trip to his grandmother's hometown at 16, where he had spent 2 months. It was a remote village, and he had been there to accompany her as she wished to revisit her childhood home. During that time, he had indeed rescued a girl from drowning at a small bridge, and in gratitude, she had offered him some food, which he accepted. After 2 months, they returned home. "I do remember," he acknowledged with a nod. "Is that you?" "Yes," Zhong Qianli replied, stepping closer. "Brother Qi." Chapter 28. Do not cry, I am sorry. Suddenly, she stumbled into Qi's embrace, and as he was beside the dining table, he had no time to evade. "I'm so sorry," the server exclaimed, hastily apologizing. The atmosphere shifted, as the presence of affluent patrons made the server's face pale with concern. Yu Su witnessed the scene unfold before her and froze in place. Her gaze toward Qi filled with hurt. Qi promptly pushed Zhong Qianli away, attempting to maintain composure as he addressed the server. "Be more careful." Zhong Qianli feigned concern, glancing at her foot as if she had nearly twisted it, and approached Yu Su. "Miss Yu, it was not as you saw. The server knocked me over. It was an accident." Yu Su, with a knowing smile, lifted her gaze to Qi Yi before turning to Zhong Qianli. "Miss Zhong, it seems you were not merely careless, but rather intentional. Wouldn't you agree? At the birthday party, you accidentally ruined my dress with cake. And now you've knocked over my husband. With so many accidents, one might think you are trying to replace me." Her tone dripped with icy sarcasm. Facing the seemingly vulnerable Zhong Qianli, Yu Su's commanding presence was palpable. A voice from the crowd interjected, revealing itself to be Fan Yingna. "Ah, it's you again. Who brought you here?" A country bumpkin turned socialite aiming to replace Miss Yu. Fan Yingna raised her glass. "Let us toast to your audacity." Zhong Qianli's complexion was as pale as a ghost, her hands clutching the hem of her dress tightly. This woman is truly disturbed. Why does it concern her? Lin Xiao, noticing her stepping forward, awkwardly interjected, "My apologies. She is my companion." The waiter inadvertently interrupted everyone's mood, and I sincerely apologize for that. Indeed, to see a waiter stumble into someone requires a commendable amount of courage. I thought this was a gathering for business moguls. Yet I find myself witnessing Miss Zhong's performance once again. Yu Su scanned the room, self-deprecatingly remarking, "I've learned a lot from you." At that moment, a staff member approached. likely sent by the organizers to escort Zhong Qianli away, apologizing for the minor mishap and requesting everyone to continue. Zhong Qianli was led out of the hall by the staff, while Lin Xiao told her to return home first, as he could not leave just yet. Zhong Qianli's tears flowed, like a wilting white flower. "I'm sorry, Lin Zong. It's all right. You should head back. I will speak to them shortly." Yu Su walked over to Fan Ningna, who was also present, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for helping me on several occasions." "No problem at all. It seems we are destined to meet. I detest such scheming individuals," Fan Ningna replied with a blink. "Would you like to come to my house tomorrow? I can show you my vineyard." Yu Su smiled softly. "Sure." Fan Ningna nodded towards Qi Yi, who stood behind her. "You can continue with your tasks. I'll take a stroll." Qi Yi wished to explain himself to Yu Su, but she preferred to avoid such discussions in this setting. The atmosphere between them was noticeably tense until the event concluded. On the way home, Qi Yi recounted the events, but Yu Su remained nonchalant. She had received a notification from Siri, indicating Zhong Qianli was not far away. "It was she who collided with me. I barely had time to dodge," Qi said, watching Yu Su with no reaction. After a moment of silence, Yu Su's gentle voice broke through. "Have I mentioned this to you?" "What?" Yu Su gazed into his eyes. "The thought of divorcing you is becoming increasingly compelling." His expression changed abruptly, as if struck by lightning. "What did you say?" Yu Su fell silent, and Qi grasped her fragrant shoulders, turning her to face him. "Say it again." Yu Su lifted her downcast eyes to meet his, tears glistening on her lashes. Ready to spill over. A single, crystalline tear trickled down her cheek. His heart raced, tightening with anxiety. He reached out to wipe away her tears. "Don't cry, I'm sorry." She wept, declaring her desire for a divorce. What should he do? His hand, attempting to brush away her tears, felt clumsy. Yu Su turned her face away, struggling to free herself from his grasp, but Qi held on tightly. "You mustn't speak such words." Yu Su's voice, tinged with the remnants of her sobs, was soft yet resolute. "But I will say it. I'm growing increasingly intolerant of you. I want a divorce." With that, she broke down again. In the front seat, Xiao Mo immediately silenced the sounds from the back, exclaiming, "What on earth did I just hear?" Qi's grip on Yu Su's delicate arms tightened, his fingers sinking into her soft skin. His complexion shifted from pale to a shade of green, veins bulging at his temples, rage flickering in his darkened eyes. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress the indignation stirred by her outrageous declaration. Before Yu Su could continue, Qi abruptly silenced her with a forceful kiss. This kiss was different from the past. It bore an element of roughness. Yu Su struggled to push him away, but Qi was determined to silence her. Kissing her fervently, he enveloped her in a powerful embrace, exploring every corner of her being until she could bear it no longer. Only then did he pull away to allow her to breathe. Yu Su gasped for a moment before delivering a slap. His cheek remained unmoving, though Yu Su had exerted considerable force. He gently grasped her hand, rubbing it softly, his obsidian-like gaze revealing a hint of helplessness. "Does it hurt?"
Yu Su,
feeling a bit fatigued, softened against Qi's strength. He held her with one arm while grasping her hand with the other. Yu Su pressed her ear against Qi's chest, clearly hearing the rhythm of his heartbeat as she sniffled. Qi tenderly stroked her hair, murmuring, "I was wrong. I misspoke last time. I truly enjoy being close to you." His voice was low and husky, possessing an alluring charm. Each word emerged from his lips, his warm breath brushing against her ear, sending a tingling sensation through her. "I was busy then and didn't know what I was saying. I neglected you. Please, don't give me the cold shoulder. Let us be together properly, shall we? I'll ensure that woman apologizes. I have no connection to her whatsoever." "How can you consider divorce because of someone like that?" "Absolutely not," he added with unwavering conviction. "It's impossible." Yu Su listened quietly, enchanted by his eloquence, pondering why her affection points had yet to unlock. What a deceitful charade, Siri mused, intrigued by the apparent affection Qi held for Yu Su, yet bewildered by the lack of affection points unlocking. Could it be an act? Unlikely have they deceived me? Upon arriving home, Qi carried Yu Su inside, but she rejected his embrace, hastening to her bedroom and locking the door behind her. Qi stood at the door, unable to turn the handle. Chapter 29, Termination of Collaboration. Qi entered the study and called Xiao Mo. "I need your assistance." "Of course, Qi Zong," Xiao Mo replied. In the biting cold, Zhong Qianli's eyes shimmered with resentment as her nails dug into her palm. "Yu Su, why do you target me time and again? Everything you possess from childhood. I will obtain through my own merit. Her gaze flickered with hatred. Yusu stood in her room, momentarily stunned by the sight of the two brothers asleep on her bed. Confirming it was indeed her room, she observed Chi-Chi and Chi-Han sleeping soundly. Chi-Chi lay straight as a pin, while Chi-Han curled up beside him, his chubby little face adorably endearing. Just moments earlier, Chi-Chi had taken his small pillow to Yusu's room, passing by Chi-Han's room, who followed him in. There, Chi-Chi twisted the doorknob to Yusu's room. Why are you here, brother? She's not here, Chi-Han questioned. She will be back, Chi-Chi replied as he entered the room. After a moment's hesitation, Chi-Han followed him inside, having never slept in this room before. Chi-Chi climbed onto the bed with practiced ease. Why did you bring a book? Chi-Han inquired. I sleep in Mom's room while she reads, and I sleep in my room when I read, Chi-Chi clarified, holding up his copy of 1001 Nights. All three brothers possessed one. Chi-Han silently noted the well-worn creases, indicating many pages had been read.
Ki, notisning Ki-Han standing.
Exchanged glances with him for a moment. Do you want to join me? Without hesitation, Chi-Han climbed onto the bed. The two began to chat quietly, unaware of their younger brother's presence.
Brother, does Mom let you talk? Chi-Han asked.
Chi-Chi responded with a soft hum. Why don't you speak when we ask you? Chi-Han pressed. Chi-Chi remained silent. In a hushed voice, Chi-Han whispered in Chi-Chi's ear, Do you call her Mom? Without hesitation, Chi-Chi nodded vigorously. Chi-Han fell silent, recalling the one time he had called her that but had not done so since. The two brothers continued their conversation, drifting off to sleep. Yusu tiptoed to wash up, and upon her return, she found Chi-Chi sitting up. What are you doing up? Did I wake you? She asked softly, gently patting his head. Go back to sleep. I will join you shortly. Chi-Chi obediently nodded, sleepily blinking as he watched Yusu apply her skincare products. Yusu lay down between the two boys, and once she settled in, Chi-Chi finally closed his eyes. She planted a kiss on their faces, marveling at how adorable they were. She had never realized this before. The little grievances she endured with Chi-Yi were soothed by her two charming sons. The first night for the three of them was peaceful and serene as they fell into a deep slumber. Morning arrived. Despite her busy schedule, Fan Na made it a point to drop her son off at school, coincidentally encountering the trio of little ones. Upon glancing at the message delivered by the housekeeper, the reply was, Hello, where is your mother? Chi-Han, noticing it was from Fan Jessie and her mother, responded, Mom is sleeping. It was indeed a rare sight to see Chi-Han lifting his adorable little face to converse with her. No wonder she had not received a reply to her message. She was still asleep. You all should hurry to class, have fun with your friends, but remember, no fighting. The little ones chimed in with elongated sounds. After watching the children enter the kindergarten, Fan Na drove back home, having taken the day off to invite Yusu over to play, as she rather liked her company. Beep, WeChat notification sound. Picking up her phone, she discovered a voice message from Yusu. Upon opening it, a sultry, languid voice flowed through. Alright, I'll tidy up and should be able to arrive around 11:30. Please send me your location. Fan Na couldn't help but remark on how delightful her voice was. The distinction between people is indeed profound. Holding down the voice message button, she replied, Sure. I'll wait for you at home. Upon checking the address, Yusu noted it was only a 40-minute journey. She rose, washed up, and gazed at her array of clothes, contemplating for a moment before finally selecting a casual athletic ensemble, a loose t-shirt paired with 5-point shorts. Her pristine face adorned with no makeup, embodying the essence of youthful femininity. After spritzing on a bottle of perfume, she stepped out, fresh and invigorated. Fan Na stood momentarily awestruck at the sight of Yusu, who appeared before her in her sporty attire and barefaced beauty. Wow, a beauty! Why do you look so stunning just like this? Yusu laughed shyly in response. I was wondering how you arrived so quickly. Just look at that lovely face. She even reached out to touch it, pondering how much easier life would be if she could look like that. Come in, she invited. The opulent foyer of her home was adorned with intricate lighting fixtures casting a cold, brilliant light, exuding an air of grandeur and luxury. Yusu glanced at herself and remarked, It's so beautiful here. I feel like Lu Lao Lao entering a manor. Fan Na couldn't help but chuckle. How adorably amusing you are. The two traversed the lavish hall and arrived at a charming traditional courtyard, where the picturesque scenery was accompanied by the fragrant scent of blooming flowers wafting through the air. The sound of water droplets from a stone wall created a rhythmic pitter-patter. Here, they savored a pot of tea and engaged in pleasant conversation. That woman is utterly shameless, meddling everywhere, and even encroaching upon your girlfriend? Is she unwell? Fan Ingna expressed her indignation. You seem more agitated than I am. One might think you were the one involved, Yusu teased. Oh, I detest such people. You've probably gathered my personality by now. I'm rather laid back, but loathe those who engage in underhanded tactics. I previously encountered a scoundrel of that sort. She waved her hand dismissively. Let's not dwell on that. It's a mood killer. With your family background, both the Yu and Qi families could easily send her packing from the capital. She is merely a nouveau riche. Yusu rested her chin on her hand, already having contemplated this. Yet, as Siri mentioned, until their affection levels were fulfilled, the female lead wouldn't depart. Even if you chased her away, she'd return in another guise. What a dilemma. Fan Ingna observed Yusu's contemplative demeanor and felt a knot in her heart. Could it be that your husband actually made a gesture with that woman? Not exactly. Yusu pondered for a moment on how to describe it. Compared to severing ties, I prefer the metaphorical boiling of frog in warm water. She is merely a clown, a spice to life. A smile crept across Fan Ingna's lips as she exchanged a knowing glance with Yusu. Let us go out for a meal. Afterward, I'll take you to my vineyard and you can choose a couple of bottles to take home. Yusu chimed sweetly, Thank you, Miss Fan, for your generosity. Fan Ingna playfully tossed a flirtatious glance at Yusu. Xiao Mo approached Qi Yi, President Qi. Here are the materials from Li's building materials. We currently have no collaborations with them, but a subsidiary in Area A is involved in a project with this company. Qi didn't even spare a glance at the documents. Send a notice to terminate any collaboration. From now on, no company under Qi will engage with them. Additionally, check if there are any other partners collaborating with this company and handle it accordingly. Xiao Mo realized, President, are you planning to take them down? Understood. Once the wife was angry, the president would inevitably be displeased. He felt he had grasped the situation. Chapter 30. A visit to my home. At Kyoto, kindergarten, Fan Jessie tilted her head and asked the three brothers, Qi Han, would you like to come to my house to play?
Yani plaid, no. But your mother is at my house, Fan Jessie countered.
The three brothers exchanged puzzled looks. Nearby, little Yao Yao rushed over to Fan Jessie. I want to go to Shishi's house. Can I come with you? Of course. We have plenty of food at home. Qi Han interjected. How is my mother at your house? Fan Jessie explained. My mom said your mom was coming over to play, and today she is not at work. She is at home waiting for your mom. Didn't your mom tell you? The three shook their heads. Fan Jessie blinked. So, will you go?
Kiana plead.
Let us ask Grandpa Butler first. Chi-Chi, you can talk. So, you're not mute after all? Though Chi-Chi ignored him. He had seen Qi Han and Qi Xing talking to him several times, and he responded. Qi Xing stood up proudly. My brother is not mute. He just doesn't like to talk. Fan Jessie asked, Can you talk to me? I'll take you to my house to play, and your mom is there too. Moments later, Chi-Chi responded with a soft Though it was only one word, Fan Jessie was thrilled. Hee, Chi-Chi talk to me. The four of us, Qi Han, Chi-Chi, Qi Xing, Yao Yao, and I, are good friends. As soon as school ended, the little ones rushed to Butlerwin. Grandpa Butler, is Mom home? Butlerwin replied. Young master, the lady has gone out. Fan Jessie called for her bodyguard to come. Grandpa Butler, Qi Han's mom is at my house. I'll take them to my home to play. But the lady only mentioned going out, not where. He looked at the eager little one staring at him. I'll make a call to check, kids. When Yusu received Butlerwin's call, he informed her that Fan Jessie wanted to invite Qi Han and the others over to play. As soon as the butler finished speaking, she shouted, Let me speak. With the butler holding the phone, Yusu spoke loudly, her voice nearly echoing as if amplified. Fan Ingna seemed to hear her son's voice. Yusu switched to speaker mode. Pretty Annie, I want to bring Qi Han and the others to my house to play. Are you at home? Fan Jessie chirped in her adorable little voice. Yusu glanced at Fan Ingna, who nodded vigorously after hearing. Yes, please bring the boys over now. Responding sweetly to the children, Yusu unconsciously let her voice take on a sugary tone. Fan Jessie replied, Okay, tell my mom to prepare lots of food, especially that delicious meat from last time. Yusu and Fan Ingna couldn't help but chuckle. All right, Shishi. Fan Jessie turned to the three boys. See, I told you so. Let us go. After wrapping things up, they went to Yao Yao's place, where her mother had come to pick her up. And the kids relayed the information to their parents. Initially, her mother was reluctant, but upon seeing the children's attire and the bodyguards along with the luxury car, she relented. A third-tier actress, Zhang Qingying, was quite perceptive. Go ahead, Yao Yao. I'll come to pick you up later. Yao Yao nodded in agreement. Her face lit with joy. The group climbed into Fan Jessie's car, where laughter and cheerful smiles illuminated the young faces. Fan Ingna quipped, "It's truly remarkable. Ever since he learned you were coming to my house, he has been raving about how the pretty Annie is coming to play. And he wants to bring his friends along." Yusu admired. "That's wonderful. I envy your son for being so lively and cheerful, playing with you as if you were friends." Fan Ingna placed her hands on her hips. "Hey, do you realize what you're saying? You have 3 sons.
And you still dare to say that?
I should be the one envious." Yusu smiled quietly, not responding.
Mom.
Even before they could see her, they heard her son's excited calls. The exuberant Fan Jieshi dashed forward, pointing at his companions behind him. "I've brought my friends. Are you ready to eat?" Fan Ingna pinched his little face and replied, "I've already asked Annie to prepare everything." Upon hearing her response, Fan Jieshi wriggled free from his mother's grasp and approached the gentle Yusu, saying, "Pretty auntie, I've brought Chi-han and the others with me."
Yusu smiled. "Thank you, Cici."
Fan Ingna rolled her eyes at the rapid change in her son's expression, noting that it was quicker than her own. Chi was the first to hastily reach Yusu's side, exuding a sense of seeking comfort from her. Chi-han and Chi-shing also gazed at her, along with a little girl they had seen before, seemingly named Yao Yao.
"Hello, Yao Yao."
To everyone's surprise, after Yusu finished speaking, the little girl wrapped her arms around one of Yusu's legs. Looking up with her bright, sparkling eyes filled with joy, Yusu felt her heart melt. With a smile, she bent down, cradled the girl's face in her hands, and gently shook her head. So adorable. The 3 brothers watched Yusu's affectionate gesture with longing, a hint of jealousy evident in their gazes. Chi, feeling somewhat disgruntled, tugged at Yusu's shirt. Noticing her son's pitiful expression, Yusu reached out to pat his head. Fan Jieshi approached with food in hand, "One for each of you. I'll take you all to play first. There will be plenty of delicious food later." He distributed the freshly made pastries to everyone, standing proudly in the center like a little leader. He had already organized their activities. "Mom, call us when it's time for dinner," he reminded. "Understood. Take your friends to your territory now," Fan Ingna replied. With a jubilant bounce, Fan Jieshi led his companions toward his domain. Back at home, Chi noticed his wife and son were absent. The butler spoke up, "Madam and the young master have gone to play at a friend's house. They will not be home for dinner. What time will they return?"
Jane waited. "I don't know, sir," the butler replied.
Throughout the day, Chi felt uneasy, his mind preoccupied with the word divorce that Yusu had uttered. He closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, lost in thought. The little girl seemed quite fond of Yusu, who had also noticed that upon their first meeting, the child had clung to her with clear admiration in her eyes. It appeared that Yusu had a natural charm that attracted children. Perhaps her beauty was indeed an asset. After a day of play, Yusu announced to the group of children, who were still engrossed in their imaginative games as Ultraman, "All right, it's time for us to head home. It's getting late." The children reluctantly bid their farewells. A servant approached Fan Ingna, saying, "Miss, a mother named Yao Yao is here to pick up her child." "Yes, let her in," Fan Ingna replied. "What a coincidence. I was just about to suggest returning Yao Yao home," she murmured. Zhang Qingying entered, apologizing for the interruption. "I'm here to pick up Yao Yao." Upon stepping inside the grand villa, a flicker of envy crossed her eyes. It would be quite nice if Yao Yao enjoyed playing with the children here. In front of the array of luxury cars, her BMW appeared somewhat ordinary. She observed the 2 ladies in the room, noting that the hostess exuded an air of affluence, while the mother of the 3 children was dressed modestly in sportswear, yet her demeanor and the children's attire suggested they were far from ordinary. Chapter 31. Seeking criticism, Chi had become especially clingy towards Yusu. Surprisingly, she found him to be the easiest to connect with among the group, contrary to her initial belief that he would be the most challenging. Just moments ago, she had observed him occasionally responding to others' questions, albeit with simple answers like "oh" and which were nonetheless commendable. In her presence, he seemed to rely on her even more. At times, he would lean in close to whisper secrets, engaging in small gestures that appeared casual, such as gently touching her hand and, upon finding no reaction, taking her hand in his. Gradually, he moved closer until they were hugging. Yusu cherished this proactive little one, feeling a rush of warmth. Chi-han yearned for the same affection but felt too shy to express it, while Chi-shing's feelings for Yusu were not as profound as those of his 2 older brothers. Yusu held one child in each hand as they made their way home, while Chi-shing sulked behind them. Upon returning home, she entrusted them to the butler. deciding to enjoy a night of solitude. The sight of her neatly made bed tempted her to dive in immediately. However, she knew her day outside had likely left her with some germs. Thus, she opted for a soothing bath in the luxurious massage tub. As she closed her eyes and savored the experience, she was oblivious to the figure that entered. When she finally sensed a chill drawing near, she opened her eyes to see a blurry silhouette, startling her so much that she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, letting out a scream. The person crouched down and covered her mouth, whispering, "Don't be afraid, it's me." Hearing that familiar voice nearly brought Yusu to tears. Drenched in bathwater, she splashed it at him, then proceeded to thump his chest, exclaiming, "You idiot! You scare me to death, you rogue." Chi leaned down and pressed a kiss to her forehead, murmuring an apology. After a moment of composure, Yusu pushed him away, insisting, "Get out." Chi watched her silently for a moment before moving to the side to undress. Yusu opened her mouth to say something but hesitated, feeling too weary to argue. She thought it best not to see anything. As he stepped into the tub, she almost got up but was pulled back by him. Fortunately, the hot water flowed continuously, and the two spent 2 hours in the bathroom before finally finishing their bath. Chi gently carried the relaxed Yusu to bed, snuggling with her as they drifted off to sleep. Yusu was utterly worn out from the day. Initially, she had only planned to take a bath to unwind, but 2 hours of frolicking had left her eyelids heavy. Whatever happened next was of little concern. She was simply too fatigued. Chi held his fragrant and soft wife close, inhaling her soothing scent as he closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, Yusu's phone rang. "TSK. Who is it?" She frowned, her impatience evident as she buried her head under the covers, seething with anger as she answered loudly, "Hello?" A brief silence followed on the other end. "Miss you. It's me, Zhong Qianli," came the voice, prompting a surge of irritation. "What the hell? Are you an idiot? Have you eaten well this morning and have nothing better to do than disturb my dreams? If you have some terrible illness, go to the hospital yourself," she scolded, her voice rising to a pitch. "Get lost." The final word shattered as she hung up, feeling a mix of satisfaction and frustration. Zhong Qianli, holding her phone, stood in stunned silence, momentarily speechless. Then, as anger turned to ironic amusement, she thought, what a lack of manners. "Hello, I'm here to see President Xi," she said with a smile at the front desk. The receptionist politely responded, "Do you have an appointment?" Zhong Qianli hesitated. "Just tell him it's Xiao Yu looking for him." The receptionist exchanged glances with her colleague, both understanding the implication. A receptionist informed Assistant Xiao, who, considering the importance of not offending anyone, advised Zhong Qianli, "Please wait on the sofa for a moment." After nearly 2 hours of waiting, Zhong Qianli was informed that President Xi was out of the office and would not be returning today. Her expression turned sour, feeling as though she had been toyed with by the couple all morning. "It must be Yusu, who doesn't want Xi to see me," she thought, her face darkening as she left, her high heels clicking angrily against the floor. Assistant Xiao instructed the receptionists, "In the future, if she comes, don't let her in." The receptionists exchanged knowing looks, having figured out that she was just another one of President Xi's admirers. They had learned to be cautious, especially after their initial encounter with the president's wife, which had almost cost them their jobs. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiulian approached her daughter upon her return, asking, "How did it go?" Zhong Qianli shook her head. Disappointment swept across Zhong Xiulian's face. "What are we going to do? Your uncle's company has lost so many projects all at once, and now they are facing significant losses. The company was already small, and with Qi's interference." "Mom, I'll find a way," Zhong Qianli reassured her. "You must first stabilize Uncle, as these recent events have caused Li Jian to turn against the mother and daughter duo, cursing at them. Just when there seemed to be a glimmer of financial improvement, everything has been sabotaged by the burdensome presence of the so-called dependent." Li Kai stood silently by, observing with a cold demeanor. Zhong Qianli smirked inwardly, acknowledging that she had contributed significantly to the company's recent success. Yet all the blame was cast upon her at the first sign of trouble. Suppressing her resentment, Zhong Qianli vowed to herself that she would thrive. A fleeting image of Yusu's life as a wealthy socialite flashed through her mind, her eyes glinting with determination. Seeing Teacher Zhong waving at him, Qi Xing felt a moment of confusion before dashing over. "Teacher Zhong, what brings you here?" he inquired. Zhong Qianli affectionately ruffled his hair. "I came to pick you up from school. I understand your mother may not be fond of me, but I wish to apologize to her. Would you kindly take me to your home?" She spoke earnestly to the 3 children. Qi Han and Qi Xing hesitated.
"No," he interjected.
Zhong Qianli was taken aback. Chi spoke? She exclaimed, to which Chi maintained his stoic expression. I merely wish to apologize to Miss Yu. She won't hold it against you. Qi Xing. Having missed Teacher Zhong felt a yearning. All right then, I'll take you, Teacher Zhong. But Butler would observe the group in the car with a sense of unease. Young master must ensure that this Zhong teacher visits their home, which would surely displease the madam. Inside the vehicle, Qi Xing expressed his longing to see her again, and Qi Han showed no aversion to Zhong Qianli's warmth, while only Qi remained reticent. As the scene unfolded, Yu Su on the third floor caught sight of Zhong Qianli holding Qi Xing's hand, and Qi Xing appeared delighted. Qi Han, carrying his backpack, walked obediently beside them, with an unamused Qi trailing behind. Yu Su, lounging lazily by the window, gazed down at them with a tranquil demeanor, remaining motionless until they disappeared into the hall. Eventually, her hand grew numb from the prolonged position, prompting her to shift sides and continue gazing outside, seeking to cleanse her eyes. The dusk was truly splendid. Yu Su had been observing for quite some time. The evening glow bathed half the sky in a golden hue, painting a picturesque scene that mirrored the beauty of a youthful maiden, captivating in its allure. Though someone called for her outside, she chose to remain unresponsive. Chapter 32. Brother Qi? Noticing that the servant had not summoned Yu Su, Qi Xing bravely ventured upstairs to knock on the door. Upon reaching the threshold, he momentarily lost his bearings, questioning how he had even arrived. He stood there for a while, grappling with his hesitation and fear of knocking. With a troubled expression, he lingered at the door, while Yu Su inside, basking in warmth, stretched comfortably, resolved to greet the green tea. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of Qi Xing's distressed face, his little fingers twirling nervously at the entrance. Yu Su, what are you doing? As the door swung open, Qi Xing, startled, stumbled backward and plopped down on the floor. The two shared a moment of silence until a shrill voice shattered it. Xing. The urgency of the call and the speed of the approach suggested that something grave had occurred. Zhong Qianli rushed over, squatting to embrace Qi Xing, her eyes red with indignation. Miss Yu, I merely wish to apologize to you. Qi Xing did not mean to. He is still just a child, she exclaimed, shedding a tear in her fervor. Yu Su froze, unable to endure the display, goosebumps rising on her skin. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Qi Xing blushed and stammered, Teacher Zhong, I fell by accident and you hugged me so tightly. Ah! Zhong Qianli, embarrassed, gradually released him and helped him to his feet. She then turned to Yu Su with a serious demeanor. Miss Yu, don't you feel any responsibility to assist a child who has fallen? Yu Su's expression was inscrutable. Who permitted you to enter? Upon hearing this, Qi Xing's gaze flickered with guilt, while Zhong Qianli regained her composure and addressed Yu Su. I have matters to discuss with Miss Yu. I wish to clarify my relationship with Brother Qi. Yu Su raised an eyebrow. Brother Qi? You are already calling him brother? Rolling her eyes, she descended the stairs, her legs weary from standing for so long. She settled onto the sofa in the hall. Zhong Qianli descended with Qi Xing in tow, and Yu Su propped her legs up, resting her elbows on the armrest. Are you the sister of Brother Qi who has fallen from grace, the mistress kept on the side, or merely a sister of platonic affection? She inquired. Zhong Qianli lifted her defiant chin. Miss Yu, I hope you will speak with decorum. Yu Su couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The audacity of one wishing to be a mistress, yet demanding respect, was utterly ludicrous. Zhong Qianli clenched her trembling hands. Our relationship is entirely above board. Why did you have Brother Qi withdraw from the Li family's construction project and cause other partners to breach their contracts? If I have erred, I apologize. Please do not harm my family. She bowed slightly, offering a humiliating apology to Yu Su. Brother Qi had taken action. Yu Su unconsciously recalled a saying, the dawn breaks, and the Li family shall face bankruptcy, causing her lips to curve into an involuntary smile. Zhong Qianli perceived this as a deep humiliation, while Qi Xing, oblivious to adult matters, simply felt that Teacher Zhong was apologizing to his mother. Yet his mother remained stern with Teacher Zhong. Unable to contain himself, he interjected, Don't scold Teacher Zhong. I missed her, so I brought her here. Both women's gazes fell upon Qi Xing, who was tugging at Zhong Qianli's arm, and Yu Su felt a surge of frustration. What is this? How dare you speak to your mother in such a manner? A voice, authoritative yet calm, resonated through the room. It was Brother Qi returning home. Upon entering, he overheard Qi Xing's words, and the boy's demeanor wilted under his father's serious expression, causing him to retreat behind Zhong Qianli in fear. Your brother Qi has arrived. Perhaps you should explain your relationship now. I cannot simply listen to your fabrications without hearing both sides. Fortunately, your brother Qi Yi is here. Let us hear it one by one. Brother Qi Yi regarded Yu Su, who was incessantly invoking his name. A glint of intrigue in his eyes. The thought struck him that this woman might be trying to sow discord between him and his wife. Miss Zhong, I implore you to clarify, without embellishing the truth. Otherwise, the consequences will extend beyond the Li family, he warned, his expression frosty, with a face that exuded innocence. Zhong Qianli gazed at Brother Qi, her eyes glistening. You often visited my home. Do you not recall? She asked, to which Brother Qi responded with disbelief. How can this woman distort reality? Miss Zhong, please elucidate. During those 2 months, when I stayed with my grandmother in the countryside, our only interactions were when I purchased vegetables from you, which I paid for. What do you mean by taking my words out of context? Have you repeatedly spoken recklessly in front of my wife? Brother Qi Yi's words struck a chord with Yu Su, who turned her gaze to Zhong Qianli, eager to see her response. Zhong Qianli, caught off guard, had assumed their relationship was one of mutual affection, given the many illusions he had instilled in her. Hearing Brother Qi Yi's words pierced her heart, and she began to weep. I meant no harm, Brother Qi Yi. I fell into the water once, and you happened to save me. She choked on her words. Since then, you have been a beacon of light in my life, helping me endure. I did not come here to disrupt your relationship with Miss Yu. I sought to apologize for the misunderstanding. I am at fault. Please do not target the Li family. Her eyes reddened, tears glistening, radiating a sense of overwhelming sorrow. Brother Qi's tone remained icily resolute. Please address me as Mr. Qi, and my wife as Mrs.
Qi.
Zhong Qianli bit her lip. Mr. Qi, Mrs. Qi.
Yu Su nodded in satisfaction.
Yu Su remarked, given the limited space your family occupies. I presume you have reaped quite a few benefits from the Qi Group subsidiary, haven't you? Miss Zhong appears to be quite adept. Possessing a silver tongue and an eloquent manner, it seems there is nothing she cannot procure with her persuasive words. With a shift in tone, Yu Su turned to the small figure standing amidst the adults, saying, Isn't that right, Qi Xing? Qi Xing, bewildered, replied, Yes, what is right? He realized she was addressing him. Noticing the adults' gazes upon him, he timidly affirmed with a quiet yes. Qi Yi interjected, Butler, see our guests out. No one is permitted to enter without the lady's consent from now on. Should there be a recurrence, we shall cease all activities. The butler and the present servants responded in a flurry of concern. After all, the household must adhere to the lady's authority. When Qi Yi's brother addressed Zhong Qianli with a title, Qi Yi's eyes shot a warning her way, causing Zhong Qianli to instinctively take a step back in fear. Standing at the entrance of a yuan, Zhong Qianli's face contorted in anger, her silence replaced by a fierce glare, as if her eyes could emit sparks.
Yu Su,
observing her timid younger son, shook her head in disappointment before turning to pat Qi Yi on the shoulder, smiling and nodding in satisfaction. Qi finally grasped the sequence of events. In Chapter 33, the self-reflection letter, Qi Yi looked at Qi Xing's pitiful expression, maintaining a stern demeanor as he imposed a punishment. No play for a week and 100-word self-reflection to be written. Qi Xing's eyes glistened with tears as he glanced between his stern father and his mother, who wouldn't he spare him a glance, feeling more aggrieved than ever. Yu Su inquired of Qi Yi, You are home early today? The butler responded, Qi Xing brought someone home. Yu Su leaned in close, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she teased, Are you afraid I might bully your sister? He raised a hand to lightly tap Yu Su's head, admonishing, Do not speak nonsense. That person harbors ill intentions. Keep your distance. Yu Su swatted his hand away dismissively. If she provokes me even once, I will.
She paused.
Qi Yi raised an eyebrow at her. I shall encourage you to do just that, he replied with a grin. Her smile was like a blossoming flower, captivating in its allure, prompting Qi Yi to unconsciously curve his lips and reach out to caress her silky hair. Have you eaten yet? Yu Su shook her head. The family sat quietly at the dining table, each engrossed in their own meal. Yu Su served dishes to Qi Han and Qi Ji, but neglected Qi Xing. His doe-like eyes darted around, pouting with a sheen of oil on his lips, wearing a perpetually aggrieved expression that Yu Su chose to ignore. Eat properly, Qi Xing. You may not sleep until you finish your self-reflection after dinner, Qi Yi instructed. In a small, trembling voice, Qi Xing replied, Understood. Yu Su pondered how distant Qi Xing seemed towards her, still relying on Zhong Qianli. She felt a tinge of apathy, deciding to let things be. After a long absence, Siri chimed in, Master, Qi Han and Qi Ji are already developing affection points. The male lead treats you quite well. You have a significant opportunity to advance. Yusu responded. You finally decided to show up. I almost forgot about you. Siri attempted to sound cute. Yusu continued. Chi-yi seems unconcerned, but Qi-shing. I fear he might blend into Zhong Qianli's circle at any moment. What if she unlocks his affection points? Siri replied, currently, it indicates only two outcomes. Either you gather affection points from all four individuals to maintain a peaceful existence until the conclusion, or the female lead opens the male lead's affection points, leading to the original ending of this narrative. My task is solely to assist you in accumulating your affection points. Siri then stated, please wait while I consult the encyclopedia. With a ding, silence ensued. Qi-shing sat at a small table in his room, his chubby little hands clutching a pencil as he scribbled, erased, and rewrote. Beside him stood Qi-han, observing him. Unsure of how to write, Qi-shing sought his older brother's help, but Qi-han insisted he must write it himself. After laboriously producing 3 crooked characters for the self-reflection letter, taking up half the page, he began with I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, but then faltered, looking expectantly at Qi-han. Qi-han pondered before suggesting, you could write, I was wrong, and I shall never do it again. Qi-shing erased and rewrote, struggling to form the letters and pinyin, eventually producing a haphazard letter. After a while, they exchanged glances, realizing they still needed 80 more words. One must applaud the female lead's capabilities, though the Qi family no longer supported her. She managed to find alternative suppliers, albeit not as formidable as the Qi group, yet sufficient to address her immediate needs. Zhong Qianli expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Lin Xiao waved dismissively. It's a trivial matter. I merely introduced a company, and their business is not substantial. With a gentle smile, she offered, allow me to treat you to dinner. Of course, it would be my honor. Upon hearing Zhong Qianli's account of her relationship and misunderstandings with Qi Yi and Yusu, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of sympathy for her despondent demeanor. Yusu possesses that temperament. It is best to minimize your interactions with her. Qi Yi is cold-hearted and indifferent. He will not be affected by your gratitude, Lin Xiao thought, often speaking without consideration around Zhong Qianli. Zhong Qianli, casting her gaze downward, replied softly, I will not take offense, yet her eyes betrayed a glacial chill unseen by Lin Xiao. The following day, Yusu received Qi-shing's self-reflection letter, which filled 10 pages with 100 words. The distorted characters made it impossible to decipher. Within moments of reading, she flipped to the next page. The letter began, I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I was wrong, and I shall never do it again. It was riddled with pinyin and spelling errors, repeating those 20 words 5 times. Yusu frowned in disapproval. Qi-shing nervously fidgeted with his fingers, anxiously observing Yusu's expression. Yusu instructed him to read the letter aloud. In a muted voice, Qi-shing recited the 5 repetitions. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Yusu inquired, what did you do wrong? Qi-shing timidly glanced at Yusu, his lips pouting in defiance. Deep down, he felt he had done nothing wrong and found his mother intimidating, yet he dared not voice it. Yusu could easily discern the child's thoughts. He likely believed she paled in comparison to his teacher Zhong. Stumbling over his words, he failed to articulate his perceived mistakes. Yusu remarked nonchalantly, since you do not genuinely acknowledge the need for this self-reflection, there is no point in feigning remorse. Clearly, you harbor a fondness for your teacher Zhong. Thus, I shall not interfere with your choices. Feel free to bring anyone home, or even stay at their place. After all, if you do not favor me, I do not have a preference for you either, Yusu stated, returning the letter to him before turning to leave. Qi-shing stood there, momentarily stunned, on the verge of tears for reasons he could not comprehend, though silent. He wiped his tears with one hand while clutching the letter in the other. After a brief moment, he retreated to his room to gather his belongings. Recalling words from a chubby classmate at kindergarten who had suggested that if his parents ignored him, he could run away and wait for them to come find him, after which he could have whatever he desired. He felt as though they were perpetually bullying him, his parents and his brother. Humph. I shall run away, he resolved. Qi-shing packed a small backpack with his Ultraman toy, a water bottle, and the candies his second brother had given him, stealthily slipping away from the adult's watchful eyes. Once the household staff realized he was missing, panic ensued as they scoured the premises. Eventually, they reviewed the surveillance footage at the entrance, spotting him trudging away with his little backpack. Yusu noted, so this is how it unfolds. The household's bodyguards followed him. While Yusu instructed them to keep their distance, as long as he was safe, there was no need to intervene. In a moment of impulsiveness, Qi Xing stepped out, now somewhat bewildered as he ambled down the path, having traversed a considerable distance. After making a vast circuit within the villa, he found himself unsure of where to go upon exiting its grand gates. He paused at a fork in the road, glancing left and right, ultimately opting to walk straight ahead without veering off course. Feeling somewhat fatigued from his continuous stops and starts, he settled down right there, retrieving a reflective essay he had written and placing it beneath him for comfort. Occasionally, he would glance back to see if anyone was searching for him. Chapter 34, Running Away from Home. After dining, Zhong Qianli and Lin Xiao were in the car when they happened upon Qi Xing sitting at the intersection. Zhong Qianli called for Lin Xiao to halt and hurriedly exited the vehicle. Xing? What are you doing here alone? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qi Xing sprang to his feet. Teacher Zhong. Observing the sweat-soaked Qi Xing all by himself, Zhong Qianli felt a pang of compassion. Why are you here all alone? I ran away from home. Lin Xiao, overhearing the little one's proclamation, could not suppress a chuckle, knowing all too well the trio of brothers. Little Xing. Do your parents know you've dashed away? Qi Xing glanced at Lin Ge, whom he recognized but was not particularly familiar with. He was expected to address him as uncle, yet Lin Xiao insisted on being called brother. Shaking his head, Qi Xing replied, I sneaked out. No one saw me. He said with an air of pride. Teacher Zhong, may I come to your house? Zhong Qianli hesitated. Lin Xiao looked at the little boy. Let us take you home. I don't want to. I refuse to go back. Feigning surprise, Lin Xiao queried, What? Did Qi hit you? The child pouted, remaining silent. He tugged at Zhong Qianli's hand. Teacher Zhong, I wish to play at your house. I'll return when they come to pick me up. Zhong Qianli affectionately ruffled Qi Xing's hair. All right. Lin Xiao squinted at Qi Xing, noting the child's audacity. Lin Xiao sent a message to Yusu, jokingly mentioning to prepare 5 million, chuckling to himself afterward. After a moment of laughter, he observed the bewildered expressions of the two individuals beside him and coughed. You should take this child back. Yes, Xing relies on me. I will take him back first. Once someone comes for him, I'll return him. It's unsafe for him to remain alone outside. Lin Xiao smiled as he pinched Qi Xing's cheek. Very well. The bodyguards following closely behind communicated every detail with Butler Wen, subsequently relaying the information to Yusu, who acknowledged it. Recognizing it was Lin Xiao's vehicle, she also received his message. On the ride, Qi Xing recounted being punished by his father and described his mother as stern. Lin Xiao found the mischievous child's dramatization amusing. However, Zhong Qianli held a different perspective. Feeling guilty for her own involvement affecting Qi Xing, I'm sorry, Xing. It's my fault. Why would Miss Yu punish even you? Lin Xiao regarded Zhong Qianli's remorseful expression. It's nothing, just a trivial matter. This child is merely mischievous. If he were my son, I'd have to drag him back for a good scolding. Yusu had informed Qi Han and Qi Ji about their brother's escapade, mentioning that he had gone to Teacher Zhong's house, and that anyone wishing to visit could do so, but would not be allowed to return afterward. The two boys were visibly alarmed. Where is our younger brother? Is he not coming back? Qi Han asked, concerned. Yusu replied, not for now. If he wishes to play, let him play. We shan't go fetch him. He is old enough. Since he dared to run away, let him find his own way back. The two boys exchanged glances. That afternoon, Yusu took the two brothers to Qi Corporation Tower, where the receptionists were surprised to see the lady accompanied by the two young masters. The receptionist's gazes were fixed on the adorable duo, remarking on their strikingly dark eyes and cherubic faces. The security personnel opened the gate for them, and as the receptionists turned their backs, they captured an image of the children pressing the elevator button, which rapidly circulated throughout the company. Company Intelligence Bureau Group. Receptionist. Image. Planner. Here they come. Here they come. Designer. Oh my, who understands the quality of this photo? Unknown one. Is this the young master? It's my first time seeing him. Unknown one. So adorable. Marketing department. One is still missing? Receptionist 1. Only saw the lady with the two young masters. The other is absent. Receptionist 2. This is the first time the lady has brought the young masters to see the CEO. As discussions ensued, a female secretary from the secretary department spoke up. Little master is here, accompanied by a photo of the two children seated in the secretary department, seemingly filtered. Yusu entrusted them to Xiao Mo, who allowed the neighboring secretary department to have a look first, igniting their excitement. Designer. Hurry and bring them over for us to see. Crying. Seeing the animated responses in the group chat, The little secretary invited the two young masters to explore the company, promising them treats and playtime. They nodded, thinking of their parents engaged in conversation. Outside, chaos reigned, while Chi-Yi's office remained tranquil. Running away from home? Chi-Yi, upon hearing the news, felt an overwhelming urge to discipline Qi-Xing for his incessant mischief. Yu-Su reassured him. In any case, you needn't worry. Qi pondered. Knowing their whereabouts and having bodyguards in tow, he felt less apprehensive. Knock, knock, knock. Qi entered to find Xiao Mo accompanied by Qi Han and Qi Ji, both laden with snacks and toys, with Xiao Mo carrying additional items. Yu-Su smiled at the sight of the two boys bearing so much, extending her hands to them. As they scampered to her side, Yu-Su took the items from their arms. Why so much? Qi Han explained. The sisters outside gave these to us. Qi Ji nodded in agreement. Seeing Yu-Su with their son softened Qi-Yi's heart, causing his expression to involuntarily soften. Xiao Mo, witnessing this, quietly exited. Yu-Su picked up a row of small snacks, her nails too long to tear them open. Qi effortlessly pried one open and handed it to her. Noticing the children had no issues, Yu-Su's eyes darted around, as if uncertain that it was meant for her, and she observed Qi-Yi distributing 2 bottles. One for each child, without removing the straws. The 2 boys exchanged glances with their father, instinctively unwrapping the straws to drink. Watching the trio indulge in milk, Qi-Yi suggested, let us have dinner together tonight. What time do you finish work? He mused that today's events were relatively few. 6 o'clock. Yu-Su nodded in acknowledgement. That afternoon, the 3 of them enjoyed snacks in Qi-Yi's office, sharing an iPad and watching the classic animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Yu-Su held the iPad, with Qi Han and Qi Ji nestled beside her, each holding their own open snacks, feeding each other, creating a delightful atmosphere. Qi observed, his lips curving into a smile, finding the scene charming. As fatigue began to catch up with Yu-Su, she grew drowsy, prompting the 2 boys to remain still, fearing they might awaken her. Qi approached, intending to lift her, but the moment he moved, she stirred awake. With a dazed expression, she instructed the boys to watch, then turned to lie on the couch. Reminding Qi-Yi, call me when you leave. Qi paused, allowing her to rest, draping his coat over her and directing the 2 brothers to sit quietly and watch. The boys obediently settled on the other side, their attention shifting from the show to playing video games silently. Chapter 35, Not Fetching Qi-Xing Home. Zhong Qianli returned home with Qi-Xing, and upon hearing that he was the young master of the Qi family, the Li family treated him with utmost courtesy. Her mother, Zhong Xulian, lavished praise on her daughter, delighted by the young master's affections towards her. The smile on Zhong's face was radiant, while Li Jian, usually stern, wore an unusually pleasant expression. Capturing the heart of the Qi family's young master was indeed a significant achievement. The Li family made every possible preparation for Qi-Xing. But as the evening wore on without a visitor for him, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Xing, you shall sleep here tonight. And tomorrow teacher Zhong will take you to school. Just think, you'll get to see your brother then, and you can return with them afterward, she said. To which he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the 2 brothers who had finished their meal appeared somewhat despondent. Qi-Xing's absence was palpable, although Qi remained silent. The 3 of them had always been inseparable. Recently, the bond among the 3 brothers had strengthened, especially after Qi had opened up more. Both were preoccupied with thoughts of their younger brother. Yu-Su glanced at them. Tomorrow, you'll finally see your brother. Upon hearing this, their spirits lifted considerably. Indeed. Tomorrow was Monday, and school awaited them. The next morning, Qi-Xing eagerly awaited at the Kyoto kindergarten, and upon spotting the butler bringing his 2 elder brothers, he dashed over to embrace them. Brother, I missed you so much. Qi Han returned the embrace. I missed you too. The butler, Master Wen, observed the heartwarming scene with a benevolent smile, noting how Qi-Xing peered into the car. Today, I'm here to take you 2 young masters to school. Madam did not accompany us, he informed them. Qi-Xing's face fell slightly at the mention of not having her around. But Master Wen simply smiled and chose not to comment further. After the 3 young masters entered the school, Master Wen turned to Zhong Qianli with a serious expression. Miss Zhong, our matriarch wishes to speak with you. He led her to a quiet cafe where Lin Wanqing was sipping her coffee, both women sizing each other up. Lin Wanqing, dressed in understated yet elegant attire, exuded a tranquil and sophisticated aura, while Zhong Qianli donned a pure and innocent white ensemble. With just a glance, Lin recognized the vibrant spirit within Zhong. "Please, take a seat," Lin invited. Zhong Qianli smiled and respectfully inclined her head. "Hello, Mrs. Qi. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Lin Wanqing chuckled lightly. "Surely. You must possess some self-awareness regarding my visit. A nouveau riche's stepdaughter daring to provoke me in an attempt to gain my grandson's trust and approach my son. How audacious of you. I am not here to issue warnings or notifications. Rather, I am here to ascertain the nature of the fool who dares to scheme against the Qi family," Lin remarked, cutting Zhong off before she could explain. "You needn't say another word. Should there be any further conflicts with Yusu, I will show you what true methods entail." The fierce gaze with which Lin regarded Zhong made it clear she viewed her as insignificant. Yusu, everyone extolled her virtues and defended her. For every time Zhong felt slighted, it deepened her resentment. The term nouveau riche stung Zhong deeply, feeling like a personal affront. In a fit of indignation, she retorted, "Mrs. Qi, do you know that Qi Xing is currently residing in my home?" A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Wanqing's face, as she had not been informed of this development. "Do you know why Qi Xing is at my house? He has run away from home. I want to comment on whether Miss Yu is kind to him. She has not sought him out since yesterday, showing no concern whatsoever. Qi Xing is a wonderful child who relies on me, and I respect and care for him. We share a bond that transcends that of teacher and student, perhaps even resembling family. I believe he may hold me in higher regard than Miss Yu. My acquaintance with them is perhaps the beginning of a fateful connection. Their acknowledgement brings me joy. I was unaware that Miss Yu would be troubled by this. And meeting Mr. Qi only revealed our past acquaintance. He saved me once, and I have always regarded him as my beacon of salvation. I have never asked for anything. Yet Miss Yu insists I am an influence on her, and now you all come to defend her against me. I have done nothing wrong," Zhong Qianli said, her eyes glistening with emotion. Lin Wanqing found the situation amusing. "Miss Zhong, please do not indulge in self-pity," she said, dialing the butler outside to inquire about the situation with Qi Xing. After learning the details, she hung up and remarked to Zhong, "I am curious to see if that young man from the Lin family will oppose my Qi family for your sake." With that, she gathered her custom bag and prepared to leave. Zhong Qianli felt a pang of regret and anxiety about what Mrs. Qi might do to the Li family. Her fears confirmed. After Lin Wanqing entered her car, she questioned, "What is happening? How could Yusu leave Qi Xing in someone else's care?" Zhong Qianli appeared to be a formidable adversary, prompting her to head directly to Yuan. "Mother? What brings you here?" Yusu asked, sipping her afternoon tea in the small courtyard. Lin Wanqing wasted no time. "Where is Qi Xing?" "Should be in class, I presume," Yusu replied nonchalantly. "Presume? He has run away from home. He didn't return last night, and is now supposedly in class?" Yusu remained seated in her lounge chair, while Lin stood, forcing Yusu to squint against the sunlight as she spoke. "Perhaps you could take Qi Xing home for a few days. When he wishes to return, he will let you know," Yusu suggested, a statement that Lin Wanqing found difficult to counter. It seemed Yusu truly did not care. In an effort to prevent her mother from becoming overly agitated, Yusu took her shopping for beauty treatments, and as the time approached, they headed to the kindergarten to pick up the children. At the entrance, they encountered Zhong Qianli. Yusu merely smiled and remained silent, while Lin Wanqing's expression darkened, indicating that Zhong had paid no heed to her earlier words. Moments later, the teacher led the line of small children out, and Yusu waved to them. The three brothers spotted their mother and grandmother and rushed over, with Qi Xing calling out, "Grandma." Chapter 36. I Dare Not Again. Observing Qi Xing sprinting towards her, Lin Wanqing's heart melted. "Darling," she exclaimed, embracing the three children affectionately. Qi Xing glanced at Yusu, noticing she was focused solely on his two brothers, her lips pouting in displeasure. Lin Wanqing gently nudged Yusu's elbow, causing her to pout as well. Witnessing the childish quarrel between mother and son, Lin sighed. She pinched Qi Xing's small nose. "Would you like to return home with Grandma?" Qi Xing looked at Yusu, who met his gaze, yet neither spoke. At that moment, a voice interrupted, Xing, since someone has come to pick you up, the teacher will be leaving now. Remember not to wander off again." Zhong Qianli gently admonished Qi Xing, offering a nod to Lin Wanqing before departing. Throughout the entire exchange, neither Lin Wanqing nor Yusu acknowledged her. "Yusu, Hanin, Qiqi, bid farewell to Grandma. We will visit her again next time." Upon hearing Yusu's words, Qi Xing puffed up his cheeks in frustration and exclaimed loudly, "Grandma. I want to go to Grandma's house." With that, he mischievously tugged at Lin Wanqing's hand, heading in the opposite direction. Yusu also pulled Chi-han and Chi-Chi-Chi towards the car. Chi-han called out Mom clearly once again. Yusu responded, What's the matter, brother? You mustn't be angry with him. He just wants to go home, Chi-han said. Yusu replied, Your brother has been very disobedient. He even dared to run away from home. Does he not understand how dangerous it is outside? One careless moment, and someone could abduct him. If that happens, he may never see Mom and Dad again, and he could even be sold off. Moreover, your brother never expressed a desire to return with us. Hearing this, Chi-han fell silent, thinking he would see his brother again in class tomorrow anyway. Chi-Chi-Chi held up the little red flower he received as a reward from kindergarten, presenting it to Yusu. Her eyes lit up as she accepted it, exclaiming, How wonderful! You've earned another one, Chi-Chi. Chi-han then revealed his own little red flower. Yusu took it and said, You can save these up, and once you've collected enough, Mom will grant you one wish. How does that sound? Both Chi-han and Chi-Chi-Chi agreed enthusiastically. At this moment, Chi-Xing was clinging to Lin Wanqing, looking quite pitiful, which tugged at her heartstrings. He began recounting the events of the past 2 days in a fragmented manner. Fortunately, Butler Wen had informed her in advance, otherwise, she would have been misled by Chi-Xing's tales. You want to go home, don't you? Chi-Xing nodded. Then why didn't you tell Mom? Are you angry with her? He shook his head. Mom is angry with me. I brought Teacher Zhong home, which upset her, and then I ran away. She refused to take me back, saying she didn't want me anymore. My lips were so pouted they could hang an oil bottle. Then why are you so nice to Teacher Zhong? Why did you take her to upset your mother? Chi-Xing replied, Teacher Zhong is very nice. Mom doesn't like her and says she is fierce. He went on to describe all the ways Zhong Qianli had been kind to him, making Lin Wanqing increasingly uncomfortable. Remember that not everything others say is true. For example, if I tell you I like your Ultraman and treat you well, would you give it to me? Chi-Xing nodded. Lin Wanqing continued. Then I could tell others that Chi-Xing is so foolish and easy to deceive. If I say I like him, he would believe me. From then on, I could ask him for anything. With innocent clarity, Chi-Xing protested, I'm not foolish, Grandma. You can't trick me. Sweetheart, that Teacher Zhong is very bad. Look, even your parents don't like her, nor does your brother. She always makes your mother angry. How could you think she's good? Chi-Xing remained silent, his little hands clasped. Besides, children shouldn't run away from home. What if you encounter bad people who take you away? You would never see us again. There are many bad people outside. And if someone as adorable as you went missing, it would be terrible. She gently stroked Chi-Xing's head, thinking how innocent children are. Chi-Xing leaned against his grandmother, saying, Grandma, I want to go back. You want to go back? Don't you want to play here at Grandma's for a few more days? Chi-Xing replied, I'll wait until next time when I come with my brother. As they neared Grandma's house, Yusu suggested they have a meal before Grandma took him back. He nodded and shook his head in response. What's the matter? Aren't you hungry? Chi-Xing whispered. Mom is angry, as he worried that Yusu might ignore him out of anger. It's okay. Grandma will talk to your mother later. But you also need to apologize to her. He nodded in agreement. Yusu gave him a kiss. So obedient. Caught between two worlds, Chi-Xing quickly finished his meal and insisted on going home, which made his mother smile as she agreed. After their meal, Yusu and her 2 children were surprised to see Chi's mother returning with Chi-Xing. Yusu looked at them in astonishment. How come you're back so soon? Chi's mother explained. Xing wanted to come back. Yusu noticed Chi-Xing looking shyly at her as he stepped out from behind his mother. He apologized in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. I was wrong for running away from home. I won't bring Teacher Zhong to our house again and won't make you angry. Seeing him come with his mother, Yusu felt it was inappropriate to hold a grudge against a child. All right, I forgive you this time. The tension on Chi-Xing's face vanished, replaced by a broad grin. Hee. Have you all eaten? Yusu asked. We already had our meal, Chi's mother replied. Then you should stay here for the night.
Yusu suggested.
No, I just brought Chi-Xing over. You can bring him over during the break. Seeing that the weather was still pleasant, Yusu nodded in agreement as she saw her out. Turning around, she noticed Chi-Xing gazing at her with anticipation.
Yusu said.
How was your stay at someone else's house? Was it fun? Chi-Xing shook his head. It wasn't fun. There were no toys at Teacher Zhong's house. And I felt uncomfortable being in a strange place without my brother, Butler, Grandpa, and Aunt Lu. No one looked for me yesterday, he added, feeling aggrieved. Then why did you run away? Because little Fatty said that if you run away, your parents will come looking for you, and will listen to you. Yusu expressed her surprise. Little one, you need to understand that it's you who must listen to your parents, not the other way around. Qi Xing blinked his big, innocent eyes at Yusu, his adorable expression leaving her without any anger. Yusu pinched his cheek, which was warm and rosy, and he did not resist, merely standing there as she playfully squeezed his face. Upon returning home, Qi Xing appeared significantly more relaxed. Once freed from Yusu's embrace, he dashed off to find his brothers. Yusu smiled, thinking she could finally get a good night's sleep. Since the last time when Qi Han stayed with Qi Chi in Yusu's room, he experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort and now looked forward to waiting in her room after bathing. The two would take turns telling Yusu stories. Qi Xing went to his brother's room but found no one there. Chapter 37. Qi Xing's love meter opens. Where are my brothers? Where could they be? He ran up and down, checking all the rooms where the three often played, but found no one. He decided to open Yusu's door to ask where his brothers had gone and was surprised to find both of them in her room. He stared at them in confusion. Brothers, what are you doing here? Qi Han exclaimed in delight. Little brother? You're back. Qi Xing, with his chubby cheeks, hugged Qi Han and sweetly called, brother. Then he embraced the other brother, ensuring fairness. Yusu, having just opened the door, witnessed this heartwarming scene and saw the three little ones acting like close siblings, though they barely reached her knees. She knocked on the door to catch their attention, and the three boys looked at her with innocent expressions. Clearing her throat, she asked, what are you doing in my room? We're sleeping, came the tiny voice of Qi Chi. Qi Han, like Qi Chi, echoed this sentiment, while Qi Xing looked bewildered. Sleeping? Are we sleeping with Mom?
Yusu firmly replied,
That's not possible. There are too many of you. Instantly, the two little ones' expressions turned pitiful, and she noticed the familiar signs of an unhappy child, pouted lips, teary eyes, and the impending onset of tears. Yusu had been swayed by such tactics numerous times before. Qi Xing mimicked whatever his brothers did, and Yusu could no longer hold back. She covered their faces, saying, just this once, but not next time. The three of them nodded cheerfully. Suddenly, noticing Qi Xing climbing onto the bed behind his brothers, Yusu quickly intervened. Xing, have you taken a bath? Qi Xing turned back, thinking for a moment before admitting.
No.
Yusu pulled him outside, instructing a servant to assist him with a cleansing before bed. After his bath, Qi Xing hurriedly rushed over. Upon seeing his two brothers lying beside their mother, he hesitated for a moment. Qi Han discerned his brother's thoughts and decided to let him sleep in the middle for his first time sharing a bed with their mother. As the elder brother, he shifted over slightly, creating space. Qi Xing, unable to contain his joy, swiftly climbed into the bed, snuggling under the covers and gazing at Yusu with his adorable big eyes. Yusu, holding a copy of 1001 Nights, began to narrate once more. Today I will tell you the story of the little yellow duck. The three were enveloped in the enchanting cadence of Yusu's voice, particularly Qi Xing, who was experiencing this for the first time. His eyes sparkled with light as he absorbed the comforting aroma of his mother's presence and the delightful story. With his brothers by his side, he felt a profound happiness. This sensation alleviated the unease and tension he had felt recently, granting him an immense sense of peace. Observing the three little ones drift into a serene slumber, Yusu gently set down her book, bestowing a kiss upon each of them. Just as she was about to turn off the light, she heard a chime. Siri, congratulations, the affection value of Qi Xing has been unlocked. Flowers are blooming. Qi Han's affection value stood at 15, and Qi Chi's at 15 as well. Yusu paused, her heart swelling with delight. Really? Yes, mistress. Last time I checked. If you or the other party unlocks their affection value first, it will not change after that. Currently, only the male lead's affection value remains locked.
Yusu nodded,
Pondering how Qi Ye's heart remained so impenetrable, a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. How had Qi Xing suddenly unlocked his affection value? Master, Siri scratched its head. When you were telling the story, Qi Xing's affection value fluctuated, and it suddenly unlocked when you kissed him. Yusu breathed a sigh of relief, as Qi Xing had previously exhibited worrisome behavior that made her believe his heart was elsewhere. It was quite sudden. That night, the four of them slipped into a deep slumber. The following morning, the three little ones chattered excitedly at breakfast, their enthusiasm markedly heightened. Butler when observed the lively little masters, chuckling with his eyes crinkling in delight. It seemed the return of the little masters had filled him with joy. After they finished eating, he escorted them to school, while Yusu indulged in her usual late morning sleep. Goodbye, Grandpa Butler. The trio bid farewell as they got out of the car, their voices sweetened with excitement. This delighted Butler Wen, who watched them until they disappeared from sight, his smile unwavering. As Qi Xing bounced into kindergarten, he cheerfully greeted every child he encountered.
Good morning, Yao Yao. Good morning, Xiao Peng. Good morning, Shi Shi.
They looked at Qi Xing with curiosity. Qi Xing, you seem particularly happy today, remarked Fan Jieshi. He nodded enthusiastically. Did your mother buy you a transformer? What transformer? Qi Xing inquired. Fan Jieshi rummaged through his bag and produced a moderately sized bumblebee, the most popular transformer. My mom said if I earned 10 little red flowers, she would buy me one, and it can transform. He proceeded to demonstrate a transformation for the captivated audience of children. Qi Xing, eyes wide with desire, exclaimed, Can I play with it?
I want to play, Shi Shi.
I want one too. Instantly, all the boys gathered around Fan Jieshi. Qi Xing, amidst the throng, raised his little hand and shouted. Outside, Qi Han and Qi Qi observed as Xiao Peng shared a small cake he had brought from home with Fan Jieshi, becoming the first child to play with the coveted toy. Suddenly, an idea struck Qi Xing. He dashed to the blackboard to check the bulletin board, counting his little red flowers. 11 in total. He glanced at his two brothers, who had accumulated 26. He murmured to himself that he could trade for one transformer, while each brother could get two, totaling 5 transformers. He ran to find Qi Han and Qi Qi, his youthful voice calling out, Brothers, we can get 5 transformers. Pointing at Qi Han and Qi Qi, he added, You can each get 2, and I'll get 1. Let us play together, okay? Qi Xing only calculated that 10 little red flowers equated to 1 transformer, disregarding the finer details. But brother, Qi Han interjected, Mother didn't he say 10 little red flowers could be exchanged for a transformer? However, she did mention that once filled, we could make a wish. Qi Xing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. 10 won't do? Do we need them all? His eyes widened in shock. 50 little red flowers were needed for a semester, and he wouldn't be able to accumulate enough until graduation. That will take an eternity. His spirits dampened. Qi Xing felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Although Fan Jieshi had lent him his toy for a while, it wasn't enough. He desired one that belonged to him. When Butler Wen came to pick them up after school, he noticed the little master was not quite the same as in the morning. In the morning, he was like a sunflower basking in the sun. Now, he seemed more like a droopy sunflower that had been overexposed. What's the matter, little master? Qi Han explained, Grandpa Butler, brother wants a transformer. Then I shall speak to madam about it, Butler Wen replied. Upon hearing this, Qi Xing seemed to awaken. Oh yes, I can ask mother to buy one. And there's also father, but he isn't here. I'll just ask mother when I get home. Although Qi Xing had called for his mother countless times in his heart, he had never vocalized it. Upon returning home, he set down his backpack and searched for Yusu, but she was nowhere to be found. At that moment, Yusu was outside, engaged in a tennis match with Lin Shuangshuang. It had been a long time since she had exercised, and the weather was perfect for it. Both donned athletic wear, playing energetically in the gymnasium. Aside from their school days, they hadn't spent much time together outside, but today's exertion felt invigorating. Zhu Yenyuan, with his robust physique and fluid muscle lines, effortlessly wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel draped around his neck. Accidentally, he spotted the two women clad in blue and red American-style vests, paired with matching shorts and trendy white sneakers, youthful and vibrant. Their movements were professional and powerful. Recognizing Yusu from their previous encounter, he watched for a while before purchasing a few bottles of water. Yusu and Lin Shuangshuang, equally fatigued, seemed to have awakened their bodies, feeling quite refreshed. Both were slightly out of breath. Lin Shuangshuang bent over, hands on her knees, panting, Su. Let us take a break.
Yusu nodded, acknowledging her fatigue.
They didn't rush to sit down. I'll go buy 2 bottles of water, Yusu stated. Just as she finished speaking, 2 bottles of water were handed to them. They turned to see Zhu Yenyuan, the friend of Lin Shuangshuang's brother from their previous meeting. Lin miss, I'm Zhu Yenyuan, your brother's friend, he smiled. Lin Shuangshuang replied, You can call me Shuangshuang. He nodded and turned to Yusu, smiling Yusu. Remember her name. Yusu was momentarily dazzled by his smile, but nodded in acknowledgement. You both play quite well. You must practice frequently, Zhu Yenyuan complimented. Lin Shuangshuang explained. We used to play often in school, but now it's less frequent. Today we just wanted to exercise a bit.
How about you?
I come here to work out. I only come once a week, so it's not often, he replied. Lin Shuangshuang discreetly admired his physique, sun-kissed skin, and from her experience with handsome men, she could tell he had well-defined abs, his muscles exuding vitality. Yusu noticed Lin Shuang's slightly flushed face, shielding her from the mild sun. "Let us sit over there," she suggested. Lin Shuang nodded repeatedly, feeling a bit bashful. "Zhu Yenyuan, shall we have dinner together later?" Yusu glanced at the time and replied, "I won't be going. You all can go." Lin Shuang sighed, appearing somewhat disappointed. "All right then." The three of them tidied up, took a shower, changed their clothes, and prepared to part ways. Yusu waved goodbye to them. "You go ahead, I'll join next time." Zhu Yenyuan and Lin Shuang responded. "Okay, goodbye." Qi Xing was at home, distracted while working on a craft assignment. He kept glancing at the doorway, where Qi Han and Qi Qi observed his restless antics, which disrupted their work. Qi Han called out loudly, "Xing Xing, you've messed everything up." Startled, Qi Xing pouted, "I'm sorry." He settled down for a moment, but upon hearing commotion at the door, seemingly someone announcing that their mother had returned, he bolted outside. Qi Han, who had just picked up some clay, had it knocked out of his hands by Qi Xing, who dashed outside and collided with the newly arrived Yusu. Seeing the little one rushing towards her, Yusu quickly extended her hand to stop him. "Xing Xing, what are you doing?" He looked up at her, his eyes sparkling, and opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated, unprepared for the words. Yusu raised an eyebrow in curiosity as Qi Xing continued to run away. He held something out to her. Upon receiving it, she noticed a scruffy bunch of small red flowers. It was evident that their owner did not cherish them. "Why do you have so many old flowers?" Qi Xing eagerly replied, "I want to buy a transformer." Yusu understood. He wished to trade the flowers for a toy. Counting them, she noted there were 11. "Are these your own flowers? I wouldn't rule out the possibility that you took some from your brother." Qi Xing nodded affirmatively, yes. Yusu inquired, "Where's your brother?" Qi Xing pointed to the two brothers working on their craft assignments in the hall. Yusu approached to inspect their work. The other two seemed to be doing fine. But Qi Xing's work left her perplexed. "Aren't your assignments supposed to be the same?" They were indeed similar, but Qi Xing had been causing chaos, repeatedly knocking over Qi Han's clay, which had led to Qi Han's frustrated complaint. Qi Qi nodded in agreement, affirming Qi Han's account. Yusu looked at Qi Xing, who wore an innocent expression. "Look at you. If you want to learn with your brothers, you can't ruin their work." She pointed at their assignments, noting the disparities. "You need to focus on yours first. If you do well, I'll consider buying you a toy." Hearing this, Qi Xing beamed with joy and eagerly resumed his work. Yusu softly called out to Luma, "I'm craving noodles today. Shall we cook some?" Luma replied, "Certainly, madam." Then she asked the three boys, "What would you like to eat? How about some noodles?" In unison, their youthful voices chimed, "Sounds good." Luma smiled, "Tonight we'll all have noodles." Once they finished their assignments, Yusu naturally went over to check them. Although something felt slightly off, she couldn't pinpoint what it was. She took a photo of the work, which was passable at best. Yusu asked, "How many flowers have you all collected?" Qi Qi replied, 26.
Kihan Shimedin.
"I have 26 as well." Yusu raised an eyebrow in confusion. 26? Then why does Qi Xing only have 11? How come you have so few? Qi Xing fidgeted with his hands, uncertain of the answer. He was the most lively and mischievous at school, often playing around with other children, while his brothers excelled academically, resulting in his fewer flowers. Yusu regarded the trio, shaking her head with a sense of relief that at least two were worry-free. "If you collect enough flowers by graduation, I could grant you a wish, you know. Your brothers have already agreed. Do you want to use these flowers for a transformer?" Qi Xing hesitated. While he desperately wanted the toy, the prospect of a wish was equally enticing. Observing his inner turmoil, Yusu gently tapped his head. "Let us eat first, and think it over before you tell me." As Qi Xing slurped his noodles, he pondered with each bite, prompting Yusu to frown slightly. "Xing Xing, eat properly." Meanwhile, Qi Han and Qi Qi obediently enjoyed their noodles. Yusu looked at her three well-behaved boys seated in a row, feeling a sense of contentment. Chapter 39, Shopping for Transformers. Yusu sat in front of her vanity, applying makeup while Qi Xing, a small bundle of curiosity, stood nearby. His bright, inquisitive eyes sparkled as he tilted his head, observing her facial routines. Glancing at him, she realized he was determined to trade his flowers for a transformer.
"All right,"
she replied. Upon receiving her affirmation, Qi Xing lingered in place, and Yusu turned to him, noticing his outstretched hand.
She sighed,
gently cupping his delicate face and giving it a playful squeeze while offering him a light facial massage. "Xing Xing, Do you think I can conjure a transformer for you? You should rest your little head and sleep. I'll take you shopping tomorrow. With his rosy cheeks from her gentle manipulation and his large, dark eyes filled with confusion, Qi Xing nodded dreamily. Yu Su watched as he waddled away, his little legs carrying him unsteadily. As he closed the door, he glanced back at her one last time before slowly shutting it, bouncing back to his room.
Ding.
Siri congratulates the owner, Qi Xing, for achieving a heart value of 1%.
Oh.
It seems that only Transformers could capture his heart. Lin Shuangshuang, hearing a familiar voice, turned to see Zhong Qianli. Ever since their last conversation, Lin Shuangshuang had deliberately distanced herself from Zhong Qianli, aware that she had understood the implications of Yu Su's words regarding their previous exchange. Miss Zhong, Zhu Yenyuan greeted with a smile. What a coincidence. Are you and Shuangshuang going for a meal? Zhu Yenyuan nodded, sensing the tension in the air from their earlier interaction, so he refrained from suggesting they dine together. He glanced at Lin Shuangshuang, who calmly addressed him, "Let us go." Before turning to leave, Zhu Yenyuan raised an eyebrow and nodded at the awkward Zhong Qianli, following Lin Shuangshuang as they departed. He didn't inquire further, leading Lin Shuangshuang to the restaurant he owned. She appreciated his style, neither overly chatty nor uncommunicative, but rather composed and appropriately engaging. That morning, Yu Su had been awakened by Qi Xing's persistent antics. Once they left for school, she went shopping for Transformers, noting that some models were still out of stock. She arranged for the remaining items to be sent home and purchased a few outfits for herself. "Darling, how does this look?" A girl beside her twirled in a red spaghetti strap dress, presenting herself to the man in front of her. The man remained silent, as Yu Su had also tried on that very dress. The girl, standing at 160 centimeters with a petite frame, contrasted with Yu Su's taller stature of 170 centimeters, whose fair skin was several shades lighter. Her figure was well-proportioned, and the burgundy hue accentuated her mature elegance. It was true, whoever is ugly is the one embarrassed. Yu Su found herself momentarily taken aback, but decided to continue browsing. The girl noticed her boyfriend's gaze fixated on Yu Su, and in a fit of annoyance, she changed out of the dress, telling the store clerk, "What kind of clothing is this? It's so common. I want something unique and new." The sales assistant smiled. "This style has just been released, and we only have 2 in stock. If you don't like it, I can show you a unique piece we have left." The assistant then presented a deep blue fringed dress. As the girl entered to change her clothes, the man approached Yu Su and handed her a business card. "Hello, beautiful. I am Li Kai, the general manager of Li's Building Materials." Yu Su, initially displaying a look of irritation, paused her dress selection and turned at the mention of his name. Li Kai, taken aback by the stunning beauty before him, was momentarily speechless as Yu Su glanced at the card he held, which bore the name General Manager Li Kai. Upon seeing the name, a smile broke on Yu Su's face, amused by the coincidence of the name Li Kai and its association with finance. Enchanted by her smile, Li Kai found himself captivated. Just as Yu Su reached out to accept the card, his petite girlfriend rushed over, having just exited to witness her boyfriend being flirted with. In a fit of jealousy, she hurled the clothes in her hand at Yu Su. Quick on her feet, Yu Su sidestepped and positioned herself behind Li Kai. But Li Kai was caught off guard and was struck in the eye by the tag of the garment, letting out a yelp of surprise. Seeing her boyfriend hurt, the girlfriend rushed to check on his eye, but Li Kai shoved her away, exasperated. "What are you on about?" he snapped. Yang Xiaowan, her eyes brimming with tears, shot a venomous glare at Yu Su. "I was only gone for a moment, and you were already trying to steal him away? Had I been a second later, would you two have exchanged contact information?" Li Kai rubbed his eye, irritated. "I don't have time for this." Yang Xiaowan's spiteful gaze remained fixed on Yu Su as she attempted to charge at her, only to be restrained by Li Kai. "Stop this madness, you shrew." Yang Xiaowan continued her tirade, hurling insults, "You shameless hussy, trying to seduce my boyfriend." With Yu Su conveniently standing behind Li Kai, onlookers perceived the scene as a classic confrontation between the scorned girlfriend and the alleged mistress. Their curiosity piqued. Yu Su sighed, lamenting her misfortune of encountering someone connected to Zhong Qianli. As Yu Su quietly sat aside, the surrounding crowd continued to rally behind Yang Xiaowan, their verbal assaults unrelenting. 10 minutes later, the building's manager and the clothing store's manager, accompanied by a contingent of security personnel, hurried to the scene. They escorted the trio out of the global building, instructing them not to return. Li Kai, already temperamental, was further incensed by the commotion. In a fit of rage, He struck Yang Xiaowan across the face, causing her to stumble back and collapse onto the ground. This slap ushered in a momentary silence. With a pitiful gaze, Yang Xiaowan looked up at Li Kai, who was about to leave. She attempted to follow him, but Yu Su interjected, "Wait." All eyes turned to the seemingly unbothered Yu Su. "I am not acquainted with you, yet this young lady has been verbally assaulting me for quite some time. Are you planning to leave without an apology?" Clad in a striking red dress that highlighted her delicate features, her demeanor was icy. "Given the abundance of surveillance cameras here, I expect a proper apology from you, miss. Otherwise," she surveyed the surrounding onlookers, some of whom were filming, "I shall retain evidence and pursue legal action against you." A store employee stepped forward to explain to the manager the two ladies were trying on matching outfits. This young lady was dissatisfied and changed into another, while this gentleman was speaking with Miss Yu before Miss Yang struck her. The crowd quickly pieced together the scenario, a man attempting to flirt with another woman while his girlfriend caught him in the act. Yang Xiaowan, upon witnessing the disapproving looks from Li Kai and the spectators, began to grasp the gravity of her actions. Realizing that Yu Su was likely a wealthy young lady, she regretted her impulsive behavior after having just secured a relationship with a man of means. As Yu Su grew increasingly impatient, preparing to leave, Yang Xiaowan, under Li Kai's pressure, begrudgingly apologized, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, miss, I misunderstood." Li Kai approached Yu Su, saying, "I apologize for the trouble. Let me cover your expenses today as a means of restitution." Yu Su smiled and did not refuse, picking up the red dress that Yang Xiaowan had previously deemed common. She handed it to the store clerk, signaling Li Kai to pay. The manager promptly brought the POS machine, and Li Kai swiftly completed the transaction. Yu Su then approached Yang Xiaowan, a smirk gracing her lips. "You can't afford such pedestrian attire," she quipped, letting the dress drop at Yang Xiaowan's feet. As Yu Su stepped on it with her 7 centimeters heels, Yang Xiaowan's face flushed with embarrassment. Yu Su instructed the security personnel to escort them out. Once again, her day was marred by the encounter. As they were ejected from the premises, the two realized that Yu Su was likely a formidable rich heiress, and Yang Xiaowan found herself rendered speechless, fearing Li Kai's displeasure. Attempting to grasp his hand, she begged, "I'm sorry." But Li Kai swiftly shook her off. His jaw clenched in silence as he turned and marched to his car. Yang Xiaowan chased after him for a few steps, frantic and tearful, dialing Zhong Qianli's number. "Hello. Qianli, I." Yu Su decided against further shopping and returned home. At the Kyoto kindergarten, young Fan Jieshi bounced joyfully in front of Chi-san, especially in the presence of Qixing, brandishing a new model of transformer that was different from the one he had the previous day. "Look, I have a new one," he exclaimed, shaking the toy in his hand. Qixing's gaze followed the movement, feeling slightly dizzy. "Fan Jieshi, please stop shaking it," Qihan interjected. Jieshi complied, showcasing the toy before them. Qixing, brimming with envy, asked, "Did your mother buy you another one?" Jieshi nodded. "I have many at home. My mom says I can only bring one each day." Qixing was astonished. "Your mom bought you so many?" As Jieshi affirmed with a nod, Qixing instinctively gasped in admiration. Remembering that he had asked Yu Su to buy him one, he leaned closer to Jieshi and said, "My mom bought me one too. Did she get you a lot?" Qixing thought for a moment and nodded. "Then tomorrow, let us each bring one to play together." "Okay." Qixing then approached Xiaopeng, offering him a portion of the dried fruit prepared by Lu Ma that morning. "Xiaopeng, can I trade this for a little red flower? I'll give you all my snacks if you give me your little red flower." Xiaopeng eagerly agreed, exchanging the flower for the dried fruit. With the flower now in hand, Qixing tucked it into his pocket and sought his next target. "Yao Yao, if I give you this, will you trade me a little red flower?" Yao Yao tilted her head, puzzled.
"Why?"
"I traded a little red flower for a transformer, and I'll let you play with it later." Yao Yao blinked, realizing her little red flowers held no value. Her mother never paid them any mind. "Okay." Qixing received 10 flowers from Yao Yao, 5 from Xiaopeng, totaling 15. As he circled around, he spotted a little girl playing with Barbie dolls, which piqued his interest. He called out, "Little Barbie." The girl looked up momentarily before returning to dressing her doll. Qixing wanted to trade dried fruit for a little red flower, but the girl ignored him, uninterested in a trade. Qihan and Qiqi observed their brother's futile attempts, with Qihan remarking after a single inquiry to the girl, who turned away from him. The sight of Qixing's desperate pleas was almost too painful to watch. Qihan pulled his brother aside. "Xingxing, you can't do that. It's not your little red flower." "I'm going to tell Mom," Qiqi chimed in. Hearing this, Qixing looked at Qiqi with wounded eyes, unable to believe his brother would betray him. He earnestly begged Qiqi not to say anything, explaining that they had each traded for a transformer. Qixing grasped Chi-Chi's hand, shaking it. Brother, you can't tell. In a flurry, Qixing nodded. I won tell. Then, in a place where his brothers couldn't see, he secretly traded with other children. That day, Butler Wen picked up the 3 children from school, witnessing the little master full of life and energy. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, Qixing dashed out with eager anticipation, his heart brimming with excitement as he sought out Yusu. Upon returning home, he first circled the hall, but upon finding it empty, he prepared to head to the rooms. Aunt Lu, noticing him, smiled and said, "Are you looking for Madam, young master?" Qixing nodded in acknowledgement. With a beaming smile, Aunt Lu replied, "Madam is in the garden outside," prompting Qixing to skip joyfully in that direction. Upon catching sight of Yusu, he gradually slowed down.
Yusu?
Catching a glimpse of the small figure, exclaimed, "Oh, you're back." She set aside the potato chips she had been munching on, paused the television drama, and wiped her fingers with a wet tissue. Without even putting down his backpack, Qixing hurried over to Yusu, who understood his intentions and led him to fetch the toys they had bought that day. As Qixing watched his mother's hand clasping his, the warm glow of dusk illuminated Yusu's delicate profile, enhancing her beauty to an ethereal degree, causing his heart to flutter. So entranced was he by Yusu that he paid no heed to his feet and stumbled. Oh, dear. Yusu hadn't anticipated that Qixing, while holding her hand, would trip on the flat lawn, bursting into laughter. Unable to contain herself, she helped him up, and Qixing, blushing, brushed off his hands and pants. Yusu playfully patted his backside, saying, "Be careful and watch where you're going, silly star." Meanwhile, Qi-Han and Qi-Chi were in the hall. Yusu revealed the treasures of the day, elegantly packaged boxes containing a lineup of the 10 most popular Transformers. Qixing's small voice emitted a series of awestruck exclamations as his tiny hands caressed the exquisite, transparent packaging. Yusu noticed the sparkle in his dark, expressive eyes. He retrieved a bundle of worn red flowers from his backpack, counting 35 in total, and presented them all to Yusu, who looked on in bewilderment. Before she could inquire, Qixing was already selecting a robot from within the pile. Yusu's expression turned quizzical. "What are you doing, Xing?" With his big, watery eyes fixed on her, he said, "I want this one, and this one, and this one," pointing to various Transformers. "Is it just these few you desire?" Yusu asked, to which Qixing nodded innocently. Yusu murmured to herself, "I bought a whole set as well. If I gather more red flowers tomorrow, all of these will belong to me." Qixing, lost in thought, inadvertently voiced his excitement, and upon realizing it, his eyes widened in shock as he quickly covered his mouth. Yusu had just pondered how he acquired so many red flowers. With a scrutinizing gaze, she looked at Qixing, slowly retracting the toy she had intended to give him. What's going on? Where did all these red flowers come from? Chapter 41, The Gift. Noticing Yusu's movement, Qixing lowered his pudgy hand from his mouth and pressed it against her withdrawing hand, his clear eyes pleading. Puffing out his cheeks, he replied softly, "I traded for these." "Traded for what?" she inquired. "I gave them my dried fruits, and they gave me the red flowers," he explained, his proud demeanor momentarily leaving Yusu at a loss for words. Yusu collected the 11 red flowers that belonged to Qixing and returned the rest to him. "None of these are yours. You must return them. You cannot use others' flowers to give to me. Only those you have earned yourself count." Qixing gazed at Yusu with a sense of grievance, but she remained unmoved. He nodded, pointing at Bumblebee, and murmured, "Then I'll take this one." Yusu couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he thought it took 10 red flowers to exchange for one toy. "Do you not want these?" "I do." Yusu handed him the entire row, and his face lit up with disbelief as he pointed to himself, his large eyes reflecting a pure innocence. "Are all of these for me?" Yusu nodded affirmatively. Qixing, seemingly in a daze, broke into a silly grin, while Qi-Han and Qi-Chi looked on with envy. Although the 2 brothers did not share their younger siblings' fervor for the Transformers, witnessing their interaction made them appreciate how kind their mother was to their brother, especially with such an abundance of gifts. Yusu had also purchased 2 plush toys for the older brothers, one a big gray wolf for Qi-Han and the other a Doraemon for Qi-Chi, both of which were Yusu's favorites. Regardless of whether they liked them, she stuffed the toys into their arms, leaving the 2 brothers bewildered as they embraced the oversized plushies. Yusu, observing their joy with their respective gifts, felt a sense of satisfaction. "All right, off you go with your treasures," she said, returning to her seat outside to enjoy her snacks and watch her show. The 2 boys, clutching their large dolls, struggled to navigate the path, their hands full, and ended up bumping into each other. The servants, witnessing this, rushed to assist them, but they insisted on carrying their own toys. Reluctantly, the servants followed behind the three little masters, ensuring they didn't fall. Each placed their respective gifts back in their rooms, grinning from ear to ear. After Chi-Chi set down his toy, he affectionately rubbed his cheek against Doraemon's large face. Once they had all settled in, they cautiously closed their doors and emerged. Chi-Han wore a gentle expression. Chi-Chi struggled to conceal his happiness, and Chi-Xing hummed contentedly. The three descended the stairs, instinctively seeking out Yusu, only to find her lazily perched in her chair, munching on sunflower seeds while engrossed in her show. Having consumed too many snacks, Aunt Lu reminded her not to fill up on treats before dinner, to which Yusu obediently responded, though her hands and mouth remained busy. The three approached Yusu, and without preamble, she asked, "Have you finished your homework?" They shook their heads in unison. Yusu regarded their defiance with mild disapproval, exchanging glances with them for a few seconds before conceding, "All right then, take a moment to rest. Once you're refreshed, you can get back to it." She then turned her attention back to the ongoing drama, The Grinch. After a lengthy absence, President Xi finally returned home today. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by familiar shrieks. Approaching the source of the sound, he found his little wife seated in a rocking chair, with their three sons gathered around her on small stools, an iPad placed before them. Chi-Xing was massaging Yusu's legs, Chi-Han was kneading her shoulders, and Chi-Chi was feeding her. The trio jumped in surprise at being watched, instinctively crowding closer to Yusu, who too was startled by the unexpected intrusion, covering her mouth while clutching Chi-Chi's hand. After a moment, they resumed watching, occasionally being startled. Chi-Han initially shrieked but soon grew accustomed, while Chi-Chi was only mildly startled, mainly reacting to Yusu's screams. Chi-Xing mirrored Yusu's response, who had been pounding her legs in excitement. After several jumps, he, too, was trembling in fear while wanting to continue watching. Sitting on the chair with his head resting on Yusu's lap and his arms wrapped around her legs, echoing her shrieks in unison. At first, the servants were taken aback by the commotion, wondering what was happening, but soon they couldn't help but smile at the adorable scene before them. Chi approached from behind and glanced at the screen, where a slowly morphing spider demon was currently featured. The group simultaneously grimaced in distaste. Suddenly, Chi asked, "Is it good?" The engrossed audience jumped slightly in surprise. Chi-Xing turned to see Chi standing there. "Daddy?" "Daddy," he confirmed with a nod, though his gaze remained fixed on Yusu. Realizing his presence, Yusu pouted and murmured, "When did you get back?" Chi reached over to ruffle her hair. "Just now." "Oh," she responded. His hand moved gently through her hair, and Yusu lifted her face, looking up at him with mild displeasure. A subtle smile crept onto Chi's lips, barely perceptible, yet it stirred ripples of warmth within Yusu's heart. The three children, observing the affectionate exchange between their parents, tilted their heads in curiosity. "Sir, madam, dinner is ready," Luma's voice interrupted the tranquil scene. Yusu blinked her lashes and replied softly to Luma, "Okay." She then evaded Chi's hand, standing up unsteadily. Chi caught her with both hands, and she grasped his hand in return, murmuring that she had been sitting too long and lost her balance. Chi cleared his throat in acknowledgement. Once Yusu steadied herself, she tried to pull away, only to find that Chi was still holding onto her hand. With a puzzled look, Yusu explained, "I need to grab the iPad and snacks on the table." Chi replied, "Let them take care of it." He then instructed the three little ones, "Clean this up and come in for dinner," before leading Yusu away. Yusu, bewildered, glanced back at the three children, who were equally confused by their father's actions. As they were led away, Chi-Xing finally reacted with an "oh." The three children obediently gathered their things, with one carrying food and the other two struggling to manage the chairs. A nearby servant quickly approached to assist the little masters, ensuring they each took a chair back while the other servants tidied up. The short walk at home while holding Chi's hand felt somewhat awkward for Yusu. She attempted to disengage, playfully shaking her hand to free herself. Chi, amused by his adorable little wife, tightened his grip and said, "I bought a gift." At the mention of a gift, Yusu paused, sweetly inquiring what it was. Chi remained silent and guided her to their room. Chapter 42, Occasional Intimate Exchanges. As soon as they entered the room, Yusu looked around, spotting a conspicuous vanity. She promptly released Chi's hand and stepped forward to unwrap the gift.
Jie.
Meanwhile, removed his jacket and loosened his tie, taking off his watch. Inside was a luxurious handbag accompanied by a bottle of perfume, both from a brand Sue frequently used. She sprayed a little on her wrist, inhaling the scent reminiscent of peaches and roses, savoring the fragrance. Behind her, Chi embraced her, bringing her hand to his nose for a gentle sniff and placing a kiss on it. "Does it smell good?" he murmured, his deep voice sending a delightful shiver down her spine. "It's lovely," he confirmed, his breath warm against her neck. Sue found the scent delightful as well. A slight smile gracing her lips, her red mouth slightly parted, inviting a kiss. Chi's large hand casually cupped one side of her face, turning her toward him as he leaned in to kiss her. His cool tongue slid into her mouth, greedily claiming her essence, exploring every corner with fervor. With one hand still holding the perfume, Sue found her hands at a loss, but Chi seemed to anticipate her need. Taking the perfume from her and placing it on the table, Sue's long lashes fluttered, her flawless skin flushed with a delicate hue. After a moment, Chi's hand began to wander, brushing against the skin at her waist. She suddenly became alert, pinching his side, causing him to flinch, but still holding on to her. Sue bit him lightly, pulling away. "We need to eat soon." Chi gazed into her eyes, noticing the faint dark circles under them. She saw a hint of fatigue in his eyes, and after a moment of hesitation, she wrapped her arms around his waist and gave him a gentle pat. His deep-set eyes held an inscrutable light. "Let us go eat, then we can rest afterward." Chi replied with a hum, still embracing her. Just as Sue was about to speak, he kissed her again, not allowing for any reaction before releasing her. "Let's go." When they descended, the three little ones were already seated in a row, ready for dinner to be served. They cherished this rare family meal together. After their baths that evening, the three little ones lined up at Sue's door, wanting to enter, but Chi sternly refused, blocking the entrance. The three gazed at their father with pleading eyes, but a cold Chi called the butler to take them away without a glance, shutting the door behind him. Sue emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, and asked, "What is going on?" Chi took the towel from her, reassuring her it was nothing. His broad and warm palm conveyed strength and warmth as he carefully dried her hair. Sue, watching Chi Yi as he gently tended to her, fell into contemplation, gradually resting her head against him. His soft hand caressed her hair, and she closed her eyes, listening to his heartbeat. Chi always gave her the illusion of having feelings for her, yet Siri indicated that his affection level remained locked. Puzzled, Sue wondered if he was merely pretending, and, if so, he was doing an excellent job. She gently placed her hand over where his heart beat steadily, feeling the rhythmic thump. "Liar," she murmured. Chi looked at her with confusion, and Sue hesitated to directly ask if he liked her or if she occupied space in his heart. She didn't want to. Poking his heart lightly to express her dissatisfaction, Chi grasped her fidgeting hand. "What's wrong?" he inquired. Sue shook her head. In an affectionate display, Chi effortlessly lifted his delicate wife and carried her toward the bed. Sue instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning against him. The warm yellow light cast their entwined shadows all over the room, creating a scene filled with tenderness. The next morning, as the sun rose high, Sue awoke feeling sore all over. She sat up, eager to stretch, but quickly grimaced and fell back onto the bed, taking a while to rise slowly. She was content with her occasional intimate exchanges with Chi Yi, but more than thrice pushed her limits, leaving her feeling drained and listless. Thud, thud, thud. The three young masters of the Chi family appeared today, all smiles. Little Chi Xing struggled to drag his small backpack, his face flushed from the effort, clearly weighed down by its contents. Butler Wen stepped forward to assist, assessing the weight and noticing the uneven bulge from the robot toys inside, likely the gifts from yesterday. "Did you bring books, little master?" he asked. Chi Xing blinked, responding yes. He had cleverly placed books in his brother's bag that morning. "Hee. Grandpa Wen, my brother's books are in my bag," Chi Han chimed in. Having risen early, Chi looked refreshed, his expression unusually gentle as he observed his three sons lined up. "Let us go," he said. "I'll take you all on the way." Their eyes brightened in unison as they nodded eagerly. Chi Han and Chi Chi slung their small backpacks over their shoulders while Chi Xing retrieved his own from Butler Wen, though it appeared somewhat cumbersome for him. Chi noticed the weight of their bags seemed off and asked Chi Xing, "What do you have in your backpack?" As he walked beside Chi Xing, he lifted the bag, causing the little boy to dangle briefly. In a small voice, Chi Xing explained, "Mommy bought me gifts." Chi frowned, wondering what could be so heavy. Upon opening it, he found an array of robot toys haphazardly stuffed inside. "You're taking all these to school?" Chi Xing nodded vigorously. eager to have Qi take them to kindergarten. In the car, Qi Xing played with a large yellow robot, bringing it closer to Qi. "Look, Daddy," he exclaimed, waving the transformer that morphed between robot and car forms. "Isn't it amazing?" The car was filled with Qi Xing's excited chatter. Qi Yi manually muted his microphone and only released it once they reached their destination, gently lifting each of them down. The three children waved at him, saying goodbye, Daddy. As soon as Qi Xing finished speaking, he dashed towards the kindergarten, and in that fleeting moment, Qi Yi could only think of one phrase: release the tiger back into the mountain. Beep. A WeChat notification appeared. Lin Shuang inquired, "What time are we departing?" Yu Su pondered for a moment before responding, "Around 2 o'clock. Lin Shuang replied, okay. The two had arranged for a photographer to take pictures in the afternoon. This photographer was a renowned senior photographer from Lin Shuang's company, known for capturing images of artists and models, and Lin Shuang had previously engaged him for several shoots. After meeting Yu Su, photographer A Jie had long desired to photograph her, but had never managed to schedule a session. Today, they had agreed to shoot a series of sisterly portraits together. Chapter 43. Qi Yi strikes. Gazing into the mirror. Yu Su recalled having asked Qi Yi to be gentler yesterday, yet she still bore faint marks that were unavoidable, leaving her utterly speechless. She summoned Xiao Qi to cover the evident blemishes. Thankfully, they were not severe and were hardly noticeable. Xiao Qi asked, "Would you like any makeup, madam?"
Yo su replied.
"No, let it be. I'm unsure of the style for the shoot. Someone will do my makeup when we arrive." "Oh my, look at all these stars. Did your mother buy you so many little boy stars?" Xiang exclaimed, enviously making grand gestures. Fan Jieshi watched Qi Xing as he pulled one after another from his backpack, his eyes glued to the scene. "Didn't you say we were each supposed to bring one? How did Qi Xing manage to bring so many?" "Of course, my mom said they're all for me." Qi Xing proudly shook his little head, causing Fan Jieshi to feel that the Optimus Prime in his hand suddenly lost its charm. "Wow, Qi Xing's mom is amazing. Mine said I could only bring one." Today, Qi Xing was exceptionally proud, sharing his toys with those who befriended him, earning a chorus of admiration from the other children, delightfully basking in their praise. On a sunlit afternoon, the photographer captured Lin Shuang, adorned as a fairy, and Yu Su, styled as a mermaid. Lin Shuang wore a silvery fishtail gown that cascaded to her ankles, embellished with sparkling diamonds resembling starlight, the gown accentuating her perfect curves. Her long, wavy hair, crowned with a crystal tiara, flowed gracefully down her back, her delicate features and full, petite lips adorned with a soft smile, rendering her a breathtaking masterpiece of divine creation. Yu Su donned an irregularly cut cream-colored dress, paired with knee-high white boots, her small ears resembling those of a fairy, and her hair styled in a whimsically intricate braid, exuding a lively, ethereal presence. Both women had shimmering powder dusted on their collarbones, radiating under the natural light outdoors. Under the photographer's guidance, they produced numerous stunning shots. "Fairy, don't smile. Slightly tilt your head to gaze at the mermaid. Mermaid, lean to the left. Gently place your hand on your lips. Good. Give me a hint of a smile." From the corner of his eye, Jie caught a glimpse of Yu Su softly brushing her lips with her fingertips, her hair fluttering in the breeze, long lashes quivering, a barely there smile gracing her lips, captivating in the sunlight. After capturing a shot, he instructed the fairy to temper her expression. Yu Su noticed the photographer's focus remained on Lin Shuang, and as she lifted her gaze, an exquisite moment crystallized in Jie's mind. Before he could call for a pause, the two exchanged playful smiles. "Okay, last group, and we're done," the photographer announced, his voice ringing with urgency. Following the conclusion of the shoot, Yu Su headed to the restroom. Upon opening the door, a grimy hand suddenly clasped her fair wrist. Startled, Yu Su gasped as a disheveled man with a lewd gaze and a foul odor approached her, his mouth gaping wide. Yu Su screamed in terror, struggling desperately. "Help! Shuang!" The homeless man attempted to cover her mouth, and the stench emanating from him left Yu Su feeling powerless and suffocated. Exhausted from her frantic flailing, a group outside heard the commotion and rushed in, shocked at the sight of the beggar inching toward Yu Su's lips. Without a moment's thought, some men seized nearby objects and lunged at the uninvited intruder, while Lin Shuang quickly pulled Yu Su back to a safe corner. Seeing someone had called the police, Lin Shuang grabbed an unknown camera and hurled it at the repugnant beggar, striking him repeatedly. The ferocity of her actions prompted one of the younger boys to intervene, attempting to restrain her. Yu Su clung to her, frightened and shaken, tears streaming down her face, as she softly wept. Lin Shuang comforted her, patting her back. It's all right, it's over now. At the police station, officers attempted to reach Qi Yi multiple times using the number Yusu provided, but he did not answer. The photographer and others were busy giving statements, while Yusu leaned against Lin Shuang. Quietly, she retrieved her phone and called Qi Yi. After a few rings, he answered. Hello, his voice soft and trembling. Qi paused, raising a hand to signal a halt to the conversation, stepping out of the meeting room. What's wrong? Yusu, her voice thick with emotion, began to choke up, tears welling in her eyes, unable to speak without sobbing. The police officer took Yusu's phone and briefly explained the situation to Qi Yi. Upon hearing Yusu's cries, Qi Yi had already donned his coat and exited the company. Listening to the officer's account, even as they reassured him that she had not been harmed, Qi Yi's expression darkened, his grip on the phone tightening, veins bulging on the back of his hand as he faintly heard Yusu's soft cries through the line. Suppressing his fury, he drove 10 minutes to the station, a journey that typically took half an hour. By the time he arrived, everyone had completed their statements and was seated. Qi Yi immediately spotted Yusu in the center, her eyes cast down, exuding an aura of vulnerability. He swiftly approached her, noticing her slightly reddened eyes, and gently stroked her hair. Observing this, those nearby made space for them. Qi glanced at the disheveled beggar mentioned by the officer, a man known to wander the vicinity, having previously trailed single women near a bar street, often scavenging in that area. The sight of their chute, a cluster of abandoned villas, had inexplicably allowed this beggar to take refuge inside, right where Yusu and the others were. Thankfully, a tragedy had been averted. Lin Shuang and the photographer's group, initially eager to speak, fell silent under Qi Yi's piercing gaze. Qi noticed the dirty marks on Yusu's wrist, and as she turned her face into his abdomen, the foul-smelling beggar grinned at Qi. His sharp, icy glare radiated a palpable chill. As Qi lifted Yusu into the car, he strode back to the police station, and before anyone could react, he seized a baton hanging nearby and struck the restrained beggar's arm with a forceful blow. The sound of his anguished scream echoed through the station, causing Yusu, with her eyes shut, to tremble slightly. Qi Yi discarded the object in his hand, and the arriving Xiao Imo, along with the lawyer and bodyguards, witnessed the scene unfold. With a mere glance from Qi Yi, Xiao Imo rushed forward to explain to the officers attempting to restrain him. Passing by the lawyer, Qi Yi coldly stated, I do not wish for him to ever step out of this door. Meanwhile, the three little ones, having finished their extracurricular classes, were still waiting for Yusu's return. While the gentle butler when observed Chi, who had never spoken to him, and asked, What's wrong, second young master? With a hint of confusion, Chi inquired of butler when, mother, hearing that it was a question for the lady. It does not seem strange to him that the second young master is particularly attached to the lady. She has gone out without mentioning when she would return. Chapter 44. Assisting Yusu with her makeup removal in the evening. Upon their return, Chi, with his keen hearing, immediately sprang from his bed upon hearing sounds. As Chi entered, cradling the drowsy Yusu in his arms, Chi stood at the staircase, observing the sight of Yusu leaning against Chi's shoulder. Her eyes closed and the area around them slightly reddened. He gazed at Chi with a questioning expression. Chi momentarily froze, stating, Your mother is tired. Do not disturb her. Return to your room and sleep. Chi wished to follow Chi, but was halted by the butler. Second young master, it is late. You should return to sleep. The lady may have exhausted herself playing. You can see her tomorrow. The butler gently escorted the still motionless Chi away, leaving him gazing at Yusu's door, lost in thought. Chi placed Yusu upon the sofa. She possessed a slight obsession with cleanliness. She would not sleep in bed without showering, especially with her makeup still intact. He proceeded to run a bath and silently observed the array of beauty products on the vanity, scrutinizing the labels until he found the paper-wrapped makeup remover wipes. Tearing open the package, he knelt before the slumbering Yusu, who appeared particularly enchanting under the soft glow of the light. He delicately wiped her flawless face with the makeup remover, revealing her pristine complexion, a glimmer of tenderness surfacing in his eyes. He noticed the sparkling glitter upon her collarbone, hesitating before using a tissue to gently dab it away. After completing her makeup removal, he gathered Yusu in his arms and headed to the bathroom. Although Yusu sensed his movements, she did not wish to stir, allowing Chi to proceed. Inside, they shared a romantic bath. As he lifted her from the water, Yusu whispered softly near his ear, My hair needs washing too. He chuckled in resignation and returned to attend to her. After caring for Yusu, Chi found himself lightly perspiring, while Yu-Su peacefully drifted into slumber within the soft, familiar surroundings. He gazed at her tranquil face and placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. The vibration of his phone broke the silence. Chi stepped onto the balcony, the moonlight casting shadows upon his sharply defined features. Yes, handle it as you see fit. The following morning, Yu-Su awoke abruptly due to the pressing need to relieve herself. She hurriedly dashed to the bathroom, only to find the door opening from within, causing her to instinctively retreat a few steps. Upon realizing it was Chi, she momentarily froze before hastily entering and pushing him out, shutting the door behind her. When she emerged, Chi was still there. "What time is it? Why are you still here?" she inquired, her voice noticeably hoarse. Yu-Su furrowed her brow. Touching her throat, Chi observed the time. "It's 9:10. I will have Lu Ma prepare some honey water for you." Yu-Su nodded in acknowledgement. After freshening up, she descended the stairs to find the children had already left for school. For some unknown reason, Chi remained at home. Sensing her curiosity, Chi explained, "I will go to the office later." Yu-Su picked up the honey water from the table, affirming that vagrant from yesterday is a habitual offender. "I have instructed my lawyer to handle it. He won't be coming out." "Good," she added, but instinctively averted her gaze from Chi's profound expression. In the next moment, he spoke with an undeniable tone. "You must take a bodyguard when you go out." Yu-Su hesitated to respond, lost in thought. After a moment, her brow furrowed as she prepared to speak, but Chi seemed to anticipate her words. "I will arrange for someone to protect you from a distance. They will not interfere with your activities. If there had been any other incidents yesterday." His words carried an undertone meant to reassure her. Yu-Su recalled the repugnant figure of the filthy man, his mouth agape in a grotesque manner, and felt her stomach churn with disgust. Nodding obediently, she agreed, "All right." After lingering at home for a while, Chi left for work after breakfast. Lu Ma approached Yu-Su, who was lounging with a face mask on, and informed her, "Madam, Miss Shuang has arrived." "Very well. Please bring her in." Lin Shuang spotted Yu-Su in her pajamas and face mask at the doorstep, waving at her. She sprinted over and enveloped Yu-Su in a bear hug, exclaiming, "Oh no, you've smudged my mask." Lin Shuang giggled.
How are you?
"I brought you some supplements to replenish your energy," she said, lifting the bag in her hand. "Yes, I was a bit startled yesterday, but I'm better now." Lin Shuang rolled her eyes. "A bit startled? We were all nearly scared to death." She continued chatting as they walked inside. "That filthy beggar must be tired of living to cross paths with us. Oh, by the way, this is from a Jia. He asked me to apologize for not ensuring your safety." Lin Shuang looked at Yu-Su apologetically. "I'm sorry, Su-Su." While Yu-Su had felt some anger and fear yesterday, it had subsided significantly. This was a collective oversight, and they would need to be more cautious next time.
Indeed.
Lin Shuang sighed in relief. "You should head to work now, right?"
Yo suquirit. That?
"Is it Chi?" Lin Shuang's gaze darted around, and Yu-Su realized. He just left for work. Yu-Su smiled. "What are you up to? You don't know?" Yesterday, Chi's expression and witnessing him in action. Lin Shuang gulped, recalling the intensity, the strength in his hands. She grimaced from the sounds. "I bet someone's hand is ruined."
Serves him right.
Yu-Su raised an eyebrow, but chose not to comment. Lin Shuang gave her a thumbs up. "That's our girl." The two engaged in light-hearted conversation over afternoon tea in the courtyard when Butler approached with a phone call. "Madam, the kindergarten has called. The young master has had a minor conflict with other children and is crying." Before Yu-Su could respond, Lin Shuang exclaimed, "Who dares to bully our little treasure?" Yu-Su lowered her gaze to search for her phone, realizing she had left it in the bedroom. They had been engrossed in conversation and had not noticed. "I will go check on him," she declared. Lin Shuang stood up. "I will go too." Retrieving her phone from the bedroom, Yu-Su discovered several missed calls from the kindergarten. She decided to call Butler back. Upon their arrival at the kindergarten, they found a teacher waiting at the entrance to escort them inside. As they ventured deeper, the noise grew increasingly chaotic. Upon reaching the teacher's office, the unmistakable sound of crying pierced their ears. It was Qi Xing. As the door opened, the sound was almost deafening. A teacher crouched before Qi Xing, attempting to comfort him, but he was sobbing uncontrollably, his face flushed and long eyelashes glistening with tears. "What has happened here? Why is my godson crying so?" The teacher anxiously addressed Yu-Su, Qi Xing's mother. "Please try to soothe him. He has been crying for quite a while."
Yo sunarit.
Recognizing that his distress mirrored her own from the previous day, Upon hearing her voice, Qixing turned, hiccuping as his cries intensified, his mouth agape in wails. The earlier indifference to the teacher's comfort vanished as he instinctively sought solace from Yusu, moving toward her. With open arms, Yusu welcomed him as he rushed into her embrace, wrapping his arms around her neck, sobbing, "Wah wah." Yusu gently patted his back, feeling his sorrowful cries tug at her heartstrings. Chapter 45, Affection Value at 6%. It is often said that children are full of energy. Qixing cried for what felt like an eternity, leaving Yusu crouched in discomfort. She lifted him into her arms and seated him on a chair, waiting for his cries to gradually subside. Only then did the teacher explain. Qixing's toy was broken by other children. One little boy, feeling overshadowed by Qixing's toy, had grown resentful and, in a fit of anger, violently smashed 3 of Qixing's toys on the ground. As Qixing regained his composure, he attempted to snatch the toy, though he was shorter than the child. His hands failed to grasp it, and the boy abruptly threw the toy far away, causing it to break. In a moment of frustration, Qixing struck the boy. When the little one went to seek the teacher, the two became entangled in a scuffle, while the other 2 brothers tried to intervene, grabbing hold of the boy. The teacher, witnessing the scene, saw Qi Han and Qi Ji restraining the child while Qixing was hitting him. Startled, she screamed louder than the children. After reviewing the surveillance footage, Yusu felt that the little boy was in a more serious predicament. He was crying more pitifully than the others. Lin Shuangshuang remarked to the 3 brothers, "Well done. You all are quite united." Yusu, observing Qixing still sobbing in her embrace, gently stroked his soft hair, saying, There, no more tears. I will buy you a new one." Soon after, the boy's father arrived, still unaware of the circumstances, and kicked the boy, startling everyone present. Instinctively, Yusu pressed Qixing's head against her chest. "Mr. Ji Huayu, please, do not act impulsively." The teacher managed to restrain the boy's father, but the burly man yanked the boy called Ji Huayu closer, hissing in his ear, "I pay for you to attend such a fine school. Do not cause trouble for me, or you shall see how I deal with you at home." His fierce demeanor was intimidating, and the boy hung his head in evident fear. The man then turned to Yusu, adopting a different expression, and apologized. "My apologies, ma'am. I have heard from the teacher that this boy initiated the altercation. I will make him apologize to you." He violently pulled the boy's arm towards Yusu. "Apologize?" Yusu noticed the boy tremble, caught between defiance and fear. The father was about to strike him again when Yusu interjected, "Wait, it was merely a child's play. There's no need for adults to take it too seriously. My child did not act with malice. Perhaps you should check if he has been hurt. I will take responsibility." The man, wearing a sycophantic smile, responded, "It's nothing. This boy is tough and accustomed to trouble. I will educate him properly. If there is nothing else, I shall take him home now." The boy was roughly yanked away by the man. The onlookers in the office were still in shock. "My goodness, what a terrifying individual," Lin Shuangshuang exclaimed, unable to believe the scene, thinking the man would be furious. Indeed, he was angry, but it was directed at his own child. Yusu frowned as she observed the retreating father and son. The boy seemed to have been accustomed to such harsh treatment. He appeared clean and innocent, yet with such a fierce father, they did not resemble a typical father-son pair. Qixing shifted in Yusu's arms. He had stopped crying when the boy's father arrived. Yusu noticed he had changed positions, resting his head, looking somewhat listless, clearly exhausted from crying.
Ding.
Qixing's love value increased to 6. A long-missed notification. What more could Yusu say? She decided to educate him later. "Teacher, I will take these 3 home first." The teacher sighed in relief and promptly agreed. "All right." As they drove back, Qixing, realizing he was still cradled in Yusu's arms, grasped her clothing with his small hands, his watery eyes stealing glances at her. Being held by his mother felt so comforting and fragrant. Yet his restless nature got the better of him. He occasionally peeked at Yusu, his little hands rubbing against her clothes, shifting this way and that. Yusu gently patted his little bottom. Qixing looked up at her, his cherubic face resembling a rosy apple, his eyes, bright and clear from crying, gazed at her in a daze. Lin Shuangshuang, sitting beside them, cupped Qixing's face and planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "How adorable. Oh, you're just too cute. How can I resist such a precious child?" Flushed from the surprise kiss, Qixing immediately buried his face in Yusu's embrace. Yusu found him charming and, noticing they were on their way home, asked Lin Shuangshuang, "Where are we headed?" "My godson's toy is broken. As his godmother, I must buy him a new one. Hearing this, Qixing popped his head up to look at her. A kiss isn't too much to ask, is it? She pouted at Qi Han and Qi Ji. You two should give me a kiss too. The other two boys were also subjected to Lin Shuangshuang's affectionate demands. After purchasing gifts for her three godsons, Lin Shuangshuang bid them farewell. Aren't you coming over for dinner? Next time. I already have plans for the evening. Yusu nodded, perhaps next time, and noted her arms were quite weary from holding them. All right, now that we have new toys, sit properly. We are heading home. She placed the three boys in their car seats. What happened today? Why did you three bully a little friend? Qixing, with his small voice, pouted. It was Xiao Yu who first threw my transformer. He told Xiao Pang not to play with me. My brothers were helping me. He was wrong. But it was because you took all the toys and the other children didn't have anyone to play with. He didn't mean to break your toy. If he broke it, you could tell the teacher or your parents. Adults will teach him properly. Hitting a friend can hurt them and cause pain. You mustn't do this again. Feeling wronged, Qixing understood. His two brothers were commendable. They refrained from fighting and helped their younger brother, demonstrating great restraint.
Yo felt satisfied.
She exited the car, leading the way, with the three following closely behind. Upon arriving home, Yusu instructed them, now, your toys need to be put away. They cannot be taken to school. You must focus on your studies at school and not let play distract you, understand? Starting tomorrow, the housekeeper will check your backpacks. Qixing, looking pitiful, pleaded, can I take one? Yusu readily agreed, yes, but it cannot be like today. The three brothers nodded obediently, all right. As they ascended the stairs to their rooms, Yusu noticed one trailing behind. Qi, what is it? He stood silently in front of her. Yusu bent down to look at him and pinched his little face. What are you staring at? Qi gazed into Yusu's eyes and asked, did you cry? Yusu smiled. It was my brother who cried, not me. Yesterday, their father had been certain. Chapter 46. Uncle is back. Yusu was taken aback. When did you see him? Was it when he returned yesterday? She opened her mouth. Yesterday? I was startled by a mouse, so dirty, foul, and nasty, that it almost bit me. Qi, now panicked and anxious, asked, did it bite you? Yusu shook her head. No, it was chased away. Are you scared? At that moment, Yusu was taken aback, her heart feeling strangely heavy as she looked at the innocent boy expressing concern. No one had asked her if she was scared, even though everyone had protected her so fiercely yesterday. Her eyes, filled with tenderness, resembled the hazy moonlight obscured by mist at night, and after a moment of emotional brewing, she softly whispered, I am afraid. Qi, with a pained expression, enveloped Yusu in a comforting embrace, patting her back just as she had done for Qixing. Do not be afraid. I can protect you. Yusu felt her body stiffen, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation, enchanted by the innocent words of the 4-year-old.
Ding.
An excited Siri-like voice, slightly teary, chimed in, congratulations, master. You finally have love points. So moving. Love value increased by 5. Confetti and circles of joy. Yusu hugged his little body tightly, resting her chin on his small shoulder, her hands gradually tightening and loosening around him. Yes, I am not afraid. With my precious son here, I am even less afraid. The shy little one, mimicking an adult, gently patted Yusu's hair and quickly pecked her cheek before shyly looking away. Yusu smiled as she gazed at his rosy, tender face. The affection value for Qi stands at 20%. I know precisely what I must do. After a long absence, a familiar name appears. As I answer the call, I pull Qi to sit down. Hello, Auntie, comes the gentle, flowing voice of Su. I'll be returning home tomorrow. Shall we have dinner together? All right, replies Yusu with a sweet, melodic tone. Across the ocean, in M country, Yuming gazes at his phone, a soft smile gracing his features. His countenance is calm and composed, eyes clear and warm like jade. His gentle facial contours exuding both stability and tenderness. He draws the curtains, eagerly anticipating their meeting the following day. Qi, shaking the dazed Yusu, inquires, Your uncle is back. Yusu pinches his little nose. Tomorrow, Mama is coming home for dinner. Here? No, it's the home where Mama grew up. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet your uncle. Qi obediently nods. Knock, knock, knock. Madam, the tutor has arrived. Yusu glances at Qi, who nods affirmatively. Sliding off the sofa to attend the supplementary classes that the three brothers partake in every week, Yusu picks up her phone and taps away, opening a chat with Ms. Yu. Mom, Uncle is coming back tomorrow. A swift reply is not forthcoming. Yu-Su has only her mother and uncle. Her father tragically passed away in a car accident when she was 5. She has been raised by her mother and uncle, with her mother often preoccupied with business, while her uncle, a staunch bachelor, devoted more time to her upbringing. During her childhood, her mother focused on family affairs, while her uncle prioritized her development. As Yu-Su matured, her uncle's presence diminished as he took on more of her mother's responsibilities. During Yu-Su's marriage, her mother seemed particularly invested in her happiness, as if finally able to set aside a lingering concern, only to immerse herself back into her career afterward. Yu-Su sighs softly, whispering to herself as she strolls through the bustling streets, the throngs of people weaving in and out of view. Camera flashes capturing diverse beauties and couples in quiet rendezvous. The nearby cafe is filled with an alluring aroma.
Bang!
Absorbed in the lively streets, Yu-Ming fails to notice his surroundings. He attentively catches a girl who nearly stumbles backward. Offering an apologetic smile and a voice that is both gentle and profound, "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention." Perhaps it is Yu-Ming's refined demeanor or the soft smile playing on his lips that momentarily stuns Zhong Qianli. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, sorry. I wasn't paying attention either." The other party smiles and brushes past, leaving behind a faint scent of gardenia. Zhong Qianli turns to watch as Yu-Ming walks away. A feeling she cannot quite articulate stirring within her, despite their unfamiliarity. "What are you thinking about, Qianli?"
Yang xiaoan would guess her.
Snapped from her reverie, Zhong Qianli blinks, shaking her head. "Let us go." Today, Yu-Su has opted for a makeup-free look, donning casual athletic wear that embodies the essence of a girl in her early 20s. Well, she is indeed in her early 20s. In stark contrast to the bustling street, the corner park is a serene retreat, where vendors line the roadside and a scattering of parents stroll with their children, laughter filling the air. Yu-Su spots Yu-Ming sitting on a park bench, clad in similarly casual attire. His sharply defined features remain untouched by the passage of time, his eyes like tranquil waters, and a gentle smile perpetually gracing his lips. He exudes the charm of a lead character from a Korean drama. Yu-Su quietly approaches, circling around to surprise him. Sensing her presence, Yu-Ming raises an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with affection.
Suddenly, Yu-Su leans in, exclaiming, "Uncle."
At the same moment, Yu-Ming turns to face her. Wow. Silly, yet amusing. Yu-Su rushes forward to embrace him like a child seeking comfort. "You've finally finished your work." "Yes, your mother and I are both preparing to return," Yu-Ming replies, gently stroking Yu-Su's hair. "What about the company?" "It's all taken care of." Yu-Su unabashedly scrutinizes Yu-Ming's face, declaring, "You don't resemble my uncle at all, Yu-Ming. You look just like my elder brother." Realizing her implication, Yu-Ming playfully pinches her cheek, to which Yu-Su protests, puffing out her cheeks. "I'm not a child anymore. You can't pinch my cheeks. I thought you were coming back today." "I arrived yesterday." I returned rather late and didn't inform you." "Then why did you call me here?" "It's been a while since I've strolled around. I wanted to take you out."
"Oh."
In the kitchen, Yu-Ming busies himself, donning gloves as he selects fresh vegetables. Yu-Su observes for a while, unable to remain still, her restlessness evident as she wanders about, unable to assist. Her uncle sets down the vegetables. "You can go watch TV or eat some fruit. I'll call you when it's ready." "All right, uncle," she replies, turning to leave. Yu-Ming watches her, both amused and exasperated. Moments later, she calls out, "Uncle, your culinary skills might just be your side profession." They savor the delicious meal prepared with the freshest ingredients, its texture delightfully tender. "Isn't it? What about my grandson and Chi?" Yu-Su casually responds, "One is at work and the other 3 are at school." Chapter 47. Their first meeting. At the entrance of Kyoto kindergarten, the 3 little ones emerge, finding no sign of their grandfather or their occasionally present mother. Instead, a man calls out to them.
"Han Han, Ki Ki, Xing Xing."
He accurately names each child. Unfazed, Qi Xing, with his round face, boldly asks, "Who are you?" The man, with a gentle demeanor and a warm, benign smile, replies, "I am your uncle." He reaches out, attempting to take Qi Xing's hand. But Qi Han steps protectively in front of his brother, feeling a strange familiarity with Yu-Ming. He wants to say they shouldn't go with strangers, but feels conflicted. They exchange glances for a moment, before Qi Han innocently states, "My mother will come to pick us up." Yu-Ming gently ruffles Qi Han's hair. "Such a good boy." He tentatively calls to the quiet Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi?" Typically aloof, Chi-Chi surprisingly speaks up, asking, "Where's Mama?" "Your mother is at home." Shall I take you to find her? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi nods obediently, eagerly taking the hand of a little friend. Yu-Ming smiles broadly, his eyes crinkling slightly. Chi-Han and Chi-Xing continue to look on, somewhat bewildered. Yu-Ming thanks the teacher who had been watching from the side, saying he'll take the children home. The teacher reassures the kids, your mother called. It's your uncle who is here to take you home. In the car, Yusu spots her uncle leading Chi-Chi out, followed closely by the two younger ones, Chi-Han holding Chi-Xing's hand. As Yu-Ming looks back, he sees the two brothers trotting along in small, hurried steps. Upon opening the car door, Yusu is already seated inside. Yu-Ming gestures toward the trio of little ones. Behold my charm. Yusu asks, do you know who this is? Uncle. Chi-Chi responds. Yusu feigns surprise, look. I told you Chi-Chi is still too innocent, easily deceived. But what if he isn't? Mama said, so yesterday. Chi-Chi tilts his head. Did I say that? Yusu pauses, puzzled. Did I say that? Chi-Chi nods. Seeing the confused expressions on the other two, it's clear they truly don't know. Oh dear. I forgot. She also neglected to mention that Chi-Chi was right beside her when she called. Yusu reintroduces. This is Mama's uncle. You should call him uncle. Finally, the three little ones chirp in unison, calling out uncle. Yu-Ming hands out gifts to each of them, little handmade figurines he crafted himself. Thank you, uncle. Good children. In the office of the president of Chi Group, the busy Chi, having silenced his phone, Mrs. Yusu's call. After a failed attempt to reach her, he turns to Yu-Ming. I'm swamped. When Chi received the message and went to find Yusu, they were preparing to leave. He sent her a message. Apologies, my phone was on silent and I didn't see it. I just finished something. However, there was no reply. Once, when Yusu sent him a message and he did not respond, she became upset despite him having acted on everything she suggested, declaring that she would ignore him the next time he reached out. Reflecting on this, Chi decided to call her. The call connected, and a calm voice on the other end made it difficult to discern whether she was angry or not. Are you still at your uncle's? Yusu directed the phone towards a group of people laughing and playing nearby. Chi could hear the faint sounds of their merriment. I will come over soon. Okay. Yu-Ming, having caught hold of Chi-Xing who was playing a game, paused and asked, is that you? Chi? Yes. I'll be there shortly to pick you up. Dressed in a suit after work, Chi arrived at his uncle's place carrying 2 bottles of red wine. Yu-Ming, holding Chi-Chi in his arms with 2 others hanging onto his legs, appeared to be enjoying themselves. Yu-Ming smiled. Finished with work? Yes. I've been rather busy, but just wrap things up. He took the wine from Chi-Yi with one hand. Next time, let us share a few drinks. Chi nodded in agreement. The children looked longingly at Yu-Ming, their little hands waving goodbye to their uncle. Yusu, standing behind with her hand over her mouth, yawned, a hint of tears glistening in her eyes. After a long day, she felt somewhat fatigued. Chi noticed her demeanor and thought of picking up one of the children to place in the car, but, remembering that her elders were present, he quietly rested his hand on Chi-Xing's head, awkwardly patting it. You can come play here during the holidays. Chi-Xing looked up at his father with a cute expression. Okay. Yu-Ming, noticing Yusu's small gesture, gently told them, next time, Uncle will come to play with you. It's time to go home. Children shouldn't stay up late, or they won't grow tall. Okay. The children chorused with sweet voices. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Yusu was drowsy, her eyes barely open. Chi leaned down and gently fastened her seatbelt. The subtle sound of the strap being secured accompanied the soft breath he exhaled near her ear, causing a ticklish sensation that made her turn her head in another direction. What are you doing? Chi-Xing began to speak, but was silenced by Chi-Han's tiny hand. Sho, Mommy is tired. We mustn't disturb her. Chi-Han whispered to his younger brother. Chi glanced at them in the rearview mirror, his gaze stern and unyielding. Chi-Xing blinked and fell silent. As they arrived, Chi intended to go around to pick up Yusu, but unexpectedly, she got out of the car on her own, unfastening her seatbelt and standing lazily before the 4 of them. I'll sleep alone tonight. No one can disturb me. With that, she turned and headed inside, leaving the others exchanging glances. Chi remained silent, looking down at the 3 little ones. Let us go home. Exhausted, Yusu, after taking a bath, glanced at her phone, her gaze lingering on the chat with Lady Yu. Lady Yu, I'm well. Once I finish my work, I'll return. A familiar frase. Following that was Yusu's succinct reply. Okay. No further conversation ensued. Yusu set her phone down, perhaps lost in thought, as she drifted into slumber. Yu Bingbing wore an uncommon smile. Su, This is your mother's old classmate, a longtime friend. You should call him Uncle Chi and his wife. Yu-Su obediently greeted them. Hello, uncle and aunt. This is their son, the new president of Chi Corporation, Chi. You can call him Brother Chi. As their eyes met for a fleeting moment, Yu-Su quickly averted her gaze, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. She slightly lowered her head, her eyes reflecting a cool smile as she extended her delicate, soft hand. Hello, Brother Chi. Her gentle voice wafted like the sweet aroma of desserts on the table, causing a slight stir in the previously cold and aloof gaze opposite her, a subtle ripple appearing at the corners of his mouth. Hello, Sister Yu-Su. Their brief exchange was followed by a swift separation, drowned out by the sounds of adults conversing. Chi engaged in polite responses to the elders while Yu-Su quietly enjoyed her meal. This marked the first meeting between Yu-Su and Chi. Chapter 48. The Illness of Yu-Su. Morning found Yu-Su still lost in a dreamy haze. She felt as if she had been dreaming every 10 minutes.
Now.
Her throat was parched and scratchy, and her hair felt unusually heavy. Did she grow this much hair from sleeping early? Staring at the stark white ceiling, Yu-Su felt drowsy again, her vision blurry and her head heavy as she slipped back into slumber. Due to her late rising, the household staff had refrained from disturbing her, but as her discomfort grew unbearable, she awoke again, feeling hot and with a sore throat. She floated to find Lu Ma and request honey water, but after only a few steps, the room spun around her. I've been lying down too long, she mumbled. Staggering into the living room, she was about to call for Lu Ma when her throat ached. Furrowing her brow, she was spotted by a passing maid who exclaimed, Madam. As Yu-Su swayed, she ultimately collapsed. The young maid hurried to catch the falling Yu-Su, alarmed by her flushed face and feverish body. In a panic, she called for help. Drip, drip. The family doctor was explaining the situation to Chi. The body's temperature regulation function weakens during sleep. The lady is sweating profusely, likely due to a bad dream last night. Her constitution is already weak, and exposure to a draft has resulted in a cold. The doctor's finely boned hand brushed against Yu-Su's hot, flushed cheek. He met Chi's deep, sharp gaze, quickly adding, The lady has just been put on in 4-drip, and is slowly recovering. Chi lowered his eyes, his gaze firmly fixed on Yu-Su's face. A blend of tender affection and helplessness in his expression. At one point, Yu-Su awoke, requesting water, and after taking her medicine, she fell back asleep. The 3 noisy little ones returned from school, scanning the area before asking the housekeeper and Lu Ma about Yu-Su. Their intention was obvious. They sought out Yu-Su. Lu Ma said, Young masters, your mother is unwell and resting. Please play quietly for a while. Your tutor will be here soon for class. Upon hearing that Yu-Su was ill, Chi Han and Chi Chi immediately dashed towards her room, while Chi Xing, slightly slower to react, followed his brothers. Chi Han tiptoed to turn the doorknob of Yu-Su's room, finding her quietly asleep, her face flushed, reminiscent of the last time she had fallen ill. He placed his small hand on her forehead, confirming she had a fever. Chi Chi, watching in concern, gently touched her face and little hands. Chi Xing observed his brothers affectionately caressing their sleeping mother, and after they finished, he too reached out to stroke her. In her slumber, Yu-Su felt many hands brushing against her face. Suddenly, a cold voice broke the silence. What are you doing? Chi Xing, still touching his mother's soft cheek, hesitated to withdraw his hand, continuing to caress her face until the sudden voice startled him. He looked at his father's dark expression and quickly pulled back, his round eyes appearing innocent. Within the time it took Chi to make a phone call, the 3 had snuck in and were touching her. With an impassive expression, he pointed towards the door out. Chi Han and Chi Chi remained still, while Chi Xing, seeing his brothers not moving, also stayed put. Chi Chi protested. Mommy has a fever. She's very hot. Chi Han pointed to her forehead. We need to put something cold on it. Chi Xing chimed in, recalling a term he learned. Her face is as red as an apple. Chi rubbed his forehead, feeling the tension in his temples. Contemplating the situation, one might surmise that had it not been for the genuine concern of her own son, she would likely have been unceremoniously dragged away. Your mother has seen the doctor and now requires. Before the sentence could be completed, a soft, hoarse voice emerged from the slumbering Yu-Su, her long eyelashes fluttering as she perceived the cacophony around her. It was unbearably noisy. Blinking, she turned her gaze towards the 3 obedient little ones gathered by her bedside, as well as the stern-faced Chi standing at the foot of the bed, directing a disgruntled look at him.
Approach it.
And once again gently stroked Yu-Su's forehead. You just finished your 4. Luma has prepared some porridge for you to eat. Yusu nodded, realizing she had not consumed anything all day, a twinge of hunger stirring in her. She picked up the bowl of porridge from the table, which was replaced every half hour to maintain the perfect temperature. Were you just touching my face? Yusu asked, glancing at her three little rascals. Chi-Chi was indeed still holding her hand. The spoon stirred gently in the bowl, suggesting an intention to feed Yusu. Are you going to feed me? She queried, her voice tinged with curiosity. His deep, warm tone responded, you want me to? At his words, Yusu instinctively opened her mouth, cautioning, just don't burn me. The rich aroma of the porridge wafted through the air, its texture exquisite and savory. Yusu preferred salty porridge over sweet or plain. She slightly parted her lips to take a bite, though it was not completely delivered to her mouth. He cast her a quick glance, then averted his gaze, the corners of his mouth curving into a subtle smile. Suddenly, Yusu's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. Qi followed her line of sight, discovering Qi Xing's small hand adorned with chaotic, colorful scribbles. He was picking at his little fingers. Qi Xing. Yusu felt a surge of irritation bubble within her. Just then, the butler entered, announcing the arrival of the tutor. Qi Yi, seeing Yusu poised to reprimand the mischievous child, instructed the butler to take him away. She raised her hand, using the back of it to wipe her flushed cheeks, puffing slightly. Just wait until I'm well. I'll deal with him. Qi observed her delicate, rosy face, devoid of any paint. The paint on Qi Xing's hands had dried. He reached out, slowly drawing near her cheek with an almost imperceptible gentleness. Yusu stared at his movement, instinctively recoiling. He seized her chin, his long, strong fingers pressing gently into the soft indentation of her skin, while Yusu regarded him with a warning in her eyes. Let me clean it for you, he murmured, his low, magnetic voice impossible to resist. She relaxed her body, leaning slightly towards him. Is it dirty? She inquired. Unfazed, he replied with an indifferent "M." This response ignited her annoyance anew, muttering under her breath about the mischievous child. The velvety softness of his fingertips indeed made it hard to resist. It was no wonder the three boys took turns caressing her face. Who could resist such cuteness? Yusu pondered whether Qi Yi was teasing her. Did this resemble a face-cleaning gesture? Just as she was about to ask him for a mirror to verify, he withdrew his hand. All done, it's clean. Doubtful. Yusu nodded, her stomach growling, I'm hungry. Let us finish this bowl slowly. I'll ask Luma to serve another. Qi Yi with a tissue carefully wiped her face. Yusu pouted and shook her head. I'm full. It had barely been a few spoonfuls since she last mentioned her hunger. Qi glanced at the empty bowl, nodding slightly, suggesting she eat if she wished. After ensuring Yusu was satiated, she began to shoo him away, claiming he was disrupting her rest. Once Qi exited, Yusu felt a wave of melancholy wash over her as she drifted into her thoughts, recalling the bizarre dreams she had experienced. They were shocking, infuriating, and triumphant. She dreamt of her encounters with Qi Yi, leading up to their marriage. She also envisioned Zhong Qianli living in her home, occupying her room, using her belongings, frolicking with her son, as if they were siblings, and enjoying an intimate bond with Qi Yi. Yusu felt like a ghost, invisible to them, peering into their lives, yet Zhong Qianli seemed aware of her presence. On several occasions, Yusu sensed her smiling at her. With a sense of frustration, she closed her eyes, striving to suppress the turmoil within her through slow, calming breaths. A rustling noise emanated from the doorway, prompting her to open her eyes and discover several small figures peeking in. She observed Qi Han and Qi Qi, their dark, round eyes scanning the room for signs of others. The door creaked open, and Yusu saw one of them crawl in. Chapter 49, The Kiss. With a little bud in the air and tiny hands and feet wriggling, he thought this would render him invisible to others. Whose foolish child was this? Qi Han and Qi Qi, though perplexed, respected their younger brother as he crawled low, finally lifting his head upon reaching the foot of the bed. His clear, bright eyes bore a hint of innocence, resembling an adorably foolish puppy as he gazed at Yusu with his cherubic face. After surveying the surroundings and confirming their father was absent, he cupped his little hands to his mouth and sweetly called towards the door, Brother, Daddy isn't here. You can come in. Witnessing this spectacle, Yusu was momentarily dumbfounded, completely immobilized. Qi Han and Qi Qi entered the room. Observing Yusu's stunned expression, Qi Qi approached her, while Qi Han helped pull Qi Xing up, brushing off his pants. The silly child still wore a grin. Three cherubic faces, with bright, glistening eyes, regarded her with a mixture of anticipation and concern. It took Yusu a moment to regain her composure. Aren't you all supposed to be in class? The three remained silent, their faces etched with anxiety and worry as they looked at her. Amused, she pinched their little faces. I've already seen the doctor. And he said I just need to sleep it off. Yusu's gaze inadvertently drifted to Qi Xing's small hands, now washed clean and soft. Noticing her scrutiny, he eagerly opened his fingers for her inspection, flipping them over to demonstrate, as if to say, see, I'm clean. Yusu remained silent for a moment before unexpectedly delivering a quick, playful tap on his hand. After being smacked, Qi Xing was momentarily dazed. Hiding his hand behind him with a pout, Chi asked Yusu, is there anywhere else you feel unwell? Qi Han added, do you want to sleep? When he was sick, he just wanted to sleep. Qi Xing wore a pitiful expression. Why did you hit me? Yusu replied, if I sleep for a bit. I want to feel unwell, but you all keep me awake. A series of knocks interrupted their conversation, drawing everyone's attention to the door. It was the butler. Madam. The three young masters mentioned they went to the restroom and have yet to return. Should we? Yusu felt as though she had seen a savior. Pointing at the three of them, quickly, take them away. The butler contemplated whether he should inquire about canceling today's lessons, but it was evident from her expression that she preferred not to. You three, go back to class. I want to sleep. Pretending to lie down and close her eyes. Feigning restfulness. The three brothers exchanged glances. All right, then you be good and sleep. Chi stepped forward and planted a kiss on Yusu's trembling eyelashes. The moment her lashes ceased to flutter, she opened one curious eye to see who had stolen a kiss. Oh, it's Chi. After a quick glance, she swiftly shut her eyes again. Qi Han, observing his brother's actions, felt a twinge of envy, wishing to be the favored one. Recalling the last time he had a fever and was cradled by Yusu to see the doctor, he glanced at Yusu, who was also burning with fever. As if making a decision, he quickly pressed a kiss to her forehead, then stepped back, his face flushed. Qi Xing, curiously observing his brother's rosy cheeks, exclaimed, Brother, your face is red too. I want to do it too. Hiding beneath the covers, Yusu discreetly tugged at the fabric of her blanket, pulling it gently over her face. Qi Xing, with her rosy, moist lips, planted a quick kiss on Yusu's cheek. Yusu. Thank you, I felt that. The ever-observant butler one, noticing that the lady was nearly enveloping herself entirely in the blanket, finally stepped in to remove the three chubby little bundles from her presence. As the noise began to subside, Yusu leisurely emerged from her cocoon. Her bright, clear eyes sparkled, adding a flourish of color to her already flushed cheeks. Ding, the owner's affection value is at 8. After 2 days of meticulous care at home, Yusu had regained her vitality, bouncing back with ease. It was no surprise that she had just joined Lin Shuang for a drink. Against a backdrop of dazzling lights and pulsating music, the air was thick with a mingled sense of smoke, alcohol, and perfume. The atmosphere was electric with beautiful dancers on stage, while couples swayed passionately on the dance floor. Yusu and Lin Shuang joined the rhythm, moving gracefully, her long, slender legs and waist creating a beautiful arc, her enchanting eyes and rosy, seductive lips drawing cheers from the crowd. The attention of those around them naturally gravitated towards her. Feeling a bit overheated from dancing, Yusu told Lin Shuang she would take a break and have a drink. Just as she settled down, a figure leaned in close. The scent of smoke and alcohol lingering in the air. Miss you. Yusu raised her glass of chilled, slightly bitter liquor and downed it in one gulp. Li Kai gazed at the charming woman before him, his eyes widening as he took in her beauty, his cheeks flushing. Scram, you're truly ugly, he scoffed. Yet even as he insulted her, he couldn't help but admire her stunning visage. He chuckled, showcasing his self-satisfied grin, and clumsily grasped Yusu's wrist. A hint of a smile played on Yusu's lips, a trace of indifference in her gaze as she asked with a sweet, fragrant voice. Do you know who I am? Of course, the Miss Yu from the Yu family, the wife of the Qi group's president. With a mocking glance, she retorted. You and your sister truly are a match made in heaven, not a family, yet you share the same door. Li Kai, unfazed, raised his other hand to stroke Yusu's cheek. Before she could react, another hand reached out to intervene, a strong grip firmly holding Li Kai's hand in place. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Not very appropriate, is it? Li Kai shrugged off the grip, but couldn't shake it off. His expression darkened as he remarked, So, you're often here playing the gallant hero to lure women, aren't you? This isn't your first time, is it? Zhu Yenyuan cast a sidelong glance at Yusu and smiled. Indeed. For a toad like you, Luring a swan like her is quite a feat. Li Kai, who had been all bravado, suddenly laughed, relaxing his stance and raising his hands in a carefree manner. Well, do as you please, Mrs. Chi. Yu Su, who had been reclining languidly in her chair, rolled her eyes in indifference.
Can I sit?
Came a deep, charming baritone. Yu Su lifted her gaze and smiled. Of course. She handed him a glass, and the two cups clinked together, producing a clear, melodious sound.
Thank you.
As Zhu Yenyuan observed the vibrant beauty before him, who exuded confidence and composure, he was momentarily taken aback, a bittersweet smile crossing his lips. Lin Shuang patted Yu Su on the shoulder from behind. Hey, have you been resting this long? Catching sight of Zhu Yenyuan beside her, she exclaimed, what a coincidence. We've crossed paths so many times. Breathless, Lin Shuang settled down to drink with the two of them. The trio engaged in lively conversation and laughter, with Lin Shuang pulling Yu Su and Zhu Yenyuan toward the dance floor. However, at the moment Yu Su stood up, she sensed an ominous presence. I might not be able to join you guys, she spoke coolly. Lin Shuang followed her gaze and gasped, oh no, it's Qi. The grip on Yu Su's arm instantly loosened, radiating an air of noble detachment. Qi's expression was inscrutable as he fixed his dark gaze upon Yu Su. Zhu Yenyuan unabashedly scrutinized Qi, who glared back with increasing coldness. Lin Shuang whispered to Yu Su, Su, let's go over there. Be careful. With that, she nudged Zhu Yenyuan away in another direction. Chapter 50. Anger. Despite the spacious interior of the car, Yu Su felt a sense of confinement, the atmosphere inexplicably cold. Neither of them spoke. The silence was palpable. Disliking the oppressive ambience, Yu Su sat at the edge of her seat, closing her eyes and facing the window. Neither seemed inclined to communicate, and the chilly air felt stagnant, creating a sense of suffocation. Silence reigned until they arrived at Iyuan. A low, cold voice escaped the man's lips. Get out. Yu Su inwardly scoffed. Who doesn't he know to get out? Do you need to state the obvious? She reached for her seatbelt, but her wrist was caught in a firm grip. Frowning slightly, she asked, what are you doing? His deep-set eyes bore into hers, exuding an overwhelming pressure that made the bodyguard in front spring into action, exiting the vehicle with remarkable speed. She bit her lip and delicately tried to pull her wrist away, her voice taking on a feigned childish tone. Let go of me. You're so strong. Unfazed, Yu Su glared at him, attempting to pry his hand off. Yet, Qi yanked her toward him, his voice steady. Aren't you going to explain, Mrs. Qi? Yu Su? Explain what? He scrutinized her flushed cheeks and slightly tipsy demeanor, remaining silent as he tightened his grip on her hand. Yu Su, now irritated, exclaimed, Qi. His deep, husky voice lingered. Who is that person? Yu Su turned her face away. I don't know what you're talking about. Not shifting his gaze from her, he held her with one arm while retrieving his phone from his pocket, swiping to reveal an image, which he then held before her. It was the moment Li Kai had attempted to touch her, with Zhu Yenyuan's hand intervening. There were also 2 intimate photos of her, with Zhu Yenyuan. Did you have Xiaohe, the bodyguard, take these?
No.
She believed there must be some misunderstanding regarding the angle of the photographs. Immediately, she countered, who took these? As she snatched the phone from Qi Yi, she noticed an unfamiliar number. But one message made her realize who it was. Brother Qi Yi. Miss, you might be in a bit of trouble. You should come and check on her. Attached image. Yu Su let out a cold laugh, her icy gaze fixed on Qi Yi. How does she have your number? Are you two in contact? She returned the phone to him. Is this all a carefully orchestrated scheme to question me on her behalf? Qi Yi remained silent for a moment. No. Yu Su pressed on. Is that so? Then what is this about? So chummy, Brother Qi Yi. Noticing the headache forming from her stern questioning, he released his hold on her. Yu Su, with a frosty expression, promptly turned to open the car door, only to be pulled back by Qi Yi once more. This time his grip snagged her jacket, pulling it down to reveal a flawless expanse of her back, clad only in a daring outfit beneath her blazer. Her long, fair legs were left uncovered. His dark eyes, filled with intensity, fixated on her as he coldly stated, You cannot dress like this when you go out. Yu Su shook off his hand. I don't need your permission. I'll wear what I want and I'll play how I please. You take care of your sister. With a forceful swing, she opened the door and slammed it shut behind her. The man's face darkened, his aura radiating a palpable tension. Fuming, Yu Su stormed back into her room, slamming the door with a resounding bang. What was this? What kind of attitude, what tone? The more infuriated Yu Su became, The more the vivid images from her dream lingered in her mind. How could she be so brazenly questioned after entangling herself with someone?
Ding.
Siri, master. The male lead's affection value has shifted. Yu-Su, consumed by anger, was oblivious to this, her mind swirling with curses, her head throbbing from the lingering effects of alcohol. Under the intoxicating influence, she gradually succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep immediately after her shower. Miss Yu, we are truly in love. Why must you tear us apart? You have taken something that does not belong to you. You have monopolized my possessions for so long. Does your conscience not feel uneasy? Yu-Su watched as Zhong Qianli passionately performed, her anger morphing into laughter. Your possessions? What do you possess? How has my property become yours? You bore the stars, yet have never cared for them. I am the one who has nurtured them. You cannot bear to see their affection for me. As for Qi, I knew him first. You, who clearly do not love, still wish to possess him. With tears streaming down her face, Zhong Qianli dramatically accused Yu-Su, who, in a fit of rage and disregarding the stares of those around her, lifted a bottle from the table and hurled it at her. Zhong Qianli did not flinch, allowing Yu-Su's actions to unfold. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a delicate, pitiful charm that tugged at the heartstrings. Yu-Su advanced, ready to tear her words apart. Enough. She glared at Zhong Qianli, her expression dark and guarded, her gaze as cold as a blade. I will overlook this for the sake of your status as the birth mother of my son, but should you provoke me again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Trembling with fury, Zhong Qianli raised her hand to strike Qi. Suddenly, a figure burst from the side, wielding a wine bottle aimed at Yu-Su's head, her pupils dilated in shock. Even in her slumber, Yu-Su screamed and shielded her head, breathless. Yu-Su surveyed her surroundings with alarm. This was her room. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair. What a nightmare. Why was she always plagued by these dreams? Dazed, she descended from her bed but lost her footing and slipped, twisting her ankle. Hiss. The pain contorted her delicate face. Hearing the commotion, Qi rushed from the study, twisting the doorknob but failing to open it. He knocked on the door, his tone urgent yet rigid. Open up. Yu-Su, too weary to respond, remained seated on the floor, regaining her composure. The butler arrived with a spare key, and Qi opened the door, only to find Yu-Su absent from her bed. He glanced toward the shower, and from beneath the bed, Yu-Su's muffled voice emerged. I'm here. Qi strode over, finding Yu-Su crouched on the floor. Her head bowed, her hands cradling her slightly swollen ankle. Upon seeing her in a spaghetti-strap nightgown, Qi halted the approaching butler. Go fetch old Liu, and then call for a female doctor. Understood, sir. He knelt down and gently touched her foot. But Yu-Su swatted his hand away, her face etched with defiance. You needn't concern yourself. His gaze, deep and penetrating, remained on her, and disregarding her resistance, he scooped her up. The jolt triggered her pain, prompting a soft hiss, as she kept her eyes closed, unwilling to move. He placed her upon the soft chaise, draping a light blanket over her, his large hand cradling her slightly swollen foot atop his thigh. She sat quietly, avoiding eye contact, patiently awaiting the doctor, while Qi observed her profile, clearly still agitated. In Chapter 51, Omen. Madam, you've simply twisted it. With this medicinal liquor, rub it daily, and the bruising will dissipate. The female doctor poured the medicinal liquor into her hands, rubbing them together before enveloping Yu-Su's foot, the warmth soothing as she began to massage. Ugh. Yu-Su winced in pain, her foot instinctively trying to withdraw, tears threatening to spill. Qi frowned and blocked the doctor's hand. I'll handle it. As he took the medicinal liquor and prepared to pour it, Yu-Su retracted her foot, weakly insisting to the doctor, Thank you. I can manage on my own, ignoring Qi entirely. It was evident to anyone that they had likely quarreled. Anna nodded. Very well, madam. Casting a glance at Qi, she implied that she would take her leave if there were no further matters. Qi inclined his head slightly. He then poured the medicinal liquor into his hand, gently massaging Yu-Su's foot with the same technique as before. Yu-Su remained silent, not rejecting his touch, though the discomfort was hers to bear. The quiet room filled only with her suppressed gasps and the sound of Qi's hands working the medicinal liquor. His voice, deep and husky, broke the silence. You should rest here for the next few days. Do not move around. Receiving no reply, he turned to see her cradling a pillow, her expression one of delicate vulnerability. A fleeting softness crossed his features, but before he could approach, she presented a palpable distance. Qi's outstretched hand hesitated, his voice heavy. I'm going to work. Once he departed, Yusu finally relaxed her breathing, shedding the tension. What bad luck. Why has everything been so off lately?
Ding.
Siri. Hi. Master, I'm here. Yusu, you seem rather cheerful. Siri. Not at all. Master, I was checking the encyclopedia. I discovered that your fortune has been rather poor lately, and the male lead's affection value seems quite peculiar. Yusu raised an eyebrow. What? Siri, we are currently altering the original storyline, which comes with a degree of resistance. Until we gather the male lead S and the three little ones' affection values, you may face repercussions. Dreaming of the storyline serves as a warning. If you dream of it, misfortune will follow, but if you do not, you shall be spared. Yusu, does this also apply during the collection process? Siri, indeed, Master. Once the affection value exceeds 50%, it will cease. Yusu, so, as long as one person reaches 51, it will stop? Siri, I'm afraid it requires all three. Yusu rolled her eyes dramatically, pressing her hand to her heart, pausing before asking, what about Chi as affection value? Siri, yesterday, when you quarreled with the male lead, I sensed a shift in his affection value. A flicker of anticipation crossed Yusu's face. Siri, unfortunately, it did not unlock, and I feel something is amiss. Yusu, exasperated. Your encyclopedia didn't he provide any answers? Siri sheepishly scratched an imaginary head. You know, I'm first-generation technology. Perhaps it's not fully developed. However, if you swiftly gather affection values, I can upgrade. Yusu could almost envision the sparkling eyes of this malfunctioning system, rubbing her temples in frustration. Knock, knock, knock. Entering was Mama Lu. Madam, I'm here to assist you, pushing a wheelchair before her. Yusu furrowed her brow tighter. That's unnecessary. It's just a mild sprain. It will heal in a couple of days. Mama Lu, concerned, insisted. The sir specifically instructed me to keep a close eye on you, fearing you might inadvertently cause further injury. Carefully, she helped Yusu into the wheelchair. Yusu hesitated. The wheelchair was rather unsightly. After a moment's thought, she relented. But I haven't washed my face or brushed my teeth. Mama Lu wheeled her off to freshen up. Then down to the dining room on the first floor. In the living room, Yusu absent-mindedly dined, suddenly glancing out the window to ask Mama Lu, what time is it? It's 5 o'clock, madam. Yusu's grip on her spoon slackened, causing it to clatter into the bowl with a crisp sound. After a moment of dazed silence, she was inundated with frustration. Why did you make me wake up so early? Remembering Chi Yi mentioning going to work, she truly felt. No wonder they said he was the boss. Sleeping later than a dog and rising earlier than a rooster. Yusu planned to finish her breakfast before returning to catch up on some sleep.
Mama,
Came a very soft and gentle voice. Curiously, Yusu turned her head to see Chi Han, looking dazed and standing at the corner of the staircase. Rubbing his eyes with his little hands, clad in a summer pajama adorned with a character gray wolf, his cheeks adorably chubby. In stark contrast to his usual alert self, he waddled towards Yusu with a milk-sweet expression. Good morning, Xiao Han, Yusu greeted in a lethargic tone. Chi Han squinted at their mother, who was eating breakfast, mistaking it for mealtime, and sleepily climbed onto a chair. Yusu watched as he picked up the bowl and chopsticks beside him, still half asleep, and then softly mumbled, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Yusu, who had been observing, felt a tinge of confusion and curiosity at the child's peculiar state of drowsiness. Luma, nearby, was chuckling with delight. She went over to embrace the sleepy Chi Han, who was attempting to get down to brush his teeth. After a few gentle words from Luma, he closed his eyes once more. Yusu blinked, thinking to herself how enviable. Luma said, Madam, let me take the young master back to sleep. It's still early on this weekend. Yusu, expressionless and devoid of spirit, nodded slightly. Luma carefully carried Chi Han back to his room and attentively checked on the other two still lost in slumber, ensuring all was well before descending downstairs. Noticing Yusu also appeared to be sleep-deprived, Luma saw her stifle a yawn, tears forming in her eyes momentarily. Madam and the young masters are so alike, she mused. Approaching, she gently pushed Yusu's wheelchair, saying, You should return to catch up on some sleep as well. Yusu responded with a soft It will backfire. Dream, love value, echoed like a refrain in Yusu's ears. After a moment, she looked up at Luma with soft eyes and asked, May I sleep in their room? Luma's heart softened at Yusu's gaze. Where would you like to go, madam? She casually pointed to the nearest room. Gently opening the door, she found Chi-han, who had just woken up in a daze, asleep in the bed. In the tranquility of slumber, Luma pulled back a corner of the blanket, assisting Yusu to lie down and cover both of them properly. Sleep well, madam. Luma's voice was soothing in Yusu's ears. With a gentle Yusu slowly closed her eyes. Meanwhile, in the pitch darkness of early morning, Chi had already arrived at the company, standing by the window, his obsidian eyes gazing at the misty glass before him, his brows slowly knitting together. Recently, his mind had been plagued by fleeting images that did not exist. In these visions, he saw himself in another quarrel with Yusu, as well as scenes of him binding and kissing her. The dark glass before him gradually revealed Yusu's silhouette as she wept in fear, declaring, "I want a divorce." His crimson eyes, bloodshot and filled with fury, turned towards her. Thud. Coming back to his senses, Chi glanced at the shattered flower pot he had accidentally knocked over while retreating. Taking a moment to compose himself, he sat down, frowning, recalling how angry he had felt upon seeing a photo of Yusu drinking outside the previous day, along with the confrontation in the car. Unable to articulate his own feelings. Chapter 52 Haha. Chi-han stirred, sensing something was amiss, and drowsily opened his eyes, thinking he saw his mother. Blinking, he found himself sprawled on the bed, suddenly lifting his head to gaze, bewildered, at Yusu, who was sleeping beside him. The gray wolf plush toy that had accompanied him was now being used as a pillow by Yusu. He reached out a finger to poke Yusu's clothing, feeling the comforting texture. Slowly, he extended his hand to touch her fingers, glancing to see if she might wake suddenly. He felt her soft hand, real and tangible. A gentle tickling sensation coursed through him. Yusu stirred slightly, turning in her sleep. Startled, Chi-han immediately burrowed under the covers. Hearing no noise, he cautiously peeked out from his blanket to see Yusu still lost in her dreams. Chi-han's big, curious eyes were glued to Yusu as he inched closer, his cheeks flushing slightly. Quietly, he slipped a finger into her palm. Since Yusu had slept in, Chi-han, reluctant to leave her side, remained nestled close. Eventually, as breakfast time approached, and he still had not seen his brother Chi-shing, he inquired with Luma, only to learn that his brother was still asleep. "Is brother Chi-ji sleeping with Mama?" Luma, smiling, replied, "Yes, young master. Madam is in the eldest young master's room." Chi-ji hopped off his chair and headed towards Chi-han's room. Upon seeing his brother descend, Chi-shing also set down his spoon and slid down. Skillfully opening the door, he spotted a small mound under the covers, with long, dark hair cascading down. Chi-shing trotted over to discover Chi-han nestled in Yusu's embrace, wide awake, curiously playing with her hair. "Brother?" Chi-shing called out in confusion. "Why aren't you getting up?" Chi-han shushed him with a finger to his lips, whispering, "Mama is sleeping. Don't make a noise." Chi-ji observed Yusu's serene sleeping face for a long time, standing beside her and extending a small hand to stroke her flowing hair. Chi-shing echoed, "Oh," and climbed onto Chi-han's bed. Regardless of how cautiously the three brothers moved, their fidgeting and whispers roused Yusu from her slumber. As she opened her eyes, still slightly dazed, she found three little heads hovering above her, which didn't startle her. After a moment of confusion, she spoke in a soft, languid voice. "Why are you all up so early when you don't have work or school?" Chi-shing, with a sleepy drawl, replied, "I want to go to school." Yusu pulled Chi-han's blanket over her head, her voice muffled. "Big brother, it's the weekend." "I'm not the big brother," Chi-shing protested with an adorable pout. Yusu sat up abruptly, feeling more awake, as someone had accidentally stepped on her injured foot.
It was Chi-ji.
Yusu covered her head with the blanket, but her foot remained exposed, revealing a swollen bump. The four of them exchanged glances at the lump on her foot. Feeling a twinge of pain, Yusu exclaimed, "Don't touch it." "Ow." Chi-ji frowned, asking, "What's wrong?" Yusu, looking pitiful, admitted, "I accidentally twisted it." Chi-han gazed at Yusu with concern, realizing he hadn't known she was hurt while sleeping beside her. A cool breeze brushed against Yusu's foot. Looking down, she saw Chi-shing pouting his little lips, blowing gently on the bump. His big, adorable eyes were fixed on her. "So cute." Yusu playfully pinched his little face. With all the commotion, she was fully awake now and wanted to get out of bed. Spotting her wheelchair beside her, she thought to hop over. But Chi-ji immediately noticed and swiftly brought it over. "Thank you," she said as she settled in. He began pushing her, asking where she wanted to go. When Luma arrived, she happened to see the three little ones pushing Yusu out. Lin Shuang received a photo from Yusu. Lin Shuang. Did he hit you? Yusu responded, no, I twisted my ankle accidentally. Lin Shuang replied, then you need to rest at home for a few days.
Play next time. Yusu agreed. Okay.
Lin Shuang added, 3. Yusu lazily stretched, feeling so bored being stuck here. The 3 little ones, ever attentive to Yusu's movements, rushed over at the slightest motion, one holding a water cup and another offering fruit, eagerly watching her. Qiji asked sweetly if she wanted a drink. Qingli, it's all because of that woman. Now Li Kai won't even speak to me. What should I do? You need to help me, Yang Xiaowan said, her face filled with resentment, her mouth drawn longer than her face. Zhong Qianli's gentle voice chimed in. He'll be back to his usual self in a couple of days. As for Miss Yu, Zhong Qianli wore a conflicted expression. What's wrong? Yang Xiaowan observed her close friend from university, looking disheartened, and felt compelled to express her concern, especially since her current fortunate circumstances were, in part, due to her friend's support. Oh, perhaps I am just being overly sensitive, she mused. I believe it is because of Miss Yu that I have found myself in this predicament. Why do you say that? Zhong Qianli recounted the tale to Yang Xiaowan with vivid detail, as if illustrating a malicious sister who had stolen Cinderella's shoe to wed the prince, while subjecting Cinderella to relentless torment. Yang Xiaowan slammed her palm on the table in frustration, her expression contorted in disgust. It's no wonder she feels so justified in her thievery. She has the audacity to bully others simply because her family possesses a bit of wealth. Qianli, I implore you, never bow to her. Women like her should be met with unwavering resistance. You must reclaim what is rightfully yours. But she is a wealthy heiress, and she wields the title of Mrs. Qi against me. How could I possibly contend with that? Zhong Qianli scoffed lightly. Consider this. Her son favors you, and that title is but a facade. Your bond with Mr. Qi is far too strong for her to undermine. Yang Xiaowan lightly nudged Zhong Qianli's arm and raised an eyebrow. Men are all the same. In due course, everything will revert to you. Beaming with confidence, Yang Xiaowan reveled in her past successes. As long as Zhong Qianli thrived, she too would bask in the glow of her friend's fortune. For they had been confidants since their university days. Moreover, they both held leverage over one another. Zhong Qianli remained silent, gazing contemplatively at her glass of wine, lost in thought. Meanwhile, everything they had discussed had been overheard by a certain figure lurking in the shadows. Mr. Liu, are you still there? A voice inquired through the earpiece. With piercing, cold eyes and a sharply defined visage, he expressed no visible emotion as he cast a fleeting glance at the 2 women outside, engaged in idle gossip. He then averted his gaze. Please proceed, he instructed in a chilling tone. How about this one? Qi Xing sifted through an array of colorful garments, holding up various choices to Yusu. His 2 brothers stood on either side of a large television, each donned in comical monster outfits, complete with adorable tails and tiny horns. The 2 chubby little boys appeared utterly bewildered as they awaited their brother to don his Ultraman costume. After considerable deliberation, Qi Xing ultimately selected the Diga outfit. Bored with the animated series, Yusu requested a live performance, insisting they entertain her. Dissatisfied with mere viewing, she insisted they wear costumes for the show. Eventually, the trio each chose a character to portray. Qi Xing as Ultraman battling monsters, Chi as a prince's mother, and Qi Han as the cunning wolf capturing sheep. Yusu erupted into peals of laughter for the first time, nearly shedding tears from her mirth. As the scene unfolded, Qi arrived at the door. Greeted by the sounds of laughter that filled the air, a delightful, melodious voice imbued with sweetness, drawing him into the joyous atmosphere. He walked closer to find Yusu doubled over in laughter, surrounded by 3 little figures dressed in whimsical costumes. Spotting Qi Xing released his brother and dashed towards him, exclaiming, "Daddy," as he clung to his father's leg, seeking comfort. Qi inquired, "What are you playing?" His gaze lingering on Yusu. As Yusu straightened, her laughter subsided. "We are putting on a show," Qi Han replied.
Daddy,
"Will you help me defeat the little monsters?" Qi Xing pleaded, tugging at Qi's pants in a display of endearing affection. "Absolutely not," came the simultaneous response from both Yusu and Qi. Their eyes met briefly before Yusu turned away, feigning disappointment. "You said you would be Ultraman and defeat the 2 little monsters. Your brothers didn't seek help. Why should you?" "But I can't defeat them," Qi Xing pouted. Yusu covered her ears and shook her head. "I won't listen. I only want to see you perform." Qi Yi, witnessing Yusu's playful demeanor, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips as he encouraged Qi Xing, perform on your own, and if you do well, there will be a reward. Qi Xing tilted his head back to gaze up at his father, nearly tipping over, prompting Qi Yi to gently steady him while simultaneously pushing him outward.
Pouting.
Qi Xing crossed his tiny hands. All right then. He stood at the center, adopting a boxing stance and emitting a high-pitched ha. Yu Su's smile gradually returned as their playful antics resumed, her laughter echoing through the room.
Ah!
Qi Xing exclaimed as he was overpowered by his two monster brothers. Extending his little hands towards Qi Yi, shouting, "Daddy, save me." He dashed towards Qi Yi, clutching his leg, declaring, "I don't want to play anymore." He then turned to Qi Han and Qi Qi, loudly pouting, "Daddy, my brothers are bullying me." In an uncharacteristic display of warmth, Qi Yi responded, "If you perform well, you can ask the butler for anything you desire." Qi Xing's demeanor shifted instantly, his cries ceased, and he brightly exclaimed, "Thank you, Daddy." Qi turned to the other two. "Each of you will receive something as well." Yu Su tilted her head. "Can I reward one person with a hug?" Qi Qi shyly replied, "Sure." Yu Su beamed sweetly, opening her arms, and Qi Qi eagerly approached her, looking adorable in his monster costume. She planted a kiss on his rosy cheek. Observing from the side, Qi Han watched as Yu Su embraced each of the boys in turn. Initially, he assumed Qi Xing would decline, yet when he saw his brothers taking turns hugging Yu Su, he too eagerly joined the line for affection. With deep-set eyes, Qi gazed at the tender scene of his sons receiving hugs and kisses from Yu Su, unmasked joy radiating from him, feeling slightly envious of the attention.
Ding.
Qi Han's affection level reached 20%, Qi Qi's at 25%, Qi Xing's at 10%, and the owner's at 10%. All right, go change your clothes. Once they departed, the atmosphere felt noticeably lighter. She stood on one foot, preparing to hop away, only to be caught from behind and lifted in a princess carry. His voice, deep and resonant, pierced through the air as he looked down at her. "Where are you going?" Yu Su replied, "Back to my room." The empty, quiet hall echoed only with the sound of Qi Ye's shoes striking the floor and the warmth of his breath cascading over Yu Su's head. "I have a business trip tomorrow for a few days. Is there anything you desire?" Yu Su feigned ignorance. The grip around her tightened slightly. In a flat tone,
"Just replied, nothing."
Silence enveloped them as they proceeded to her room. Qi held on to Yu Su, inquiring what she wished to do. Yu Su pointed to the tatami mat where she often nestled. "Just place me there, and then you may leave." Qi stood momentarily, caught off guard, gazing at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Come on, hurry up," Yu Su urged, kicking her legs. Qi sighed deeply, gently placing her down and ruffling her hair. A familiar posture flashed through his mind. His large hand grasped her shoulder with such force that her complexion paled. With a hint of red in his eyes, his deep voice barely above a whisper declared, "I will not permit it." Yu Su studied the dazed Qi, furrowing her brow in concern. She reached out to push him gently. "Qi, what are you doing?" His dazed gaze gradually sharpened as he looked at Yu Su, then shifted away, retracting his hand. His demeanor appeared somewhat awkward. "I'm next door. Call me if you need anything." With that, he strode out, his back displaying a hint of urgency. Yu Su remarked how peculiar. In the study, warm water cascaded slowly from the showerhead, dampening his hair and tracing the contours of his chiseled face, flowing down past his Adam's apple, along the sinewy muscles of his body, and pooling on the floor. His well-defined abdominal muscles rose and fell powerfully. The words of the psychologist he had seen today echoed in his mind. When we experience certain emotions, such as joy, sadness, or anger, our brains generate corresponding responses. This phenomenon may be linked to our emotional and experiential memories. The functional areas of the human brain automatically deconstruct and reassemble past experiences, those we've lived, heard about, or imagined. This process is entirely passive and beyond our control. Many seemingly impossible events come to pass for this very reason, due to past experiences or potential occurrences. Qi furrowed his brow. "Are you saying that these things can happen? If they are not things we've experienced, then perhaps they could happen, or maybe you're just fatigued, creating illusions. Be sure to rest. Don't let your nerves become too strained. It might improve things significantly." His tall figure was enveloped in the steam rising from the warm water, his high nose bridge and tightly closed lips exuded an air of composure. After a moment, he turned off the faucet, picked up a towel to dry off, and wrapped it around himself before stepping out. The three little ones, freshly bathed and smelling of milk, were sneaking around the entrance to Yu Su's room, forming a little queue. Upon seeing only her, they pushed the door open and entered, their big, innocent eyes fixated on her. Who could possibly refuse such adorable creatures? Initially, Yusu was also apprehensive about having nightmares at night, but sleeping with them seemed acceptable. With her affirmation, the three little ones excitedly pounced onto the bed.
What?
Qi Xing, seemingly inexplicably elated, let out a jubilant howl. Standing in the center of the bed, he loudly declared to Yusu, "Today, I will tell a story." Chapter 54. The Youthful You. There were 3 charming little mice. The largest was named Xiao Han Shu. The middle one was Xiao Qi Shu, and the smallest was Xiao Xing Shu. They resided in a grand house, yet within lived a fearsome calico cat. The little mice were terrified of being caught and devoured by the formidable feline. One day, Yusu listened intently, her brows knitting together. "Stop, stop, stop. Let me see," she exclaimed, snatching the storybook from Qi Xing's hands and scrutinizing a few lines. Taking a deep breath, her heart raced as if it might seize. She emphatically pointed to the text, her expression mirroring the ire of the calico cat within the story, and scolded Qi Xing, "This is not a good story. How can you make such things up at such a young age?" Seeing Yusu's eyes glimmering with indignation, Qi Xing appeared timid, resembling a small mouse. "Oh." He stammered through the tale, but Yusu couldn't grasp the narrative at all. Sleep eluded her. She reclaimed the book and blankly praised, "Well told, now sleep." Qi Xing, forced into silence by Yusu's command, blinked his big eyes in bewilderment. "Everyone must be quiet now. Close your eyes and sleep." Watching them shut their eyes, whether truly asleep or merely pretending, Yusu sighed and lay down. It was too torturous for her. As time slowly passed, they gradually drifted into slumber. At Yu Jingbei, a notification pinged, her phone screen illuminated. A message from Black Spade K appeared, accompanied by a meticulous survey document titled Yusu. The man skillfully uncorked a bottle of wine, pouring the rich aroma into a glass. His broad palm grasped the glass, the veins on the back of his hand prominent. And without hesitation, he downed it in one gulp. Then he picked up the phone on the table, swiped the screen, and was met with a face that mirrored his memories. It bore a touch more allure than before, yet she remained the most captivating of all. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips as his thumb glided over the woman's image on the screen, aligning it with the face in his recollections. At Kyoto First High School, a classmate outside called out to the dazed Yusu, "Yusu, the homeroom teacher wants you to go to the office with Lu Jingyu." Yusu appeared bewildered, glancing curiously at Lu Jingyu behind her. "Did you do something wrong?" Lu Jingyu, setting down his book and tousling his hair, replied, "Perhaps we're being awarded for something." Yusu pressed her lips together and followed him to the office. As she walked behind him, she pondered, hadn't he done anything wrong recently? No skipping classes, no fights. Suddenly, the person in front halted, and Yusu, caught unawares, bumped into him. She gasped, rubbing her forehead as she glared at the suddenly stopped Lu Jingyu. "What are you doing?" He looked back at her with a smirk. "What are you doing? You wouldn't have done something wrong, would you? If so, you should tell me before we reach the office. We can conspire together." Yusu shot him an annoyed glance, pushing him aside with a huff. "I am an exemplary student." With a chuckle, Lu Jingyu followed her into the office. Once inside, the two refrained from their usual playful banter, standing solemnly on either side of the teacher. When faced with the teacher's inquiries, both appeared taken aback. Yusu was the first to respond, "No." With his eyes downcast, Lu Jingyu feigned disappointment. "I thought I was coming in for an award." The homeroom teacher chuckled, easing the tension. However, he still took the time to inform them about the prohibition of romantic relationships among high school students and the consequences of underage dating. Both Yusu and Lu Jingyu exchanged awkward glances, sensing the discomfort between them. At that moment, Lu Jingyu's lips still bore a faint smile. As he continued to scroll through the document, the smile gradually faded, his lips pressed together, and his gaze deepened like the night, fixated on every subsequent introduction. Mrs. Qi. Following that was a photo of a family of 5 pieced together, with separate images of a man and a woman flanking a photograph of 3 children. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful, and the children had undoubtedly inherited their perfect genes. Lu Jingyu tightened his grip on the phone, the muscles in his arm becoming more pronounced. He chuckled softly, setting the phone down and reaching for the bottle of wine on the table, pouring it generously into his glass. Yusu had hoped that sharing a bed with them would spare her from nightmares, yet she still found herself dreaming unpleasantly.
"Now."
She moved cautiously, avoiding any sudden motions. By the time her foot had fully healed, everything seemed to be in disarray, causing Siri to suspect a malfunction in its system. Assured that all was well, Yusu ventured out shopping while they headed to school. Luma observed her somewhat peculiar demeanor over the past couple of days. Curious as to why she walked with a hunched posture. "Are you alright, madam?" Snapped back to reality, Yusu shook her head. "I'm fine. I'm just heading out." Standing at the entrance of the villa, Yusu felt the air was much fresher. Time to shop. Beauty treatments are on the agenda. It was as if she sought to unleash the pent-up shopping energy of the past few days, striding directly into a luxury store. Preferring to browse alone without salespeople hovering nearby, she wandered through the aisles, flagging down a sales associate when she spotted something she liked. The associate greeted her with a beaming smile. Yusu was a frequent patron of this establishment. The sales associates regarded her with starry-eyed admiration. Pointing to a bag in the center, she instructed, "Wrap it up, same address as before." The associate, gloved hands carefully retrieving the bag, replied, "Certainly, Miss Yu." Yusu glanced at a smaller lady's bag, then at the one she was carrying. After some contemplation, she decided to purchase both. With a new bag slung over her shoulder, she handed the original bag to the sales assistant, saying, "Please help me return this." "Thank you." The assistant beamed, her smile so bright it made her eyes disappear. "Of course, Miss Yu. Is there anything else you need?" Yusu, with a nonchalant air, produced her card and replied, "No, this will suffice for now." After perusing the store, Yusu ventured into another, where the limit on her card dictated the duration of her shopping spree. She only ceased her indulgences once she felt completely satisfied with her purchases. As she surveyed the stack of orders before her, a satisfied nod escaped her lips. "This will do for today," she decided. Passing by the glass wall outside the mall, Yusu's elegant and luxurious appearance was reflected back at her. And even the mirror image seemed stunning. She raised an eyebrow, standing before the glass wall, playfully tousling her thick, voluminous curls. With unabashed self-praise, she declared, "I look truly beautiful." Oblivious to her surroundings, the towering buildings, the bustling crowd, the broad road where a mountain of stacked goods was being maneuvered towards her, a sudden commotion broke her reverie. The precariously balanced cargo began to tilt. Initially unnoticed, the impending disaster only registered when gasps filled the air, and at that moment, Yusu felt an inexplicable paralysis, rooted to the spot. As a box hurtled towards her, she instinctively shielded her head with her hands. Just as it seemed she would be struck, an immense force enveloped her, pulling her aside. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the teetering box slowly toppled, its battered state hinting at the weight of its contents. The crowd exhaled in relief upon seeing Yusu rescued. The man's hands gripped her shoulders firmly, his piercing gaze intense, breath slightly uneven. Still shaken, Yusu clutched her head, her heart racing in fear. Had this occurred indoors, she might have sobbed uncontrollably. As she struggled to regain her composure and express her gratitude to her savior, she lifted her gaze only to find that the words she wished to utter were stifled, and the tears she sought to hold back streamed down her porcelain cheeks. Lu Jingyu, observing her frightened visage, felt a tightening in his throat as he swallowed hard. His deep, husky voice, laced with a hint of concern, inquired, "Why were you so foolish? Did you not know to dodge?" Chapter 55. The Brute Force of Qi. After a long separation, the two found themselves seated in a quiet cafe, an odd atmosphere enveloping them. Their interactions felt somewhat stilted. As the waiter set down a dessert, Lu Jingyu slid it toward Yusu, his tone gentle. "Indulge a little more, and perhaps your fears will dissipate." Lost in thought, Yusu finally mumbled, "I wasn't afraid. I was merely startled." He chuckled softly, his deep gaze causing ripples in Yusu's composure. She studied him closely, noting the changes and yet the constancy in his demeanor. His strikingly handsome features, chiseled jawline, and tall, slender frame exuded an air of nobility. The high bridge of his nose and thin, slightly pursed lips spoke of an aristocratic lineage. He bore a resemblance to Qi, both exuding a cold, aloof, and imposing presence. Unsure of how to initiate a conversation, Yusu waited until he spoke first. Lu Jingyu, attempting to sound casual yet awkward, asked, "The young lady must be living quite well, I presume?" Yusu nodded affirmatively, but then, as if deflated, added, "Though I've been rather unlucky lately." Lu Jingyu furrowed his brow. "Oh, how so?" Yusu, maintaining a stoic expression, gestured toward the street outside through the glass, "As you saw just now." She sighed, delicately scooping dessert into her mouth. "Recently? Have such incidents been frequent for you?" Yusu nodded, savoring the sweet morsel before responding. "Before today, I twisted my ankle and had to rest at home for a few days. Then today, I nearly got crushed. Lu Jingyu frowned, feeling that Yusu's carelessness was to blame. Such a delicate girl, yet always so reckless, he thought, recalling her unchanged nature. He chuckled helplessly. You're like a porcelain doll. Noticing a smear of strawberry sauce at the corner of her mouth, he hesitated, his clenched fist loosening before he pointed it out to her. Yusu, with a swift and smooth motion, licked her red tongue around her lips, savoring the sweetness. His gaze lingered on her mouth, darkening with intrigue. Chi, furrowing his brow, observed the flickering light in his obsidian-like eyes, his right eyelid twitching. His long, fair hands tapped rhythmically on the keyboard before he shut his laptop and inquired of Xiao Imo, how much longer until we arrive? Xiao Imo replied, about 40 minutes, mister.
Chi.
Chi nodded softly, intertwining his fingers and deftly rotating his thumbs. Upon disembarking from the plane, he headed straight for a Yuan. There was no urgency, yet an inexplicable desire to return home tugged at him. After a dusty journey, Chi arrived home, greeted by an oddly desolate atmosphere. Steward Wen stood at the door, holding Chi Ye's briefcase. Casual as he was, Chi Ye's gaze swept over the living room. The observant steward seemed to notice something but remained silent, standing attentively to the side. Once Chi Yi ascended the stairs, he inadvertently wandered into Yusu's room, peeking into the children's quarters and their usual haunts, but found no one. Realizing his actions, he paused, chuckling softly before retreating to his study, where he resumed work on a project. It wasn't until the kindergarten children were dismissed, their chattering voices filling the air, that he descended the stairs. The little ones had returned, yet Yusu had not.
Daddy.
Qi Xing's exuberant voice rang out, the loudest of the trio. Qi Yi, maintaining his aloof demeanor, blocked Qi Xing's enthusiastic advance and walked toward Qi Han and Qi Ji, who were conversing with Steward Wen. Young masters, your mother has gone out and has yet to return, reported the steward. At this, Qi turned towards the bar, poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and then ascended again. Qi Han, with curious eyes, gazed at Qi. Daddy, why are you so strange?
Qi Ji echoed. Oh.
The three brothers, wiggling their little bottoms, headed to the reading room to do their homework. By dinner time, Yusu still had not returned. It seemed they had grown accustomed to this. Their father rarely dined at home, and their mother was often out. They obediently sat at the table to eat. Qi found the meal tasteless, hastily consuming a few bites before stopping. 3 pairs of glistening eyes watched him, and Qi Han curiously asked, "Are you waiting for mommy?" Qi Yi moved his lips. Children, eat more vegetables and refrain from talking while eating. Meanwhile, Yusu had spent the afternoon conversing with Lu Jingyu, and they went out for dinner together, returning before 9 o'clock. Lu Jingyu opened the passenger door for Yusu, carefully placing his hand on the roof to prevent her from bumping her head. His other hand, which had almost reached out, retreated behind him as he watched her alight from the car. Their eyes met, and Yusu smiled. Thank you for today. Otherwise, I might have found myself in a hospital bed. Don't speak nonsense, he teased, instinctively pinching her cheek. They both froze momentarily. Yusu, recovering, stepped back, and Lu Jingyu awkwardly clenched his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. Let us head back. We can chat another time. Yusu nodded, and as she entered, Lu Jingyu glanced at the villa, pondering before he opened the car door and drove away. From his vantage point upstairs, Qi caught sight of the scene, narrowing his dark eyes, his expression as frigid as ice. Unaware, Yusu walked straight to her bedroom. Upon returning to her room and preparing to undress, she turned to find Qi standing silently behind her.
Ah!
Yusu gasped, covering her chest in irritation. What's wrong with you? You move so quietly. Her lips, pouting like ripe cherries, expressed her annoyance as she continued to undress, making her way to the bathroom. As Qi followed closely behind her, Yusu entered the bathroom and, upon noticing Qi's presence, inquired, "You?" Qi swiftly pivoted, shutting the bathroom door with a decisive motion. His fingertips glided through Yusu's hair, pinning her against the door as he kissed her fiercely, an icy aura enveloping him. The kiss was rapid, urgent, and forceful, ravaging her lips with fervor. Just as she opened her mouth, Qi's tongue breached her defenses, intertwining with hers as his other hand firmly gripped her waist, compelling her to press against him. Yusu felt as though he were consuming her very breath. When she was on the verge of losing her composure, Qi released her, leaving her gasping for air. His movements turned gentle, his warm lips tracing along her neck and teasingly nibbling at the sensitive skin behind her ear. Her neck, the most sensitive part of her body, responded to every touch like a jolt of electricity, causing her to shudder slightly. With her hands clutching Chiya's chest, she clung to his collar, releasing soft, delicate whimpers. A faint blush crept into his eyes as their hands roamed over Yusu's waist. The room strewn with discarded garments from the bathroom door to the shower area. The disarray of clothing, the splattering droplets of water, mingled with soft gasps and the rippling patterns in the water, vividly illustrated their passionate entanglement. Yusu felt as though the Chi-Yi who returned from his trip was akin to a famished beast, his movements rough and unrestrained. Chapter 56, The Invitation. In the early morning, Yusu curled up in Chiya's embrace, the stark contrast between the dark, soft bed and their fair skin evident. Suddenly, her phone rang. A broad hand reached over to silence it, casting a glance at the woman nestled in his arms before answering the call in a hoarse, deep voice. Yes. I'll be there in the afternoon. Startled from her restless slumber, Yusu mumbled as she opened her sleepy eyes, the sight before her revealing the man's taut chest and his chiseled jawline. Displeased at being roused from her rest, she shifted to face away from him. But the movement was agonizing, her body aching and accompanied by a series of low moans. If one listened closely, they might catch her whispering expletives. Damn you, Chi. On the other end of the line, Xiao Imo, who was informing Chi, was taken aback by her voice and quickly understood the situation. Before he could utter any awkward remarks, the call was abruptly terminated. Early riser Xiao Imo rolled his eyes in exasperation. Unreliable, truly unreliable. Chi enveloped the woman who had her back turned to him in his arms, resting his chin on her shoulder and burying his face in her neck, his lips brushing against her velvety skin. Please don't move, came Yusu's soft, raspy voice, tinged with a plaintive tone. Observing his delicate, tender wife on the verge of tears, he gently caressed her soft waist, soothing her. All right, I want to move. His large hand tenderly kneaded her sore back, coaxing her back into a comfortable slumber. He gazed at her porcelain-like features, his expression darkening. Yesterday's impulsiveness echoed in his mind with a singular thought. She is his. He cherished the way she spoke to him with a hint of authority, the way she whined and complained in a sultry voice, and her occasionally aloof yet alluring demeanor. To be honest, he found a strange delight in her playful mischief towards him. Was he losing his sanity? The scene he witnessed yesterday had revealed to him the fierce side of himself that had flickered through his mind regarding Yusu. Xiao Imo, with his serious demeanor, discreetly scrutinized the other two competing companies. This time, 3 companies were in contention: Tianhe Group, Qi Corporation, and Yujing Technology. Notably, the president of Yujing Technology appeared to be on par with their own president. Xiao Imo adjusted his glasses, pondering why Qi had yet to arrive. Just as he finished his thought, Qi strode in through the door. The attendees turned their gaze towards him. Dressed impeccably in a suit, his expression inscrutable. His striking features radiated a chilling aura. Apologies for being late. His deep-set eyes scanned the room before settling on the president of Yujing Technology, his gaze icy and penetrating. The latter set down his pen, arching an eyebrow as they exchanged unfiltered glances. The coldness in their eyes and the sudden drop in temperature created an atmosphere fraught with tension. Shall we begin? Both men momentarily tempered their frigid demeanor. The business war unfurling before them. At Yuan, the sun shone brightly at noon. Yusu turned over, realizing the warmth beside her had dissipated. The beauty on the bed bore a rosy blush on her cheeks as she rubbed her sleepy eyes, struggling to rise. Dragging her weary body to freshen up, she noticed that the once chaotic shower area had been tidied up. Glancing at the heap of clothes piled in the laundry basket, Yusu kicked it in annoyance, muttering under her breath about Chiya's barbaric behavior. A notification pinged on her WeChat. Her uncle had sent a voice message. An hour later, at the Global Business Center, curiosity piqued, Yusu accepted the exquisitely wrapped box from her uncle. What's the occasion today for such a surprise? She inquired. Her uncle, with a warm smile, replied, Open it and see. As Yusu gently untied the pink ribbon, she uncovered a black invitation adorned with gold edges, accompanied by a rose gold evening gown. The intricate floral embroidery on the hem resembled delicate petals intertwined, exuding a rich fragrance. Yusu caressed the exquisite texture of the dress, her eyes sparkling like stars in the night as she marveled. It's beautiful. Your mother sent it, her uncle explained, noticing the confusion in Yusu's eyes. She commissioned a renowned designer from France to create it just for you. She will be busy for a while and will return later. Yusu pursed her lips and shrugged slightly, unfazed by the news. With her slender, white hand clutching the invitation, Yusu opened it. Written entirely in a foreign language, it was an invitation to a concert featuring a world-renowned pianist. Is it a cruise concert? Yu-Su asked her uncle. He nodded. It's a chance to have some fun. You've been cooped up at home for too long. Yu-Su pouted in response. Their warm exchange caught the attention of Zhong Qianli, who approached with a scrutinizing gaze directed at Yu-Su and her uncle. Miss Yu, what a coincidence, she remarked. The smile on Yu-Su's lips faltered, her tone growing coarse and careless. Coincidence, my foot. You didn't just happen to see me. You probably stalked me. The moment the words left her mouth, her uncle gaped in disbelief. When did she learn such vulgar language? Zhong Qianli appeared unaffected by Yu-Su's retort, smiling as she observed Yu-Su linking arms with her uncle, while a gentleman beside her helped carry her belongings. Her sharp eyes caught sight of the faint mark concealed on Yu-Su's neck. A sly grin crept across her face. Miss Yu is quite popular. I wonder if Brother Qi knows? Brother Qi? Yuming's brows furrowed, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized the woman before him.
No wonder sus what Who are you?
Sir, I advise you to keep your distance from Miss Yu. After all, she is a married woman, she said, glancing at their interlinked arms with a mocking tone. It wouldn't be wise for such rumors to circulate. Before Yuming could respond, Yu-Su released her hold on her uncle, creating some distance. Just as Zhong Qianli wore a triumphant expression, Yu-Su stepped forward and, with considerable force, slapped her soundly. The sound echoed, indicating the blow was significant, causing Zhong Qianli's head to turn sideways. As she turned back, Yu-Su switched hands and delivered another strike, equally forceful. Observing the impulsive actions of Yu-Su, Yuming stood silently beside her, pursing his lips and blinking in surprise. The subsequent scene caught him off guard. Zhong Qianli, covering her face, let out a loud gasp, her indignation palpable as she hurled her bag aside, intent on confronting Yu-Su. Yuming immediately stepped forward. But Yu-Su was quicker, shoving Zhong Qianli away. Amidst the commotion, as onlookers turned to witness the drama, Yu-Su feigned innocence, her expression a blend of distress and indignation, declaring, "Shameless, you're seducing my boyfriend." With a fleeting glance of reproach towards Yuming, she turned and fled, prompting Yuming to follow suit, calling out, "Su-Su." Meanwhile, Zhong Qianli, bewildered and covering her face, became the subject of scrutiny from the bewildered crowd, with some even hurling insults at her for being a third party. Her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes glinted with malice. To be frank, Yuming's complexion was ashen. This girl had truly spoken without restraint. Chapter 57. The Great Friend. The two of them exchanged glances as they entered the elevator. Yu-Su, suppressing a laugh, adopted a charming demeanor to soothe Yuming. Hee, let me treat you to dinner, uncle. What just happened? Yu-Su waved her hand dismissively, a look of distaste crossing her face. Just a delusional person. Yuming raised an eyebrow. You and she are all right? Yu-Su hesitated momentarily, then vaguely replied, "It should be fine." After a moment of silence, Yuming ruffled her hair. "You can tell me anything. Uncle is here to support you, not to judge." Yu-Su said nothing, instead wrapping her arms around one of Yuming's, resting her head against his arm as she softly murmured, "Thank you, uncle." In the wake of losing her father, her uncle had been a constant presence in her life, a father figure in her heart. Yu-Su was naturally aloof. She reciprocated kindness only to those who were kind to her, with her uncle perhaps holding more significance in her heart than even her own mother. Her attitude towards her own children had been somewhat influenced by Yu Bingbing. Yu-Su treated her children as she had been treated by her mother, never perceiving any issue with it. The children were cared for by servants, and Qi had loving grandparents. They had everything they could desire. Perhaps Yu-Su had forgotten the childhood scenes of eagerly awaiting her mother's return, or had grown accustomed to the disappointment of her mother's empty promises to come home. Nevertheless, a simple message or call from her mother would bring her joy for a long time. Perhaps in their hearts, they shared the same longing for maternal love, expecting happiness from the slightest warmth, regardless of how cold their mother might be. Ik Ming, observing the suddenly distracted Iksu, gently shook her arm. Su-Su, Su-Su. Coming back to reality, Yu-Su stared blankly at Yuming. "What is it, uncle?" Yuming looked at her helplessly. "What's wrong? You seem lost in thought." "It's nothing. I was thinking about the concert. Are you going with me?" "I'm not going. I have some matters to attend to." Yu-Su pouted. "Okay then." They took the elevator down to the parking lot, planning to stop by Yuming's company briefly before heading out for dinner together. "Will you wait for me here? Or come up with me?" Yu-Su pondered for a moment. "I'll wait for you here." "All right." After Yuming left, Yu-Su leaned back in her seat, Her peripheral vision catching sight of a box in the back seat. She picked it up and opened it, inspecting its contents closely. It seems like a lady-s. With a keen eye, Xiao Imo, observing from afar, recognized the figure in the front passenger seat resembling Yusu, her fair skin, sharp nose, rosy lips, elegant jawline, and a smile as radiant as a crescent moon, resembling stars in a clear sky. At that moment, she was engrossed in something. Qi Yi and Lu Jingyu, who had exited the building alongside Xiao Imo, followed his gaze. It's her. Without hesitation, Lu Jingyu strode over in her direction. Qi's expression darkened as he too approached Yusu with purposeful strides.
Su.
Hearing her name, Yusu turned and saw Lu Jingyu approaching, followed by the ominously serious Qi. With a look of surprise and confusion, she was about to speak when Qi's cold voice interrupted. Mr. Lu, do you know my wife? Lu Jingyu raised an eyebrow, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yes, I've known her since childhood. Is that so? I've never heard my wife mention it. Qi nonchalantly extended his hand. I'm Su's husband, Qi. Lu Jingyu calmly extended his fist in response, their hands tightening upon contact, a silent contest of strength causing the veins on the backs of their hands to protrude. Xiao Imo, witnessing from the side, felt a shock of intrigue. The girl's soft voice broke the tension. Why are you all here? The two men, expressionless, withdrew their hands. We have a project today. Coincidentally competing with Mr. Qi. Lu Jingyu turned to Yusu. What about you? I'm waiting for my uncle. He's stopping by the company for a bit before we go to dinner together. Yusu glanced at the two impeccably dressed men. You two go ahead with your business. I'll wait here. Qi quickly interjected. Mr. Lu, you should head back. I'll keep my wife company. Yusu looked up at him, bewildered, wondering if he had taken leave of his senses. No need. You go ahead. I can wait by myself. Lu Jingyu disregarded him. Focusing on Yusu, I'll greet your uncle before I leave. It's been a while since I've seen him. Yusu considered this and nodded in agreement. Qi's thin lips pressed into a tight line, his expression still dark. Yusu remained in the car, organizing her gown and greeting cards. The two men's gazes followed her movements. After she had finished, she noticed them standing on either side of the car door, creating an awkward silence. Yusu sensed an inexplicable strangeness in the atmosphere. Fortunately, it wasn't too long before her uncle emerged and everyone piled into Yuming's car. Yuming mused to himself about how his offhand comment had led to both men tagging along. As he descended, he handed Yusu a small bag, which she opened to find an assortment of snacks and drinks. This is for the little ones, her uncle explained. Yusu rummaged through the bag, naturally selecting what she wanted to eat and inquiring about the two men seated behind her. She offered to Qi, do you want some? With a hint of glee. Qi softly replied, I'm fine, you eat. Yusu then turned to Lu Jingyu. I want that one. He pointed to a small snack in front of Yusu. She obediently retrieved the same item from the bag, as if they were children sharing treats. The two of them began munching on their snacks in sync, while Yuming, driving, watched them with a gentle smile. Witnessing this, Qi's expression remained frosty. His eyes clouded with a chilling aura. Lu Jingyu, in contrast, enjoyed the snacks, his demeanor betraying no hint of his usual stoicism.
Sunnuntai, itsistent on faring.
Ensured that he enjoyed her offerings. Otherwise, she would be reluctant to share with him in the future. Lu Jingyu had previously noticed that he accepted whatever Yusu offered him without hesitation. When Yusu felt parched, she drank some milk and offered Lu Jingyu a bottle. Observing her actions, Qi coldly remarked, I want one too. Yusu kindly handed him a bottle, and upon taking a sip, Qi frowned slightly at the overly sweet, smooth texture, as he rarely indulged in sweets. Yuming cautioned, don't eat too many snacks, save room for dinner. The two of them replied in unison, okay. Yuming felt as though he was transporting several children. Meanwhile, Qi sat silently like a wooden puppet.
Ding.
Siri, master, the protagonist's affection level has shifted. And then it paused. Yusu, wide-eyed while drinking her milk, wondered, what did I do? What's wrong? Yuming glanced at the suddenly frozen Yusu, concerned that there might be an issue with the milk. Is it expired? The two individuals behind lowered their heads to glance at the date, which was recent. Yusu swallowed the milk in her mouth and shook her head. It was delicious. Yuming was speechless, as her expression suggested that the milk was toxic. Yusu picked up another bottle of milk and handed it to Qi. The three exchanged a bewildered glance at Yusu. Qi accepted it, saying, thank you. Yusu fixed her gaze upon him, this time not hearing the system's voice. Chi hesitated for a moment before unscrewing the cap and offering it to her. After waiting for a while without hearing any sound, Yusu took it from him. Perhaps she had overthought it. Chapter 58. Chi Yi moved into the bedroom. After finishing their meal, as Yusu stood up, Chi grasped her hand naturally, leading her to the cashier. Yusu hesitated for a moment, considering that it would be inappropriate to push him away with her uncle watching, so she acquiesced. Lu Jingyu, with his dark eyes, could not muster a hint of a smile. Chi completed the payment first and cheerfully told Yu Ming. Then Su and I will head back now, uncle, before politely nodding at Lu Jingyu. Yusu obediently stood beside him, greeting them as they departed. At that moment, Yusu could sense Chiya's mood was quite cheerful. Inside the car, after fastening her seatbelt, he smoothly held her hand.
Yusu stared at Jie.
Feeling inexplicably puzzled, Chi sensed a slight struggle in her soft hand, tightening his grip a little more. Don't move, he instructed. The woman, in a delicate tone, replied, What are you doing? Your hand is gripping so tightly that it's sweating. At his words, Chi relaxed his hold and took 2 tissues from the car. Yusu observed his profile, where his long, thick eyelashes shielded his obsidian-like black pupils, and his thin lips formed a perfectly chiseled jawline. He gently wiped her hand, his movements tender and meticulous, as if he were polishing a precious artifact. Yusu's eyes sparkled with fleeting stars, her heart rippling with subtle emotions. Her slender fingertips moved restlessly, and in the next moment, warmth coursed through them. Yusu gazed at him, captivated, while in that fleeting kiss, Chiya's obsidian-like eyes reflected an extraordinary depth in the dimness. The sensation of his broad hand kneading her hands back, their breaths mingling, caused the temperature in the car to rise abruptly. The interwoven shadows on the car window were suddenly interrupted by a ringing sound, prompting Yusu to shift and create some distance. It was Butler when calling. Hello? Came his slightly anxious voice. Madam, the second young master is crying. Chi? Crying? Why is he crying? The second young master was not very happy when he returned today and has now locked himself in his room. Yusu glanced at Chi and replied, We'll be back shortly. The car fell silent, but Chi, with his keen hearing, caught every word. He gently stroked Yusu's hand, offering silent comfort. Chi was quiet. There shouldn't have been any conflict with other children at kindergarten. When Yusu returned and opened the tightly shut door, she found the room in disarray, with items strewn across the floor. Chi, following behind her, furrowed his brow at the shards of glass scattered about. He kicked them aside, and then led Yusu inside. The room was chaotic, save for the neatly made bed, which was adorned with a large Doraemon plush toy. Chi lay face down with his bottom in the air, burying his face in the doll. Observing the small figure curled up and unmoving, Yusu noticed he was occasionally sniffling, and upon closer inspection, his eyelashes were still quivering. She approached and gently patted his little bottom, softly calling, Chi, why are you crying? Slowly coming back to his senses, Chi lifted his head. His tousled hair looked unkempt, his eyes were red, and deep tear tracks marred his cheeks. He gazed at Yusu with a pitiful expression. His small voice whimpered as he extended his tiny hand, seeking her embrace. Yusu sat at the edge of the bed, pulling him into her arms and gently patting his back. The little one buried his face in her shoulder and cried for a short while.
Jie frowned,
questioning why a boy would cry so much, his tone stern. No more crying. Yusu clicked her tongue, casting a disapproving glance at him. Chi pressed his lips together, choosing not to respond further. Yusu instructed, Please tidy up the room. He quietly replied, At the door stood 2 bewildered toddlers, their big eyes wide as they looked around. Chi gently ushered them out, saying, Go back to sleep. The 2 stumbled as they were pushed along, with Chi Han looking up at their father, saying, Dad, little brother was unhappy after waking up from his nap at kindergarten. Little Chi Xing added, Big brother still won't pay attention to me. Did someone bully you? The 2 little ones shook their heads, no. Understood. Chi instructed Lu Ma to take them back. He then called for a servant to bring cleaning supplies to tidy the room. After a moment's thought, he asked the servant to hand the tools to him. The young maid looked bewildered and stammered, For you, sir? Yes, Chi replied, taking the broom into the room. At that moment, Yusu was softly coaxing Chi, her voice gentle as water. Chi clung to Yusu, refusing to let go, immersed in her fragrant embrace, feeling the tender affection of his mother's soothing words. After a lengthy period of coaxing, he finally fell asleep, and Yusu, feeling a bit of strain in her hand, moved slightly. Turning her head, She was astonished to see Chi-yi genuinely cleaning. She raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Please hurry. Don't wake him up. Chi-yi, unaware of his strength, clumsily knocked into things. Yu-su snatched the tools from his hands, setting them aside and calling for the maid to handle it. The maid quickly and silently restored order in just a few swift movements. The earlier scene of Mr. Cleaning had made them anxious, yet they dared not speak. Yu-su pulled him out of the room to avoid hindrance. Chi-yi, watching his wife pull him out, released her hand as they exited, following her into the bedroom, declaring resolutely, I want to live here. Yu-su nonchalantly nodded. Chi-yi pursued her, saying, I want to bring my things over. Yu-su questioned what? I want to move my study-s belongings here and stay. This implied he would not be sleeping in the study anymore, but rather in her room. Yu-su replied, that's not possible. Why not? Chi-yi inquired. What if you disturb me with your late nights? I want tea. But what about your snoring? Chi-yi looked down at her, the corners of his mouth curling up. When have you ever heard me snore? He whispered in her ear, slander. Yu-su was rendered speechless. Do as you wish, but if I sleep poorly and disturb you, don't blame me. She huffed playfully and took her clothes to the bathroom. Chi-yi, behind her, smiled as he thought of how she had always been a peaceful sleeper, nestled in his arms without stirring for half the night, a rare delight. Yu-su felt her mind was in disarray that day, so she relaxed her body in the massage bathtub, enjoying a comfortable soak for half an hour. Suddenly, she heard rustling sounds from outside the door. Wearing her bathrobe, she stepped out to find Chi-yi stacking items. Clothes lay on the bed, and Chi-yi gazed at the stuffed closet in silence. Yu-su approached slowly and said matter-of-factly, these are all mine. Chi-yi looked at her. Where do I put mine? Yu-su pouted, moving aside a little corner in the closet. Here. Chi looked at the tiny space where even a few pairs of his underwear wouldn't fit. Chapter 59. A heart value has reached 50%. He placed his clothes atop Yu-su's, stacking them together. Yu-su, pouting and feigning annoyance, said, that one tea do. I want to be able to reach my clothes. He pointed to a row of clothes Yu-su had never worn, some still bearing tags. You should take these to the cloakroom. They're rarely worn, while the bedroom closet is for frequently worn items. Yu-su was reluctant. The temptation of Chi-yi. I will buy you a bag. Followed by a teasing 10 of them. Yu-su's eyelashes fluttered as she pretended to hesitate before bashfully releasing her grip. All right, she conceded. The smile tugging at her lips was impossible to suppress, and Chi-yi, observing her expression, felt his own lips curve into a subtle grin. As Yu-su applied her makeup at the vanity, Chi placed his clothes alongside hers before retreating to the shower. Once fragrant and refreshed, Yu-su lay on the bed, scrolling through short videos on her phone. By the time Chi emerged, she was already drowsy, yet her phone continued to play. Her eyelids heavy with sleep, refusing to relinquish her device. Chi approached, stealing the phone from her grasp, his tone casual, it's quite late. He switched it off and set it aside. Yu-su, still half asleep, cast a groggy glance at him. Her vision blurry enough to catch a glimpse of his broad shoulders and slim waist, the 8-pack abs barely concealed by a towel, with remnants of last night's playful bites marking his left shoulder. Yu-su, having removed her makeup, bore her own share of love bites, evidence of their fervent escapades. As she closed her eyes, Chi leaned over, his hands pressed on either side of her pillow, and gently kissed her lips before drying off and enveloping her in his embrace as they drifted into slumber. In the early morning, Yu-su rolled over contentedly. Having enjoyed a restful night devoid of nightmares or hungry wolves, she buried her face deep into the covers, her ears twitching as she peeked at the closed door. Rising, she donned a robe and slowly opened the door, only to find Chi slumped against it, looking rather disheartened. His little fingers were gently poking through the crack. Still clad in his Doraemon pajamas, his shoes on the wrong feet. Upon opening the door, he looked up at Yu-su with his big, dark eyes sparkling, wrapping his arms around her legs. What time is it? Why haven't you gone to school? She inquired, but he remained silent, lifting him into her arms. She placed him on the bed, only to discover he clung to her as if glued. Yu-su settled down beside him, observing the soft little figure nestled against her. With a soft sigh, she murmured, You haven't spoken to me at all. The little one shifted slightly, and Yu-su noticed him pouting before planting a kiss on her cheek, then burying his face against her shoulder. According to the housekeeper, the 3 children had behaved well at school, without any conflicts with their peers. The issue arose when Chi woke from his midday nap in this state. Yu-su speculated, leaning closer to Chi-Chi's face. Did you have a nightmare? She planted a kiss on his plump cheek and took him to the washstand. Patting his back soothingly, "It's all right, Mommy and Daddy are here. Those are just dreams, nothing to fear." Chi-Chi tightened his grip around her. "Son, Mommy needs to wash her face and brush her teeth. It's a bit inconvenient with you holding on like that." After much coaxing, she managed to set him down. But he continued to cling to her leg as she completed her morning routine. Yusu observed him in his pajamas. "You haven't brushed your teeth or washed your face yet, have you?" She led him to his room to help him with his hygiene. During this time, they were interrupted by the incessant chimes of Siri announcing, "Ding. Chi-Chi's affection level is at 30%.
Ding.
Chi-Chi's affection level is at 35%.
Ding.
Chi-Chi's affection level is at 40%.
Ding.
Chi-Chi's affection level is at 45%.
Ding.
Chi-Chi's affection level is at 50%.
Yusu smiled.
Even without the notifications, she sensed Chi-Chi's reliance on her. Reflecting on her childhood, she recalled a moment when she had clung to her mother's leg, only to be pulled away. Watching the little ones now, she found them utterly adorable and wondered why they would reject her soft affection. Chi-Chi, with a scrunched-up face, attempted to fetch a cup of water to rinse his mouth, and Yusu continued brushing until he showed signs of resistance. In a flurry, she hurriedly handed him the water. "Sorry, baby." When they finally made their way downstairs, they discovered 2 more children gathered around a small table, engrossed in their drawings. "Haven't you all gone to school?" Chi Xing, quick to respond, replied, "Daddy said we didn't have to go." Chi Han chimed in, observing their mother's changing expressions. "Chi doesn't want to go, and Daddy said we could rest at home for the day." Yusu nodded. "Have you both eaten breakfast?" They replied in unison. "We already have." Taking Chi by the hand, Yusu led him to breakfast. With this clingy little fellow by her side, she spent the entire day at home, either playing with the children's toys or watching them play with all sorts of curious and whimsical things that made her long for them herself. Summoning her courage, Chi-Han called out, "Mommy." Surprised by his sudden address, Yusu exclaimed, "What is it?" "Next week, there's a parent-child event at kindergarten. Are you and Daddy coming?" It was only Tuesday, and considering the parents' schedules, the kindergarten had informed everyone a week in advance about the upcoming activities. Yusu had not yet seen the notification. Under 3 sets of eager eyes, she nodded, yes. Upon hearing her response, both children beamed with joy, while Chi gazed at himself, unable to conceal his delight.
Ding.
Chi-Han's affection level is at 30%.
Ding.
Chi Xing's affection level is at 15%. "Madam, are these 2 pieces acceptable?" a servant inquired, presenting the freshly ironed clothes to Yusu. She nodded affirmatively. "We board the ship at 3 tomorrow afternoon, with a concert at 7 in the evening." Yusu planned to attend. The cruise lasts for 3 days, and early disembarkation is not permitted except under special circumstances. She had prepared 3 outfits. "Please help me pack them." "Very well. Should we include the gentleman's attire as well?" Yusu, puzzled, asked, "Is he going to?" "The gentleman requested we prepare it." Yusu replied with an "Oh, just organize it as you see fit." Suddenly, Chi, who had been silent, asked, "Where are you going?" Tomorrow. I might go to work with your daddy, but I will return in a couple of days." In a small voice, Chi asked, "Can I come too?" Upon hearing this, all 3 children turned their gazes upon her, and she promptly refused. "We need to earn money to support you. All you need to do is behave and go to school. When we return, we will bring you gifts." The 3 little ones, yet to obtain their kindergarten diplomas, chorused. "Okay." Chi added, "Then you must come back quickly."
Yusu nodded, "All right."
Chapter 60. The Fortune Bead Bracelet. Boarding begins at 3 in the afternoon, with departure at 4. Yusu donned a rose gold evening gown, its exquisite floral embroidery trailing elegantly in a graceful arc, revealing her long, slender legs. Her cascading black waves concealed her bare back, and she emanated the intoxicating scent of roses.
Babysitting, Jie.
Clad in a deep blue velvet suit adorned with luxurious velvety accents, exuded an air of noble aloofness with his dark eyes resembling black gemstones and his lips pressed into a subtle line. The 2 presented their invitations and boarded the ship without a hitch. Yusu, noticing him, asked, "How did you find time to attend the concert?" "I too wish to unwind," he replied. Raising her eyebrows, Yusu remarked, "It's rare for you to have this opportunity." As dusk settled, the sun cast a warm glow over the horizon, slowly descending into the sea, the shimmering waves reflecting golden ripples in the fading light. This cruise ship, named the Heart of the Ocean, awaited their journey. The interior decor is opulent, boasting a state-of-the-art fitness center, a hot spring, a swimming pool, and boutique shops among its numerous recreational facilities. The service is unparalleled, complemented by exquisite cuisine, fine wines, and breathtaking views. It is rumored that many affluent individuals have chartered this luxurious cruise for their leisure. With just 10 minutes remaining before departure, the vessel is gradually filled with a cacophony of voices, bustling with lively energy. A lavish banquet unfolds within the exquisitely adorned ballroom. Hello, Yusu. The radiant fan, Ingna, clad in a striking red strapless evening gown, accentuates her graceful collarbone and enhances her already enchanting figure. She approaches with joy and embraces Yusu lightly. Surprised?
Ixurispans, Nana?
Who is this? Fan Ingna casts a curious glance at the man beside Yusu. Yusu, with an earnest demeanor, introduces, "This is Chi Yi, the president of the Chi Group." Fan Ingna gazes at the two with a beaming smile, while Chi casts a sidelong glance at the petite woman, extending his hand for an introduction. "Hello, I am Yusu's husband." Fan Ingna reaches out, their hands briefly clasping before parting. "Hello, I am Yusu's friend." Chi Yi, seeking to grant the two some privacy, excuses himself with a reminder, "I'll be nearby."
Call me if you need anything.
Yusu murmurs softly, understood.
Once he departs, the two women engage in intimate conversation. Fan Ingna wraps her arm around Yusu's waist, relishing in the happiness that Chi brings. "I can't decide which of you two I envy more. You both are so remarkable. Truly, it's like the younger generation surpassing the older. The world is rife with new contenders," she adds. Before Yusu can modestly deflect the compliment, Fan Ingna's expression shifts dramatically as she coldly remarks, "Look over there." She subtly gestures toward the entrance. Following her gaze, Yusu sees the ever-present leading lady, Zhong Qianli, clad in a pure white gown, its long hem trailing behind her. The low neckline reveals a hint of her décolletage as she strides gracefully, her sweet smile exchanged with others in a convivial toast. Yusu glances at her companion, Lin Xiao, dressed in a matching white gown, implying she has latched onto the Lin family heir while keeping an eye on other prospects. Zhong Qianli, surveying her surroundings, suddenly locks eyes with Yusu, raising an eyebrow and curling her lips into a smirk of triumph. She lifts her glass toward Yusu in a mock salute, her expression dripping with sarcasm. Unable to tolerate this affront, Fan Ingna prepares to confront her, but Yusu restrains her.
Yusu.
A gentle yet sultry voice interrupts, drawing their attention. Both women momentarily freeze as Lu Jingyu approaches, his attire mirroring Chi Ye's clothing, hairstyle, height, and an aura that is strikingly similar, save for their differing complexions and facial features. Yusu whispers Lu Jingyu. The only distinction lies in their interactions with Yusu. Lu Jingyu greets her with a broad smile, while Chi offers merely a subtle, fleeting smile when she happens to catch his eye. Lu Jingyu approaches with a warm grin, directing his attention to the young lady before him, his deep, bright eyes sparkling. "You look exquisite." Yusu, feeling slightly flustered, lowers her gaze, murmuring, "Thank you." His eyes shine with a brilliance reminiscent of stars igniting in the night sky, a stark contrast to the cold detachment he often exudes. He politely nods at Fan Ingna. "Excuse me, may I have a word with Yusu privately?" Fan Ingna, taken aback, eyes the two with curiosity and subtle skepticism. After a moment of contemplation, she presses her lips together and gestures an okay, leaving Yusu momentarily speechless. As he presents a meticulously crafted bracelet made from a fortune bead, Yusu freezes in surprise. The previous one no longer serves its purpose. With this new one, misfortune will be averted, he explains, extending it toward her. Yusu gazes down at the fortune bead in his palm, an unusual sensation stirring within her. After a long pause, she slowly accepts the bracelet. "Thank you," she whispers shyly. Lu Jingyu watches her with a silent smile. In her youth, when her health was delicate, Lu Jingyu had grown concerned upon noticing her absence from school for over a week. Passing by her home, he spotted a fortune teller beneath the bridge. Fortunes foretold, guiding futures, measuring fates with precision. The fortune teller, sensing Lu Jingyu was a student, persuaded him to inquire about his future. Although skeptical, he paused to ask a question, nodding dismissively as he paid a small fee before departing. After his initial visit, when Yusu returned to school, Lu Jingyu brought her a talisman. Finding it unattractive and cumbersome, she hesitated. He then procured a fortune bead, which he had blessed, and combined it with a string of jadeite beads into a bracelet, ensuring it would be both pleasing to wear and functional. Whether it was mere coincidence or genuine efficacy, Yusu's fortunes seemed to flourish. Lu Bingfeng even remarked that Lu Jingyu had never shown such kindness to him. Yusu opened her mouth, managing only a soft, "Thank you." As the concert is about to commence, let us take our seats, he suggests. A chilling voice interrupts from behind. "Mr. Lu, where do you intend to take my wife?" The man exudes an imposing aura, radiating a cold and detached demeanor. His piercing gaze scrutinizes Lu Jingyu, the intensity of his inquiry unmistakable. Qi firmly grasps Yusu's wrist, the pressure so intense that the imprint of the bracelet indents her skin, causing her to wince at the discomfort. Lu Jingyu's expression darkens, attempting to reach for Yusu, but finding his path obstructed by Qi, whose grip loosens slightly.
Yusu?
Her face set in a cold expression, shakes off Qi's hand, avoiding his gaze as she strides away to sit beside Fan Yingna. The two men exchange glances, each brimming with icy hostility. Qi's demeanor is one of guarded vigilance, his eyes sharp as blades. "Keep your distance from my wife." Lu Jingyu's deep-set eyes remain locked on Qi, his brows furrowed, an unsettling darkness clouding his gaze. Neither man is willing to yield. Chapter 61. Anger. Love points her eyes. Fan Yingna observes Yusu's troubled countenance with concern. "Are you all right, Su? Yusu, feeling the stirrings of anger, finds her breath quickening. She takes a moment to compose herself, glancing at her wrist where the marks remain, suppressing her rising ire. She interlaces her fingers, planning to confront him after the concert. As the lights dim, the concert officially begins. The vibrant sound of the piano resonates, a cascade of melodious notes flooding the air, silencing the audience as they become enraptured by the harmonious symphony, Yusu included. The two men seated behind her watch her intently. During her brief absence to the restroom, Zhong Qianli calls out to her. For the first time, Yusu feels irritation at the sound of her name. With a cold demeanor, she retorts, "Leave me be. I have no desire to converse with you at present," storming past her as they inadvertently collide shoulders. Qi awaits her at the entrance. "Come with me. I need to speak with you." Yusu is reluctant to engage. Qi attempts to grasp her wrist, but notices a flash of red, swiftly wrapping his arm around her waist and hastening toward the deck. The evening breeze sweeps over them, causing Yusu's hair to dance in the wind as she crosses her arms, her expression icy as she gazes into the vast darkness ahead. Qi scrutinizes the bracelet on her wrist. "Take it off." As Yusu turns to walk away, Qi pins her against the railing, his brow twitching with suppressed anger. Yusu senses his fury but defiantly responds, "What I possess is none of your concern. Mind your own business." Watching her obstinate demeanor, he tightens his grip on the railing, his fingers whitening with tension. As the heart value of the male protagonist opened, Qi's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, barely concealing the fury within. Yusu's eyelashes trembled slightly, mirroring her own anger. The sound of the crashing waves seemed to echo the chilling silence of their wrath. Qi, consumed by rage, contemplated violently tearing off Yusu's bracelet, driven by an overwhelming desire to passionately kiss her lips. Yet, the image of her tear-streaked face flashed through his mind. He bowed his head, closing his eyes momentarily, channeling every ounce of strength to suppress his fury before turning to leave, fearing that staying even a second longer might compel him to act against her. Yusu's heart raced as she exhaled in relief, her chest rising and falling rapidly. The Qi from moments ago had been terrifying, as if he was on the verge of striking her. She requested a drink from a waiter to calm her nerves. After consuming the drink, a wave of tranquility washed over her. "Miss you, is it to your liking?" Zhong Qianli inquired, a broad smile gracing her face. Yusu, with a cold demeanor, replied, "What, have you poisoned it?" She chuckled lightly. "Are you afraid?" Her smile, imbued with an uncharacteristic arrogance, irked Yusu, who chose to ignore her. Zhong Qianli, perceiving Yusu's perpetual self-importance as a proud swan, felt a surging hatred within her as she regarded the tumultuous waves of the sea, representing an endless abyss beneath. Clenching her fists, she inched closer. Yusu shot her a frosty glance. "Are you planning to push me?" she asked, shaking the bubbling drink in her hand. "I fear you may not withstand the consequences." With a deliberate motion, she tilted the drink onto Zhong Qianli's chest, the liquid seeping into her cleavage, the chill of the alcohol penetrating deeply. Yusu regarded her coldly, lifting her chin. "Is it good?" With that, she strode away, feeling a surge of warmth coursing through her. The drink felt amiss. Damn it. She hastened back to her reserved room, oblivious to the number in her hand. It was Qi's card. Yusu had briefly caught sight of the number 999, realizing that this card would not work for her. A passing waiter noticed her agitation and approached. "Excuse me, miss. Do you require assistance? Yu Su, slightly breathless, responded, "This won't open." The waiter examined the card and replied, "Your room is 666. This is 999. You may have mixed them up." Preoccupied with her thoughts, Yu Su took the room key, expressed her gratitude, and hurried away. Successfully swiping the card, she entered room 666. Meanwhile, Chi-yi was incensed by Yu Su's reaction, drowning his frustration in alcohol. Soon, he summoned a waiter, inquiring if he had seen a lady standing on the deck. The waiter claimed ignorance. After scanning the area and finding no sign of her, he assumed she had returned to her room and trudged towards it, only to discover her standing by the window in a gown, gazing out. He shed his jacket and staggered toward her, inebriated, and embraced her from behind, his tone soft yet affectionate. "Forget it, I will buy you another." Zhong Qianli, upon hearing his tender words, instinctively caressed his muscular arm, relishing his embrace and the intoxicating scent surrounding him. In a hushed tone, she murmured, "All right." Chi grasped her wrist, but upon feeling nothing, joy surged within him, believing Yu Su must have removed it. He lifted her hand to kiss it, yet halted just before his lips met her skin. Where was the mark from earlier? Chi was well aware of Yu Su's delicate skin. Any trace would linger for a considerable time, and it was impossible for it to vanish so quickly. The scent of her perfume mixed with something foreign, indicating that this was not Yu Su. He abruptly pushed her away, the dimness of the night casting shadows that blurred his vision, with only the moonlight providing faint illumination. Chi discerned something was amiss. "Where is she?" he demanded, a chilling glare in his eyes, revealing an icy disdain. Zhong Qianli, disregarding the tension, clung to him. Chi's hand tightened around her throat, his gaze darkening, the malice evident in his voice. "Speak. Where is my wife?" A tear glimmered in her eye as she whispered, "Brother Chi, we are truly married. Let us have a daughter together." The grip around her neck tightened, her complexion paling as she struggled to breathe. Silently mouthing the name, Yu Su. Chapter 62. The heart value is black. Yu Su entered the room and made a beeline for the bathroom, turning the water to its maximum. She shed her evening gown and submerged herself in the icy water, seeking relief from the heat enveloping her. The cold water provided a fleeting sense of comfort, yet it was merely a temporary fix. Even submerged, she could not withstand the turmoil within. Gradually, she rose, stumbling as she searched for her phone. The sound of the door opening caught her attention. Blurred vision revealed Chi-yi, and she collapsed onto the bed, gasping as she called out for him. As Lu Jingyu opened the door, he was met with the sight of her bare skin, thinking she was yet another willing participant. His face darkened, and he turned away, demanding, "Who let you in? Get dressed and leave." Yu Su clutched the bedspread, crying out in distress. That voice! Lu Jingyu turned, recognizing the figure on the bed as Yu Su, her cheeks flushed and writhing in discomfort. He rushed over, noticing her scant attire, her skin slightly reddened. He pulled the blanket over her, shaking her gently. "Yu Su, wake up." Yu Su looked up at Chi-yi, lifting herself to embrace him. "Chi-yi."
I feel so unwell.
Lu Jingyu stiffened, pulling away. "Yu Su, I am not Chi." Her temperature was alarmingly high, prompting him to swiftly retrieve his phone to call the front desk for a doctor. Watching Yu Su suffer, a flicker of sympathy crossed Lu Jingyu's face, his throat tightening as he forced himself to look away. Yu Su grasped his hand, tugging gently, still not rejecting her plea. When he turned back, Yu Su had pressed closer, her soft lips brushing against his cool ones. Lu Jingyu's mind went blank for a moment, his large hand gripping the sheets beneath her. After a brief pause, he pushed her away and exited the room hastily, standing at the door, breathing heavily. In room 999, Chi released his grip just as she seemed ready to lose consciousness, his indifferent gaze fixed on her. "You want a child? I'll grant your wish. How many do you desire?" He extracted his phone from his pocket, speaking in a cold foreign tongue. A flicker of fear crossed Zhong Qianli's eyes as she clutched at his pant leg. "Brother Chi, listen to me. Yu Su isn't your wife. I am. We will have a daughter. We are a family, trust me." The man remained unmoved, and soon a commotion was heard outside. He coldly kicked the door open and exited the room, followed by 4 or 5 foreign personnel. Chi roughly threatened a waiter to swiftly check the surveillance footage. Spotting Lu Jingyu waiting outside, his heart skipping a beat as he turned and dashed toward that direction. At the door, Lu Jingyu awaited the doctor's arrival. Upon seeing the doctor, Chi rushed over as well. Chi looked at him with a frosty expression, uncertain if he was addressing the doctor or Lu Jingyu. "Inside is my wife. I can assist her without a doctor. With that, he entered the room. Lu Jingyu remained still, his gaze fixed on the door. The doctor inquired if he needed further assistance, to which he despondently shook his head, following them out. Qi found Yu Su wrapped in a bedsheet, clad only in undergarments, her body burning with fever, her hair still damp. He held her tenderly, kissing her ear, filled with remorse. I'm sorry. Yu Su's lips desperately sought him, and at that moment, Qi Ye's remaining restraint crumbled. The passionate kiss ignited their bodies, his large hand gripping her shoulder bone. Droplets of sweat cascading onto her collarbone, while the tempestuous sea breeze raged outside, drawing the two into their own abyss within. Ding! The male protagonist's affection value stands at 30%. In another room, Zhong Qianli's heart-wrenching cries echoed, causing passers-by to perceive the revelry within as delightfully chaotic. Amidst the frenzied advances of several individuals, Zhong Qianli's voice grew hoarse as she pleaded for mercy. Yet the language barrier rendered her screams only fuel for the men's escalating lust. A mechanical electronic voice resonated. 001 host has once again failed to alter the script. Life value reduced to 42%.
Warning.
Should life value plummet to 0, the host will be immediately obliterated. Witnessing the wild actions of these men, Zhong Qianli realized, to her dismay, that her desperate attempts to rewrite the narrative had been in vain. Events unfolded as originally scripted, with the conclusion she had penned for Yu Su now manifesting in her own life.
Ding.
Hello, host, you are deceased. I am 001. A jarring flash surged through Zhong Qianli's mind, compelling her to clutch her head in agony. The electronic voice persisted. Binding will allow for revival. Refusal will lead to immediate death. Please confirm whether to bind. Without hesitation, Zhong Qianli opted for binding. 001. The narrative of this book resides within your mind. You must alter the book's conclusion and help me gather the female protagonist's resentment value. You may choose your preferred existence within, or even assume the role of the female lead. Having perused the book's ending in her mind, Zhong Qianli discovered that the protagonist Yu Su lived a life of genuine happiness, a pampered heiress from a prestigious family, married to the well-matched CEO of the Qi family. Despite her capricious nature, she was surrounded by many who adored her, and her husband showered her with endless affection after their marriage, culminating in the birth of triplet sons. Who wouldn't envy such a life? She took up her pen to craft an alternate ending for the protagonist, but 001, aiming to minimize the impact on the narrative, could only assign her a lowly identity, gradually infiltrating their lives. As a member of the system, 001 could only level up by collecting the female lead's resentment value. And Zhong Qianli was the most fitting candidate. In the real world, she too was unwilling to settle for mediocrity, resenting her parents, sabotaging classmates, and climbing to power at the expense of others, a self-destructive path that would ultimately backfire. Upon her demise, the system swiftly sought her out for binding. However, it appeared another system was aiding the female lead, accumulating affection values, creating an opposing dynamic, one seeking resentment, the other affection. Siri observed that the book had indeed been altered by 001. Typically, a book features only one system, and Siri would collect the female lead's affection values according to the original plot. Though Yu Su was capricious, her core was not malevolent. Imperfections are inherent in all, and her life was equally splendid, with those around her eager to indulge and protect her. Without 001's intervention, the gathering of affection values would have proceeded smoothly. Yet, 001's entry into the narrative altered the script, positioning the host to replace the female lead and collect the original protagonist's resentment, thus transforming it into an entirely different story. The intersection of actions between the two systems within the narrative led to unforeseen consequences. On 001's side, Zhong Qianli was experiencing their rewritten script, while on Siri's end, Yu Su's endeavor to gather the male lead's affection values had turned black. Meanwhile, observing the slumbering Yu Su, Siri, distressed by the revelation of the male lead's affection value turning black, flitted about like a frantic fly. How can this be? Black? Why is it black? With a forlorn glance at the unconscious Yu Su in the male lead's embrace, Siri murmured, "Master, wait for me. I will return shortly." He could only clutch an encyclopedia and seek the main system. Chapter 63. The Return Gift. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow across every corner of the room. Yu Su's weary body lay against Qi Ye's robust chest, his powerful arms enveloping her. As the ship's horn blared, Yu Su stirred, her hand resting on Qi Ye's abdominal muscles, slowly opening her drowsy eyes. As her gaze sharpened, she furrowed her brow. taking in her surroundings and then glancing at Chi, who held her. She gently patted his abdomen, her voice soft and husky. Chi. The man captured her wandering hand, his voice gravelly. What is it? I want some water. The man, propped up, parted his lips slightly. Wait, I'll get you some. Yusu nestled in the warmth of the bed, and when Chi returned with the water, she gradually sat up, her delicate features flushed, disheveled hair framing her face. Chia's fingers brushed through her hair, tucking it behind her ear. The man stood before her, unabashed, revealing faint marks on his chest and back. As Yusu drank deeply from Chia's hand, he cupped her chin, droplets trickling onto his palm. He lightly caressed the corner of her mouth, observing as she finished most of the water. Do you want more? Yusu shook her head, directing him. Bring me my clothes. Chi called, for room service. Ensuring their belongings were delivered. The two had long since grown comfortable with each other, and Yusu changed clothes without hesitation in Chia's presence. Although her face bore no expression, Chi sensed her simmering anger. After changing, Yusu, with a sullen face, moved towards the door, but Chi grasped her wrist. I'll accompany you. Yusu raised an eyebrow. Do you even know what I'm planning to do? Without a word, Chi led her to the door of room 999. Confused, she asked, is she in there? He knocked, and when the door swung open, he swiftly pulled Yusu into his arms, covering her eyes with his hand. A burly man with a beard stood at the threshold. Hey, what's up, brother? Inside. Several others were still asleep. Yusu removed Chia's hand, her gaze shifting to the chaos within, and she quickly averted her eyes from the disarray. Bodies sprawled across the bed. Just as the door was closing, she caught sight of a rose gold gown on the floor. She murmured, That's my dress. Chi replied softly, It's dirty. I'll have it remade for you many pieces. You did this, she accused, gesturing towards the scene inside. The man met her gaze, his tone indifferent. She brought this upon herself. Yusu's reaction was muted. She remained silent. If it weren't Zhong Qianli inside, it would have been her. After a moment of silence, she returned to the room, continuing her slumber on the sun-drenched bed, bathed in light, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her face radiant, tranquil as a sleeping beauty. Chi sent someone to escort Lin Xiao to room 999, where Lin Xiao stood in shock, her lips trembling in disbelief at the sight before her. In the corridor, Lin Xiao, with a flushed neck, gripped Chia's collar tightly. Why would you do this? Did she provoke you? Chia's face remained cold as he clenched his fist, releasing the unspent anger in a heavy blow to Lin Xiao. Relaxing his wrist, his icy gaze bore a chilling intensity. This is not merely a warning for her, but for you. The Lin family's misdeeds are compounded by your foolishness. If you don't need your eyes, you might as well donate them. He seized Lin Xiao's collar, looking down upon him. If you bring her out again to harm others, next time it won't be so simple. With that, he forcefully tossed Lin Xiao aside. Chi calmly adjusted his clothing before turning to leave. Lin Xiao, watching the video on her phone of Zhong Qianli drugging Yusu's drink, felt her rapid breathing gradually calm. Thankfully, Yusu was unharmed. As evening descends, an exquisite array of culinary delights paired with rich libations and soft melodies envelopes the atmosphere. Warm light dancing upon the faces of two individuals. Each table boasts a dedicated server, meticulously arranging the dishes, as if each person is indulging in their own intimate candlelit dinner. Yusu and Chi partake in their Western meal in serene silence, the only sounds being the clinking of cutlery against porcelain. The man, with his long, slender fingers, methodically carves into his steak. There's an auction later. Shall we bid on something? Yusu lazily lifts her eyelids, responding with a nonchalant murmur. Zhong Qianli has already been discreetly ushered off the ship, and Yusu yearns to consult Siri, but despite her attempts to summon it, there is no response. Truly unreliable. Inside the glittering auction hall, hushed whispers fill the air as the professional auctioneer passionately describes the items on offer. Yusu's enthusiasm wanes, while Chi stands out, commanding attention. He bids on everything jade green, necklaces, bracelets, and rings alike. As Yusu observes the array of items he zealously acquires, some captivating and others not to her taste, she regards them as merely his indulgences. Unable to contain herself any longer as he raises his paddle once again, Yusu quips, Are you planning to purchase a set for each member of your family? Chi dismisses her jest. They're all for you. Keep the beautiful ones. Yusu, pursing her lips, replies coolly, None of these appeal to me. Yet, as she watches him prepare to bid again, she grasps his arm, declaring, I want that one, pointing to a pair of earrings already claimed by him. Chi retracts his hand. Very well. The atmosphere in the auction hall is electric, with Chi Yi stealing the spotlight. As the auctioneer's gavel strikes, the charity auction concludes after a brief 40 minutes. As the crowd disperses, Chi calls out to Lu Jingyu, "Wait, Mr. Lu, these are all for you." The jade green items presented to Lu Jingyu, save for the earrings,
Are all accounted for?
Lu Jingyu's chiseled visage reveals no emotion, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Yusu's wrist, bare, devoid of adornment. Chi Yi takes Yusu's hand, prompting Lu Jingyu to withdraw his gaze. "I assumed Chi Yi was fond of these, hence the numerous purchases. I had no idea they were intended for me. I prefer to buy for my wife. I will procure what she delights in. Thank you for your kind gesture, Mr. Lu. This is merely a token of appreciation." Yusu clutches Chi Yi's hand tightly, interrupting him before he can utter anything awkward. "Thank you. I feel splendid and doubt I will encounter further misfortunes." Acknowledging Chi Yi's sentiment, she decides to reciprocate. She hands him a beautifully packaged jade gift box, her smile radiant. A token of gratitude. Lu Jingyu gazes at Yusu, whose eyes sparkle with clarity, recalling that she had mistaken him for Chi Yi the previous day, a bittersweet pang striking him. He accepts her offering with an understated, Yusu, unable to suppress her grievance, chastises Chi Yi. "You mustn't always grip my hand so tightly." Chi glances at the marks left by her nails, pondering who truly exerts the force. With the ship set to return the following morning, Yusu reflects on how slowly these 3 days have passed. The outside world feels perilous, and she finds herself missing her little one. Chapter 64. Purchasing gifts for home. As the ship edges closer to the dock, Yusu eagerly strides ahead, while Chi follows, laden with her accessories, hat, sunglasses, and small bag draped over him. Upon disembarking, Yusu shields her eyes from the sun with one hand, squinting as she beckons Chi, waiting for him to approach so she can reclaim her belongings. Dressed in a black tank top and a short skirt, with a small crossbody bag slung over her shoulder, she resembles a stunning beauty returning from a seaside vacation. Her sun hat and sunglasses obscure her features, revealing only her exquisitely sculpted chin. Once adorned, she tilts her head back to gaze at Chi, who, through his sunglasses, perceives her unspoken words. He reaches out, caressing her face, his rough thumb gliding over her soft lips, before leaning down to kiss her. Ding, the familiar sound echoes. The male lead's affection value is at 35%. Yusu, momentarily dazed, recalls the affection value had been unlocked but wonders why it has surged so dramatically. After the kiss, Chi departs, glancing back at his bewildered wife, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he takes her small hand. "The car is this way." Seeing her obedient demeanor softens Chi as heart. In the car, Yusu sits upright in the back seat, her hands crossed over her chest, while Chi casts a curious glance her way, hesitant to disturb her as she is often unpredictable. An enveloping silence prevails. After a while, Yusu suddenly speaks, her tone probing. "Chi, do you like me?" Chi raises an eyebrow, his expression clouded with contemplation. Yusu interrupts coldly, "Forget it. I don't want to hear it." Chi catches her soft complaints, such a hesitant scoundrel. The car falls silent once more until Chi finally breaks the stillness. I don't know. Give me some time to figure it out, all right?" His tone is gentle, his gaze earnest. Yusu turns her head slightly toward the window, offering no response, yet Chi notices the flush of her ears. Feeling a flutter of discomfort, Yusu bites her lip, regretting her impulsive question. Embarrassment washes over her. After a prolonged silence, a low voice breaks through. "What about you? Do you like me?" The faint scent of his proximity lingers as Yusu parts her lips. But Chi interrupts, "Forget it. I don't want to hear it now. Think it over, and let me know when you're ready." Fearing the answer may not align with his hopes, he decides to wait for the right moment to discuss it with Yusu. She purses her lips, rolling her eyes beneath her sunglasses, completely disregarding him. As they near Yuan, Yusu suddenly sits up straight, exclaiming, "Oh no, I forgot. I told them we'd be back to buy gifts." She calls out to the bodyguard ahead, "Xiaohei, turn back. We're going to the mall to shop." Chi Yi, lacking any authority in the matter, nods in agreement. Pushing a shopping cart through the bustling supermarket, this marks Chi's first experience in such a setting. Yusu eagerly selects items, while he dutifully pushes the cart, a peculiar sensation enveloping him. Situated in a vibrant commercial hub, the supermarket thrums with activity, making Chi appear somewhat out of place in his formal attire. Yusu removes her sunglasses and approaches him, whispering for him to remove his jacket. Chi tilts his head in confusion. Not wishing to attract attention, Yusu insists in a soft reprimand. Hurry. Reluctantly, Chi sheds his jacket, one hand grasping it while the other maneuvers the cart. Clad in a white shirt and black trousers, with his collar slightly open and sleeves rolled up. His silhouette is impeccably sculpted, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, a firm, well-defined rear. Yusu notices the increasing number of gazes directed at him. Deciding to proceed, she resolves to finish shopping and return swiftly. The crowd around them appears denser than usual, with little girls whispering and pretending to pass by to steal glances at Chi. He draws closer to Yusu, and she, asserting her claim, takes his jacket and intertwines her fingers with his. A faint smile dances in Chia's eyes, impossible to overlook. Yusu points to several toys on a shelf. This one, and that one, bring them all down. Chi effortlessly retrieves them. Anything else? Yusu grabs a few snacks before pulling him towards the checkout. Relieved to finally head home, she gazed at the impeccably built man before her and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "You ought not to wear that outfit so often. You should diversify your wardrobe. Donning the same attire daily has become tiresome for me, even if you never tire of it." Chi frowned and glanced down at his attire, realizing that his wardrobe seemed limited. Reflecting on his young wife's words, he pondered that perhaps it was time to indulge in a change of style. If she found it monotonous, he would acquiesce and instruct Xiao and Mo to procure something new by tomorrow. At a Yuan, the three little ones, having completed no homework, squatted at the entrance, craning their necks in anticipation. After a mere 20-minute journey, they arrived at the grand gates of the Yuan villa. Hearing the sound of a vehicle approaching, the trio scrambled to their feet and dashed outside. Yusu pressed her small hands against the window, spotting the rushing children. Unconsciously, she pouted her lips, her gaze filled with a tender longing as the four of them exchanged glances. Chi-Chi raised his small hand toward the moving car. Once it came to a halt, Yusu exited, and Chi-Chi quickly sprinted over, wrapping his arms around her as she crouched down. The sweet scent of milk enveloped her as she took a deep breath. Ding Chi-Chi's affection value stood at 55%. Despite his small stature, Chi-Chi clung tightly, his tiny hands sticky against Yusu. She gently patted him, then embraced Chi-Han, who was patiently waiting in line behind his brother. Unlike Chi-Chi's clinginess, Chi-Han, with a faint blush on his cheeks, embraced their mother softly. Yusu inhaled his scent as well. "Has my big brother grown just a tad taller?" she mused. Hearing her refer to him as a big brother made Chi-Han even shyer. He hesitated, unsure whether to nod or shake his head, and softly called out Mama. Ding Chi-Han's affection value measured at 35%. Yusu affectionately ruffled his hair and turned to see the last of the trio, Qixing, whose small hands were clasped in front of him, eyes sparkling with anticipation. He longed for a hug but hesitated to step forward, instead gazing at her with his bright, twinkling eyes. Touched by his adorableness, Yusu extended her hand, prompting Qixing to scamper over. His small face nestled against Yusu's shoulder as he stifled a giggle. Yusu playfully pinched his little bottom, teasing, "You've gained some weight, little star." Unfazed, he chimed back in his sweet voice, "Gift." Yusu playfully pushed him away, exclaiming, "So you didn't want me? You only wanted a gift." Chi-Chi immediately interjected, I want Mama very much." Chi-Han joined in, circling around Yusu, echoing, "I want." Qixing, eyeing the items in Chia's hands, employed his best puppy dog eyes to plead with Yusu, saying, "I want to see you." As he gazed up at Chi, he candidly added, "And maybe just a little bit of a toy," while using his tiny fingers to indicate a minuscule amount. Ding Qixing's affection value stood at 20%. Chapter 65, The Four-Person Crew. Chi-Yi selects outfits on a leisurely weekend. Time drifted gently by. The four of them enjoyed a casual moment, watching a show. Yusu, holding the remote, scrolled through several channels without finding anything appealing, skipping past various animated features. Qixing, seated on the sofa, watched the rapidly changing screen and sweetly urged Yusu, "Let's watch Bears Out and About." With a similar posture, Yusu replied, "No." The screen flashed with the three sparkling words to youth, a trailer that stirred a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the drama featuring Lin Xiao? Setting aside the remote, Yusu realized it was a trailer for a film, not a series, announcing its release on August 29th. Qixing pointed at the screen with his chubby little finger, exclaiming, "That's Mama Yao Yao." Yusu glanced at him, asking, "That one?" He leapt off the sofa and dashed to the television, eagerly pointing at a long-haired beauty as the visuals transitioned. Yusu checked the accompanying description, Zhang Qinging as Xiaoing, the second female lead. With her sleek black hair and delicate features adorned in a white dress, her gentle smile exuded an aura that was utterly captivating. The main character was petite and charming, yet her character was portrayed as carefree and clumsy. Yusu noticed that all the leading roles featured new actors, and the film was set to premiere on August 29th. Wishing to delve deeper, she discovered that a subscription was required for a fee of 299 yuan, which she promptly purchased. A clattering sound caught the attention of the four, as several attendants clad in suits and white gloves wheeled in long hangers filled with men's clothing, sporty ensembles in vibrant reds and greens, luxurious attire, and even flamboyant rock styles. What peculiar garments were these? Yusu paused the film, waiting for them to neatly arrange the items. "Madam," the butler announced. "These are the outfits Mr. Chi instructed assistant Xiao to send for your selection." Yusu pointed at herself, incredulous.
Me?
The butler nodded affirmatively.
Yusu.
Without a moment's hesitation, turned back, picked up the remote, and resumed watching the movie, ignoring their presence entirely. The staff exchanged glances, bewildered. Ding, a WeChat notification chimed, revealing a message and a bank alert indicating a transfer of 10 million yuan to her account. Opening the message from Chi, she read, "Please help me choose a few outfits." Raising an eyebrow, she replied with a simple, "All right." Chi, holding his phone, could already envision Yusu's haughty expression and chuckled softly, shaking his head. The butler, undeterred by Yusu's indifference, continued, "Madam, the sir has also prepared some outfits for you at the back."
Yusu peered outside, asking where.
The butler lowered his head slightly, stating that they needed to assist in finding clothes for the sir first. Pouting and muttering, she walked over. "Why must I select his clothes? The sir mentioned he wants a change in style. Just choose combinations you like." Upon hearing this, Yusu fell silent, wondering if her previous remarks had struck a chord. How insistent this man was. Qi Sheng, meanwhile, was exploring the garments, touching one piece after another, weaving through the collection. Yusu declared, "Come here, each of you choose an outfit for Daddy to wear." The boys gathered around her, with Chi Han looking up and asking, "For Daddy?" "Yes," Yusu responded. As she held up outfits against herself, she set aside those she found appealing. After inquiring with a nearby attendant about smaller sizes, she was informed that custom orders were possible. "Please make these two in small sizes for me," she instructed, adding, "and order 3 sets of matching outfits for the children." The boys, clutching the clothing, looked at Yusu with beaming smiles, and she happily asked for their opinions on her selections. The trio, barely having time to glance, chimed in unison, "We like them." Yusu reveled in their excitement, and they played along as if they were shopping, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The choices the older brothers made were relatively normal, while the youngest selections were a chaotic mishmash. Yusu hesitated to imagine how Chi would look in them, so she instructed the butler to neatly pack the chosen outfits. Once they had nearly finished, more garments were brought in for Yusu. She twirled around, inspecting a couple of pieces, and pointed at the rest, commanding, "Please place all of these in the wardrobe." "Of course, madam," the servants replied, just as the attendant wheeled in another rack of clothing. This time, it contained 2 haute couture evening gowns. The attendant explained, "Madam Chi, these 2 couture pieces feature exquisite craftsmanship and unique designs, perfectly showcasing your elegance." Mr. Chi ordered 10 sets, and these 2 are the latest releases, the first of their kind globally, while the others are still in production. Yusu gazed at the shimmering gowns, her eyes sparkling with delight.
"Wow,"
Qi Sheng exclaimed, his mouth agape in awe, mirroring Yusu's glimmering gaze as he admired the dresses. Looking up at Yusu, he declared, "Princess, so beautiful." As Yusu heard his words, she proudly lifted her chin, her eyes sparkling with delight, and a smile that she could hardly conceal graced her lips. Qi Sheng, with a cherubic face, gazed at Yusu and asked, "Could you wear this outfit to kindergarten?" Yusu looked down at him and inquired, "Why? You look so beautiful in this. Wearing it makes you the most stunning mother at kindergarten, and everyone will envy us." He. Qi Sheng giggled, his tiny hands cupping his mouth. Yusu replied, "No one wears this to kindergarten." Chi chimed in, "Mommy is the prettiest mother at kindergarten. In this dress, everyone will fall in love with you." Chi Han added, "If Mommy wears this to pick us up, many little friends will envy us." The children, each expressing their innocent thoughts, left Yusu feeling a bit dizzy. The nearby older siblings and servants stifled their laughter behind their hands. Yusu, maintaining a semblance of rationality, gently refused, "I'll wear it when you graduate, and we can wear it together." The 2 brothers nodded obediently in agreement. Qi Sheng pointed at the gown and asked, "Can we wear this too?" Yusu looked at her silly son with an expression of exasperation. Chi-Han turned Chi-Shing's face away from the dress and said, "Little brother, we wear boys' clothes. Skirts are for girls." Chi-Shing's chubby little face was squished by Chi-Han's hands, causing his lips to pout adorably. Yusu couldn't help but think how silly her little son looked. Chi-Shing, with his plump little mouth, responded, "Got it, Gidge." Chi-Chi looked at his younger brother with wide, confused eyes, unable to comprehend why he wanted to wear a skirt. After a moment's hesitation, Chi-Shing surprisingly did not voice his refusal. Yusu widened her eyes, understanding that they could arrange something for him next time. She patted his little head and said, "Go change your clothes. We need to go out to buy some things soon." The chatty little star, Chi-Shing, asked, "What are we buying?" He certainly had a knack for being annoying every day. Yusu placed her hands on her hips. "Did you forget the homework your teacher assigned?" Chi-Shing, still full of energy, was about to say something when Chi-Han pulled him away. Chi-Chi sweetly told Yusu, "Mommy, I'm going to change my clothes." Yusu nodded and waved to the servants as they whisked the clothes away, suddenly making the living room feel much more spacious. She turned off the television, intending to resume watching later. Chapter 66. Socially gifted Xing. Uncle Chow drove the nanny car, with the three little ones nestled in their child seats in the back. Yusu sat in the middle, engrossed in her phone, messaging Chi. She sent him a screenshot of a message from the kindergarten teacher regarding a parent-child activity on Monday, which included a cooking event where families would prepare a meal together. This not only enhances the parent-child relationship, but also helps children learn independence and self-care. The teachers had even noted that some parents might not be skilled in cooking, so they recommended practicing in advance. Yusu texted, "We're having barbecue tonight. Let us buy ingredients and grill ourselves for the family activity." She put down her phone and informed them, "Today we're having barbecue and we're going to buy ingredients to grill ourselves tonight." The three chorused an enthusiastic okay. Yusu felt increasingly adept in her role as a mother. She pondered whether to ask Siri, but it had been unresponsive for the past couple of days. Unconsciously, she muttered, "Darn Siri." Suddenly, her phone screen lit up. "Hi. How can I assist you?" Yusu, slightly taken aback, stammered, "Where have you been, Siri?" "I'm right here," replied her little apple. Yusu sighed, her eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Once Uncle Chow parked the car, she softly advised the little ones, "Please don't run around. Little kids can get lost and might be taken by bad people, understand?" They all responded in soft voices, "Okay." Yusu lifted each of them down, playfully patting Chi-Shing's little bottom, especially emphasizing, "Especially you." He wiggled his bottom and innocently protested, "Why are you hitting me? You always hit my bottom." Yusu ignored him, instructing them to stay close. The two older brothers held her hands, while Chi-Han took charge of his younger brother. Yusu maneuvered a shopping cart with one hand while the other held onto her three little ones, who were restless. Chi-Shing wanted to see this, and Chi-Han was reprimanding him. Hearing her eldest scold the youngest, Yusu glanced over but continued selecting ingredients, pondering what to choose. As she finally liberated her hands to pick vegetables, Chi-Chi obediently clutched onto Yusu's pant leg. Chi-Shing, feeling unjustly treated, withdrew his hand after being smacked by Chi-Han, holding both hands together with a hurt expression. Chi-Han sternly admonished, "Xing, you're not behaving at all." Chi-Shing pouted and hurried over to Yusu, clinging to her leg for comfort, his round eyes reflecting his grievance. Yusu noticed but dismissed it lightly, affectionately ruffling his hair. "It's all right. Just behave a bit, and your brother won't hit you." She scooped up the energetic Chi-Shing and placed him in the shopping cart, saying, "Play in the cart. Your brothers will push you." She did the same for Chi-Chi, and the two little ones fit snugly together. Yusu, facing away from the cart, quickly pecked Chi-Han on the cheek, saying, "Thank you, my big son. You're amazing," before playfully pulling him to the front of the cart, pretending to let him help push. "Let us go together. You can sit after your brother." Chi-Han's cheeks flushed as he obediently followed whatever Yusu said.
Ding.
Chi-Han's affection level is at 45%. Chi-Han looked at his whimpering little brother, Chi-Shing, and apologized, "I'm sorry, little brother." Chi-Shing, unwilling to remain angry, pointed at the snack aisle from the cart, saying, "I want to eat that." Yusu noticed Chi-Han watching her intently as he leaned closer, asking in a hushed tone, "Mommy, can we buy snacks?" Yusu nodded, "Of course, actually I was planning to get some anyway. Let us buy the ingredients first. Then we'll get snacks." They collected skewers, chicken wings, steaks, premium lean meat, eggplants, corn, green peppers, and other vegetables, and now headed to the seafood section. As they approached, the fishy odor wafted over, prompting Yusu to wrinkle her nose and quickly back away with the cart. Chi-Shing, undeterred by the smell. Curiously pointed at the large shrimp in the tank, exclaiming, "So big," and observed the lively fish. Yusu scooped him down and lifted Chi Han onto the cart. "Xing Xing, what do you want to eat? You can ask that uncle over there." Chi Xing pointed at himself, saying, "Me?" Yusu nodded vigorously. "Yes, ask the uncle. Tell him you want to buy fish for grilling, and he will help you." Excited and intrigued, Chi Xing took on the challenge, without fear of getting dirty or smelly. Rushing to the fishmonger, socially gifted Xing, "Uncle, I want fish." The fishmonger chuckled at the sight of the little one, asking, "What kind of fish do you want?" "Little one? My mommy said we need fish for grilling." He stammered, trying to recall Yusu's words. The fishmonger replied, "Oh, grilled fish. Do you want a big one or a small one?" Confused, Chi Xing hesitated before darting back to Yusu and his brothers, breathlessly reporting. He asked if we want a big fish or a small fish. After a moment of consideration, Yusu decided, "Let us get one big and one small." Just as she finished speaking, Chi Xing dashed back to the fishmonger like a little arrow, loudly declaring, "Uncle, we want one big one and one small one." The fishmonger cheerfully replied, "All right." The uncle swiftly grasped the fishing net, peering into the aquarium before deftly scooping up a large, wriggling fish that splashed water all around. Startled, Chi Xing stumbled back a few paces. The uncle erupted into hearty laughter, striking the fish on its head with precision, skillfully scraping off its scales, dispatching it cleanly and efficiently before bending down to hand it to the little child in front.
"Here you go," he said.
The child accepted it with both hands, bowing politely to the uncle. "Thank you, uncle." Breathless and excited, he ran towards Yusu, holding the fish bag aloft as if to claim credit. "It's all done." Yusu subtly pressed her hands on his shoulders to maintain a respectful distance, taking the prepared bag and instructing him to double it up with 2 more layers. She then firmly held onto his hand, offering words of encouragement as she planted 2 emotionless kisses on his cheeks. "Wonderful, wonderful," she exclaimed, before pulling him back into the car to keep the distance intact. Yusu suspected he must have absorbed the scent of fish, while Chi Xing, grinning widely in the car, beamed with joy. "So, are we going to buy something to eat?" "Absolutely," Yusu replied. The notification chimed. Chi Xing's affection value, 30%. Chi observed his mother thoughtfully, but remained silent. Chapter 67. Black represents possession. After concluding a meeting, Chi received a message from Yusu and attentively replied, "Received. I'll return after work." Yusu glanced at the message but chose not to respond. From the supermarket back home, Chi trailed closely behind her, never straying an inch. Curiously, Yusu inquired, "What's wrong, Chi?" He looked at her with a pitiful expression that spoke volumes. Yusu took his little hand, leaning in to listen closely as he shyly whispered in her ear, "Kiss me."
"Stand," Yusu exclaimed. "Eh?"
Before she could fully process his words. He pressed his lips to her cheek, blushing with shyness. Realizing the implication, Yusu suddenly understood. "Oh, I've just given 2 kisses. There's still 1 more to go." Pouting playfully, she kissed him on one side, then the other, and finally on his forehead. With his mother's affectionate kisses, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled brightly, a smile spreading across his face. "I have 3 kisses. All right, go play with your brother," Yusu instructed. "We'll take care of these when your father comes back." Chi blinked his large eyes at her. "Okay." In the ensuing days, Siri was busy inputting new plot lines. The system experienced a momentary crash. It informed its master that the storyline was fabricated, altered by 001, though it seemed that the modification had not succeeded. Now both systems were entangled in this narrative, with one striving to maintain the original plot while the other sought to revise it. Based on the recent affection value displayed by the master, events continued to unfold according to the original storyline, albeit with some deviations. The black affection value, as defined by the main system, symbolized possessiveness. But was possessiveness synonymous with love? The main system could not ascertain. Love, akin to a coin, possesses both a bright and dark side. Possessiveness reflects an overwhelming concern and care for another, a fear of their suffering, and an anxiety over their affections. It embodies a deep reverence for beloved individuals or possessions. However, possessiveness does not equate to love. It can be selfish and controlling. True love encompasses care, concern, provision of needs, tolerance, and adoration, seeing only the beloved. Love also includes jealousy, respect, and trust. Siri mused that the male lead seemed to care for the protagonist more than the master cared for him, often transferring money to her. Whenever the protagonist cried or scolded him, he would comfort her with indulgence, even when associating with other women. Jealousy. It appeared that his affection value turned black due to jealousy, hinting at a slight distrust towards the protagonist. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Siri thought, if the original plot was idyllic, then the master need not die. She could cease collecting affection values. Just as it was about to excitedly inform the main system. The main system coldly replied, no, since it has been activated, the collection must be completed. Furthermore, 001 is still gathering resentment values. Ultimately, whichever succeeds first, the plot will be forcibly altered. Siri deflated like a punctured balloon. Then, does the male lead's black affection value count? It inquired. The main system clarified. According to your description, the system detects this as love. The chaos in this book may stem from you too. His affection value is black because of your actions. If you manage to maintain the original plot, his affection value will revert to red. If we fail to maintain it, and he collects resentment values first, will the ending revert to the modified plot I initially received?
Siri asked.
Indeed, the main system confirmed. Siri took a deep breath. Its mind racing with a torrent of encoded data, contemplating how to relay this to the master. Meanwhile, Yusu was engrossed in a melodramatic plot titled to youth. Where she loved him, he loved another her, who in turn did not love him, but loved yet another him. The clichés were tiresome, yet they captivated the audience. Yusu watched at 15 times the speed, as comments flooded in, shipping various characters. She was particularly fond of the school bully, rumored to have just turned 18, exuding youthful vigor and a wild spirit that entranced a multitude of obedient girls, including Yusu, watching from her screen. The male lead was an academically gifted, sunny type, with a fair share of admirers, appearing earnest, yet somewhat oblivious in his interactions with the female lead, a trait that Yusu found unappealing. Just as she was immersed in the drama, her hand reaching for a snack, a melodramatic voice piped up, "Hello, beautiful master. I'm back." Yusu's hand trembled, startling her. As she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, "You'll be the death of me one day." Siri, feeling aggrieved, replied, "I'm sorry.
I was just so happy to see you."
"What took you so long?" Yusu demanded. "I want to see the main system." Siri exclaimed. "Something monumental has happened."
"I'm so sorry."
The sudden display of sorrow left Yusu bewildered. Setting down her snack, she asked, "What is wrong?" Siri recounted the entire sequence of events. "So now, we must continue collecting affection values, while also guarding against that wicked woman. You mustn't be angry, master. If you're angry, 001 will collect your resentment values. They still have a chance to turn the tables." Siri emphasized dramatically, wiping away tears. Internally, Yusu felt a fierce stampede of frustration. Zhong Qianli also had a system, aiming to replace her, which is why she induced those dreams. They were all false. Chiya's affection value was black. And the balance of love equated to possessiveness, until the very end. No conclusions could be drawn. Every word echoed in Yusu's mind as she sat in silence. Siri, observing her, dared not speak further. Having said all it could, it quietly added, "Master, the male lead is returning soon. I must take my leave.
Call me if you need anything."
As it departed, a silver-gray luxury car glided into the estate, the sound of tires on pavement resonating as it moved forward. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in a black suit, his deep, tranquil gaze meeting that of the butler waiting at the side. Butler Win took Chiya's briefcase, confidently stating, "Madam is in the living room watching television." Chiya's gaze subtly lifted, his eyes inadvertently drifting towards the living room. He murmured a non-committal as his footsteps were swallowed by the sounds emanating from the screen. Observing her engrossed in the show, with her lazy bun exposing her fair neck, he reached out behind her, gently caressing Yusu's delicate ear. The warmth of his breath mingled with his unique scent gradually brought Yusu back to reality. Yusu turned her head to Chiyi and spoke softly. "Are you done with your work?" Chiyi assumed she was upset about him returning late. "I finished my first task and left. It's not late, is it?" Yusu glanced at the clock, which read 5:10. Given that it would take at least 20 minutes to return from the office, he must have come back before 5. "Not at all, it's quite early, boss." Chiyi raised his brows slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Madam Boss." Chapter 68. Family Barbecue. Yusu crossed her arms over her chest, lifting her chin slightly, her expression radiating a charming arrogance. "What do you want me to do?" She pointed at the pile of ingredients, her demeanor a blend of softness and playful allure. "You handle it." "I don't know how." Chi gazed at the heap of freshly purchased ingredients, untouched and unprepared. Having never done this before, he found himself unable to refuse Yusu's sweet, imploring eyes.
All right.
I'll call the little ones to assist you, Yusu said affectionately before turning to find their 3 little ones. In the entertainment room, she found the trio, one stacking blocks, another painting, and the youngest, donned in a monster headpiece, charging about the room, shrieking with delight. Yusu knocked on the door, capturing their attention. Your father is back. You need to help him prepare the ingredients. As Yusu descended, she was trailed by the 3 children, the last of whom wore a green dinosaur headpiece that encased his chubby face, bobbing adorably as he scampered towards Chi-Yi, looking up at him with wide eyes. Daddy. I picked out this outfit. Chi had changed into the homewear that Yusu had chosen with the children, a loose black t-shirt and shorts. A stark contrast to his usual attire of late-night homecomings where he would often shower and retire in the nude. The black ensemble appeared incredibly comfortable, a rare sight of him so relaxed at home. Chi glanced at Yusu, his gaze inquiring. She raised an eyebrow and casually praised, Indeed. It was chosen by Xing. It looks quite nice, doesn't it? The child beamed with pride at the compliment. Chi, with his hands tied up in an apron, gently nudged him aside and stepped closer to Yusu. Help me tie this. Yusu deftly fashioned a bow for him. Xing, feeling overlooked, pouted adorably and cast a disgruntled glance at his father, muttering just loud enough, Humph. Chi regarded him with a knowing look, delegating tasks. Chi Han, wash the eggplants. Chi Ji and Chi Xing, peel the corn. The little boys need to pitch in. The children eagerly accepted, cherishing the opportunity to bond with their parents, relishing the shared experience of working together as a family. And what about me?
Yo soy inquired. Jie.
Noticing her expression that screamed reluctance, allowed a subtle smile to play at the corners of his mouth. Join me in preparing the vegetables. Yusu, hearing this, glanced at him in dissatisfaction but reluctantly walked to his side. Chi leaned closer, whispering in her ear, It's a family activity. We must accomplish it together. She puffed her cheeks. What do you want me to do? Chi handed her the prepped vegetables. Check if I've cleaned them properly and place them in the dish. Yusu complied dutifully, her eyes sparkling with seriousness as she scrutinized each piece, attempting to find fault to admonish Chi, appearing utterly adorable in her efforts. Luma, watching from the side with a knowing smile, patiently guided them through each step, ensuring they didn't stray too far from the task. Have you had any training? She asked, but before Yusu could process, Chi was already handling everything with unhurried precision. Natural talent, Chi replied with a smirk. The children, once they finished their tasks, eagerly presented the washed and peeled food to their parents, proudly exclaiming they were done, their enthusiasm only growing with each compliment received. With the ingredients ready, they ventured to the backyard lawn to set up the barbecue. Chi crouched down with a slight bend in his back, broad shoulders framing his figure. Observed Yusu as she held the instruction manual. His hands, muscular and sculpted, deftly assembled each piece with great care. Once the preparations were complete, they embarked on their first barbecue of the evening. Chi moved around the grill, momentarily losing control of the flames, which billowed smoke toward Yusu, who was adjusting the angle of the outdoor screen, instructing the servants to set up the projection screen. She wanted to enjoy her meal while watching a movie, reveling in the experience. Thick smoke enveloped the air like a vibrant painting, causing everyone present to cough, retreating to the more ventilated areas. Chi Xing, imitating the scene, dramatically coughed a few times. Daddy, that's a lot of smoke. Chi Ji remarked, eyeing the cloud. It's going to burn.
Ki han lukt over at Yusu.
Mom, I'm going to help Dad with the grilling. Yusu waved her hand. I'm going too. Chi Xing darted over to Chi, and Yusu urged Chi Ji to join them, saying, Hurry. I'll come taste whose grilling is better. The children scampered off, and beside Chi Yi was a smaller grill, appropriately sized for their heights, with food much smaller than what Chi Yi was handling. The 3 little ones gathered around the tiny grill, excitedly grilling their mini barbecue, fully immersed in the experience. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Yusu tuned into the movie she had yet to finish, lounging in a soft chair, enjoying the freshly cut fruits laid beside her, feeling utterly comfortable. Chi gazed at the charred meat skewers in silence, while Chi Xing, ever watchful, stood up to tease him. Dad, you burned it. The older brothers, leisurely grilling their skewers, turned to look. Returning to their little domain, Chi Xing whispered to his brothers, Let us grill faster. Dad burned his. And we're going to be first. Since they had 2 grills, one large and one small, Chi Xing declared a competition to see who could finish first. Hearing the commotion, Yusu approached, I'm hungry, It still smells delicious. Qi Xing immediately held out his skewered meat to Yusu, unconcerned if it was cooked through. Ah, this. Yusu observed the meat, slightly deeper in color than raw beef, but it seemed to retain some blood. She gently pushed his small hand back. Sweetheart, I prefer my meat well cooked. Medium will do as well. Xing Xing looked puzzled. What medium?
Ki han med in, exing.
That not cooked. It needs a little more time. Qi Xing examined the skewer, his big, bright eyes glancing around. All right then. You wait a bit. Yusu nodded vigorously. Okay. Qi watched their interaction, a soft warmth blooming in his dark eyes as he flipped the skewers faster, the flames roaring. The aroma of sizzling meat wafting through the night air, tantalizingly enticing. Noticing Yusu's unwavering gaze fixed on the skewers he held, now golden brown, he placed them on a plate and handed them to her. It's a bit hot, take your time eating. Yusu's charming face lit up with a smile. Her hands accepting the skewers, her long, dark hair styled up with a clip, her stunning features softened under the moonlight. Her clear, deep-set eyes and plump, rosy lips, with the aroma wafting around her, made Qi find her far more delectable than the food in his hands. Yusu, holding the skewers, walked over to the children under Qi's watchful gaze, offering the fragrant meat to each child, and they all took a bite, savoring the delightful taste. As Yusu hastily finished the last skewer, she caught Qi's gaze fixed upon her. Hesitating, she pulled back her small mouth, which had yet to take a bite, and approached him, offering the skewer near his lips. The man leaned forward gradually, his thin lips parting slightly as his tongue curled delicately to seize a morsel of meat from Yusu's hand. He savored it slowly. A profound sense of satisfaction etched across his face, his bright, deep-set eyes locking onto hers, reflecting ripples of unfathomable depth. Yusu found herself entranced by the man who could entice even while indulging in a skewer. Their eyes met, and an atmosphere of subtle, ambiguous intimacy enveloped them. Suddenly, a child's voice exclaimed, "Daddy, you burn it again." In a swift motion, Yusu stuffed the skewer into his mouth, her hand pressing gently against his lips. A decisive action that left no room for persuasion. Unmoved by the man's allure, she retreated to the children's table. As she distanced herself, Qi's dark eyes glowed with warmth and intensity, like a flickering flame. Ding the protagonist's affection value, 40%. Ding Qi Han's affection value, 50%. Ding Qi Qi's affection value, 65%. Ding Qi Xing's affection value, 40%. Ding the owner's affection value, 25%. The innocent voices of the children, the gentle whispers of the woman, and the silent demeanor of the man painted the most beautiful scene of the night. Chapter 69. I like it. Yu Jingbei. The man's dark, unfocused eyes exuded an air of cold detachment, his mind involuntarily drifting to the memory of that kiss. Unbeknownst to him, the wine in his glass overflowed. And as he realized the empty bottle before him, Lu Jingyu slowly came back to his senses. He lifted the untouched glass to his lips, only to have the wine spill over, cascading down the sides and pooling upon the carpet. In the next moment, he smashed the glass against a distant surface, the sharp sound resonating as crimson liquid splattered all around. The man's somber expression, furrowed brow, and tightly pressed lips revealed a tumult of contemplation, regret, and indignation. Yet, a moment later, his gaze turned cold and indifferent, akin to still waters. He stepped into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and clenched and unclenched his fists, filled with suppressed emotion. He had arrived too late. She was not his. If she was unhappy, he would certainly claim her. But no. She was thriving in her post-marital life. Yusu interacted with him naturally and harmoniously, displaying a playful demeanor that hinted at intimacy during their light-hearted banter. The steam began to rise, enveloping the air as it fogged the glass. The man's robust physique was drenched in water, his muscles undulating with each breath. He closed his eyes, allowing the cascading water to wash away his inner turmoil.
Yuan.
Bathed in moonlight, the room resonated with tranquility, the serene sounds of their breathing punctuating the stillness of the night. As the night deepened, so too did their dreams. The candlelit dinner featured clinking glasses, the gentle flicker of candlelight dancing across the woman's enchanting visage, her alluring red slip dress, and the beguiling curve of her smile, all exuding temptation. The man's hand caressed her cheek as he leaned closer, but suddenly, the face that emerged before him was not his own. As they drew nearer, Qi hastily pushed them apart, jolting awake from his dream, his heart pounding like a drum. His bare chest heaved as he turned to the side, where Yu-Su lay sleeping, her serene expression and gentle breaths revealing a sweetness born of affection. He embraced her waist, pulling her close against his broad chest. With his eyes tightly shut, he inhaled the fragrance of her skin, a rich scent spreading through his heart, laden with bittersweetness. As he gradually opened his eyes, a hint of madness flickered within them, filled with a desire for possession. Ding the protagonist's affection value. 55%. The clear chime echoed in Yusu's mind, stirring her from her slumber. As she stirred, her skin, as delicate as silk, glided against Chia's palm, eliciting a discontented whimper from her. "No, I don't want it." A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by a tender exasperation as he gazed at the woman in his arms. His large hand caressed her smooth back, a gesture both soothing and affectionate. Morning met night in a delicate dance of light and shadow. When Yu-Su awoke, she found herself alone, her expression devoid of emotion as she sat on the edge of the bed, tousling her hair with one hand. She had dreamt once again of being chased by a big bad wolf, her legs failing to carry her swiftly enough before she was pounced upon, becoming the wolf's meal. With a furrowed brow, she rose to wash up. "President Xi, everything is in place. Per your superior's request. I've gathered information regarding the president and his wife of Yujing Technology," Xiao Mo reported, sensing trouble ahead for President Xi. Xi responded in a flat tone, Set it aside for a moment. It seems quite serious." Once Xiao Mo exited, he immediately picked up the dossier. As he read each line, his expression darkened, his thin lips pressed tightly together. His pupils constricted, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. His grip on the A4 paper tightened as he focused on the words childhood friends, first love, and most beautiful couple. The dossier was comprehensive. Yet Chi only skimmed the surface, dismissing it as mere gossip. They had known each other since childhood, with occasional interactions. Yet their acquaintance deepened only when they found themselves in the same class during middle school. By high school, rumors of their romance began to circulate, branding them the most beautiful couple, both from affluent families. Despite the buzz, neither had sought to clarify the rumors. Yu-Su denied it when asked, while Lu Jingyu remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. During that time, they had grown closer, and Yu-Su had casually asked him if the rumors were true. The youthful Qi hesitated. Yu-Su merely raised an eyebrow, dismissing it without concern. Qi understood Yu-Su's nature, as long as she was not provoked. She appeared indifferent to everything. Narrowing his eyes, he thought, "That scoundrel, taking advantage of my wife." Recalling recent events, his peculiar dreams, and her teasing question, "Qi, do you like me?" he found himself utterly distracted from work. In a certain sense, he and Yu-Su were alike, both exhibiting a cool demeanor. Their initial relationship was devoid of emotion, and even after their marriage, her coldness was accompanied by many facets: petulance, temperamental outbursts, and moments of vulnerability, especially when inebriated. After she bore their child, her temper had intensified, and she had grown even more unreasonable, occasionally lashing out at him. Strangely, despite his aloofness, Chi found himself not only tolerating Yu-Su's antics, but increasingly indulging her. The depth of his feelings was growing. He pondered the prospect of spending a lifetime in this manner, but was plagued by his dreams, that man, and Yu-Su's mention of divorce, which left him in a state of unease. When Yu-Su questioned if he liked her, he did. He cherished her playful demeanor, enjoyed spending on her, appreciated her inexplicable grievances when she was unhappy, and relished the feeling of her in his embrace. But what about her? Did she like him? What if she said she did not? His eyes darkened, holding a silence fraught with fear. With a decisive snap, he closed the dossier and fed it into the shredder, dismissing all doubts. She was his wife, her body belonged to him, and her heart would inevitably follow. He pressed the intercom button. "Come in." "President Qi. Reserve a table for two at a restaurant and arrange it nicely," Qi instructed after a moment of contemplation. "Also, have Chun Jing, the design department director, create a red dress." Confused, Xiao Mo pondered. "Is it with the madam?" Qi cast a cold glance in her direction, his voice laced with a haunting depth. Who else could it be but her? Xiao Mo felt a shiver run down her spine under his scrutinizing gaze, her fluster evident as she stammered, "I meant, should we make the reservation now?" You all prepare first," he replied. "All right," Xiao Mo responded promptly and hurried out, letting out a sigh of relief. Accompanying him is akin to walking with a tiger. He needed to clarify matters with her, ensuring that she was not swayed by outside influences. Qi Yi, taking out his phone, pondered for an extended period without making any move. Eventually, he typed a simple message in the chat box. Are you there? Unsurprisingly, he received no reply from Yusu. It was not that she was deliberately ignoring him. She was simply preoccupied, engaged in playful antics with the children. The trio reminded Yusu not to forget tomorrow's parent-child event at the kindergarten and urged her to dress beautifully, with Qi Xing insisting she wear a formal gown. Reclining on her bed, Yusu was in a relaxed state, curled up with her hands over her face, feigning ignorance. The trio, growing increasingly close to her, positioned themselves in a semicircle around her, their small hands shaking her gently. One of them whispered into her ear, "You're the most beautiful mommy." Observing his brother's actions, Qi Xing also leaned down, his tiny hands grasping Yusu's, and with a cherubic face pressed against hers, he mimicked his brother's tone, exclaiming, "The most beautiful. The most beautiful." Yusu, unable to resist, lowered her hands to reveal her delicate face, her voice unconsciously adopting a soft, tender quality as she replied, "But I'm the only one dressed like this. It's a bit embarrassing. But you're so beautiful, and they are all quite ugly." Qi Xing teased, giggling mischievously. Yusu pouted, her eyes cast down, hesitating momentarily. "Well, when Qi returns, I'll ask him. If he wears it, I will too." She suddenly remembered her secret weapon. The three children exchanged glances, tilting their heads in contemplation, and it was Qi Han who declared, "All right, let us wait for Daddy to come back." Yusu exhaled in relief. The trio, with their round little heads, sparkling eyes, and cherubic faces, exuded an exuberance that was utterly irresistible.
Jie.
Lightly tapping his fingers on the desk, felt the sound echo in the tranquil office as he awaited Yusu's message, but received nothing. Unable to restrain himself, he dialed her number. After a brief pause, the call connected. "Hello?" Qi, her voice was sweet and slightly playful. His tone softened unconsciously in response, a smile flickering in his deep-set eyes. "Yes, my dear." Yusu, oblivious to the nuances, merely wished to vent about her son's outrageous demands. "When will you be back?" she inquired. The man's deep, magnetic voice responded, "What's the matter? You finished work? Hurry home. I have something to tell you." Qi paused for a few seconds, an undeniable thrill bubbling within him. He had thought she would say something important, and he felt a joyous flutter in his chest. "I've made a reservation at a restaurant. Let us go out for dinner together tonight?" Yusu considered this, gazing at the trio with their sparkling eyes directed at her. "All right then." She relented, thinking that if she was going to be bothered, it might as well be him. Hanging up the phone, she placed her hands on her hips, her sweet voice announcing to the children, "Qi said we're going out for dinner tonight." "Did Daddy say we're going out for dinner?"
Qi Han asked.
Qi Xing's eyes lit up, clapping his hands excitedly. "Yes, yes. Let us go eat." Qi Ji, standing beside Yusu, blinked innocently, appearing quite obedient. "Then let us go change our clothes," she declared. "Okay," came the harmonious chorus of eager voices. After setting down his phone, Qi paced around his office, occasionally running a hand over his forehead, lost in thought. He was unable to sit still, doodling on a piece of paper. Xiao Mo entered with some documents, witnessing the whirlwind of activity from her boss. President Qi, here's the quarterly meeting summary." Qi lowered his gaze, retracting his attention. "Is the restaurant reservation confirmed?" "It's all set, a luxurious candlelit dinner on the top floor. They've already begun the arrangements, but the dress." Xiao Mo's voice trailed off as Qi cast a cold, indifferent glance her way. "I contacted YK. There are several red haute couture options. Would you like to take a look?" Qi merely acknowledged her with a noncommittal sound. Xiao Mo immediately summoned the selections, and Qi approached the rack, examining the exquisite red gowns crafted from high-quality, lightweight, and soft fabric. His thoughts drifted to Yusu in a red dress from his dreams, gracefully captivating. And a faint smile curved his lips as he reached for one of the spaghetti strap dresses, unconsciously envisioning the evening's candlelit dinner. His long, powerful hand grasped the red dress, his gaze burning with intensity, radiating a potent desire. At the Rose Luxury Lovers Restaurant, the rooftop offered a panoramic view, enveloped in a serene ambience, complemented by a breathtaking vista. The sunset cast a crimson hue across the horizon, evoking pure romance. Rose petals adorned the dining table, accompanied by candles and red wine, while the walls were festooned with rose arrangements. Male servers donned pink bow ties and female servers wore matching pink uniforms, infusing the entire establishment with a romantic essence. Downstairs, the atmosphere remained vibrant as couples reveled in the romantic setting, while upstairs awaited the esteemed guests. Chi arrived early, having taken the time to prepare in his office, donned in a tailored suit that accentuated his chiseled features, sharp nose, thin lips, hair meticulously styled back like ebony silk, and his eyes deep yet bright. His heart raced with a blend of anxiety and excitement, coupled with a hint of trepidation. After several deep breaths, he mentally rehearsed the evening's proceedings. Yu-Su had initially contemplated a more casual outfit, yet the incessant suggestions from the children swayed her to don a dress instead. Standing before her wardrobe, she deliberated before selecting a red short skirt. With her fair complexion and the vibrant red accentuating her long legs, she looked stunning. She applied a playful fox eye makeup, exuding an alluring charm. Pausing, she thought, "Isn't this a bit too extravagant just for dinner?" As she reached for a makeup remover, the three little ones entered, asking Mommy, "Are you ready?" Clad in matching black overalls and white shirts, they looked utterly adorable. Yu-Su, observing their uniform attire, pressed her lips together, unfazed as she leisurely replied, "Almost ready." She set the makeup remover aside and casually touched up her brows, her lips adorned with a striking red. The trio clustered around her, eagerly watching as they playfully dabbed at her face. She tousled her beautiful waves of hair, letting them cascade over her shoulders. "Let us go," she announced. Oh, the children obediently followed her, like little tails. They hopped into the car, heading toward the restaurant. Meanwhile, the man awaited their arrival, his gaze frequently drifting toward the entrance. As a flash of red turned the corner and descended the stairs, Chi momentarily froze, his dark eyes fixed on her. Reluctant to look away, entirely oblivious to the three little tails trailing behind Yu-Su. Upon her arrival, Yu-Su felt the ambience envelop her, making her lips press tightly together and her eyes flicker with uncertainty, caught between rigidity and awkwardness. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing her strikingly beautiful face, perfectly complementing the surrounding red roses. The man's gaze, deep and fervent, locked onto her, swallowing hard, his heart racing with a tumultuous rhythm. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice broke the silence. "Wow, this place is so beautiful." Three little cherubs scurried about, their laughter and exclamations resonating in the vastness of the space around them. The man's expression darkened, his countenance clouded with a foul demeanor, and his tumultuous heart suddenly stilled. He shut his eyes briefly, the veins on his forehead pulsing with agitation. Once again that sound. His complexion turned ashen. Chapter 71. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to his son in his current state. With an impassive face, he directed his gaze toward the trio of children. "Why aren't you in class?" "Father, we've finished our lessons," replied Chi-Han. "Yes, yes." Chi-Shing nodded vigorously. Chi-Chi, with wide eyes, stood beside Yu-Su, blinking at Chi. Yu-Su gently brushed aside the stray hair from her cheek, her gaze lowered, and in a light, airy tone, she stated, "I'm hungry." At this, the man let out a silent sigh, his voice less deep than moments earlier, tinged with resignation and acquiescence. "Have a seat," he said, graciously pulling out a chair for her.
Yu-Su,
Elegantly stepping in her high heels toward the seat he had opened, possessed a slender and straight figure, her movements as fluid as flowing water. Her legs together in a graceful pose that exuded a delicate charm. The waiter adorned the three children with bibs. The man, with his long, slender fingers, methodically sliced the vibrant steak before him, its enticing marbling evident and exuding a rich aroma, before pushing it toward Yu-Su. While the three children watched their father's actions with eager eyes, a smile graced Yu-Su's lips as she began her meal with poise and ease.
the rich,
Rosy hue and perfectly charred edges of the meat, combined with its succulent flavor and abundant juices, captivated her instantly, her eyes glimmering with delight and a satisfied smile adorning her face. Chi-Yi, casting a glance, visibly relaxed, continued to feed her. Across the table, the three children, their mouths agape with anticipation, gazed longingly at their father, who was feeding their mother. Unable to restrain himself, Chi-Shing reached out with his tiny hand toward the meat on the plate. "Daddy, can I have some of that?" It was then that Yu-Su noticed the three children beside her had not yet had their fill. She looked at him, and Chi-Yi, without even glancing, understood Yu-Su's expression. He evenly distributed food among the three cherubs. Yu-Su raised an eyebrow, continuing to savor her steak. And as she observed the little ones finally indulging in meat, she couldn't help but think how fortunate she was to have brought them along. She dared not speak amidst such a delightful atmosphere. The delectable dishes and restless little ones prompted one to exclaim, "Daddy, this is really delicious." Chi shot a sideways glance at Chi Xing eating one tea. "Silence your mouth. Focus on your meal." Yusu dabbed at the corner of her mouth, her delicately manicured fingers lifting a nearby wine glass, her eyes shimmering with a hint of allure as she raised it toward Chi. The man, receiving the signal, calmly clinked his glass with hers, the sound resonating sweetly in the air, their gazes inadvertently meeting. In that fleeting moment, they both averted their eyes, as if scorched. Their cheeks flushed, one rosy with wine, the other with the glow of the moment. Yusu refrained from inquiring about the evening's dinner preparations, and Chi, too, chose not to disrupt the tranquility that enveloped them. Observing the adults, Chi Han seized a cup of water from the table, wishing to join his brother and parents in a toast. The heartwarming scene of the five-member family raising their glasses froze in time. After indulging in their meal, the children in the back seat began to drift into slumber, an atmosphere of serene comfort pervading the air. Yusu, feeling drowsy, blinked and gently closed her eyes, her legs draped in the man's coat. The man glanced in the rearview mirror at his three sons and the soft figure of his wife beside him, an involuntary smile curving his lips. Although their peace had been disrupted, it wasn't altogether unpleasant. As night fell, the car halted before their home. The man unfastened a seatbelt and leaned over to rouse Yusu from the passenger seat, her long hair cascading gently, her cheeks a delicate shade of pink, her soft lips silently beckoning him. He lowered his gaze, his throat tightening, his breath becoming heavier. Their lips met, the cool softness of her mouth igniting a warmth within him. Yusu, not truly asleep, slowly opened her eyes. He tasted her briefly, their gazes locking in intimate proximity. He longed for a deeper kiss, but Yusu turned her face, gently placing her hand to block him, glancing back at the rear seat. "Let us carry them back to bed." The man, interrupted countless times, sighed with endless patience. "All right," he murmured. Yusu exited the car, cradling one of the sleeping cherubs, who nestled adorably in her arms, while Chi took one in each of his arms. Together, they carried the children back to their room. At last, they could finally enjoy the moment they had longed for. He grasped her hand, leading her toward the bedroom with urgency. Once the door was shut, he turned, wrapping his arms around her waist, inhaling the sweet scent of her hair. Yusu did not follow his lead. She pressed her hands against his chest, her gentle pushes feeling as soft as a kitten's against Chi. In a faint, sticky voice, she murmured, "I'm tired." The man paused, his expression dimming, torn between reluctance and fear of her ire, his lips pursed. Yusu found his demeanor reminiscent of a child pouting in grievance. Indeed, like father, like son. She softened, recalling that they had all forgotten to mention something about the children. Wishing to avoid forgetting, she hastily informed him, "There's a parent-child event at kindergarten tomorrow. We need to attend." The man remained silent for a moment, then nodded.
All right.
Yusu frowned, her little face bearing a look of greater distress than his. "They want me to wear a formal dress. It's all your fault for sending one over that they saw." Chi, without a second thought, replied, "Then wear it." Yusu playfully pounded her fist against his firm chest. "What are you saying? Everyone will be in casual wear. If I dress like that, will I be walking the red carpet?" Chi silently captured her hand that had struck his chest, gently rubbing it. "You can wear it, then change into something else once the event starts." Her eyes lit up, and she looked at him with a bright smile. "Oh, right. Since I'll only wear it for a short while, and they've already seen it, it's a win-win."
Yusu nodded,
pleased with the plan for the next day. "Now it's my turn to speak." The man's deep voice resonated from above her. Yusu gazed up at him with sparkling eyes. His gaze was deep and piercing, fixed intently upon her, shrouded in an inscrutable darkness. Yusu found herself momentarily frozen, overwhelmed by a warmth that rendered her unable to maintain eye contact. Retracting her hand from his grasp, she stammered, I'm going to take a shower." The man blocked her path, his hands gently gripping her smooth shoulders, compelling her to meet his gaze, afraid she might shy away. "You asked me if I like you. This is my answer." His warm breath drew near, and Yusu could hear the powerful thrum of his heartbeat as he slowly leaned in, pressing his lips softly against hers. Unlike his usual urgency, this kiss was laced with caution. Their lips melded closely, trembling slightly as they began to savor the moment. Yusu's heartbeat in sync with his, the rhythm resonating in tandem. As she drifted into a daze, he pulled away, resting his forehead against hers, intimately sharing the words he had longed to express. His chest heaved, accompanied by heavy breaths from his throat. I like you very much. I adore your delicacy, your beauty. I cherish your playful pouts and complaints. I enjoy dining with you, shopping at the supermarket, and sharing the night with you. I savor it all. His gaze was deep and focused, and as Yusu listened, her cheeks flushed crimson. He was a master of charming words. From childhood to adulthood, Yusu had heard countless declarations of love, yet Chia's words struck her as the most mundane, devoid of originality, and utterly cliched. Resembling the sweet nothings of a child, leaving her to ponder who might have whispered such sentiments to whom. The way she averted her gaze, coupled with her rosy, delicate complexion, made it impossible for anyone to resist her charm. Chi Yi, having scoured the internet, learned that one could only speak of the other's virtues in a confession, never uttering a word against a girl, for if he did, the moment would come to an abrupt end. He dared not voice even the slightest irritation at Yusu's temper. He simply yearned to hear her response. Tightening his grip slightly, Yusu's mind was in disarray, as if her throat had been constricted, leaving her utterly bewildered. The man gazed silently at her, his eyes darkening. After a long pause, she finally murmured in a soft, sultry voice, I don't know. I haven't made up my mind yet. Chi, in silence, tenderly stroked her hair, his gaze lowered, remaining wordless. Goodness, his demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of a child, which inadvertently softened Yusu's heart. You've been thinking for so long. I must have a moment to ponder as well. The man continued to maintain his stoic silence, enveloping her in his arms. Strangely enough, this scene mirrored how Chi-ji would embrace his wife. Well, you ought to decide quickly, he said. Yusu's cheeks flushed like vibrant rose petals. Shy, yet alluring. He held her tightly, his voice muffled. Let me go. I need to take a shower. In a heartbeat, the man's expression shifted, his eyes dimming. Voice deepening. All right, I'll help you. We'll go together. With that, he scooped her up in a princess carry, striding towards the bathroom. Yusu clutched the fabric of his shirt tightly, her eyelashes fluttering, choosing silence over rejection. Chapter 72. Parent-Child Activity, Part 1. By the time Yusu awoke, those bound for work had already left, and the school children had set off for their day. She stretched languidly, lost in a reverie. The afternoon sports day was approaching, and with the clock nearing 11, she resolved to have a brief meal and called Xiaoqi to assist her with makeup before heading over at 2 o'clock, which was nearly upon them. At Kyoto Kindergarten, the children were busily preparing their gifts to present to their parents. The classroom buzzed with excitement, a swarm of little ones buzzing like bees. Chi-han, is your mother coming? Asked Fan Jeshi curiously. Beside him, Chi-shing chimed in. Of course she is. My mom will come dressed beautifully to find us. Yao Yao blinked her big eyes, giggling merrily. In contrast, Chi-ji sat quietly in a corner, engrossed in his drawing. His focus unwavering, the surrounding commotion seemed to fade away. Fan Jeshi, brimming with curiosity, inquired, What have you prepared for your parents? He craned his neck towards Chi-han. Quickly, Chi-han covered his work with his small hand, fingers splayed with tiny gaps.
Oh,
Exclaimed Fan Jeshi, Chi-han is writing a letter. What about Chi-ji? He turned to peer over Chi-ji's desk, noting the little figure in the corner, a tuft of hair sticking up, diligently engrossed in his artwork.
wow.
Chi-ji's drawing is truly beautiful, Fan Jeshi couldn't help but exclaim. Chi-ji frowned slightly, turning away with his drawing to face the wall. Continuing his creative endeavors, Fan Jeshi scratched his head, then turned to the carefree and cheerful Chi-shing, asking, What have you prepared? Chi-shing shook his head, swaying his body and pouting in a teasing manner. I want to tell you. I want to tell you. The other children gazed at him in confusion. Madam, is this satisfactory? Xiaoqi asked, her bright eyes reflecting in the mirror as she regarded Yusu. Without a doubt, she was the most radiant among the many affluent ladies. Absolutely stunning. Her face, resplendent and exquisite, was as delicate as fine porcelain. Beneath her long, curled lashes lay 2 pools of pitch-black, clear eyes, complemented by a straight, high nose and soft, full red lips, exuding unparalleled beauty, while her flowing dark waves cascaded down her waist, captivating all who beheld her. Rising, Yusu approached the resplendent silver gown, the sheer fabric shimmering under the lights. This luxurious dress, tailored just for her, was a perfect fit. After changing, she settled on the sofa, awaiting Chi's arrival. Before long, a voice echoed from outside.
Anonging GSA arrival.
Dressed in a sharp suit, the man stood before Yusu, his handsome face needing no embellishment. Yet, Yusu couldn't help but notice that Chi's hair had been meticulously styled. His once thick, inky locks were now artfully tousled, with bangs resting just above his brows, exuding maturity. His dark hair softly framed his forehead, with the strands at the sides slightly curling upward, rendering him less austere. With his prominent nose and thin lips, Yusu couldn't help but smile at the sight of him. Raising an eyebrow, she remarked, "Not bad." Chi, gazing at his seemingly delicate and fragrant wife, reached for her hand. "Let us go, princess," he declared. Today, Yusu embodied the persona of a soft and lovely princess, obediently allowing him to lead her, her only task to appear beautiful. She pointed to the casual attire prepared by the servants. "We need to take that."
All right.
"I'll carry it," he replied gently. As they navigated through the bustling traffic, they arrived at Kyoto Kindergarten in about 20 minutes. A banner was displayed at the entrance, adorned with vibrant decorations, while photographers captured the essence of the parent-child event. A line of various luxury cars was parked outside, ranging from understated to ostentatious, with Chi's Rolls-Royce boat tail standing out prominently. Yusu's gaze shifted towards the school gates, and suddenly, anxiety washed over her as she noticed several mothers dressed not in casual wear, but in the elegant attire typical of affluent gatherings, subtly hinting at luxury. Yet none donned a gown like hers. How embarrassing. The memory of a youthful voice echoed in her mind, urging her to dress beautifully. The prettiest mom. With a flicker, her demeanor returned to its usual indifferent coolness. Raising her gaze, her aura transformed. The man exited the car, moving to open the door for the delicate princess. His voice deep and magnetic. "Step out, princess." Yusu lowered her eyes, placing her hand in his as she disembarked. The reception teachers, taken aback by the elegantly dressed couple, approached with warmth, eager to assist. The photographer's eyes sparkled at the sight of Chi and Yusu, capturing their every moment. "Are you the parents of Xiaohan, Qiji, and Xingxing? Hello. Let me introduce you to the children's situation and the event's itinerary," the enthusiastic teacher explained. Yusu felt the weight of numerous gazes upon them, accompanied by murmurs from other parents. "Are parents supposed to dress like this? It's like walking the red carpet," exclaimed one. "Look at her perfectly made-up face. It's dazzling."
I wish I had thought to dress like that.
"This is the Chi family and the Yu family. Ordinary folks wouldn't dare." Yusu lifted her chin, maintaining a composed demeanor, her long, graceful swan neck radiating elegance.
Hey, Jusu.
It was Fan Ingna. Her eyes sparkled with unabashed envy. "You're so clever. Absolutely radiant." Yusu's fair face finally broke into a smile. "Nana? Perhaps a little." She nodded towards Chi, who was beside her, as Fan Ingna remarked she would go find her son.
Yusu nodded in acknowledgement.
Inside the kindergarten, the children gathered in a classroom, bubbling with energy and chattering incessantly, making it difficult for the teachers to maintain order. The teacher clapped her hands, using a microphone to capture the attention of the lively little ones. "Children, your parents are waiting for you outside. We'll play a game before you can go find them, but remember to behave." The time has come for the teacher to announce the much-anticipated Find the Radish game. "When your parents enter to look for you, remember, everyone must remain still." A chorus of youthful voices echoes. "Okay." The kindergarten children are adorably dressed as radishes, encased within custom-made radish costumes, each sporting an array of colorful masks. Parents have a mere 10 minutes to locate their children. Yusu and Chi stand out conspicuously among the throng of parents in front of the classroom, he towering and handsome, she radiant and stunning. The hands they hold draw the gaze of many. Yusu fidgets, attempting to break free. Realizing the movement of the woman beside him, Chi's warm grip tightens, unwilling to let go. Yusu, in response, steps forward slightly, shielding herself and pulling his hand behind them. A faint smile graces Chi's lips, yet he remains silent. Among the crowd, Chi Xing spots Yusu, adorned in her skirt, and excitedly rises, only to be restrained by the teacher. "It seems our little ones can hardly contain their excitement. Parents, commence your search for your precious babies." Yusu's eyelids flutter as she catches the gaze of Chi, who has been watching her intently. She gently bites her lip and whispers in his ear, "What if we find the wrong one?" Chi leans down, his breath warm against her ear, assuring her, "We won't. We will find them. Even if you don't, they will come looking for you." As he speaks, Yusu feels his grip on her hand tighten. Yusu's lashes quiver as she raises her gaze, her sparkling eyes soft and inviting. She nods gently in response. Chapter 73, Parent-Child Activity, Part 2. They begin to examine the adorable little radishes one by one, engaging with each child, enticing them with treats. Most children remain resolute, silent, while some attempt to sniff out their friends, but the radish costumes conceal them entirely. Yu-Su and Chi-Yi appear somewhat awkward, standing together, merely observing from a distance, hesitating to reach out or call to the children, clearly novice parents. Chi approaches a bobbing little radish, gently steadying it to prevent further swaying. "I've found one." Meanwhile, Yu-Su navigates through the sea of radishes, unable to see or smell anything, feeling quite frustrated. Suddenly, she feels a tug on her skirt. Turning around, she sees a little radish extending a hand from within its costume, its pinky tugging gently at her hem. Yu-Su quickly kneels to inspect, squeezing the child's soft hand. It feels delightfully squishy. Leaning in closer to peer through the mask, she meets the child's dark, glistening eyes and beams with joy. "Chi-Chi, baby," she exclaims, pursing her lips to blow a kiss, her sweet, delicate demeanor as she crouches before the still radish, her smile radiant and enchanting. She takes the shy radish by the hand and leads it over to Chi-Yi, knowing that this lively one is Chi-Xing. Now, only one remains. Chi watches over the two radishes while Yu-Su ventures to find the last one. This time, she actively seeks out the children's eyes, receiving responses. But none belong to her radish. As she moves, she is unexpectedly embraced by a tiny hand smaller than Chi-Chi's, surely not Han-Han. Through the mask, she sees sparkling eyes like grapes. "Auntie, you're so pretty," the child exclaims, wrapping her small arms around Yu-Su, clinging to her affectionately. Yu-Su recognizes this little girl. She seems quite fond of her. "Hello, Yao Yao. Auntie is looking for brother Chi-Han. Can you wait here for your mommy?" Yu-Su inquires. "My mommy hasn't come yet," Yao Yao replies softly. Yu-Su's smile falters slightly. "What about the adult in your family?" Yao Yao answers. "Grandma Zhang is here to find me." Many radishes have been led away, yet one remains, steadfast, refusing to budge, quietly waiting while occasionally glancing around the crowd in search of someone. Finally, a radish clutches Yu-Su's hand tightly, wriggling towards them in a flurry of impatience. Standing behind her, its little hands anxiously fidgeting and entwining with one another. It stands close, fearful that Yu-Su might overlook it and be led away by another little radish. Even the photographer, capturing the scene, can sense the radish's distress. Yu-Su notices and feels the child's urgency, enveloping it in a warm hug. "I've found you, my precious Han-Han," she comforts, bringing both little radishes back. Facing Chi-Ye's puzzled expression, Yu-Su admits, "I don't know either. It just kept following me." The sound of hands clapping resonates, signaling that parents have successfully found their respective radishes. "Now, please remove the masks from the little ones. Let's see if you've found the right one." Everyone eagerly lifts the masks from their children, and the number of mismatches far exceeds the correct identifications. Yao Yao, too, is whisked away by her nanny. 3 children, nestled within their costumes, reveal their soft, delicate faces, long lashes framing their bright, crystalline eyes, shining like stars above. Their sparkling gazes are utterly charming. Yu-Su pinches their cheeks, marveling at their smoothness and radiant skin. The children shed their radish disguises and take a moment to rest, each sipping from their little cups. Chi-Han quickly returning for more water, his serious expression adorably endearing as he hands a cup to Yu-Su. Receiving it, Yu-Su opens the lid and, foregoing the straw, takes a small sip before passing it to the man beside her. Chi accepts the cup and drinks from the same spot where Yu-Su had sipped. During this respite, many children gather around Yu-Su, with little girls unable to tear their eyes away from her. The photographer seizes the moment, asking if they can capture a photo with all the children. "Come take a picture with the princess, all you little cuties." The excited children eagerly raise their hands, wanting to pose. Yu-Su simply smiles sweetly, joining this whimsical, innocent group for a photo, appearing like a beloved animated princess in their eyes. 3 little ones surround their mother, some beaming, others pouting, and a few reluctant. With a playful smile, Yu-Su asks, "Do you want me to change my clothes?"
Change.
Chi-Han and Chi-Chi chime in unison. "No change." Chi-Xing protests. The next round consists of simple parent-child games, such as nesting dolls and relay races. To prepare for the upcoming activities, Yu-Su changes into a set of sporty attire, only to discover that the servants have prepared matching outfits for her and Chi. Yu-Su finds the lightheartedness of the day delightful, maintaining her laughter throughout the afternoon, while Chi exerts himself in the games. In the final segment, the children present gifts to their parents. Unfamiliar with this sentimental tradition, Yusu assumes it to be a typical gift-giving occasion, pondering what they might offer her, perhaps plush toys? Seated on a chair, she waits for them to present their gifts, with Chi standing protectively behind her. The three children form a line, beginning with Chi Han, whose delicate, flushed face beams as he presents Yusu with an exquisitely crafted card. Yusu, puzzled, reaches out to accept it, slowly unfolding it. At first glance, the page is filled with neatly penned words, demonstrating the care he took in writing, a sight to behold. A transformation unfolded upon her face, shifting from confusion to earnestness, and finally to a state of astonishment. Her complexion softened, and her eyes glistened with moisture, reflecting a profound emotion. She swallowed hard, her beautiful eyes surveying the surroundings in an attempt to alleviate the sudden pang of sentiment that enveloped her. Chi exhibited a similar sentiment, yet his expression was encapsulated in merely 2 phrases: "Thank you, Daddy, and I love Daddy and Mommy." He cast a glance at the card held by Yusu, noting the stark disparity in their word count. Yusu stretched her arms and embraced the seemingly aloof yet warm-hearted Chi Han, her voice trembling with emotion. "Thank you."
Han Han.
Chi Han's small hands gently returned the embrace, his face adorned with a shy, evasive demeanor. Chi presented a painting, meticulously crafted through years of nurturing and his own innate talent, capturing the essence of each family member with striking detail: the aloof Chi, the beautiful Yusu, the composed elder brother Chi Han, the obedient child nestled in Yusu's embrace, and the playful, adorable Chi Xing. Everyone looks so splendid in this. When we return, we shall frame it for display. Patiently waiting for his brothers to finish their presentations, Chi Xing, unable to contain his excitement, clutched the gift box tightly and leaned forward, exclaiming in a cherubic voice, "It's my turn." Chi, the disruptor of the atmosphere, strutted over with a delicately crafted box, rather sizable in nature, brandishing it triumphantly before Yusu. Yusu raised an eyebrow, noting that while others had delivered heartfelt sentiments, her trio of children had brought forth a cascade of delightful surprises. With cautious anticipation and a hint of trepidation, Yusu began to unwrap the gift, wondering what mischievous offering Chi Xing might have concocted. As she peeled away the layers of ribbon, the box revealed itself to be quite exquisite, seemingly procured from an unknown source. The moment she opened it, a subtle gleam caught her eye, a crown, glistening under the sunlight like a constellation of stars, adorned with sparkling diamonds. Yusu was momentarily rendered speechless, as were those present, amidst a chorus of astonished gasps from the children. "It's a crown."
So beautiful. Wow.
"It's stunning, Mommy. I want one too," murmured a nearby mother, echoing the sentiment. Yusu, astonished, inquired, "How on earth did you acquire this?" Chi Xing, with his chin held high and a proud demeanor, declared, "I bought it." He had spent every penny he had saved to purchase this crown. Yusu, still in disbelief, pressed further, "How did you manage to buy it?" As he recalled the moment, Chi Xing explained, "After seeing the dress Chi Yi gifted you, I wanted to give you this crown. Wearing it would make you a true princess." Pouting slightly, he added, "I asked Grandma to help me buy it." Yusu glanced at Chi Yi, who merely shook his head, indicating he was unaware of the transaction. The little boy, his cherubic face tilted upward towards Yusu, squinted slightly in the sunlight as he continued, "I told Grandma I wanted a crown for a princess, and I gave her my money. My little hands rummaged through my bag, pulling out a card for them to see. I gave all my money to Grandma, but she insisted on buying it for me. I wanted to buy it myself. Grandma said it was fine. She would help me buy it. She took the card, then returned it to me later. But it was empty. She took all the money." His innocent, childlike voice captivated everyone, drawing their breaths to a gentle hush. Yusu felt her eyes welling with tears as she asked, her voice slightly hoarse, "Why did you want to give this to me?" Chi Xing, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "You look so beautiful, like a princess. Wearing the crown will make you a real princess." His admiration for beauty extended to all things he cherished, including his mother, whom he desired to showcase as the most beautiful princess to his peers at kindergarten. Timidly inching closer to Yusu, he whispered, "Could you please change back into that dress?" He wished to see her don the gown again before placing the crown upon her head. Her eyes brimmed with tears, glistening like clear springs. Her nose slightly reddened as she stifled a sob. "All right," she acquiesced. Once she donned the shimmering silver gown, Chi Xing gazed at her with wide eyes, clutching the crown. His little lips pressed together in excitement, a faint blush adorning his cheeks. Yusu paused a few steps away from them, and as Chi Xing cradled the crown, He approached her slowly, his gaze fixed on her rather than the ground, leading to an unfortunate stumble over his own feet. The hearts of those present skipped a beat. Yu-Su and Qi rushed to his side. Qi-Xing leaned forward, and Qi swiftly grasped the nape of his shirt, while Yu-Su shielded him. In a reflexive gesture, he clutched the crown protectively, looking bewildered as he was restrained. Yu-Su bent down to support his small frame, and Qi assisted him to his feet. After regaining his composure, Qi-Xing turned to Qi-Yi and exclaimed, "Thank you, Daddy." He appeared adorably clumsy yet endearing. Feigning seriousness, he held the crown aloft, preparing to place it upon Yu-Su's head. With a flutter of her eyelashes, Yu-Su, her gaze softened, lowered her head slightly, allowing Qi-Xing to crown her with the utmost sincerity, his earnestness palpable. The sound of applause rang out, and the children erupted in cheers.
Du sublinet.
Tears cascading down her cheeks like dewdrops as she tilted her head back, her long, delicate fingers brushing away the tears. The sunlight cast a gentle glow upon her porcelain complexion, illuminating her like a celestial being descended to earth. Her voice, as soft as cotton candy, resonated with an irresistible sweetness, tinged with a hint of emotion. "Oh, you silly boy." Unfazed, Qi-Xing tilted his head adorably, and Yu-Su leaned down to plant a kiss on his cherubic cheek, causing his face to break into an uncontrollable grin. Qi stood behind them, deep in thought, a newfound insight dawning upon him. As the event drew to a close, the family gathered for a group photo, their striking beauty and remarkable genes making them stand out.
Ding.
Qi Han's love value, 60. Qi-Qi's love value, 75. Qi-Xing's love value, 50. Male lead's love value, 60. In the spacious confines of the car, the atmosphere was filled with warmth as they shared stories and laughter, the children chattering animatedly about their kindergarten experiences and the gifts they had received. Their voices a delightful symphony. Yu-Su chimed in softly, her eyes glancing at Qi-Xing's card. To her astonishment, it contained 9 million, now augmented by 5 million, totaling 14 million. Yu-Su pondered, It seemed Qi's mother had added money to his card. Embracing the gifts, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you all for your wonderful presents. I cherish them dearly," and she bestowed a kiss upon each of them. Suddenly, a voice piped up, "I didn't get one." It was unclear whether Qi-Xing referred to the absence of a gift or a kiss, and before Yu-Su could react, Qi-Xing appeared to have a sudden realization. "Oh no, I forgot about Daddy." His admission prompted a darkening of Qi-Ye's expression. Without hesitation, Qi-Xing handed his card to Qi, saying, "I'm sorry, Daddy. The card is for you now," as if it were a gift in itself. Qi cast a glance at his son and, sensing the presence of money within the card, fell silent for a moment before gently pushing it back. "You should keep it for milk." The little star, with a pout of cuteness, retrieved it once more, declaring, "Then I shall buy it for you when I have money." Meanwhile, Qi-Qi, who had been quietly observing, pointedly tapped Qi-Ye's hand. Noting the infrequent interaction with his second son, Qi tilted his head, realizing Qi-Qi would not initiate conversation. He bent down to inquire softly. As he did, Qi-Qi's delicate face brushed against the man's cheek with a light peck before he quickly turned to join Yu-Su, attempting to mask his shyness. Raising an eyebrow, the man allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips as he tenderly stroked Qi-Qi's silky hair. Yu-Su had been watching, her lips curling into a permanent smile as she opened the selfie mode on her phone, beckoning the little ones nearby. "Shall we take a picture to thank Grandma?" She crouched slightly, surrounded by the 3 little ones, while only Qi-Ye's long legs were visible behind them.
"You sufronet."
"Qi-Yi, stand properly. You're too tall to be captured." The camera, held close to her face, highlighted the details of everyone's eyelashes. As the man stepped closer to the frame, the picture became quite crowded, yet everyone was included. A blissful family of 5. Yu-Su sent the picture to Qi's mother. "Thank you, Mom," and updated her on the day's parent-child activities, which had just concluded. Qi's mother replied almost immediately with 3 thumbs-up emojis. Shortly thereafter, Yu-Su noticed Qi's mother had shared the photo on her social media, captioned a group of adorable little piglets. In the 75th chapter, it was the first time the little star called Yu-Su Mom. Yu-Su, slightly bemused, whispered to herself, "Pig?" She secretly pouted and wrinkled her nose, muttering, "I am not a pig." Ever attentive to Yu-Su, Qi observed her subtle gestures and approached to glance at her phone. Leaning down to whisper in her ear with a deep, resonant voice, "Pig?" Yu-Su clicked her tongue, turning to find the man's profile magnified, his gaze imbued with playful annoyance. With a lowered gaze, he pressed a kiss upon her luscious lips. Yu Su, clutching her belongings and lifting her skirt, retreated to their room, wishing to avoid any embarrassment in front of the little piglets still present. Humph, she was not a pig. As night fell, the family's frequency of dining together increased. The patriarch, Chi Yi, occupied the main seat, flanked on his right by 3 adorable little ones and on his left by the sweet and gentle Yu Su, all 5 relishing the delectable spread before them. Their dining mannerisms mirrored each other remarkably, slow and deliberate, with graceful movements. Across from them, Qi Xing was devouring his food with a rather comical expression. His mouth agape wider than his 2 brothers, his tiny hands gripping a chicken leg, glistening with grease as he gobbled it down, cheeks bulging, utterly unconcerned with decorum. Qi exchanged a look with Yu Su, both sharing an unspoken disbelief, as if there were an emoji expressing a facepalm. After a moment of silence, Qi pointedly remarked, "Qi Xing, are you a starving ghost reincarnated?" Qi Xing, with a mouthful of chicken leg, wiggled his little eyebrows in confusion as he looked at his father, responding, While chewing, he added, "Daddy, the chicken leg is yummy. Eat slowly." "No one is competing with you," Qi advised. Yu Su chimed in, "If you eat too quickly, you'll choke," as she handed him a tissue to wipe his greasy mouth and the remnants of rice. Her voice was gentle. "Take your time, Qi Xing." The little one gazed at her with admiration, enchanted by his tender mother, and responded with a sweet, "Oh." It was effective. He slowed down considerably. In the study, after their baths, the 3 clean little dumplings entered Chi's study, lining up before his desk. In unison they chimed, "Daddy, tonight we want to sleep with Mommy. Can you sleep here?" The man, looking down at them, replied firmly no. The trio exchanged glances, then took turns approaching him, each clutching his legs, shaking and pleading, "Daddy, I want to sleep with Mommy." One even climbed onto his lap, pulling at his clothing. With a sigh of resignation, he scooped up Qi Xing,
Giving his bottom a light pat.
"Why are you all here disturbing me?" Qi turned his gaze to the eldest, Qi Han. "We want to sleep with Mommy. She said it's okay, and if you disagree, we'll just act cute until you agree." Moments earlier, the 3 little dumplings had approached Yu Su, who was doing yoga while applying a facial mask. Yu Su, unsurprised by their arrival, could almost smell the lingering scent of milk from their freshly washed bodies. With curious eyes, Qi Han spoke up, "Mommy, we want to sleep with you." Without hesitation, Yu Su replied, "Sure. But what about Daddy?" They inquired. "He wants to sleep with us. He has to work in the study." Qi Xing exclaimed, "Oh, I'll go tell Daddy." As Yu Su adjusted her position, her breath steady, she encouraged, "You all go tell him to sleep in the study. If he disagrees, just act cute." Their cheerful voices echoed, "Okay." Yu Su switched hands, continuing her yoga with ease and grace. The man, catching on, chuckled darkly as he led the trio to confront Yu Su in her room. Qi barged in, demanding, "Why do I have to sleep in the study?" Yu Su, still poised on her yoga mat, arched backward, completing her final cobra pose. Hearing his voice, she remained unperturbed. 5 people sleeping together would be too cramped. "You're too big. I want to sleep well." The man's voice took on a tone of grievance. "They have their own rooms." Yu Su, having finished her pose, replied sweetly, "I don't care. I want to sleep with them," her tone slightly petulant, rendering the man speechless. Qi stared at her, a moment of silence passing before he rasped, "Fine, I'll leave." Yu Su thought to herself, "How did I not realize he was such a dramatic actor before?" She rolled up her yoga mat and headed to the bathroom to wash off her mask. Meanwhile, the 3 little ones had climbed onto her big bed. After washing her face and applying fragrant lotion, Yu Su dove onto the bed, enveloping the little ones in a warm embrace. She playfully nuzzled one, filling the air with delightful scents, causing Qi Xing to giggle uncontrollably as he wriggled against her. Yu Su then turned to Qi Qi, rubbing her face against his neck, eliciting a shy smile from him. "Children are truly delightful," she mused. She tickled Qi Han, who remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. "Aren't you ticklish, Han Han?" Qi Han shook his head. Yu Su continued her playful assault, moving from one spot to another. But Qi Han remained stoic. She widened her eyes at him, cupping his face in her hands. "Just like your father, you're not ticklish at all." She had previously tickled Qi Yi, who had shown no reaction, encouraging her to continue her playful teasing. Every inch of him was tested, yet he remained unresponsive. "Should I stop?" "If you don't blame me for being unkind," Qi Yi warned, his cheeks slightly flushed. Yu Su pouted, letting out a huff as she withdrew her hands. To her surprise, Chi Han mirrored his father's demeanor, suggesting his character was very much like Chi Ye's. He would surely grow up to be a replica of him. "I'm not afraid, Mommy," Chi Xing declared, but before Yu could react, she blurted out, "You were just laughing." After a few seconds, she pressed him down gently. "What did you just say?" In a soft, sweet tone, he replied, "I'm not afraid of being tickled. And what else?" Chi Xing's little finger traced patterns on the bed sheet, silent, with his long, straight eyelashes casting gentle shadows upon his delicate features. Although Chi Xing often appeared cheerful and carefree, deep down, he harbored a profound desire for the affection and attention of his parents, akin to the longing felt by his two elder brothers. He had once dared not even contemplate the past with Yu, yet as Yu drew closer, he found himself increasingly enamored with the warmth of such connections. In fact, he had long referred to Yu as Mama when speaking to others and had done so in front of his brothers, yet had yet to utter those words to her directly. Yu indulged him with toys, took him out for meals, and attended to numerous little details that even the seemingly simple mind of Chi Xing recalled with great clarity. He envisioned gifting her crowns and beautiful dresses, as he cherished the thought of making her happy. Observing Chi Xing's sudden silence, Yu lowered her gaze, feeling content nonetheless. There was no need to pressure him. She gently reassured them, "It's time for bed. You have school tomorrow." Listening to the soft breaths of the little one, Yu remained awake under the soft glow of the nightlight, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Upon learning that Zhong Qianli had revised the script, a sense of calm washed over her. Without the burden of being the female lead, she found herself unscathed, merely accustomed to the maternal affection she received. With no father figure at her side, she had poured herself wholly into her work. Although her marriage to Chia had begun without any emotional foundation, he had shown her great indulgence. After the arrival of their 3 children, their warm, albeit subdued, affection for her had become a comforting presence. It was all the doing of Zhong Qianli, the one who had intruded upon her life. Yusu's gaze turned steely. Should there be a next time? She vowed that Zhong Qianli would never again make her presence felt in this world. "Mama," the little bundle in Yusu's arms suddenly spoke, startling her. She looked down to see Chi Xing's wide eyes twinkling in the dim, warm light. After having patted his back for quite some time, she wondered why he had yet to fall asleep. "What is it, Star?" He remained silent for a moment before softly calling out again, "Mama." Yu planted a gentle kiss on him. Their voices mingled in a sweet exchange, gradually lulling them into slumber amidst the tranquil night. By the time Chia returned, it was well past midnight. He entered the room to find his 2 older sons nestled on either side of Yu, with Chi Xing nestled between them, all 3 curled up together. The serene faces of his children struck a chord deep within Chia's icy heart. He approached and kissed Yusu's cheek before attempting to embrace Chi Xing, but their tight huddle made it impossible to do so without disturbing them. In the stillness of the night, a sigh echoed through the air. Chapter 76. Playing ball with beauties. The children, eager for school, had risen early, their bodies seemingly set to an internal alarm clock, each of them waking up without a hint of morning grumpiness. After freshening up, they quietly lined up to plan a kiss on Yusu's cheek before tiptoeing out, ensuring to close the door gently behind them. Once outside, they scampered down the stairs in a flurry. Today they were departing slightly later than usual. Chi Xing trailed behind, calling out, "Brother, wait for me. Hurry up. We overslept," Chi Hong urged, although they had merely gained a few extra minutes of sleep. The little one, well trained like Chia, adhered to a punctual routine. Chi Xing, soft and cuddly, followed closely behind his brother Chi, saying, "I know." Chi Hong turned to the butler, his small face serious. "Butler Grandpa, can we eat at school? Will you take us?" The butler smiled warmly at the little one. "Young master, the sir has granted you a special allowance to be late today, but next time, you must eat breakfast first." The 3 children exchanged bewildered looks, but did not inquire further, responding softly, "Okay." Chi Xing, with a dazed expression, simply followed his brother's lead. After breakfast, the 3 children boarded the vehicle headed for kindergarten. Shortly thereafter, Yu also awoke early. She had set an alarm for today, as she was scheduled to play ball with Lin Shuang and Fanning Na, followed by a spa visit and shopping in the afternoon. Clad in loungewear, she moved about her room, bathroom, wardrobe, preparing her attire before heading downstairs for breakfast. Afterward, she tidied herself up, her fair complexion unadorned by makeup, changing into her sportswear. She spritzed sunscreen onto her exposed skin, slung a gym bag over her shoulder, and stepped out with renewed energy, ready to embrace the day as a vibrant young woman. At the Haojue Club, a renowned and luxurious golf course in Kyoto, the atmosphere exuded elegance and prestige, with even the trash bins custom designed for aesthetic appeal.
Today,
She had arranged to play with her friends under the perfect sun and gentle breeze. The trio arrived almost simultaneously. Lin Shuangshuang took the lead in registering their information. On the lush green course, the three began stretching in preparation for their upcoming game. Before they even started, Lin Shuangshuang suddenly let out a loud cry. Yu Su and Fan Ingna exchanged puzzled glances. What was that for? Yu Su asked. Just warming up by yelling? Fan Ingna added. Lin Shuangshuang rolled her eyes dramatically, rubbing her waist. No. I accidentally bumped into the table while drinking last night and bruised myself. Yu Su and Fan Ingna shared a knowing look, pursing their lips and shaking their heads. With their grips firm on their clubs, they confidently struck the balls, which soared through the air in perfect arcs. Fan Ingna's ball landed squarely in the hole, while Yu Su narrowly missed, and Lin Shuangshuang's shot fell far short. Lin Shuangshuang chuckled sheepishly. Hee, my bad. It's been too long since I played. I'm a bit rusty. Yu Su nodded seriously in agreement. Ingna, do you play often? She inquired. Fan Ingna, with her honey-toned skin, matched Yu Su's height and had a well-proportioned figure, her movements fluid and powerful, indicative of someone who exercised regularly. Occasionally, I play with clients here, she replied.
all right.
Let us continue. As the game progressed, their spirits lifted, and they became increasingly engrossed, their motions fluid and graceful, creating a picturesque scene on the course. Nearby, faint sounds could be heard as a girl posed to take a swing, accompanied by several photographers, positioned neither too close nor too far, obscuring their identities. While there were a few socialites posing for photos, most attendees were simply there to unwind and enjoy themselves. All right, that should be enough shots, Zhang Qingying said, handing her club to her assistant and turning to her manager, Lu Peng. Brother Peng, is everything all right with the director? Lu Peng, who had been instrumental in elevating Zhang Qingying's career, had helped her gain popularity for a time, although she had since faced scrutiny from netizens. Her latest project, To Youth, had reignited her fame, and the company was now preparing to promote her further, hoping to capitalize on her ongoing popularity. The director was currently negotiating investments with Mr. Wang from Xingguang Entertainment. Meanwhile, she noticed the familiar faces across the way, squinting slightly but not paying them much mind, her attention fixated on the director. Ah, how refreshing. A little exercise feels so good, she exclaimed. The three paused, their arms weary from swinging, and settled down to rest. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, whisking away the warmth of their exertion, and they enjoyed a soothing cup of coffee, reveling in the comfort of the moment. Fan Ingna, donning sunglasses, looked at her two lounging companions. All right, ladies, let's freshen up and head out for a meal. In unison, Yu Su and Lin Shuangshuang responded, sure. The three individuals made their way towards the interior of the house. As they approached, Zhang Qingying finally discerned their identities. She paused, her eyes shimmering with a subtle glow, and stepped forward with a radiant smile, addressing Mrs. Qi. She recognized that the young woman beside her was the heiress of Xingguang Entertainment, yet she did not extend her greetings to her. Instead, she turned her attention to Yu Su, exclaiming, what a coincidence. I am Yao Yao's mother. I never expected to encounter you here. Yu Su narrowed her eyes slightly and nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that the very person they had just posed for a photograph with was indeed Zhang Qingying. Hello, she replied. Zhang Qingying's call of Mrs. She was neither too loud nor too soft, just perfect to catch the attention of a nearby group engaged in a collaboration discussion. As they glanced over, while others might not have recognized her, Wang, the head of Xingguang Entertainment, quickly stood up and approached them. Being an entertainment company under the Lin family, he was certainly familiar with Lin Shuangshuang, who appeared astute and capable, flashing a smile as he extended his hand towards her. Miss, I am Wang Ming from Xingguang. Lin Shuangshuang raised an eyebrow. I apologize. My hands are sweaty. He awkwardly withdrew his hand. Are you discussing work here? She inquired. Yes, recently, Wang confirmed. Then I shall not disturb you any further. We have matters to attend to, Lin Shuangshuang interjected, eager to shower and rid herself of the sweat. The three women exuded an air of refined elegance as they gracefully departed, embodying the stature of high society ladies. Zhang Qingying watched their retreating figures, inhaling deeply. The outcome of her endeavors hinged on this very day. The midday heat was oppressive, yet after a refreshing shower, Lin Shuangshuang felt considerably rejuvenated. She dabbed her face with water, while Fan Ingna applied body lotion, and Yu Su was busy drying her hair. Su, who is that woman? Is she also the mother of my godson's classmate? Lin Shuang queried. Yu Su paused momentarily, responding softly, with an affirmative hum.
Sigh.
Sometimes, I truly envy those of you who have children, Lin Shuang lamented. Fan Ingna chimed in, last time I saw you playing basketball with a handsome guy. When did you see that? Lin Shuang asked, intrigued. About a month ago, when you were playing tennis. At that time, I didn't know you. But it seemed your relationship was quite special, Fan Ingna recounted. Last time? Lin Shuang blurted out. Ju Yen Yuan? Yu Su smirked, shutting off the hairdryer. Are you two together? No, we sometimes hang out together, Lin Shuang clarified. Fan Ingna remarked, I think that handsome guy is quite a match for you. Lin Shuang rolled her eyes thoughtfully. He is quite nice, attentive, and has a clear sense of boundaries. Being with him is rather enjoyable. Yu Su nodded in agreement, indeed. He seems pleasant. As Lin Shuang paused while applying her sunscreen, she mused, he doesn't seem particularly interested in me. Fan Ingna, also applying sunscreen in front of the mirror, asked, have you two hinted at anything? Not at all. The bold and passionate Na suggested, if you have feelings, you should give him a hint. If it works out, great. If not, move on. To which Yu Su continuously nodded in agreement. Throughout her years of dating, Lin Shuang had always treated relationships lightly, never taking them seriously, thinking that having someone accompany her would be quite nice. She pouted recently, I don't know what's wrong with my brother. He seems to be in a bad mood and has been drinking outside all day. Yu Su raised her lazy gaze but remained silent. In a retro and elegant Western restaurant, adorned with vintage decor and furniture, the ambience was perfect for photographs. The three women wore cool, summery outfits. Yu Su donned a small floral dress paired with denim shorts, her unmade-up face radiant and fair. Fan Ingna, with her honey-toned skin, wore a white dress. When she put it on, her 1.7-meter height and curvaceous figure, complemented by chestnut-colored curls and oversized black sunglasses, exuded an air of European sophistication. Lin Shuang's attire mirrored Yu Su's, both in comfortable tank tops and denim shorts. Aside from Yu Su's natural beauty, the other two had applied some sunscreen, making them all effortlessly beautiful without makeup. How could a gathering of sisters not involve photos? After a day out, their phones would be filled with hundreds of pictures. With pristine white tablecloths and exquisite cutlery arranged meticulously, the delectable dishes were a feast for the eyes, complemented by the sweet smiles of the three beautiful women. After capturing the perfect shots, they prepared to indulge in their meal. While eating, Lin Shuang edited the photos in real time for her social media, whereas Yu Su preferred to post all her pictures at once after a day of fun. Fan Ingna rarely posted on social media. When she did, it was typically to promote her work, as she had a busy schedule. As Yu Su watched Lin Shuang magnify the details of the photos, she casually remarked, once you're done editing, send it to me. Lin Shuang, with her mouth full, merely raised an eyebrow at Yu Su, playfully moving her ears as a signal of understanding. A quirky talent Yu Su had discovered by chance. In the past, the two had a minor disagreement, ignoring each other until a classmate approached Yu Su. Noticing Lin Shuang seated diagonally from her, Yu Su caught a glimpse of her ears twitching adorably, as if to say, I'm not eavesdropping. This intrigued Yu Su, who later declined an invitation to dine with the girl, and Lin Shuang, reveling in the moment, relaxed her ears. Curious, Yu Su approached and gently touched Lin Shuang's ears, whispering, how fascinating, causing Lin Shuang to jump slightly in surprise. Turning to see Yu Su's bewildered face, Lin Shuang thought, since Su initiated, I shall reciprocate. The two then joyfully shared the uniqueness of Lin Shuang's ears, demonstrating their movements repeatedly for Yu Su's amusement. Fan Ingna casually glanced at their antics, effortlessly observing, is it natural? Indeed, Lin Shuang replied with a pout, blowing a playful kiss to Fan Ingna. Thank you. After their meal, the trio ventured to shop. And as one woman shopping is already quite the affair, three women shopping was an extravaganza. After a thorough shopping spree, they decided to indulge in a massage. Yu Su and Fan Ingna agreed to pick up the children from school later. You're leaving me behind again? Lin Shuang complained. Come along, we'll all have dinner together later.
Yu Su suggested.
Sounds great. Lin Shuang replied enthusiastically. At the entrance of Kyoto Kindergarten, the children stood in neat rows waiting for their parents. Fan Jeshi observed the three brothers at the gate, asking, Chi-han, is no one here to pick you up? Chi-han shook his head. My mom hasn't arrived yet. Yu Su had not mentioned that she would be picking them up. Instead, The butler was waiting for them after school, as their mother often arrived late. They patiently stood at the gate. Fan Jieshi placed his hands on his backpack. All right, I'm off then. His family's nanny was always punctual. After bidding farewell to the 3 little ones, he skipped out, glancing left and right but failing to spot his family's vehicle. The gatekeeper and teacher observed him. Young man, have your parents arrived? Fan Jieshi frowned. I haven't seen my family's car. The teacher took him back to the kindergarten, instructing him to wait until his parents arrived before leaving. The 3 little ones watched as Fan Jieshi returned, puzzled. Why aren't you going home? The older boy asked,
scratching his head.
I didn't see my family's car. They must be late. Let's wait a bit together, he suggested. The 4 of them silently observed as their peers were picked up one by one, envy evident on their little faces. 5 minutes later, a voice called out Han Han. The only person who could call Chi Han that was Yusu. No one else dared to use that name, or he would become upset. 3 children, drawn by the sound, paused for a brief moment before dashing towards Yusu, calling out Mommy. Fan Ingna also waved at Fan Jieshi, exclaiming, Sisi Mom. Fan Jieshi, with an exuberance that startled the birds from the trees, shouted back, Mom. Finally, my dear has arrived. Fan Ingna sighed, affectionately and helplessly observing her theatrical son. Lin Shuang, giggling from behind, couldn't contain her laughter, noting the amusing contrast between the sweet, soft child calling out for Mommy and the boisterous one yelling for Mom. Stepping forward with a smile, Lin Shuang raised her hand. All right, little ones, follow me. Today we feast. The children nestled in their mother's embrace, gazing up at them. And for a fleeting second, the atmosphere felt awkward. Such a lack of decorum. Yusu chuckled softly as Lin Shuang pulled Chi Han closer, saying, Come along, my godson. Your godmother is treating you. Yusu took the remaining 2 by the hand. Let's go. Today we dine together. Nana drove. And though Yusu intended to sit in the back, Lin Shuang insisted she take the front seat to sit with the children. Although she had no children of her own, she had a natural affinity for engaging with them, often embodying their playful spirit. The group in the back entertained themselves with a game of idiom relay, which proved quite enjoyable. Chapter 78. Shall we dine together? Just the 2 of us. Lin Shuang cleared her throat. Ahem, listen up, my adorable ones. Fan Jieshi chimed in, happy and cheerful. Chi Han followed with, clean and tidy. Chi, unfazed, added, quiet and serene. The exuberant Qi Xing, gesticulating animatedly, proclaimed, beautiful and fragrant. Lin Shuang applauded, excellent. Absolutely splendid. The atmosphere was lively, dispelling any previous awkwardness. Quickly, Lin Shuang ingratiated herself with the children in the back seat, chattering away. As they spoke, the children's faces lit up with wonder, their eyes wide, mouths agape, brows arched, each expression a resounding exclamation mark of amazement. Qi Xing, with his chubby little hands, instinctively covered his mouth. Fan Jieshi asked, Really? Lin Shuang nodded earnestly. Indeed, truly. The children inhaled deeply, their faces painted with disbelief. Lin Shuang glanced at the rearview mirror, raising an eyebrow and winking at them, as if to say, I've got Yusu and Fan Ingna under control. They exchanged knowing glances, suppressing smiles. Yusu's phone vibrated, displaying a message. You have received a WeChat message. Opening it, she saw Chi's text, Shall we dine together? Before she could respond, another message followed. Just the 2 of us. Yusu replied. I am already on my way to dinner with friends. Almost instantaneously, he responded with, Who? Just as she was about to reply, Qi Xing piped up from the back. Mommy, I need to pee. Surprised, Yusu turned to see his expression pleading to relieve himself. Hold on a moment. Xing will be there soon. He pouted. His voice muffled. Hurry up. Fan Ingna, steering the car, reassured him. Almost there, baby. Just a turn, and we'll arrive.
Ding.
The male lead's affection value is at 61%. Confused, Yusu mused. Fan Ingna paused at the entrance of the parking lot, telling Yusu, You take Xing to the restroom first. We'll park and find you later. Yusu promptly unbuckled her seatbelt. All right, I'll take him. Lin Shuang was also unfastening Qi Xing's seatbelt as Yusu exited the car, carrying him out and saying, Mommy will take little brother to the restroom. We'll see you soon. Chi Han and Chi replied, okay. Yusu carried him to find the restroom, patting his bottom and relieved to find him dry. In the next moment, their eyes inadvertently met. Qi Xing, with a soft voice, reassured her, I didn't TP my pants. Yusu kissed him lightly, good boy. The restroom is just ahead. Standing at the door, She hesitated, glancing at the restroom sign. You can go by yourself, right? Qi Xing nodded. Yusu set him down. Then hurry, I'll wait for you at the door. Qi Xing eagerly hopped down, racing into the restroom.
Ding.
The male lead's affection value is at 62%. Yusu frowned, pulling out her phone, the chat still displaying. Who? Meanwhile, in the president's office, Qi Yi, one hand on his phone and the other tapping the desk, was fixated on the chat box, waiting for the reply to appear. As soon as it showed that the other party was typing, he squinted, patiently awaiting a response. Wife, your son, his classmates, and their mother. Qi Yi's mind raced, recalling the day of the parent-child event, where many approached to greet him. But only Yusu had engaged in a pleasant conversation. He recognized her from their time on the cruise as well. As he typed, Yusu sent another message. You can eat by yourself. His icon was still unfinished when he received her reply, causing his fingers to pause in silence.
Ding.
The male lead's affection value is at 63%. Yusu. Qi Xing is out. The little boy held up his hands. Mommy, I'm done. Yusu pointed to the child-sized sink. Wash your hands. Qi Xing obediently went to wash his hands. Yusu sent him a voice message, her tone sweet. Come pick us up after you finish eating. Qi opened the voice message, hearing Yusu's soft, syrupy voice say, come pick us up after you finish eating. And a smirk involuntarily crept onto his face. He replayed it multiple times, enchanted by the sound. He suppressed a laugh, responding with a kiss emoji. Qi Xing, extending his hand towards Yusu, announced, all clean. The paper towels were placed where only adults could reach, and Yusu took one to dry his hands. All right. Let us go find your brothers. The little boy replied, taking her hand to rejoin the others. Qi Yi, still hoping for a response from Yusu, glanced at his phone periodically, even after setting it down. Yusu, with her eyes cast down, held one hand to the child and lazily sent a sticker of an adorable little girl making a shy face. After sending it, she ignored him, rejoining Nana and the others. Qi Yi's phone chimed, and he quickly picked it up, satisfied with his wife's response, placing his phone down and shutting his laptop. He grabbed his suit jacket and tucked it under his arm, feeling quite pleased as he called Xiao Emo to join him for lunch, leaving the latter in shock. His face transformed with a myriad of expressions in an instant, disbelief, surprise, confusion, and contemplation, before silently following the boss, stealing glances at Qi Yi's demeanor, which appeared radiant and glowing. The slight upward curve of his eyes indicated a good mood. Is the boss happy? Did he land a big deal?
No.
That wasn't the right expression for making money. He would smile, but only briefly. The only reason he could look this pleased was likely because of his wife. Xiao Emo relaxed, his expression softening. As long as the boss was happy, he felt content too. They headed to a nearby Chinese restaurant they frequented, but upon entering, the atmosphere shifted. Suddenly, they spotted a figure exuding a cold aura. It was the president of Yujing Technology. Xiao Emo glanced at Qi Yi's expression, which had shifted from friendly to the usual aloof, icy demeanor. The other men also cast a fleeting glance their way before turning his gaze away, both appearing as strangers, each radiating an air of frigid indifference as they passed by. Xiao Emo felt the temperature drop several degrees in their wake. He swallowed nervously and timidly asked Qi Yi, what does President Qi want to eat? Qi Yi, maintaining his cold facade, replied, whatever. The man's temperament shifted as quickly as turning a page. Xiao Emo could only order 2 dishes that Qi often enjoyed, along with 2 of his favorites, and topped it off with a heartwarming soup.
Perfect.
While awaiting the arrival of the dishes, he heated the bowls and chopsticks on the table, and the red string adorning his right wrist caught Qi Yi's eye. Noticing this, Xiao Emo took the initiative to explain, this is a lucky red string. My girlfriend and I bought it at a temple while praying. It wards off evil and misfortune, ensuring good fortune always. Qi Yi's scrutinizing gaze fixed on him. You have a girlfriend? Xiao Emo was taken aback. Crisis. My family introduced me to someone quite decent, and as we talked, a hint of romantic sweetness emerged in his voice. However, upon noticing Qi Yi's expressionless demeanor across the table, he quickly reined it in. Tentatively, he suggested, President Qi, you could take your wife to pray as well, perhaps to the Guanyin for blessings, to ward off ill intentions, and also to the matchmaker for lasting companionship. My girlfriend and I found it quite enjoyable. Naturally, one mustn't forget the god of wealth.
Jie, appearing contemplative.
Mused. Lasting companionship? Warding off ill intentions? That sounds like a splendid idea. Observing Qi Yi's demeanor soften considerably, Xiao Emo, with a thoughtful expression, continued, on weekends. You could take her out for fun. Museums, art galleries, amusement parks, crafting together, watching movies, dining. Such activities would surely elevate your relationship. Noticing the radiant smile on Xiao Mo's face, akin to a blooming flower, Qi discerned that he had likely found success in his romantic endeavors. With a raised eyebrow, he took a sip of the tea poured on the table. Continue. Xiao Mo also took a sip of tea. Ha, as long as it's not work-related. I could talk all day. Let me share my thoughts today. Chapter 79. Asking her out. The girls had almost finished their meal, and Yusu sent Qi her location at the global commercial street. A few children waved goodbye to each other.
Fan Ingna said.
Then Shuang, and I will head back first. Please send us a message when you get home. Yusu replied, all right, be careful on your way back. After they departed, Yusu looked down at the three little ones. Let us go, we'll stroll outside and wait for Daddy. The four of them ambled out of the bustling mall, where dazzling lights illuminated the carefully arranged decorations. The first floor housed an arcade, enticing children to play, with vibrant lights and a variety of gaming machines. Two dance machines at the entrance showcased a couple moving rhythmically, while several other machines attracted children's attention. Yusu spotted a child vigorously pounding on a machine. Observing how the other kids played it, the objective was to strike it in order to make the balls jump into designated holes. That child displayed a slight degree of aggression. She cast a wistful glance at her own children, who were also curiously watching. Standing in front of them, Yusu blocked their view, and the children looked up at their mother. Folding her arms, she spoke lazily. Do you want to play? Qi Xing quickly nodded, his sparkling eyes glinting, while the other two children remained silent, their eyes reflecting the same eagerness as Qi Xing. Yusu coldly refused. No. Daddy will be here soon. We need to go back. We can play next time. After a long day, Yusu felt exhausted and desired to rest. Let us go, she said, walking ahead, and the three children glanced at the gaming child before decisively following her. Qi Xing, somewhat reluctant, took small steps, his eyes lingering on the other children, while his two older brothers held his hands, obediently trailing behind Yusu. Brothers, can we tell Mommy to bring us here to play next time? Qi Han responded, sure. Qi nodded in agreement. Shortly after they exited, Qi Ye's car arrived. The elongated luxury vehicle pulled up, with Yusu seated beside Qi Yi and the children on his left, deliberately separated by Qi Ye's design. Yusu paid no mind. She was simply too tired. Once in the car, she rested comfortably against Qi Yi, her body relaxing against the soft cushion, her long, fair legs extended, attractively capturing the men's gaze. Leaning against Qi Yi, she lazily declared, I'm sleepy. Wake me when we arrive. Qi cast his gaze down at her tousled hair, the scent of her hair wafting towards him. As he watched her peacefully close her eyes, her long, curled lashes casting delicate shadows, he draped his coat over her legs and gently kissed her hair. The three children peeked at their sleeping mother, sitting quietly without uttering a word. At E Garden, Qi held Yusu tightly as they stepped out of the car, the woman resembling a radiant flower nestled in the man's embrace, completely oblivious to the three little ones trailing behind. Xiao Mo carried them out one by one, and the children politely expressed their gratitude. Thank you, uncle. Observing the adorable trio belonging to President Qi, Xiao Mo found it hard to believe they were the offspring of such a cold, stoic man. You're welcome. Under the moonlight, the silhouette of the man holding the woman appeared tall and strong. He glanced down at the little ones who had disembarked and carried Yusu towards their home, entirely disregarding the pattering footsteps of his children behind him. As he ascended the stairs with her in his arms, intending to tell them not to disturb them, he turned to find no one there. Qi pursed his lips, pausing momentarily until the children finally entered hand in hand. They looked at their father, who had halted. Qi, you need to learn to sleep on your own. You know? Don't cling to your mother so much. At your age, you should be independent. With that, he carried Yusu away. The three little ones, still in kindergarten, had no retort to their father's remarks. Qi, holding his wife, made his way directly to the large bed, carefully laying her down, loosening his tie as he leaned down to plant a kiss on her lips, supporting himself on either side of her. One kiss was insufficient, so he went in for another. In public, he appeared cold and reserved, but now he resembled a passionate lover, continuously showering Yusu with affection. Growing somewhat impatient, she let out a soft tch and playfully swatted away the bothersome kisses, rolling over to the other side in a gesture of wanting distance. The corner of Qi's mouth, touched by her hand, bore an innocent and bewildered expression as he gazed at her back. After a brief silence, He stood up and headed to the bathroom, where the sound of running water echoed. After several minutes, the man emerged, droplets of water glistening on his skin.
Bear.
He pulled back the blanket and embraced Yusu's waist, placing her hand on his abs. Yusu nestled comfortably against him, showing no signs of resistance, deeply asleep. The following morning, as Yusu awoke, the other side of the bed still retained a hint of warmth. After lazily getting up and washing herself, she prepared to head downstairs, but noticed that Chia's study door was ajar. Just then, their eyes met as he sat at his desk. Yusu casually inquired, "Why aren't you at work?" Chi, noticing her rise, stood and approached, his handsome features and chiseled features appearing softer in the morning light. He affectionately caressed her rosy cheek. "Why are you up so early?" Yusu took a step towards the stairs. "I went to bed early last night." Halfway down the stairs, she paused and turned to face him. "You seem quite idle. You used to be so busy working day and night. But now you're home every day?" Chi blinked, a hint of discomfort crossing his lips, his eyes glimmering with inquiry. "Do you want to go out today?" Yusu raised an eyebrow, her expression revealing suspicion that something was amiss. After a few seconds of contemplation, she turned and continued down the stairs, followed closely by Chi. Upon reaching the bottom, she crossed her arms over her chest, her voice languid. "Are you asking me out? From yesterday's suggestion to have dinner together? Just the two of us." Yusu already knew what was coming. The man trailed closely behind the woman as they approached the dining table. Despite his towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he found himself captivated by the demure and obedient demeanor of the petite woman standing at a mere 5 feet 7 inches. He had deliberately chosen a time that was not on the weekend. His eyes sparkled with eager anticipation, resembling a large dog yearning for affection, which caused the corners of Yusu's mouth to involuntarily curve upwards. She sighed, suppressing a smile, feigning contemplation as she replied, "But I'm quite tired." "Where are you taking me?" In a fleeting moment, Chi envisioned an empty, vintage manor, with just the two of them inside. His deep-set eyes momentarily glazed over, and he instinctively shook his head. No, it was not a mere jaunt to play or pray. It was a date. Observing his silent expression, Yusu narrowed her eyes. Teasing, "You're not planning to take me hiking, are you?" The man tilted his head in puzzlement. "Do you enjoy hiking?" Yusu's expression remained stoic. "Not at all," she warned him. "You must not choose that. I detest hiking." He feigned innocence. "I did not." Chapter 80. A Visit to the Temple.
Yusu inquired.
"So, what are we going to do?" The man remained silent, simply handing her a glass of milk, shrouded in mystery. With nothing better to do, Yusu agreed to accompany him. After breakfast, Chi personally drove them to the foot of Lingyin Temple. Upon seeing the seemingly endless staircase, Yusu's frustration flared, and her temper flared up immediately. "Are you determined to go against me?" She promptly turned to leave. "You can climb on your own." Chi grasped her hand. "No. Xiao Mo said that praying here is quite effective. I wanted to pray together." Yusu paused, frowning slightly. "You still believe in this?" Chi gently shook her small hand. "Since we're here, let us pray for our family's blessings." Yusu regarded his gestures with surprise, pondering where he had learned such endearing actions. Had Xiao Mo, his assistant, taught him this? Yusu, who was susceptible to soft tactics rather than hard ones, couldn't help but complain softly. "I can't climb. It looks so long and exhausting." Without hesitation, Chi responded, "I will carry you." Yusu hesitated momentarily. Then Chi took her hand and embraced her, attempting to coax her with his soothing voice, whispering sweetly, "Come on, if I carry you, it won't be tiring. We'll pray, and you won't have to fear nightmares tonight." Resting her chin on Chia's chest, she exhaled. "Fine, since we're here." She glanced down at her high-heeled shoes. "But I'm not dressed for this." Chi led her to the front of the car and retrieved 2 bags of clothing from the trunk, all identical in packaging, and upon inspection, Yusu noted the clothes inside were the same. She casually glanced at her own shoes. Chi produced 2 pairs of white sneakers. Squatting before her to set them down, he then lifted one of her feet without her feeling embarrassed, as if it were only natural, and she willingly extended her foot to assist him. The man held her delicate ankle in one hand while removing her high-heeled shoe with the other. Her foot, akin to exquisite porcelain, soft and flawless, caused his gaze to darken momentarily as he gently caressed it. Yusu faintly heard a girl nearby gasp in astonishment, the girl nudging her male companion. "Wow, look, it's the couple from the novel." Watching Chi change Yusu's shoes, she excitedly shook her boyfriend's arm. The young man glanced for a moment before quickly shielding his girlfriend's eyes and half embracing her shoulder as they hurried away, both sporting backpacks, resembling love-struck university students. Yusu cast a fleeting glance before lowering her eyes to Chi-Ye's thick, tousled hair, her gaze soft and earnest. She recalled Chi-Ye's words, "I like you," very much, and felt a slight blush warm her cheeks, her voice cracking as she inquired, "Is it done yet?" Chi swallowed hard. Done. After changing clothes, they prepared to ascend. This was Yusu's first visit, and the experience felt rather enchanting. The sky was a vivid blue, a gentle breeze caressed them, and the air was filled with refreshing scents that eased the spirit. Chi attentively observed Yusu's expression, noting her rosy, tender face, and offered a gentle smile. He suggested carrying her, but Yusu insisted on walking, stating she would only require a piggyback when fatigued. Chi acquiesced, holding her hand as they ascended. The weekday crowd was neither sparse nor overwhelming, primarily comprising middle-aged and older individuals, with a scattering of younger visitors. Initially, Yusu was fine being led by Chi, but as they progressed, she found herself being pulled along, eventually reluctant to continue. Stopping to catch her breath, Chi offered her a bottle of water, twisting off the cap for her. Yusu's delicate face glowed with a soft blush, and Chi leaned closer, gently caressing her rosy cheek. "Let us rest and hydrate. I'll carry you afterward." Yusu took several sips, alleviating the warmth rising within her. With no seating available, she leaned against Chi, resting her weight on him. Once the breeze calmed, she declared, "Let us go." Chi acknowledged her with a sound and bent slightly, ready to assist her up the remaining steps. Yusu gauged the distance, still a small portion of the staircase left. After a moment of hesitation, she climbed onto his back. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly lifted her and continued upward. Yusu wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, feeling secure against his strong back, his steady breaths suggesting that carrying her was no burden at all. An inexplicable sense of safety enveloped her.
Ding.
Owner's affection value, 45%. Yusu's lashes fluttered as she softly called out, "Chi." His deep, magnetic voice resonated near her ear. Yusu replied. "It'll be tiring to walk back down." He assured her, "I'll carry you." With a blink, she tightened her embrace around Chi, completely relaxing her body as she softly responded, "All right," before closing her eyes, feigning sleep. Before she realized it, they had arrived at the temple. Chi gently patted her behind. "Su, dear, we've arrived." Yusu stirred slightly, feeling quite comfortable and even a bit drowsy. After setting her down, they stood beneath the wish tree, red ribbons fluttering in the air, the temple bustling with fervent worshippers, each face reflecting sincerity and reverence. Chi led Yusu to inquire from the vendor selling incense and candles. The vendor informed them where to find the deity they wished to pray to, handing each a few sticks of incense while sharing a few blessings. Chi purchased everything as instructed. "Young folks, after your prayers, come back for your incense. Take turns," the vendor advised. Following his guidance, Chi and Yusu entered, kneeling with reverence to pray one by one. Finally, they approached the deity of marriage, receiving a red wishing knot and instructions to write their names on the ribbons. Chi's handsome face was earnest as he carefully penned Yusu in powerful, flowing strokes. Yusu lifted her gaze, looking at him with a tender expression. "I should write my own name." Chi handed her the brush. "You write my name." Taking the brush, Yusu felt a gentle breeze stir within her heart. Dipping the brush in ink, she gracefully inscribed Chi, her strokes intricate and profound. He couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he gazed at her softly beautiful. Yusu, too, responded with an unusually gentle smile. The two held the wishing ribbons, the other ends waited, ready to toss them into the tree. The higher they threw, the longer their bond would last. With one hand entwined with Yusu's and the other clutching the wish ribbon, Chi observed the scene around them. Some individuals tossed their ribbons into the air. With varying degrees of success, some ascended gracefully, only to plummet back down. The two exchanged a glance, and the man spoke with unwavering conviction. "It will not fall." Yusu bit her lip, her gaze filled with anxious anticipation as she looked at him. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his strength, fixed his eyes on the highest point, tightened his grip on the red ribbon, and hurled it upward with determination. Their eyes followed its trajectory closely. As expected, it landed precisely where Chi had envisioned. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the wish ribbon swayed precariously, causing both their hearts to race as their hands instinctively tightened around each other. Suddenly, the ribbon began to descend with the wind, and his pupils dilated in fear and panic, as if time itself had frozen, watching the ribbon roll down. In that fleeting moment, the wind stilled, and the ribbon got caught in the branch's embrace. He finally released his tightly clenched fist, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, exhaling a sigh of relief. While Yusu's racing heart gradually calmed, the palms of their interlocked hands grew clammy with sweat.
Ding.
The male lead's affection value is at 70%. Yusu attempted to withdraw her hand, but the man held fast. In the blink of an eye, a cool kiss fell upon her lips, and moments later, he released her to retrieve a tissue, gently wiping her hands. With downcast eyes and a hoarse voice, he said, "Let us go, I'll carry you down." Chapter 8. A Date. Chi-Yi carried Yusu down, their wrists adorned with a vivid red mark. Yusu shook her hand playfully. "It's so ugly, Chi." The man, recalling the jade bracelet, replied with a hint of coldness in his dark eyes, concealed from Yusu, "It's beautiful, more so than the jade bracelet, and much more spirited." Yusu pondered over his words, detecting an undercurrent of resentment. "Jade is precious," she retorted. Chi turned, quickening his pace as he carried her. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. "I'm going to donate money." Yusu immediately wrapped her arms around his neck. "That's enough. We've already donated plenty. Our names are on the list." As he continued onward, Yusu playfully tugged at his ear, her voice feeble. "Hurry and take me to eat. Your wife is starving." The man halted, glancing at the girl whose head rested on his shoulder, his tone softening. "All right, I'll take you to eat. We've finally come down." Yusu felt exhausted, not from physical fatigue, but from emotional weariness. Chi continued to chatter. "This red string is a blessing we prayed for together. And it carries 3 small fortunes. I've donated money, and I'll donate more to the temple for repairs. It must be more effective." Yusu, growing impatient, closed her eyes and rubbed her temples, tugging at Chi-Yi's shirt before standing on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his lips. The man fell silent, pressing his lips together, his ears flushing red, his fists resting near his mouth, eyes crinkling in a silent smile. As they drove through the bustling streets, he felt compelled to speak, but before he could, he noticed Yusu had turned her head away, eyes closed, ignoring him entirely. Caught off guard, he fell silent, stealing glances at her. "You're quite chatty today. You never used to talk this much. Now you're like a star," sighing. "All those bad genes must have been inherited from you," Yusu thought, unconsciously shaking her head, prompting the man to remain even quieter. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they finished their meal in silence. Yusu tilted her head, her eyes questioning, and Chi picked up her bag. "Let us go." Nearby, there was a creative park where Chi took her for a stroll, showcasing numerous captivating art exhibits. Yusu pulled out her phone, asking Chi to take a few pictures of her. As she posed, her playful expressions elicited a love-struck grin from him. After taking the pictures, Yusu glanced at her phone, frowning loudly. The man, sensing her displeasure, took a cautious step back, observing her discontented face, muttering softly, "Very beautiful."
Yusu.
In a resigned tone, replied, "The photos aren't as good as your son's." Lost in thought, the man mused, "They're quite lovely indeed." They entered a handmade craft shop, where Yusu's thoughts were consumed by a particular pouting emoji she intended to share with him later. Initially reluctant, she eventually immersed herself in the craft, creating 3 exaggerated little figures. Chi had intended to craft a figurine of them together, but seeing her focus on 3 small ones, he resorted to making a scene of affection between them, pouring his heart into it, even more seriously than Yusu. He had a bit of skill, managing to sculpt them to resemble each other closely. When Yusu struggled with a tiny detail, she called out, "Chi-Yi, I can't make this hand." Hearing her, he grasped her hand, guiding her through the carving process. Yusu glanced at him, her serious demeanor prompting her to blink and focus intently on learning. The man, with a smile playing on his lips, observed her earnest expression. As Xiaomo had said, this could indeed enhance their emotional bond. He resolved to give himself a raise when they returned home. That day, Chi-Yi and Yusu prayed, crafted, dined, and watched a film together. Yusu had fallen asleep during the tedious romance movie, and at the end, he whispered to her, "Can we not go back tonight?" This left Yusu speechless, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You're treating me like a child." He even insisted she inform the kids they wouldn't be returning, which only amused her further. "No, they won't let me sleep outside," she replied firmly, remaining unmoved by Chi's pleas. Reluctantly, he drove her home. "Did you enjoy today?" he inquired. Yusu, internally pouting, grumbled, I'll tell you later, and gave a half-hearted nod. Yet he seemed genuinely pleased, responding, I did too. Almost, he could have lured her to a hotel.
With confidence he suggested, you can invite me next time. Yo suppose.
The refusal on her lips fading as she reconsidered, biting her lip and nodding absently. Upon returning home, the three little ones abandoned their toys and rushed over.
Mommy.
Daddy said you wouldn't be back tonight, Chi-han announced. Yu-soo replied coolly, your father is just joking. The ever-smiling butler, one echoed. Yu-soo then revealed a small bag, exclaiming, I brought you something. As she lifted the bag, Chi-shing gasped in exaggerated delight. Yu-soo approached a small table, the three children trailing eagerly behind. Under their watchful eyes, she unveiled the little figures she had crafted.
Tada!
Came the expected chorus of wow. Each child held their miniature version with awe, their small hands gently caressing the figurines, eyes sparkling with delight. I made these, Yu-soo declared. A couple of coughs echoed from the side, prompting Yu-soo to add, your father helped a little. The trio gazed up at their parents with wide, gleaming eyes. Thank you, Mommy and Daddy. I really like it. Me too. As they expressed their joy, the man nodded with satisfaction. Yu-soo then produced the remaining lengths of the red string, slipping them onto each child's wrist. And this is from when Mommy and Daddy prayed. Wearing it will bring you blessings. Chi-ha noticed that both Yu-soo and Chi-yi wore the same.
Wow.
We all have one, Chi-shing exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. As Yu-soo adorned Chi-ji with his, she pulled in the jumping Chi-shing. Don't take it off. The three little ones echoed in unison, okay, all right. You all can continue playing. I am about to take a shower and retire for the night. Chi follows me in, casting a glance at Butler Wen, who subtly gestures to the three children with a slight lift of his chin. Butler Wen makes a silent okay gesture, and Chi nods in satisfaction. Butler Wen then halts the children attempting to follow. Young masters, you must sleep alone tonight. Your mother has brought you so many things, and is quite exhausted. The innocent children respond, all right then. As Yu-soo searches for her attire, Chi does the same. She intends to head to the bathroom, and Chi follows her in, his demeanor now more assertive than before. The bathroom is suffused with an enticing fragrance, intoxicating in its allure. The sound of water splashing fills the air, and a delicate mist begins to rise, with the translucent frosted glass reflecting the intertwined silhouettes of the two. Chapter 82. The Star's Wish to Buy a Dress. Qing-ing, do take a look at this variety show. Zhan Qing-ing glances at the contract and remarks. A parent-child variety show? Yes, the director has given the green light. Participate in a few more shows to create some buzz. It's essential for the audience to remember you, which will aid in promoting your new drama later. Zhan Qing-ing furrows her brow, but the netizens are incessantly gossiping about the child's father, which is me. Penggu interjects, public opinion is merely the beginning of the heat. Just focus on playing the role of a good mother. Zhan Qing-ing purses her lips and falls silent for a moment before responding. Understood. Yao Yao is my sister's daughter. Both sisters lost their parents at a young age and were raised by relatives, enduring a difficult life. Neither of them pursued education and began working early on. My sister worked as a waitress, and I, unwilling to accept that fate, fortuitously entered this industry. Though I am not a household name, at least I am no longer in want. One day, my sister suddenly announced her pregnancy, refusing to disclose the identity of the child's father, adamant about giving birth. Tragically, she passed away from excessive bleeding during Yao Yao's birth, leaving me with the responsibility to care for her. I became her mother, as my sister was my only kin, and thus I had no choice but to keep Yao Yao close. When asked, I claim her as my own, despite not knowing how I found the courage to do so. Yet, seeing my sister's expression as she departed, it was clear that her only fear was losing the one person who loved her dearly. Only her manager, Penggu, is aware of this matter. At that time, the best course of action was to allow her a year of rest, after which she would return, having given birth to Yao Yao. However, she was not a particularly famous star, and her popularity waned quickly. Recently, a drama title to youth gained traction, and this topic resurfaced among netizens. Until Yao Yao's father's identity is uncovered, she will remain silent about this secret. Zhan Qing-ing stands up. I shall return and discuss this with her.
Penya notes.
We begin next week. Call me once everything is finalized. At Kyoto Kindergarten, Yao Yao brings candies for everyone. In a small nook of the classroom, Qi-shing's curious voice inquires, Yao Yao, why are you giving us candies? Yao Yao replies in a soft tone, next week, I will go play with my mother, so I can skip class. Qi-shing's eyes widen with envy. Oh, I envy you. I also do not want to go to school. But my mother says that if I don't go, I'll be punished. The little child pouts, and Grandma huffs in disapproval. Fan Jishi chimes in, Yao Mei. If you leave, we will lose our most essential girl, and we might lose to Barbie. The vanity of adults breeds competition. And the children's sense of rivalry continues to escalate. Ever since the incident with Transformers, the class has divided into two factions. Team Star, consisting of Qi Xing, Fan Jieshi, and Yao Yao, versus the opposing team led by Ji Huai, alongside Xiao Peng, Barbie, and Team Little Red Flower. The 6 children frequently compare their toys, homework, and even their parents. Ji Huai competes with Qi Xing over homework, and when Qi Xing cannot keep up, he counters by boasting about his beautiful mother, whom Ji Huai lacks, declaring, I win. The two girls compare who has the most dolls and clothes, while Xiao Peng and Fan Jieshi compare toys and snacks, resulting in a stalemate. To bolster his confidence, Qi Xing calls upon his 2 older brothers to stand behind him. With Yao Yao being the most vital member of Team Star, her absence leaves no one to compete with Barbie over dolls and dresses.
Yao Yao asyo.
My mother said you could come play with me. Qi Xing clasps his hands together in a charming gesture. Really? Yao Yao affirms yes. Qi Xing nods enthusiastically. Great. I will tell my mother. He then skips off to find his brothers. Brother, I want Mom to buy me a doll, Qi Xing exclaims. To which his 2 brothers look at him quizzically. Qi Han asks, why do you want to buy a doll? Qi Xing spots Barbie passing by and calls out, Barbie. She pauses, holding an Elsa doll, tilting her head in curiosity as if to ask what he wants. Yao Yao has gone to play. So my brother will compete with you. Qi Xing, the cherubic child, places his chubby little hand on the arm of Qi Qi, who is drawing, speaking earnestly. Qi Qi looks up, puzzled. Barbie interjects, but he is a boy. Qi Xing rolls his large, dark eyes. Then I will compete with you. Barbie replies. But you are also a boy. Qi Xing insists, I can be a girl for now. When Yao Yao returns, I will stop. After a moment of contemplation, Barbie agrees. All right, but do you have a dress? Qi Xing responds, I will ask my mother to buy one. Xiao Peng exclaims, Qi Xing, do you want to wear a dress? Then who will compete with Xiao Yi? Qi Xing moves to the side, once again placing his small hand on his older brother Qi Han's elbow. My brother. Qi Han counters, Xiao Peng. Boys wearing girls' clothes is shameful. Qi Xing pouts, remaining silent, his gaze directed at his brother. Qi Qi soon speaks up, my brother hasn't he worn one? Qi Han admonishes, do not say that about my brother. Xiao Yi scoffs. We want to play with boys who wear dresses. Qi Xing stands behind his 2 brothers, his expressions shifting between defiance and indignation. Humph. After they leave, Qi Han reiterates to Qi Xing, stars, dresses are for girls. Boys cannot wear them. Qi Qi, engrossed in his drawing, adds, then you wouldn't be my brother anymore. Qi Xing's eyes widen at the statement, tears welling up instantly. Qi Qi draws with precision, you would be a sister. Confused, Qi Xing blinks, I understand. Yet upon returning home, he still expresses to Yu Su his desire for a small dress. Yu Su spend the day at home, while Qi's mother visits the children. They enjoy massages, soak up the sun, and play in the water, reveling in comfort. Qi's mother inquires, shall we go pick them up? Relaxing by the pool with her eyes closed, Yu Su replies, Mom, why don't you enjoy a bit longer? The butler will bring them back shortly. We can play with them then. After a moment's hesitation, Qi's mother nods. I'll swim another lap. Though she is now middle-aged, Qi's mother retains a youthful spirit and a graceful figure, her charm still evident.
Mom.
Qi Xing's loud voice precedes him as he enters, his voice echoing throughout the grand hall. Qi's mother rushes out. Oh, my little treasure, Grandma has missed you. The 3 children freeze momentarily. Grandma, what brings you here? Qi's mother embraces each child, showering them with affection. I missed you all, and wanted to see if you've been behaving, she says. The 3 little ones obediently nod. We've been good. Qi's mother wishes she could embrace all 3 at once, finding them irresistibly adorable. Qi Xing glances at Yu Su. Mom, you didn't come to pick us up. Having grown closer to Yu Su, Qi Xing sweetly complains, chattering incessantly. Grandma is here, so I must take care of her first. Qi readily concedes. All right. Qi's mother observes the affectionate bond between the 4 of them, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Then, Qi Xing unexpectedly declares, Mom, I want to buy a dress. Chapter 83. Qi's mother wants to examine Xing Xing. Everyone present is taken aback. Yu Su muses. What an obsession with dresses this child has. Mother Qi, to whom is Xing Xing giving a gift this time? Qi Qi, He wants to wear it himself and transform into a little sister. This statement left Mother Chi utterly astonished. Stuttering as she stood up to gaze at Yusu, her face etched with panic. While she ardently yearned for a granddaughter, she was not prepared to sacrifice her grandson. Yusu gently patted Mother Chi's shoulder, reassuring her not to worry. He simply enjoys playing. Qi Xing shook his head. Our classmate Yao Yao invited us to play, and I wish to buy a dress for her. Mother Chi sighed in relief. Buy it. Grandma will get it for you.
Thank you, Grandma.
The child went off to do homework, and Mother Chi took Yusu aside to whisper, You must observe Xing Xing closely. This child is unlike his two brothers. Constantly thinking about skirts, dolls, and jewelry. If this continues, he may be raised inappropriately. Yusu felt that Mother Chi was overreacting. Qi Xing was indeed a bit lively and chatty, but his desires were all directed towards gifts for Yusu. Although he harbored a fleeting curiosity about trying on a dress, Yusu deemed it inconsequential, attributing it to the innocent explorations of childhood. Yusu, it won't happen. Mom, don't worry. He's just playful. Mother Chi pointed a finger at Yusu's forehead. Nowadays, many transgender individuals are shaped by their upbringing. As a mother, if you're not vigilant, it might be too late when you realize. Mother Chi spent her days scrolling through short videos, witnessing how a cheerful and bright young boy could, in just a few days, metamorphose into someone more feminine than girls. Yusu pursed her lips. Children are naturally curious. I'll keep an eye on it. Mother Chi, in a flurry, insisted. No, I must find a professional doctor to examine him. Yusu stood behind her, her expression akin to an emoji as she watched her pace back and forth, observing her immediately dial a number, her voice filled with urgency. Hello? Dr. Zhao. Yusu lazily settled at the dining table, one hand cradling a teacup while the other supported her chin, watching Mother Chi on the phone. Once she finished, Yusu handed her the teacup. Mom, take a sip. Mother Chi waved her hand. I need to speak with Chi first. Yusu raised an eyebrow, returning to her previous posture, silently observing her. Upon answering the call, Chi's voice echoed from the phone and the entrance. Mom? Mother Chi stepped forward to pull him closer. The man, seeing Mother Chi in a fluster and Yusu languidly seated nearby, asked, What is going on?
Jusuriman silent, merely blinking.
Mother Chi earnestly reiterated to Chi, casting a glance at the two young people. You both must keep a close watch on the child. Yusu nodded seriously. The man looked at Yusu, who responded with a nod. Chi silently agreed. Observing his wife's demeanor, suggested she had been fretting for quite some time. Lin Wanqing, gazing at her son and daughter-in-law, felt no sense of reassurance. I'll stay here for a few days to observe, and I've brought you some supplements. The two young ones exchanged glances. Downstairs, Mother Chi played with the children, having presented them with 3 custom-made watches. Each child received one. Grandma, what is this? Mother Chi helped them strap the watches on. This is like Grandma's phone. You can call and message Grandma with it. With this, you need not fear getting lost. It's waterproof, so don't take it off outside, understand? Qi Han and Qi Xing were already tapping and swiping, curiously playing with them. Qi, with his large, round eyes, looked at Mother Chi, raising his left hand in interest. How do you use this? This is a phone. It stores the numbers of your parents and grandparents. If you encounter any trouble outside, you can call us. Mother Chi patiently taught them how to use it. The 3 children, thrilled with their first custom watches, surrounded Mother Chi, expressing their thanks and affection, which kept a smile on her face. Recently, she had seen news about many child traffickers specifically targeting children from wealthy families. Those individuals were reckless, and she had been uneasy for several days. Chi was helping Yusu dry her hair. The delicate contours of her face tilted back against the sofa as she teased. Chi, did you ever want to wear a skirt when you were little? The man paused, adjusting the pressure of his movements. I'm not a girl. I thought you might have loved that. Which is why Mom is so anxious about Qi Xing. She's just been watching too many videos online. Yusu nodded in agreement. She often shared them in the family group chat, with titles like, Shock. A child disappears in the blink of an eye went out. Danger. If you have this at home, throw it away. Parents' negligence leads to lifelong suffering for children. Occasionally, Yusu would not watch but would respond with an emoji. If it were Qi Yi and Yusu, she would let Qi speak, playing the good cop while she took the blame. A knock on the door interrupted. A servant announced that Dr. Zhao, whom Mother Chi had summoned, had arrived. He was a renowned child psychologist. Yusu, right now? Yes. He's in the little master's room. Oh. Yusu blew on her half-dry hair, tidied herself up, and went downstairs with Qi to check. After about 10 minutes, they emerged from the room, the child having been taken by Lu Ma to bathe. Mother Qi inquired of the doctor. How is it, Dr. Zhao? Madam, the little master is perfectly fine. There's no issue. Children possess vivid imaginations. The little master is lively and energetic, brimming with vitality, eager to explore everything around him. It's normal for young children to feel excitement and curiosity about the unknown. Furthermore, when the little master mentioned beautiful skirts and hairpins, he was expressing a desire to gift them to Madame Qi, Dr. Zhao concluded, looking at Yusu. Yusu was momentarily taken aback, while Mother Qi's heart lightened, her face adorned with a warm smile. That's wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. It's no trouble, I'll take my leave now. Mother Qi, all right, thank you. The servant stepped forward to see off the doctor. Qi resigned. Now you're at ease, right, Mom? Mother Qi nodded. Turning to Yusu, it seems Xingxing truly adores you. Remember the last time he ran away from home? Now he clings to his mother. Yusu blinked. My affection meter isn't even full yet. I'm already surrounded by them. I can't imagine what it would be like when it's full. Qi, shall I take you back? Mother Qi, displeased. What for? Afraid I'll disturb you two lovebirds? No, I'm worried Dad will come looking for me. Mother Qi reluctantly accepted this. She then added, I'll stay here for 2 days. Don't worry about him.
All right.
You two lovebirds go back to your room to play. I'll put the child to sleep. With that, she completely ignored the awkward expressions on their faces and went off to find the children. Halfway, she turned back to Qi. Be careful. I still plan to take Su out tomorrow, and with that, she departed. Yusu couldn't help but blush, feeling as if she had been publicly humiliated. Chapter 84. The beautiful little dress. Yusu looked up at him. The man's features were striking, with deep-set eyes, brows like swords, and a gaze as captivating as the stars. His tidy, short hair framed a handsome visage, the high bridge of his nose accentuating his noble and cool demeanor. Qi, observing her, noted the delicate blush gracing her cheeks, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, exuding a beguiling charm. Her face bore a faint rosy hue, and her fragrant hair cascaded over her shoulders, freshly bathed and emanating a delightful scent. In the next moment, the man reached out to encircle her waist, pulling her back until she was flush against his abdomen. His cool lips pressed down lightly, then moved away to gaze at the petite woman before him, his dark eyes reflecting an insatiable yearning. Her voice was hoarse as she returned to the room. Yusu nudged his firm abdomen with her elbow, and the man effortlessly grasped her delicate hand, guiding her back into the chamber. Yusu expressed her dissatisfaction. I still plan to go shopping with Mom tomorrow. It will be fine. I'll be gentle, he reassured her. She knows I won't do anything too obvious. How could such a seemingly noble and reserved face utter such words? He insisted that if he said there was nothing, then indeed, there was nothing. Usually, Qi followed a certain order. This particular segment, I had prepared as a surprise for everyone, yet the stringent reviewer has confined me, leaving me quite despondent. Each revision led to yet another rejection, and I was at a loss as to where I had erred, until I deleted these lines, which made me realize just how strict the reviewer was. I urge everyone to use their imagination. The man planted a soft kiss on her tender lips. So sweet. My dear. The woman, eyes closed and cheeks flushed, turned away shyly as he chuckled softly. Yusu scolded him, shameless. His thin lips brushed against her ear, exhaling warm breaths as he whispered, Su, in bed, I relish your praise as much as your scolding. Unable to counter him, Yusu could only cry and scold in frustration. Qi, sensing the atmosphere, continued to coax Yusu into saying nice things. She complied, sobbing and speaking in a delicate voice, yet he showed no sign of restraint, becoming even more audacious. After a night of tender entanglement, the man, looking refreshed in a crisp white shirt, fastened the final button, reverting to the austere and cool Qi general. Yusu remained nestled under the covers, motionless. Qi gently lifted a portion of the blanket, concerned she might struggle to breathe, revealing her porcelain face. He kissed her closed lashes softly, murmuring, You can sleep a little longer, we'll head out in the afternoon. I must go to work now. The woman, disturbed by the noise, frowned in annoyance, tugging at the blanket to shield herself from his voice. As Qi descended the stairs, Qi mother and the 3 little ones were already seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. They exchanged morning greetings, good morning, Dad, and he responded with a curt morning.
Hey, so?
Qi mother inquired. She's still asleep. You can go out with her later, he replied. Qi mother cast him a knowing glance, as if to say, I knew it. Not long after he left, Yusu groggily struggled to rise, her mind still set on shopping for dresses with Chi mother that day. Downstairs, Chi stood by the car, waiting for the three little ones to bid farewell to their grandmother before taking them to school. Just as they departed, Yusu appeared. Chi mother, with a gentle and affectionate gaze, remarked, "Why are you up so early? Sleep a bit more. We can go out later." Yusu, still half asleep, responded in a sweet, soft voice, "I'm awake," her eyes barely open, appearing adorably dazed. Chi mother pulled out a chair and placed a warm breakfast in front of her, saying, "Eat first. Then you can sleep some more." Oblivious to her own words, Yusu simply replied with a soft After finishing her meal, Chi mother urged her to return to sleep, but she insisted on accompanying her. So, Chi mother practiced yoga and meditation in the courtyard while Yusu lounged in a rocking chair, claiming she was watching her mother-in-law. Yet, within seconds, her eyes fluttered shut. The morning sky was bright yet gentle, with a soft breeze that brought a sense of tranquility and joy. Chi mother gazed fondly at her obedient daughter-in-law, smiling affectionately as she called for a servant to bring a blanket to cover her. She then resumed her meditation nearby. The scene was one of warmth and harmony. Waking up as the sun rose, Yusu felt the heat, even as Chi mother had arranged a canopy above her. This time, she was truly awake. Upon entering with health tea, Chi mother, seeing Yusu awake, exclaimed, "Oh, you're finally up. Feeling warm? Come inside." Regaining her composure, Yusu gently wrapped herself in a small blanket, responding with a soft, "Oh," and followed her indoors. After their meal, Chi mother took Yusu by the arm as they stepped out together, resembling close friends, and Yusu felt completely at ease with her. As they perused the exquisite luxury boutiques, Chi mother first bought Yusu an outfit. Then they browsed through children's clothing, exclaiming over this pretty piece and that one. Yusu found the children's attire even more appealing than adults, asking if there were any adult versions. Chi mother, with a generous spirit, declared, "Buy this. And that too. If it's not available, we'll have it custom-made." While selecting dresses for girls, Chi mother made a remark that left Yusu feeling utterly embarrassed, her toes curling in self-consciousness. "So many beautiful little dresses," Chi mother exclaimed. As a dress enthusiast, Yusu nodded eagerly. "Does Su like girls as well?" Chi mother inquired, prompting a naive response from Yusu, who obediently replied, "Yes." Chi mother leaned closer, playfully suggesting, "Sweetheart, why don't you and Chi have a baby girl?" Instinctively, Yusu nodded, But a moment later, she realized the implication, her eyes widening in shock. Completely frozen. Stammering, she began to explain, "And no, that's not it, Mom. I think, well, Chi said it's not feasible. He said he doesn't want any more, that 3 kids are enough." Yusu nervously swallowed, aghast at such a notion. Chi mother furrowed her brow. "Is that so? When he had the 3 of them, he clearly mentioned wanting a daughter." Yusu recalled that Chia's family had never been overly concerned about gender. However, if pressed, they did express a desire for a daughter. She would be sweet and lovely. They've seen Yusu's childhood photos. She should resemble her mother in softness. Besides, Chi family hasn't yet had a little girl. During her pregnancy, Yusu was indulgent with cravings, initially thinking she would have one of each. But when the time came for a checkup, they were pleasantly surprised. 3 were on the way, and indeed, all were boys, which delighted everyone. She was treated like royalty, and no matter how unreasonable her requests were, the Chi family fulfilled them one by one. Yusu shook Chi mother's arm, diverting the topic. "That's right. Chi said 3 kids are plenty. Mom, I'm so thirsty. Let us grab some milk tea after shopping." Chapter 85. Hello. Yusu ordered 2 drinks on her phone, asking her to take a photo. Upon doing so, she instantly fell silent, striking an elegant pose. Chi mother took a look and nodded in satisfaction, far better than what old Chi captures. Chi mother glanced up at Yusu, her gaze wandering elsewhere, filled with curiosity, admiration, and warmth as she quietly remarked, "Daughter-in-law, there's a handsome guy behind you, so dashing." Yusu, intrigued by her mother-in-law's eager expression, was about to turn around when Chi mother suddenly grasped her. "Don't look. Mom's taking your picture," her demeanor exuding a sense of caution. Unable to contain her laughter, Yusu nodded. "All right, as long as we don't continue that previous topic, anything is fine." The Apple camera, devoid of embellishment, focused on the smiling Yusu, her eyes sparkling with joy as her lips curled into a radiant smile, revealing a row of pristine teeth. Yusu posed effortlessly for the camera, showcasing an array of soft, playful expressions. Initially, Mother captured a photo of her with a handsome stranger. But soon, captivated by Yusu's beauty, she became engrossed in taking pictures of her, snapping away. Oh, this one's lovely. Wow, stunning. Do another pout, praising her incessantly. My daughter-in-law is truly beautiful, made Yusu blush, drawing attention from those around them. Yusu pursed her lips, feeling a bit awkward, and finally, unable to suppress her laughter, she covered her face. That's enough, Mom, enough. Mother showed her a photo, and the two leaned in together, whispering to Yusu to take a closer look. Look, he handsome. Yusu edged closer, tilting her head just enough to catch a glimpse. After examining the photo, she instinctively glanced up. The young man appeared to have noticed her as well. Their eyes met for a fleeting second before they both instinctively averted their gazes. The charming lad exchanged glances with his friends, who also seemed to be looking in Yusu's direction. After a moment, Yusu quietly remarked to Mother, "Is he of age? He looks so young." Once Yusu's milk tea was ready, she took it and stepped out with Mother, only to be unexpectedly approached by the young boy, who called out to her, "Hey, sister, can we add each other on WeChat?" His youthful face, slightly flushed, bore an air of innocence as he waved his phone, exuding a wholesome charm. "I'm of age now," he seemed to respond to Yusu's earlier question to Mother about adulthood. Exchanging a glance with Mother, Yusu felt a tinge of awkwardness. Although a part of her felt delighted, as a married woman, she could only shyly decline, "I'm sorry, little brother, but I'm married." After uttering those words, she dared not look at the young man's reaction, pulling Mother away. Mother shook her head, lamenting, "What a pity." Yusu widened her eyes in disbelief. "Do you even realize what you're saying?" Noticing that Mother was about to speak again, Yusu handed her the milk tea, with the straw already inserted. "Mom, try this." Mother took a sip. It's sweet and delicious." "What is this?" Yusu replied. "Taro milk tea. This is quite tasty. I'll ask Xiaoma to make it for me when we get home." Yusu chuckled. Little things can be solved with a cup of milk tea, and big problems can be resolved over hot pot. Today, she aimed to share these simple joys with Mother. Though she sometimes found it hard to understand the nuances of such trends, she simply felt that they were both affordable and delightful. Yusu could only offer Mother a light glimpse of this experience. After a day of enjoyment that cost only a few thousand yuan, she was thrilled when Mother said, "Daughter-in-law, you're so wonderful." If old Chi knew, he would surely disapprove. As Yusu played games at the place she used to bring children, she kept her hands busy, replying, "Mom, I feel the same. Chi doesn't let me eat this stuff either, claiming it's junk food." "Nonsense. There's no way junk food tastes this good." Mother nodded in agreement. "Exactly." Suddenly, Yusu exclaimed, "Mom, watch out. We're about to crash." Her excitement caused her to sway, and Mother quickly realized, oh. They were engaged in a racing game. The two spent the day indulging in fun and laughter, their bond growing stronger until it was time to pick up the children from school, reluctantly leaving the game arcade. At the Kyoto kindergarten, Qixing glanced at his watch. The designated time for picking up the children had just passed, and he immediately dialed his mother's number. Yusu's phone rang, but she hung up on the unfamiliar number. She never answers calls from strangers. Mother had yet to inform Yusu that she had purchased smartwatches for the three little ones. On the other end, Qixing frowned when his call was disconnected and promptly reported to his two brothers. Sigh. She hung up. Qiqi glanced at the red disconnect icon on Qixing's watch. Without hesitation, he dialed Yusu's number, only to have it hung up again. Mother asked, "What's wrong?" After disconnecting the second call, Yusu replied, "It's nothing, just a lot of spam calls." Then Mother seemed to remember something. "Oh right. I bought smartwatches for my three precious grandsons. You should save the numbers." As Yusu opened the phone app, she inquired, "When did you buy them?" Mother explained, "I had them ready and sent over yesterday, but I forgot to mention in the rush. I've already saved our numbers on their watches, along with their locations, so the kids will be safer and can contact us at any time." Yusu responded, "Oh, what are the numbers?" Mother replied, "Chihan's is 132, Chi-Chi's is 132. At that moment, Yusu noticed the number that had just called her, the one she had previously rejected. With an adorable expression of feigned ignorance, she looked at Mother. Their eyes met, and Yusu quickly dialed the number back, just as another call came through. She answered immediately. "Hello?" Chihan's excited voice chimed, "Hi, Mommy." He had successfully reached her. Meanwhile, the two younger brothers pouted in displeasure. "Why not us?" Yusu explained that she hadn't realized it was him who had called earlier and urged him to put the call on speaker so the others could join in. Chihan approached his two discontented brothers, raising his smartwatch. Brothers, it's mommy. Yusu's lovely voice echoed from the watch. Hello. Chi-Chi, sounding aggrieved, chimed in. You didn't answer my call. Yusu apologized. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I didn't know it was you. Now I've saved your number. Instantly, the soft-hearted little one forgave her. Okay. Qixing let out a loud, exaggerated huff, and Yusu chuckled lightly. Xing, mommy has saved your number too. Now we're coming with grandma to pick you up. Finally interjecting, Qixing eagerly tugged at his brother's smartwatch, almost bringing it to his mouth. Okay. This melted Mother's heart. And she couldn't help but exclaim how different her soft-hearted children were compared to their father and Qi, remarking how delightful they were. In Chapter 86, Qi educates Qixing about why boys shouldn't wear skirts. After picking up the children, they all chattered excitedly, eager to show Yusu what they had. Yusu attentively observed each of them. Oh, and you have WeChat too. Chihan exclaimed, Grandma taught us how to use it yesterday, but Mommy wouldn't let us add her. Yusu protested, I just found out it was you guys. Mother explained, I tried to have the kids add you yesterday, but they couldn't. I meant to tell you, but forgot. Yusu's expression shifted to one of realization. She must have set her account to restrict others from adding her. Embarrassed, she looked at the three little boys and said, all right, my three little darlings, I'll scan your codes. Once added. The three little ones eagerly clicked into Yusu's moments, and she observed, quite impressed by their proficiency. Unfortunately, her moments were set to only show the past 3 days. Qixing expressed his dissatisfaction, waving his tiny hands. Mommy, we can't see anything. Why are you looking at my moments? Chi-Chi inquired, wanting to see pictures of their mother. Qixing chimed in, Grandma has pictures of us in her moments. Yusu opened her moments. All right, you can look now. The little ones fell silent, sitting there engrossed in Yusu's photos, particularly intrigued by the ones of their outings, with Chihan proudly exclaiming, this is the one I took of Mommy. Yusu, distracted, replied absent-mindedly without even glancing. Oh,
right.
Ignoring him, Mother watched them intently as the children eagerly showed her their photos, earning praise from her. Mother even edited a photo of her day out with Yusu, highlighting their nail art session, sips of milk tea, and gaming fun, all looking splendid. The little ones quickly showered the image with likes. Qixing then asked, Mommy, didn't you say you'd take us next time? To which Yusu replied, yes, next time. This time, I brought Grandma. The children sensed something amiss but couldn't articulate it. After a moment of contemplation, Qixing replied, all right then. By the time they returned home, the clothing Yusu had ordered had already been delivered to Yuan. Qixing exclaimed, wow, so many beautiful little skirts. Yusu encouraged, Xing, feel free to choose any. They're all yours. Then, thinking of the other two boys, she added, you can pick two if you like. Both brothers immediately shook their heads. We don't want to wear skirts. The stars were dazzled amidst a plethora of skirts, with clusters of delightful little garments being picked up and set aside, as if sorted by quantity or color. Qi Mu inquired, what are you doing, Xing? Qixing pointed to a row of shimmering dresses, declaring, this one is for Yao Yao and little Barbie, before gesturing at a vibrant array, remaining silent yet shyly flustered. Yusu chuckled heartily, while Qi Mu cast a helpless glance at her. Is that all right, Mama? Qixing asked. Of course, it's prepared just for you, Yusu replied, handing him a yellow dress. Now go change, let me see. Qi Mu could only watch quietly as her playful daughter-in-law and eager little grandson engaged in their antics. After trying on the dress, Qixing peeked shyly through the door, his small head emerging from the crack. Everyone, including the servants present, paused their tasks, captivated by the adorable sight of the young master. Yusu waved to him with her phone in hand, beckoning him closer. Hesitantly, the child emerged, his usual exuberance replaced by bashfulness, his cherubic face flushed, hands covering his rosy cheeks, and his round, glistening eyes gazing up at Yusu. Laughter erupted amongst the onlookers. As aside from his lively nature, Qixing indeed resembled a little girl in his attire, endearingly soft and sweet. Yusu instructed him to twirl, and he complied. She asked him to pout for a picture, and he instantly obliged. Qi Mu watched in delight, unable to resist embracing Qixing outside the door. Qi Fu and Qi could hear the joyful laughter within, accompanied by an odd honking sound. Do you keep geese? Qi Fu asked. He wouldn't know. Qi replied. Upon entering, they found everyone gathered around the little girl. Whose child is this? They inquired. When Qixing turned to face them, the two men were momentarily stunned, especially when Shihan noticed their grandfather and father standing by the door. Silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned towards the entrance. Minutes later, The family sat together in neat rows, the atmosphere tranquil. Qi stood in the center, pacing as he admonished Qi Xing, "Boys shouldn't wear skirts. Skirts are for girls. Are you a girl?" Overwhelmed by her father's sternness, Qi Xing fled to Yusu's embrace, on the verge of tears. Yusu held him close, offering silent comfort as she gently patted his back. The indulgence had been sufficient. It was indeed time for some discipline. And Chia's return was timely. Yusu silently commended him. Chimu interjected to defend. "Why are you shouting? Children's hearts are so fragile. How can you say that? Our Xing Xing can wear whatever he wishes." Qi Fu sat quietly, taking on a serious, contemplative demeanor. He too felt that Qi Xing's attire was inappropriate but remained silent, inwardly supporting Qi Ye's stance. His actions mirrored Qi Mu's. For every word she spoke, he solemnly nodded in agreement. Qi Yi observed the kindly faces gathered, each cradling a child, while he felt like the villain in contrast. His father discreetly gave him a thumbs up. He rubbed his forehead. "Dad, why don't you take Mom home?" Qi Mu stood up. "What do you mean? Are you sending me away now?" Yusu watched the scene unfold like a drama, her smile more pronounced than ever. Qi Yi, having caught Yusu's subtle gestures, felt compelled to play along.
No.
"It's just that my dad arrived before I finished work." As Yusu helped Qi Mu gather her belongings, she also handed over some skincare products. Qi Mu accepted them, whispering to Yusu, "Susu, I'll come to play with you again next time." Yusu nodded enthusiastically, with a lingering glance at them. Qi Mu said, "Well, I shall take my leave then." "You'll be back," Qi Yao replied. After Qi Mu departed, she began to complain to Qi Fu. "Let the children handle their own matters. We need not fret," he advised. Lin Wanqing chimed in, "What do you mean?" "This is just the daily banter of an old married couple." Yusu turned to see Qi Yi standing behind her, the child beside him, silent, with wide, watery eyes fixed on their parents. Yusu urged them to complete their homework. Qi called for her to come upstairs, but Yusu refused. "I have a gift for you," the man said, enticing her to ascend. Following him to the study, Yusu found nothing but a heap of documents. With a dangerous glint in her eye, she questioned him. "Are you deceiving me?" The tall man stepped past her and retrieved a document from the desk, handing it to her. Confused, she opened it to find a house purchase contract. "Did you buy a manor in the suburbs?" she asked incredulously.
Yes.
"Why this sudden gift?" The man, feeling uneasy, murmured, "I like it, so I thought I'd give it to you." He then produced a beautifully crafted handbag, which Yusu opened to reveal a striking red dress. She already owned many red dresses, but this one felt different. The moment she touched it, an inexplicable connection surged through her. In her mind, she was ensnared in a dark basement, bound by thick ropes, her eyes tightly shut in a red dress. Yusu hastily withdrew her hand, her complexion paling. The man, sensing her discomfort, asked cautiously, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Yusu gazed at him, her thoughts a tangled mess.